Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3YT, Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C81. Bonus Critical Smile. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 81. Bonus Critical Smile. Creating puppets must take a lot out of you, right? Yushi asked. He looked at Herooqi with concern. Herooqi's words considered everyone, except himself. He was still just a child. Hanzo's heart sank as he looked at the puppet before him. He had clashed with Chio of Sunagakure dozens, if not 100, times. Even as a novice in puppet jutsu, he could tell how mentally and physically exhausting it was to create a puppet. It's fine, Herooqi immediately said. Under Yushi's gaze, he was too embarrassed to lie and spoke truthfully. Creating puppets does consume my strength. But, Herooqi quickly raised his head, looking at Hanzo and Yushi. Everyone in the war is working hard. Compared to that, what am I? Everyone can give their lives for a megakure, and so can I. Compared to fighting Sunagakure on the battlefield, creating puppets is not hard at all. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 52.5%. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 3000. Pub Future Ads. Ding. System detected Yuma's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Miyozawa's affection value plus 3000. Currently collected affection value plus 12000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 89.5%. Good. Hanzo's heart was stirred with various emotions. He was proud of Herooqi, yet also pained by the contributions he, as a child, had to make to a megakure. Sensei. Herooqi looked at Hanzo with shining eyes and said, I want to join Miyozawa's trap unit so I can have the puppets scout for information while luring Sunagakure ninjas into traps. That way, no one has to put themselves in danger. Miyozawa immediately looked at Herooqi, his fists slowly clenching, and he lowered his gaze, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. As the trap unit, they would indeed no longer have to put themselves in danger, but the role of having to face danger would shift from them to Herooqi. Hanzo's gaze fell on Miyozawa. With Herooqi's puppets, the trap unit would indeed no longer need to put themselves in danger, and even the intelligence unit's safety would be greatly enhanced. However, conversely, Herooqi was very likely to be exposed on the front lines of the battlefield. Herooqi could easily become the target of all. Seeing that Hanzo had not answered for a long time, Herooqi's eyes darted around, and he immediately said, Sensei, I know you must be worried about my safety, but I have curses around me to protect me, so nothing will happen to me. Hanzo immediately remembered another matter. He looked at Herooqi and asked, I heard Isaname say that a new curse appeared on the battlefield this time. Herooqi pursed his lips and nodded seriously. It's a curse that appeared suddenly. This is the first time I've known of its existence. Its power is very great, somewhat difficult to control. His voice suddenly became firm and powerful. But don't worry, Sensei, I will control it. Hanzo looked at Herooqi, his heart filled with satisfaction. His hand rested on Herooqi's shoulder as he said, Sensei trusts you. Thank you, Sensei. I won't disappoint Sensei. Herooqi looked at Hanzo with teary eyes, filled with emotion. Hanzo's heart felt warm. Ever since Herooqi appeared by his side, he had experienced the feeling of having family. I agree to you joining Miyozawa's squad. Hanzo looked at Miyozawa, his intention clear in his eyes. Hanzo-sama, rest assured, we will definitely protect Herooqi. Receiving the signal in Hanzo's eyes, Miyozawa immediately knelt on one knee and solemnly pledged. Herooqi was entering the front lines for their safety, so they would naturally protect him with their lives. Herooqi's value far outweighed theirs. He was a megakure's hope. No matter what, they would protect him. Hearing Miyozawa's assurance, Herooqi's smile remained unchanged, but he grumbled internally, in the end, I'll still be the one protecting them. However, he knew that these ninjas' desire to protect him was sincere, it was just that their strength was limited. After Hanzo gave Miyozawa some instructions, Herooqi left the camp with Miyozawa. Miyozawa stood beside Herooqi, and they walked towards the squad gathered at the camp entrance. Herooqi was in his mind, formulating a plan, when he heard Miyozawa beside him once again earnestly assure, Herooqi, Don't worry, we will definitely protect you. Herooqi looked up at Miyazawa. Miyazawa, who had given the assurance, was expressionless, but his eyes were exceptionally sincere. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to avoid when you're over 50. I will protect everyone too. Herooqi showed off his smile, which he had practiced in front of the mirror. The curve of the corners of his lips and the brightness of his eyes in this smile were the most infectious. Therefore, Herooqi named its skill, Critical Smile. Ding. System detected Miyazawa's affection value plus 2000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 89.7%. Miyazawa stood in front of the trap squad, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces in the squad, and said, "From now on, Herooqi will join our operations. Always be mindful of Herooqi's safety." "Yes," the ninjas of the trap squad said in unison. Their excited gazes fell upon number 1 behind Herooqi. For Hanzo to make the decision to let Herooqi accompany them indicated that Herooqi's puppet jutsu was real. Herooqi could truly create puppets that didn't require human control. This was just too amazing. Depart. At Miyazawa's command, the ninjas of the trap squad marched in formation towards the land of wind. Meanwhile, Herooqi was riding on a broom, flying high in the air. Number 1 effortlessly followed behind Miyazawa, its movements no slower than the ninjas, and as a puppet, it felt no fatigue. Herooqi observed the situation ahead from high in the sky while conceptualizing his puppet plan. Now that he possessed Mai's construction, creating puppets no longer required raw materials. After constructing various puppets with cursed energy, he could use Yaga's technique Cursed Corpse to obtain a group of obedient and self-acting puppets. It was so satisfying to have different types of techniques. Not only that, Herooqi also thought of another use for Momo's tool manipulation. Since tool manipulation could temporarily imbue objects with a soul, or will, couldn't he use it on the battlefield to make the enemy's weapons attack themselves? Life was getting more and more promising. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C82. Scouting Ahead. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 82. Scouting Ahead. Stop. Miyazawa, at the front of the team, halted his steps. His feet were deeply embedded in the sand. The 50 ninjas of the trap squad stopped as well. Their gaze fell on the front. In the boundless desert, strangely shaped stones rose. These stones were scattered haphazardly, without any pattern, and at the end of this stone forest was the famous Gale Gorge of the Land of Wind. Herooqi, who was flying in the air, slowly descended beside Miyazawa. Miyazawa pulled out a scroll from his pouch, and as he opened it, a map of the Land of Wind appeared before his eyes. We are still 1 kilometer away from our destination, Gale Gorge, and our traps will be set up within this stretch of road. Miyazawa's gaze swept over the ninjas of the trap squad before him. We have officially gone to war with Sunagaker, and the Sunagaker camp located in Gale Gorge ahead is very likely to set up an ambush along this path. Therefore, we need 3 people to scout ahead. As Miyazawa finished speaking, the trap squad fell into a dead silence. Everyone knew the danger of a scouting mission. It was almost a near certain death. All go. Suddenly, a ninja stepped out from the trap squad. All go too. All go. Samaru, your wife is still waiting for you, let those of us with no attachments go. Quote. More and more people stepped out, smiling and vying for the 3 scouting spots. Pub Future Ads. Miyazawa felt heavy-hearted. Although everyone was smiling, they all knew in their hearts what this meant. Brother Miyazawa, let me go. Herooqi's clear childlike voice was exceptionally distinct. Miyazawa frowned and immediately rejected him without thinking. No. You can't go. That's right. It's too dangerous. How can we let a child like you charge to the front? Quote. The ninjas of the trap squad smiled as they looked at Herooqi. Herooqi looked at Miyazawa seriously and said, I can fly high in the sky to observe, and let the puppet test the sand on the ground. Miyazawa paused. He had to admit that this was indeed a solution. Herooqi continued, this way, no one will be in danger. Ding. System detected Miyazawa's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. The system detected Samaru's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Takeshi's gratitude value plus 3000. A total of 150,000 gratitude value has been collected, and your Cursed Spirit Land God's rank has increased to 91.3%. But, Miyazawa looked at Herooqi with some hesitation. Herooqi immediately interrupted him, assuring him, "Don't worry. Brother Miyazawa, once I sense danger, I will immediately fly back." Miyazawa looked at the broom in Herooqi's hand. It would indeed be difficult for Sunagakure ninjas to catch Herooqi if he was high in the sky. "Leave it to me. You all wait for me here." After speaking, Herooqi didn't give Miyazawa a chance to hesitate. He mounted his broom and soared into the sky. Upon seeing Herooqi fly forward, Number 1 unhesitatingly followed behind him, running towards the strange rock formations ahead. They was extremely fast, and soon only 2 black dots remained in Miyazawa's eyes. In a short while, even the 2 black dots disappeared. "I believe in Herooqi, he will definitely be fine." The ninja behind Miyazawa comforted him. Miyazawa looked into the distance and nodded firmly, but his eyes still held in lingering worry. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters. Herooqi was getting closer and closer to the Sunagakure camp ahead. For safety, he flew extremely high, ensuring that people on the ground would have difficulty spotting him before he felt at ease. Number 1 carefully traversed the strange rock formations under Herooqi's guidance. Around it, several crows, swift as black lightning, streaked through the air. Their dark pupils swiveled around, transmitting everything before them into Herooqi's mind. The sound of the wind in Herooqi's ears grew louder, and the nearby gorge came into his view. Gale Gorge was as if it had been violently split open by a giant axe, forming a natural, massive gorge. The wind passed through the gorge, emitting sharp wails. The cliff walls on both sides were steep and rugged, and Sunagakure's camp was like a parasite on the edge of this massive wound. The camp clung to a relatively gentler cliff on one side of the gorge, expanded from natural caves, and the cave entrance was cleverly disguised with materials of the same color as the rock. If the crows hadn't approached for a closer look, it would have been almost impossible to discover. Several watchtowers stood on the most prominent rock formations with the best views, and crows flew over the tops of the watchtowers. Crows. The Sunagakure ninja in the watchtower looked up at the crows circling in the sky. No chakra detected, they're just ordinary crows. The Sunagakure ninja beside him lowered his hand, sighing in relief. Herooqi's gaze, using the crow's perspective, swept inch by inch over the layout of the sandstorm camp. "Don't worry, if Amegakure ninjas dare to come, they will only find death." The Sunagakure ninja in the watchtower patted his companion's shoulder, a sneer forming beneath his mask. "You're right." The Sunagakure ninjas in the watchtower exchanged smiles. The crows circled above their heads once and gradually flew away. Among the grotesquely shaped wind-eroded rocks, high temperatures distorted the air, and a figure wavered in the scorching heat waves. The wind picked up fine sand, adding a touch of mystery to the figure. Beneath the boundless yellow sand, pairs of eyes revealed themselves. "Who is that?" The Suna ninjas in the watchtower stared at the distant figure, blurred by the wind and sand. Did Amegakure only send one person to scout ahead? The whispers were covered by the wailing wind. It seems this person's strength should be considerable. Strike first. The figure gradually emerged from the rock surface. At the same time, yellow sand suddenly exploded into the air. Several figures burst out from the yellow sand. These figures rapidly formed hand seals in front of their chests. Low roars erupted from their mouths. Wind release. Violent wind palm. The ninjutsu performed simultaneously by 10 ninjas had astonishing effects. And in the desert, where there was already a lot of wind and sand, this just you could unleash even greater power. Violent winds swept up from the ground, and walls of wind pressed from all directions towards the dark figure in the center. The powerful pressure seemed to crush that person into pieces. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C83. Bonus Instant Death Gaze. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 83. Bonus Instant Death Gaze. Number 1's pupils rotated, taking in the figures of the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas. The cursed energy core operated within its body. The technique inscribed in the core activated. Number 1's hands formed a seal in front of its chest at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Rumble. The ground beneath Number 1's feet let out a dull roar. In front, behind, to the left, and to the right of Number 1, 4 incredibly thick earth walls rose with a crash. Bang! The strong wind collided with the earth wall. Highly condensed wind pressure, like a giant hammer, descended from the sky, smashing onto the surface of the earth wall. The earth wall in front of number 1 vibrated violently, and spiderweb-like cracks gradually spread across its surface. The strong wind gradually subsided, and the earth wall also shattered to pieces. It was then that the Sunagaku ninjas finally saw the figure who had entered the ambush zone alone. It was actually a dummy made of wood and iron. No, if it was a dummy, how could it use ninjutsu? Could it be a puppet? The Sunagaku ninjas immediately reacted. But when they looked closely, they found no chakra threads on number 1's body. How is this possible? Without chakra thread control, how could a wooden figure have the ability to move? And even use ninjutsu like a ninja? A torrent of kunai and shuriken, mixed with countless senbon, flew out from the hands of the Sunagaku ninjas. Pub Future adds. Wind release. Gale palm. Number 1 formed hand seals, and the cursed energy from its core flowed throughout its body. A hurricane swirled up from its feet, and the senbon, kunai, and shuriken were instantly drawn into the vortex, clashing in the air with crisp metallic sounds. The yellow sand stirred up by the hurricane filled the air, obscuring the Sunagaku ninja's vision. What in the world is this thing? Watching the wooden figure use wind release ninjutsu, the Sunagaku ninjas' pupils constricted, their faces filled with disbelief. This thing is strange. Maybe there's a ninja inside that wooden shell. Just watch me rip off its turtle shell. The Sunagaku ninjas stared intently at number 1 in front of them. Suddenly, an indescribable chill descended without warning. The Sunagaku ninjas involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Their vision suddenly darkened. They all lowered their heads in unison. Dark shadows had gradually enveloped their figures. The Sunagaku ninjas looked up, and above their heads, an invisible giant hand seemed to be slowly closing. The scorching midday sun was instantly swallowed by a power that they could not sense. Ink-like darkness gradually enveloped them. The temperature plummeted in an instant. It was a bone-chilling cold that froze the soul. The sound of the wind in the Sunagaku ninjas' ears disappeared. In the darkness, only the violent thumping of each of their hearts remained. What's going on? A Sunagaku ninja's voice trembled. His vision was filled with nothing but an impenetrable darkness. Just then, their vision, shrouded in darkness, recovered slightly. A dark red light suddenly flared. They looked up towards the center, and a gigantic pupil filled their entire field of vision. The enormous dark red pupil was covered with countless fine black patterns. A twisted, pitch-black vortex was at the center of the pupil. A viscous, almost tangible malice flowed through this space. Ding! System has detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Ding! System has detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 3000. Ding! System has detected Suna Ninja C's fear value plus 3000. Currently, 30,000 fear points have been collected, and your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 55.5%. What is that thing? As soon as a Sunagaku ninja asked, he uncontrollably let out a heart-wrenching roar. He instinctively wanted to look away, but that gigantic pupil seemed to possess some kind of magic, firmly locking his gaze. Intense pain emerged from deep within his body, like a tide instantly sweeping over him. He wanted to escape, but his legs were as heavy as lead, unable to move. He wanted to close his eyes, but he could only watch the giant pupil with wide eyes. PFF'd. Blood mixed with flesh spilled from his mouth and nose. It was as if there was a meat grinder inside his body, crushing all his internal organs. The other Sunagaku ninjas were not spared either. They were forced to stare into the giant pupil before them. A rotting pain emanated from deep within their bodies. No, don't look anymore. The Sunagaku ninja's eyes were bloodshot, desperately trying to avert his gaze. However, the next second, they felt a faint, twisting pain begin to spread within their body. Above the desert, Herooqi sat on a broom, glancing at the sealed black sphere in the desert below. Within the domain, the technique is guaranteed to hit. Land God's instant death gaze, not a single one will escape. A crow landed on a jagged rock, its black eyes fixed on the sphere and the surrounding situation. Number 1 stood outside the black sphere, as nearly 10 more shadows leapt out from the yellow sand. They wore Sunagakure headbands, their lower faces covered by masks, revealing only pairs of sinister eyes. What is this? Where are they? What trick did this thing pull? After confirming that all the ambushing Sunagakure ninjas had appeared, Herooqi lowered the broom's flying height. His figure floated above the black sphere. This kid is from Omegakure. The Sunagakure ninja's gaze focused on Herooqi's headband. Ding. System has detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding. System has detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 3000. Currently, 24,000 killing intent points have been collected, and your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 61.3%. Shadows flashed by. The Sunagakure ninjas simultaneously drew their swords and leapt high towards Herooqi. Instantly, the black sphere vanished. A strong smell of blood rushed towards the Sunagakure ninjas, instantly dispersed by the desert winds. PFF'd. The sound of flesh being pierced had not yet ended when screams immediately echoed across the desert. Red fleshy tubes, like leech mouths, extended from the gigantic pupil, simultaneously piercing the bodies of the Sunagakure ninjas who had drawn their swords and slashed at Herooqi. The Sunagakure ninjas were suspended in the air by the red fleshy tubes, like skewers of lamb. They had just cut off the red fleshy tubes with their swords, and the next second, another fleshy tube pierced their bodies. The Sunagakure ninjas visibly turned into mummies. The chakra filling their chakra pathways and cells was sucked dry by the fleshy tubes. One mummy after another was thrown onto the desert by the fleshy tubes. Herooqi glanced at Land God, and a purple vortex swallowed Land God's figure from below. The surroundings returned to silence. Herooqi formed hand seals, and a whirlwind swept across the ground, burying the bodies with yellow sand. Let's go. Notify Miyazawa. The broom carried Herooqi's figure back into the air. Number 1 obediently followed behind Herooqi. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C84. Every life is valuable. Chapter 84. Every life is valuable. Captain, why hasn't Herooqi returned after such a long time? The Omegakure ninjas looked worriedly at the empty desert ahead. Miyazawa's brows were furrowed, and his heart was filled with worry, but his identity as captain prevented him from showing it, as it would only make the ninjas more uneasy. Miyazawa took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Wait 5 more minutes. If Herooqi still doesn't appear, Shuzo and Kinami, you two go look for him. Yes. Shuzo and Kinami, who were called out by Miyazawa, nodded. Time passed by second. Miyazawa closed his eyes, his brows furrowing tighter, as various terrible conjectures flashed through his mind. Captain, Herooqi is back. Suddenly, the excited voices of the Omegakure ninjas erupted in Miyazawa's ears. Miyazawa sharply opened his eyes, and the figures of Herooqi and Number 1, riding on a broom, rapidly approached them. Herooqi landed steadily on his broom in front of Miyazawa. Number 1 stopped behind Herooqi. Brother Miyazawa, I'm back. Herooqi gave Miyazawa a brilliant smile. Miyazawa breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. It's good that you're okay. Miyazawa could finally relax. We found ambushing Sunagakure ninjas ahead, but they've all been dealt with now. There's no more danger ahead, so we can go in and set up traps. Herooqi's voice held a hint of excitement, and his eyes still held the innocence of a child. What he had done was completely contrary to his relaxed tone. Upon hearing the content of Herooqi's words, the trap squad members all froze without exception. Miyazawa's pupils dilated, his lips slightly parted, and he stared intently at Herooqi in front of him. Herooqi, were those ambushing Sunagakure ninjas killed by you? Miyazawa swallowed, saying with great difficulty. Herooqi nodded. The Omegakure ninjas' gazes were all focused on him. Did you kill them by yourself? Herooqi nodded and then shook his head, stating precisely. It was Number 1 and my curse. The Omegakure ninjas looked at each other. Herooqi, thank you. Miyazawa sincerely thanked Herooqi. Herooqi looked at the gratitude in everyone's eyes, scratching the back of his head. Everyone doesn't need to thank me. We are companions, and companions should help each other, right? Ding. System detected Miyazawa's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Shuzo's affection value plus 2000. Ding. Currently, a total of 100,000 affection points have been collected. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 91.6%. You're right. Companions must help each other. Miyazawa said solemnly. We can't waste any more time. The first ambush unit, always ready behind us, is waiting for our results. Miyazawa's gaze swept over the Omegakure ninjas in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, move out. Yes. Everyone's voices echoed in the air. Herooqi remounted his broom and ascended into the air. Ads by PubFuture. Amidst the windy eroded rock formations, a crow lightly pecked at the feathers on its body on a rock, its dark pupils observing any disturbance in this desert. The team of Omegakure ninjas, dressed in black attire, silently entered the rock formations. Miyazawa raised his hand and made a gesture. With the silent command issued, all ninjas in the trap squad immediately sprang into action. Herooqi remained by Miyazawa's side, waiting for the ninjas to complete the task of setting up traps. Miyazawa looked at Herooqi beside him. After Herooqi perfectly completed one impossible task after another, he could no longer view him as an ordinary ninja. Herooqi, do you know how many camps Sunagakure has established along the path from Sunagakure to the Land of Wind border? Miyazawa asked. Herooqi nodded. He had seen them on the map in Hanzo's tent and had specifically counted them at the time. 4. That's right. Miyazawa nodded. There are 4. He looked towards the Sunagakure camp located in the canyon in the distance, his eyes shining with firm resolve. As long as we occupy these 4 camps, then our war against Sunagakure will be half won. Therefore, no matter the cost, we must take these 4 camps. Herooqi nodded, his eyes equally firm. I'll work hard. Ding. System detected Miyazawa's affection value plus 3000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 91.63%. Let's work hard together. A warm smile appeared on Miyazawa's stern face. Herooqi nodded. After the traps are set, you'll retreat with Shuzo and the others back to a safe place. Miyazawa continued. Then what about you, brother Miyazawa? Herooqi immediately asked. Miyazawa smiled. 10 ninjas from the trap squad will act as bait to lure the Sunagakure ninjas from the camp into the traps. Herooqi carefully observed Miyazawa. Miyazawa at this moment looked very much like someone who had made peace with sacrifice. Brother Miyazawa, the bait mission must be very dangerous. Herooqi stated with certainty. Miyazawa didn't answer. His hand rested on Herooqi's shoulder as he said, every ninja's ultimate destiny is death. Every ninja is prepared to sacrifice themselves. Sacrificing for what one loves is a kind of happiness. Herooqi. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. No, buddy, why are you stealing my lines? But I don't want everyone to sacrifice. Herooqi said. Miyazawa was taken aback, a hint of unbearable sadness surfacing in his eyes. For Herooqi, accepting the death of those around him seemed to be a difficult process. But this was a battlefield, and he would have to get used to it sooner or later. Therefore, Miyazawa said nothing more. I diligently practice controlling curses, desperately want to learn more ninjutsu, even secretly learn enemy ninjutsu, and develop new ninjutsu day and night. I do all of this to keep everyone alive. I hope I can play a greater role on the battlefield and reduce the dangers everyone faces. Herooqi lowered his head, his voice choked with emotion. But I value everyone's lives so much, yet brother Miyazawa doesn't value his own life. Ding. System detected Miyazawa's affection value plus 5000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 91.68%. Brother Miyazawa, have you forgotten? My puppet can act as bait. No one has to put themselves in danger. Herooqi looked at Miyazawa, his eyes red. The ninjas who had finished setting the traps stood silently beside Herooqi and Miyazawa. Ding. System detected Kinami's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Shuzo's affection value plus 3000. Currently, a total of 150,000 affection points have been collected. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 93.18%. Hearing the conversation between Herooqi and Miyazawa, the Omegakure ninjas spoke with difficulty. Herooqi, one puppet is too few. It's not enough to lure out the Sunagakure ninjas. We must go. Herooqi looked at them and retorted, Who said there's only one puppet? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C85. Puppet Production Machine. Chapter 85. Puppet Production Machine. Herooqi's counter-question successfully silenced all the Omegakure ninjas once again. It was as if all the Omegakure ninjas' tongues had been snatched by an eagle. They wanted to speak but didn't know what to say, nor how to begin. Shock and doubt intertwined in their minds. Herooqi. What do you mean? After a long pause, a ninja finally spoke. All the Omegakure ninjas stared intently at Herooqi. They looked at the boy who had brought them countless miracles. Undoubtedly, the ninja who had just spoken voiced the thoughts of everyone present. They also wanted to ask what Herooqi's words meant. After a moment of thought, Herooqi explained earnestly, "It means I have more than just number one. There are many others, but they are sealed in scrolls." As he spoke, he pulled out a scroll from the ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh. The Omegakure ninjas blinked, a little unable to process this news, and could only stare blankly at Herooqi's actions. Herooqi unrolled the scroll and spread it flat on the ground. Then, he half knelt and formed hand signs. Bang! Several plumes of white smoke immediately billowed before the Omegakure ninjas' eyes. Humanoid silhouettes emerged within the white smoke. The howling desert wind quickly carried away the white smoke. Dozens of puppets appeared before the Omegakure ninjas. These puppets wore neat black uniforms, their faces covered by masks, revealing only their eyes. They looked indistinguishable from ninjas. The Omegakure ninjas stared dumbfounded at the puppets before them. If Herooqi hadn't said anything, they wouldn't have believed these were puppets. Miyazawa stared in shock at the puppets before him and asked, "These are puppets? Herooqi, are these puppets you made?" The Omegakure ninjas were still unable to believe these were puppets. They looked hardly different from ninjas. The Omegakure ninjas reached out, wanting to touch the puppets before them, but feared clumsily damaging them and dared not touch. Yes, Herooqi nodded at them. He sensed the Omegakure ninjas' eagerness and generously waved his hand. "You can touch them." Upon receiving Herooqi's permission, countless hands immediately reached out towards the puppets. It wasn't until Miyazawa's hand landed on a puppet's arm that he realized the difference between these puppets and humans. The puppet's arm felt cold to the touch, harder than a human body, and quite elastic when poked. More importantly, he discovered that these clothes seemed to be part of the puppet's body, including the masks on their faces. Herooqi allowed the Omegakure ninjas to examine the puppets he had made using construction. He had derived his method for creating puppets from Yaga's cursed corpse and Akatsuki's puppet jutsu. Therefore, his speed in constructing puppets with cursed energy was extremely quick. Even though Herooqi's construction speed was very great, the time he had available to construct puppets was limited. So, to save time, he didn't bother constructing the puppets, facial features or any body parts other than their limbs, instead uniformly covering them with black cloth. As long as it didn't affect the puppets' combat and movement, it was okay. "Herooqi, you're amazing. Herooqi, when did you make these puppets? Herooqi, what materials are these puppets made of? So magical. Herooqi." One question after another was thrown out by the Omegakure ninjas. Herooqi, materials. The materials were highly elastic rubber. How could he explain the origin of rubber? After all, the rubber was also constructed by him. "Brother Miyazawa, we can start the mission now." Herooqi decisively changed the subject, telling Miyazawa, "We can't keep the ambush unit waiting too long." Miyazawa nodded. "You're right, Herooqi, I'm leaving it to you," Miyazawa said earnestly to Herooqi. Herooqi nodded, a big smile spreading across his face. Don't worry, he could accumulate emotional value again. "Then let's go, and let the puppets begin the decoy plan," Miyazawa said to Herooqi. Herooqi was stunned. Miyazawa looked at Herooqi, then glanced at number one, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Can't these puppets move freely like number one?" If these puppets couldn't move freely, Miyazawa wouldn't assign this mission to Herooqi. It was too dangerous. He wouldn't let Herooqi take that risk. Herooqi glanced at Miyazawa and saw determination in his eyes. He rolled his eyes and nodded, saying, "These puppets can move freely." Miyazawa breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Once the puppets start moving, we'll immediately retreat. Next, it's the ambush unit's turn," Miyazawa said to Herooqi. Herooqi thought for a moment and temporarily agreed. He followed Miyazawa and the others out of the rock formations. Meanwhile, 13 puppets, under Herooqi's command, swiftly attacked the Sunagakure camp. After Herooqi and his group retreated to a safe distance, the first ambush unit, led by Takanawa, appeared. "You can proceed." Miyazawa nodded to Takanawa. Takanawa made a gesture, and the Omegakure ninjas behind him swept past him, splitting into 2 groups, bypassing the rock formations, and heading towards the Sunagakure camp from both flanks. Herooqi stepped out from beside Miyazawa and said, "I'm going too." Takanawa paused and said, "No. I'll protect myself. If I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I'll escape immediately." Herooqi raised the broom in his hand as a gesture. Takanawa initially wanted to continue refusing, but then he suddenly remembered Herooqi's previous feats. Once secretly entering a battlefield, and once secretly following Suzaku on a dangerous mission. Rather than Herooqi appearing in some unknown corner of the battlefield at an unknown time, it was better to keep him within his line of sight. "All right." Takanawa relented. Miyazawa looked at Takanawa in confusion. Takanawa blocked Miyazawa with a single sentence, "Me watching him is better than him secretly sneaking into the Sunagakure camp by himself." Miyazawa. Herooqi mounted his broom, flew high into the sky, and excitedly headed towards the Sunagakure camp. He was coming to bring his emotion points home. At the same time, at the entrance of the Sunagakure camp, a sharp whistling sound suddenly erupted from directly in front of the camp gate. Streaks of black shadows swept rapidly towards the camp gate, hugging the ground. They were completely shrouded in black uniforms, their heads and faces tightly covered, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. These black shadows moved agilely, passing through the net of Senbon, kunai, and shuriken laid by the Sunagakure ninjas. As they approached the camp, they suddenly raised their arms. They threw kunai with explosive tags attached to them with pinpoint accuracy. Rumble. Crimson fireballs, carrying scorching heatwaves and shattered rock and sand, suddenly surged up. Burning debris scattered, igniting the dry canvas tents, and flames shot skyward. Towards the gate. Enemy attack. It must be the Omegakure ninjas, engage. The Sunagakure ninja inside the camp roared without the slightest panic, his eyes blazing with anger from being ambushed by the Omegakure ninjas. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of black figures immediately darted out from the Sunagakure camp, chasing after the black-clad figures who were rapidly retreating towards the rock formations behind them. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C86. Bonus Black Bug Bombs. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 86. Bonus Black Bug Bombs. The closer they got to the gorge, the more violent the wind became. Herooqi rode on his broom, his flying speed far exceeding that of the Omegakure ninjas running in the desert. Herooqi could feel a gaze from among the Omegakure ninjas occasionally falling on him. It was Takanawa. The strong wind tore at Herooqi's clothes. He stared intently ahead, the outline of the Sunagakure camp appearing in his line of sight. Takanawa, who was running in the desert and approaching the left side of the Sunagakure camp, frowned deeply. He looked worriedly at the figure in the sky, which was getting further and further away. Herooqi's broom ascended rapidly, leaving the sight range of the Sunagakure camp watchtower. Thick clouds in the sky obscured Herooqi's figure, and birds occasionally flew past him. At the same time, several crows circled idly near the Sunagakure camp, their dark pupils reflecting the general layout of the camp. Herooqi stopped in the center of the sky above the Sunagakure XAMP. Looking down from above, the huge Sunagakure camp became as small as a football in his vision. Herooqi unhesitatingly pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. The ninja world's fuinjutsu was very useful, especially for someone like him who could create puppets. Placing the scroll on his broom, Herooqi formed hand signs with both hands. Bang! Puffs of white smoke filled the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dense buzzing sound like bees came from the white smoke. The wind dispersed the white smoke, revealing black insects hidden within it. The insects were entirely black, with no visible eyes or other parts. They were only the size of a fly, their wings vibrating rapidly behind them. These insects were black bug bombs created by Herooqi using construction. The inspiration came from Deidara's explosive clay. Pub Future Ads. He piloted his broom, diving almost vertically from high in the sky towards the Sunagakure camp, at an extremely fast speed. The black insects around him descended with his movements, like black raindrops, falling one by one towards the center of the Sunagaku camp. What is that? There's a ninja riding a broom up there. A Sunagaku ninja looked up, Herooqi's rapidly descending figure reflected in his pupils. He pointed to the sky in horror. The next second, a violent blaze consumed his figure. Black bug bomb quickly spread out from around Herooqi, flying in all directions. Boom! Deafening explosions resounded one after another. The power generated by the explosion of a black bug bomb no bigger than a fingernail was no less than that of an explosive tag. Most importantly, these inconspicuous black insects appeared silently around the ninjas and exploded in an instant, giving the ninjas no time to react. Fireballs exploded on the main tent, on the supply boxes, and around the ninjas in the Sunagaku camp. Blinding flashes of light lit up various parts of the Sunagaku camp. Dust filled the sky, temporarily obscuring the ninjas' vision. Just as everything was almost covered by the sound of explosions, the figures of the Omegaker ninjas, split into two groups, appeared. On both the left and right sides of the Sunagaku camp, sharp whistles and the metallic clang of ninja tools colliding erupted simultaneously. A large number of Omegaker ninjas, like an overwhelming dark cloud, invaded the Sunagaku camp. Poisoned Senbon and shuriken wove into a net, and the Omegaker ninjas forcibly tore open a gap in the left and right flanks of the Sunagaku camp. Enemy attack. Omegaker ninjas. On both sides. The shouts of the Sunagaku ninjas echoed throughout the entire camp, accompanied by piercing screams and roars. After a brief moment of panic, the Sunagaku ninjas quickly regained their composure. They swarmed out from behind cover, moving as fast as lightning, engaging in battle with the Omegaker ninjas to prevent them from advancing further into the camp. Herooqi circled at low altitude on his broom, his gaze sweeping over the entangled Sunagaku and Omegaker ninjas below, as more and more black bug bombs flew from his side. A sea of fire and shockwaves engulfed the Sunagaku ninjas without warning. Herooqi released black bug bombs while constructing new types of bombs before his eyes. The Omegaker ninjas' morale soared. They used the explosions to advance even more fiercely. The Omegaker ninjas, skilled in close combat and assassination techniques, took the lives of one Sunagaku ninjas after another under the cover of fire and thick smoke. Blood seeped into the desert, staining the yellow sand red. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 2000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 2000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja C's killing intent value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 30,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 64.3%. Herooqi looked down and saw that he was indeed being targeted. Kill him. Those explosions are related to him. The Sunagaku ninjas jointly performed ninjutsu. Wind release. Great cast net. Powerful wind blades wove a net in the air, blocking all of Herooqi's escape routes. Up, down, left, and right. Like a giant fishing net, constantly approaching and contracting towards Herooqi in the center, the air being cut by the wind blades, emitting crisp cracking sounds. Not only that, the Sunagaku ninjas also threw a dense barrage of kunai and shuriken at Herooqi. Herooqi, riding on his broom, paused his construction work. He stretched out his hand, and a silvery white liquid, like a living creature, flowed around him, forming a silvery white sphere in the air, enveloping him. The wind blades cut deep marks into the sphere solidified from mercury. Kunai and shuriken all plunged into the mercury sphere. Ding! The mercury returned to its liquid state, flowing around Herooqi's body. The weapons that had plunged into the mercury all fell to the ground. A bright light flashed in Herooqi's eyes. He lowered his body and swooped downwards. At the same time, the shuriken and kunai that had originally fallen to the ground actually slowly flew into the air, stabbing towards the Sunagaku ninjas. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 3000. Currently, a total of 33,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 67.6%. Herooqi's diving speed was so fast that only an afterimage remained. The Sunagaku ninjas couldn't aim at all, not to mention they were currently dealing with the constantly pursuing shuriken and kunai. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Several fire dragons brushed past Herooqi. The remaining 3 black bug bombs flew towards the Sunagakure ninjas who had activated the ninjutsu. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Flames shot up into the sky, and shockwaves spread out. Herooqi landed on the ground amidst the swirling dust. The Sunagakure ninjas' faces immediately lit up with joy. This brat actually sought death voluntarily. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 4000. Ding! Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C87. Battle Maniac. Chapter 87. Battle Maniac. He's coming down. Take out this brat. The Sunagakure ninjas, eyes red with bloodlust, roared as they raised their kunai and longswords, lunging towards Herooqi. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Behind Herooqi, a Sunagakure ninja formed hand seals, and a dense volley of wind blades shot fiercely towards Herooqi. A longsword grazed over Haruki's head, and his figure appeared before the Sunagakure ninja in the blink of an eye, his fist already landing on the Sunagakure ninja's chest. A heavy force pressed against his chest, causing the Sunagakure ninja to stumble back 2 steps. He rubbed his chest, a cold sneer flashing in his eyes. Just a brat, his punches were soft, as if he had no strength. The Sunagakure ninja re-gripped his sword. Just then, he heard a loud bang from his chest. Bang! His heart was a bloody mess, an invisible force exploding. Blood gushed out, and he staggered 2 steps. Herooqi swiftly moved among the Sunagakure ninjas, his feet precisely kicking 2 Sunagakure ninjas, who uncontrollably stumbled towards the oncoming wind blades. A kunai missed Haruki's neck, while his fist, wreathed in black lightning, landed on the neck of the Sunagakure ninja in front of him. The Sunagakure ninja's body flew backward, blood dripping through the air. Kill this brat, no matter the cost. Quote. The roars of the Sunagakure ninjas reached Haruki's ears. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 4000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 4000. Currently, a total of 80,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 79.2%. Bang! A massive longsword sliced down close to Haruki's back, deeply embedding itself into the yellow sand, kicking up a large cloud of dust. At the same time, several kunai and senbon also stabbed towards Haruki's left, right, and front, blocking all possible escape routes. Mercury, flowing like liquid, suddenly shot out from him as its center, countless fine mercury needles flying towards the Sunagakure ninjas. The Sunagakure ninjas immediately retracted their weapons to defend against the dense mercury needles. However, the Sunagakure ninjas closest to Herooqi had no time to dodge, and mercury needles as fine as hair strands pierced their skin. Screams instantly erupted in Haruki's ears. The mercury that entered the Sunagakure ninjas' bodies rapidly spread through their blood. The Sunagakure ninjas' legs buckled, and they stiffly collapsed to the ground, their vision blurring. That thing is poisonous. Don't touch it. The Sunagakure ninjas who had dodged shouted to their companions. The brat in front of them, who could move so freely while surrounded by so many chunin and genin, was undoubtedly a genius. If he were allowed to grow up, wouldn't he become a second Hanzo? They absolutely could not give the brat in front of them a chance to grow. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they had to nip this risk in the bud. Charge! The Sunagakure ninjas once again converged on Herooqi. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 2000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 20,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 81.2%. Herooqi's breathing was rapid, his figure weaving through the numerous Sunagakure ninjas, his body performing various attacks as if by reflex, blood boiling within him, clamoring for battle. Herooqi rolled, creating distance between himself and the Sunagakure ninjas. Battle intent burned in his pupils. His heavenly restriction physique made him more excited the more he fought. He looked at the Sunagakure ninjas in front of him. There wasn't a single Jonan, so even if he fought to his heart's content, there wouldn't be any danger, right? Looking at the group of Sunagakure ninjas before him, Herooqi's figure flashed, and the longsword on his back was unsheathed. The moment his footsteps paused, the longsword in his hand whistled towards them. The Sunagakure ninja in front of Herooqi had his body segmented by a technique, and a weakness forcibly etched into him was reflected in Herooqi's eyes. He swung the longsword in his hand, accurately striking the weakness. Bang! The Sunagakure ninja's body fell to the ground with a dull thud. The longsword in Herooqi's hand did not tremor in the slightest, blood dripped from the blade, and he aimed at the next target without any pause. His movements were as fluid as flowing water. The continuous severe injuries or deaths of their companions further enraged the group of Sunagakure ninjas. The Sunagakure ninjas converged recklessly, various attacks surrounding Herooqi. A Sunagakure ninja wielding a long-handled scythe, with whistling whirlwinds wrapped around the scythe, raised his scythe high and brought it down on Herooqi's head with astonishing momentum. Behind Herooqi, a Sunagakure ninja skilled in Earth Release clapped his hands on the ground. Earth Release. Earth Flow Spears. Several sharp rock spears broke through the yellow sand, suddenly thrusting out from beneath Herooqi's feet and behind him. Countless flashes of blades were reflected in Herooqi's eyes. Impenetrable. Herooqi's eyes narrowed, excitement flashing in them. A smile appeared on his lips, and he gripped the longsword in his hand tightly. His reaction speed was astonishingly fast. His figure was like a weightless ghost, drifting freely across the battlefield. He slid half a step sideways, and the longsword in his hand shot out like lightning. The ninja holding the scythe let out a miserable cry and immediately fell. Herooqi's figure weaved through the long spears that had risen from the ground. The longsword continuously swung, easily taking the lives of the Sunagakure ninjas. Strangely, his longsword clearly didn't strike vital points like the heart or neck, yet it rendered one Sunagakure ninja after another unable to stand. They either lost their lives or their ability to move. Herooqi's strength increasingly exceeded the Sunagakure ninja's expectations. Even more terrifying was that his taijutsu seemed to be gradually strengthening. A Sunagakure ninja's spear was precisely grabbed by the handle by Herooqi. The Sunagakure ninja froze, and the next second, a flash of blade passed before his eyes. His body slumped to the ground, all war now irrelevant to him. Wind Release. Sickle Weasel Technique. A fan hummed in the Sunagakure ninja's hand. Cheering winds violently fanned towards Herooqi. Herooqi swung the longsword in his hand. The strong wind suddenly dissipated when they reached him. A gentle breeze brushed his bangs. How can this be? The Sunagakure ninja looked at the sword in Herooqi's hand in shock. This sword could actually cut wind. How was that possible? A sword, of course, cannot cut wind, but ratio can. Ratio can forcibly create weaknesses in anything, including attacks. More and more Sunagakure ninjas fell. Herooqi became faster and faster. A Sunagakure ninja only saw a flash of white light, then a sharp pain came from his chest. The longsword easily cut through his armor and chest, and hot blood splashed out. He didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 2000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 2000. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C88. Bonus Herooqi vs A Jonan. Chapter 88. Bonus Herooqi vs A Jonan. Witnessing their comrades fall one after another, a chill involuntarily rose in the hearts of the Sunagakure ninjas. This kid's strength is too great. Has his strength already reached Jonan level? Even a Jonan wouldn't have such formidable stamina. This kid not only doesn't seem tired, but he's also getting stronger. Fighting against such a battle machine is a nightmare. Battle allows no room for hesitation, and although fear had already taken root in their hearts, the Sunagakure ninjas still charged towards Herooqi without hesitation. The Sunagakure ninjas roared and attacked Herooqi again. Earth Release. Rock Lodging Destruction. Quote. Dense attacks surrounded Herooqi like a tide. Herooqi moved again. The flowing mercury around him blocked the attacks for him, and his fists and long sword continuously landed on the Sunagakure ninjas. Blood splattered around him. A Sunagakure ninja swung his sword, Herooqi dodged to the side, and the long sword left his hand, cut through the opponent's throat, and then returned to his hand. Yes, Herooqi had applied tool manipulation to the long sword in his hand. Even if he didn't move, the long sword could attack on its own, though it wasn't as powerful as when he personally wielded it. After dealing with the threats surrounding him, his gaze locked onto the dozens of Sunagaku ninjas in front. Ding. System detected Sutaka's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 81.7%. A strong sense of crisis instantly crawled up Herooqi's spine. An extremely fast black shadow silently tore through the swirling yellow sand, heading straight for his back. Its speed far exceeded that of the ninjas fighting Herooqi. Herooqi's pupils suddenly constricted. He forcefully twisted his body and held his long sword horizontally in front of him to block. Clang! A loud clang rang in Herooqi's ears. An unimaginable immense force came from the long sword. Herooqi felt his arms go numb, and his hands seemed to lose all sensation. It was like his body had been hit head-on by a train, uncontrollably flying backward. His body flipped in the air, stumbled a few steps, and then stood firm on the ground. Herooqi looked at the tall figure in front of him. This strength and speed, definitely a Jonan. He hadn't expected a Jonan from the Sunagaku camp to come deal with him. The number of Jonan in a camp is not large, it can be said to be very few. At least on the surface, a Jonan dealing with him, a child, was simply a waste of resources. Sutaka stood where Herooqi had been before he was sent flying, his lower face covered by a gray mask, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes, like a poisonous scorpion in the desert. His arm muscles bulged, and he held a strangely shaped short blade in his hand. A Megakure brat. Sutaka's hoarse voice was like sandpaper rubbing, his gaze locked on Herooqi. Your performance ends here. On the right side of the Sunagaku camp, the fire of explosions once again soared into the sky. Accompanied by huge roars and the screams of ninjas, another division of Megakure ninjas broke through the Suna ninjas' defenses within the camp. Since Swadaka appeared, the Sunagaku ninjas surrounding Herooqi automatically retreated. Herooqi and Sutaka confronted each other. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point, the air solidified, and a chilling killing intent swept overwhelmingly towards Herooqi. Ding! System detected Sutaka's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 82.2%. Herooqi stared at the Jonan in front of him. There is a world of difference in strength between Jonan, Chunin, and Genin. He has to remain highly vigilant. Ads by PubFuture. Sutaka opposite him was clearly very confident in his strength. He held his short blade and walked step by step towards Herooqi, his eyes like those that had locked onto dying prey. It's time to end everything. His voice rang out. Herooqi said, I disagree with you. I think everything has just begun. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would summon his cursed spirit. He would just use the Jonan in front of him to gain some combat experience. In the right side of the Sunagaku camp, the Megakure ninjas destroyed the fence, and the Sunagaku ninjas' defensive formation was forcibly breached, with the Megakure ninjas pouring in through the gap. Under the dense attacks of the Megakure ninjas, the Sunagaku ninjas continuously retreated, hiding behind the remaining cover, their hands forming hand signs blurring into afterimages. Ninjutsu after ninjutsu attacked the approaching Megakure ninjas. Wind release. Vacuum serial waves. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Sharp wind blades tore through the air, emitting piercing screams, and fiercely slashed at the charging Megakure ninjas. Even though the Sunagaku ninjas resisted fiercely, their numbers continued to dwindle under the suppression of numbers. A Sunagaku ninja had just finished forming hand signs and hadn't had time to release his ninjutsu when a poisoned kunai shot out, accurately embedding itself in his throat. The Sunagaku ninja clutched his spurting neck, falling down with unwillingness in his eyes. Such scenes were playing out throughout the camp. The air in the Sunagaku camp was filled with the heavy smell of blood and gunpowder. As far as the eye could see, there were fallen bodies, twisted limbs, scattered weapons. In the center of the Sunagaku camp, Sutaka approached Herooqi, making the first move, forming hand signs. Crystal sand spikes. Amidst the roaring, the yellow sand in front of Sutaka trembled, suddenly surging like a gushing flood, rising into giant waves of yellow sand, which churned in front of Herooqi to a height of at least 3 meters. The yellow sand instantly transformed into countless sharp rhomboid crystal spikes in the air. The crystal spikes were dense, like raindrops solidified in the air, packed tightly together. In an instant, these crystal spikes, with a tearing scream, shot overwhelmingly towards Herooqi. Haruki's broom appeared in his hand, carrying his body soaring into the sky, far exceeding the range of the crystal spike attack. The crystal spikes deeply pierced into the yellow sand, transforming back into yellow sand, merging with the sand on the ground. Herooqi, riding on the broom, watched this scene, and his gaze on Sutaka changed. He's a ninja with a Kekkei Genkai. It seems a bit of a waste to just kill him. Suddenly, the yellow Sunagaku beneath Sutaka's feet churned, and countless amber crystal spikes formed from yellow sand emerged from the ground. The crystal spikes aimed at Herooqi in the air and shot towards him. The wriggling mercury once again formed a huge shield beneath Herooqi. The crystal spikes deeply embedded themselves into the solidified mercury. And Haruki's figure had already disappeared from above, appearing silently behind Sutaka. Sutaka quickly turned around, forming hand signs. Crystal sand wall. The yellow sand instantly condensed behind him into a thick crystal wall. Crack. The crystal wall shattered in Sutaka's shocked gaze. How is that possible? His crystal sand wall was impenetrable. Herooqi twisted his wrist, and the long sword slashed towards Sutaka. Why isn't it possible? There's nothing that ratio can't create a weakness for. Crack. The short blade in Sutaka's hand, used to block Haruki's long sword, cracked. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C89. Copying a Kekkei Genkai. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 89. Copying a Kekkei Genkai. Ding. System detected Sutaka's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 82.7%. Sutaka backflipped, widening the distance between him and Herooqi. Thick killing intent swirled in his eyes. This kid is strange. He must be killed. The shimmering silver liquid mercury returned to Haruki's side. The mercury circled him, then suddenly transformed into a deadly silver torrent, striking directly at Sutaka's throat. Sutaka, experienced and quick to react, sharply leaned back, and yellow sand condensed around his neck, turning into pale yellow crystals that covered his neck, forming a thin armor. However, what Sutaka didn't expect was that as the mercury grazed his neck, it instantly dispersed into several silver needles in midair. The yellow crystal armor instantly enveloped Sutaka's entire body, but it was still a step too late. One silver needle still pierced into his body. A numbing sensation spread from the wound. A hint of solemnity flashed in Sutaka's eyes. He can't drag this out, he has to finish it quickly. Ding. System detected Sutaka's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 83.2%. Crystal sand restraint. Sutaka slammed his hands onto the sandy ground. The sand beneath Haruki's feet and all around him immediately sank. His legs were instantly swallowed by the flowing yellow sand, which then solidified into pale yellow crystals. Herooqi attempted to move. If he forced himself to break free, his legs might shatter into countless pieces along with the crystals. For Herooqi, who possessed reverse curse technique, even broken legs were nothing. But he didn't want to endure that pain. A sudden thought flashed in his mind. He lowered his head, staring at the pale yellow crystals that bound his legs. You are a genius. Sutaka approached Herooqi, pulling a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, the kunai emitting a sharp, cold gleam. If I let you continue to grow, perhaps in the future you will become a great enemy of Sunagaku. Therefore, I must kill you here. If you were a ninja of Sunagaku, perhaps you would become a junior I favor. Watching Sutaka approach, a hint of pity flashed in Haruki's eyes. Pub Future Ads. Perhaps Sutaka had never heard a certain saying. Villains die from talking too much. Goodbye. Sutaka extended his dagger, slashing towards Haruki's neck. A cold light flashed, but it was not Herooqi who fell. Ah! Sutaka let out a scream. His legs were severed. His entire body crashed heavily into the yellow sand. He stared in disbelief at Herooqi, who had emerged from the crystals before him, his legs completely unharmed. How is that possible? Sutaka's eyes were bloodshot, and the smell of blood constantly surged into his nose and mouth. Ding. System detected Sutaka's fear value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 57%. Nothing is impossible. The tip of Haruki's blade hovered above Sutaka's neck. He only needed to apply tool manipulation to the crystals Sutaka had created. The ownership of the crystals had shifted from Sutaka to Herooqi, so he could naturally make the crystals shatter automatically. This way, he could pull his legs out of the crystals without suffering any harm. Herooqi didn't intend to kill Sutaka directly. He had to give him a chance to counterattack. Ding. System detected Sutaka's killing intent value plus 8000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 84%. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Sutaka roared, his eyes blood red. Crystal sand explosion. His entire body's chakra surged desperately. With Sutaka and Herooqi at the center, yellow sand, like a tornado, enveloped them. The yellow sand, in its high-speed rotation, gradually transformed into extremely fine crystals with sharp edges. The air was torn apart by the crystals, emitting sharp shrieks. High-speed rotating crystals filled the air. Before they even got close, Herooqi could already feel the stinging pain on his skin. It seemed Sutaka intended to die with him. Herooqi sheathed his sword and smiled at Sutaka. Copy successful. With the increase in Rika's rank, he could now imitate all ninjutsu, including Kekkei Genkai. However, the distance limitation still existed. The distance between him and Sutaka was less than 1 meter. All conditions were met. Copy was destined to succeed. A hint of confusion flashed in Sutaka's eyes when he heard Herooqi's voice. Suddenly, Herooqi's figure vanished from his sight. Sutaka's pupils widened. He watched as a bewildered Sunagaker ninja replaced Herooqi. Sutaka-sama. The Sunagaker ninja looked bewilderedly at Sutaka, who had suddenly appeared before him. No sooner had he spoken than he, along with Sutaka on the ground, turned into a mist of blood. Herooqi's figure appeared out of thin air among the Sunagaker ninjas' team. He smiled at the Sunagaker ninjas. Under the horrified gazes of the Sunagaker ninjas, he drew the sword from his back. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 38,000 killing intent points and 12,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 87.8%, and Hanami's rank has increased to 58.2%. How did he suddenly appear here? Where's Akai? What happened? No matter what happened, kill him. The roars of the Sunagaker ninjas echoed in Herooqi's ears. What happened? Of course, it was thanks to his foresight. Before he had started fighting Sutaka, he had simultaneously left marks on the 5 Sunagaker ninjas who were still alive after their encounter with him. As long as he didn't remove the marks, they wouldn't disappear. He had simply used the interaction rule within Love Rendezvous. He had swapped positions with the marked Sunagaker ninja. Herooqi's figure once again charged into the Sunagaker ninja team. The setting sun, red like blood, reflected the tragic state of the Sunagaker camp. The main gate was destroyed by explosive tags, and the left and right sides were ruins. The corpses of Sunagaker ninjas lied scattered on the ground. The entire Sunagaker camp fell into a dead silence. It had been breached by the Omegaker ninjas. The Omegaker ninjas of the first ambush unit gathered in the center. Herooqi's gaze swept over the team, which was noticeably missing many people. Takanawa, covered in blood, walked up to Herooqi and asked, "Are you hurt?" Herooqi shook his head. "Where are the others?" he asked. Takanawa fell silent. All the surviving Omegaker ninjas fell silent. "I can save them." Herooqi clenched his fists and yelled at Takanawa. "You're already very tired." Takanawa's expression was solemn. He knew how much power Herooqi had contributed to this operation. "I still can." Herooqi stared at Takanawa, his eyes red-rimmed. He turned to look for the fallen Omegaker ninjas. He needed to collect killing intent, but he also needed gratitude and affection. If the Omegaker ninjas truly sympathized with him, they should contribute more emotional value to him. Watching Herooqi desperately search for the fallen Omegaker ninjas, Takanawa couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. Ding. System detected Takanawa's affection value plus 3000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank increased to 93.21%. Go help Herooqi find the injured. Takanawa looked at the Omegaker ninjas behind him and commanded. Yes, the Omegaker ninjas had been waiting for their captain's words. If Herooqi hadn't given up hope of saving their comrades, they certainly couldn't abandon them. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C90. Bonus Scorch Release Pakura. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 90. Bonus Scorch Release Pakura. Ding. System detected Sumata's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Sumaki's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. Currently, a total of 24,000 gratitude points have been collected. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 91.54%. All the Omegakure ninjas began to move. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This was the blood of Sunagakure ninjas and their comrades. They searched for their comrades among the scattered corpses. Herooqi, he's already dead. Takanawa walked over to Herooqi. At this moment, Herooqi was kneeling before a cold Omegakure ninja corpse. The light of the setting sun grew dimmer and dimmer. He stared blankly at the corpse before him. I came too late. Herooqi's voice reached Takanawa's ears. If only I had come faster. He wouldn't have had to die. Listening to Herooqi's words, Takanawa lowered his head, hot tears rolling in his reddened eyes. How could Herooqi be blamed? He had already helped them too much. Where there is war, there are casualties. This was unavoidable, but Herooqi was still too young. It was normal for him not to accept it. The parting of death was too heavy for him. Pub Future adds, as time passes, he will gradually accept his fate as a ninja. Ding. System detected Takanawa's gratitude value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 91.59%. Herooqi's act wasn't over yet. He suddenly stood up from the ground. I can't stop. Someone must still be waiting for me. He staggered towards the piled corpses. Watching his thin back, tears streamed down Takanawa's face. Hold on. Herooqi dug out an Omegakure ninja who still had a little bit of life left from beneath the corpses of two Sunagakure ninjas. This person's life was truly tough. He hadn't died even like this. Since he wasn't dead, he might as well contribute some emotional value. Herooqi didn't just take, he at least saved his life. Give and take. Don't waste. Chakra. Save others. The ninja, whose chest had a gaping bloody hole, spoke with trembling, lifeless eyes. Herooqi hadn't expected such resolve from a ninja so young. No, I won't abandon anyone. I want all of you to live. Herooqi pressed his hands against the ninja's wound. His tears dripped onto the ninja's face and his voice echoed across the silent battlefield. Ding. System detected Anyu's gratitude value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Takanawa's gratitude value plus 5000. Ding. Currently, a total of 75,000 gratitude points have been collected. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 92.34%. Herooqi's sorrow was as heavy as a mountain, weighing down on every Omegakure ninja. Hold on. One by one, the fallen Omegakure ninjas were dug out and brought before Herooqi. Herooqi looked at the young Omegakure ninja whose half-body was soaked in blood, his eyes reddened. I will definitely save you. The Omegakure ninja's voice was as faint as a sigh. He flashed a faint smile towards Herooqi, and his vision gradually became enveloped in darkness. Don't sleep. Believe me. Herooqi's voice echoed in the ears of every Omegakure ninja. They could do nothing but watch Herooqi. The last ray of the setting sun vanished below the horizon. Herooqi's figure moved back and forth among the corpses. He bent down again and again, disregarding his own limits to provide treatment. He desperately wanted to save every person's life. Ding. System detected Takanawa's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Kyoraku's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. Currently, a total of 300,000 gratitude points have been collected. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 95.34%. Herooqi was human, not a god. Some Omegakure ninjas had already stopped breathing, and no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Herooqi, you've already saved many people. Takanawa stepped forward, placing a hand on Herooqi's shoulder. Herooqi had saved the lives of every ninja who could be rescued. The battlefield fell into a deadly silence. All the surviving Omegakure ninjas stood still, silently mourning their fallen comrades. A deep blue night sky enveloped them, with brilliant stars dotting the night sky. Tomorrow would be another sunny day. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Scorch release. Extremely steaming murder. Quote. The brilliant lights bursting from various ninjutsu illuminated half of the night sky. Uniform roars, like thunder from a clear sky, instantly shattered the tranquility of the battlefield. Killing intent, like a fierce wind, swept over all the Omegakure ninjas. The sudden attack made the Omegakure ninjas, who were immersed in grief, widen their eyes. Dozens of violent tornado pillars, rolling with scorching red light, appeared like a tsunami, overwhelming everything and instantly filling the entire battlefield. The figures of the Omegakure ninjas were immediately swallowed by the red light. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang in Herooqi's ears. Not only that, violent wind release ninjutsu also exploded among the Omegakure ninjas. High-speed rotating wind blades swept up the unsuspecting Omegakure ninjas, instantly grinding them into a sky full of blood mist. Not even a corpse was left for Herooqi. Compressed wind spheres, like cannonballs, exploded into huge craters among the crowd, and the shockwaves sent the surrounding Omegakure ninjas flying along with mud and blood. This sudden sneak attack instantly stunned the Omegakure ninja forces, who had originally thought they had achieved victory. How could the ninjas of Sunagakure appear here? When did they appear, and how did they avoid their perception? The dense attacks had not yet ended. 1, 2, 10. Countless orange-red orbs of terrifying high temperature, like miniature suns, shot out. Wherever the orbs passed, the air was instantly violently distorted by the extreme high temperature. The orbs accurately landed among the Omegakure ninjas. Hair-raising screams rose and fell. Herooqi's expression was grim as he watched the Omegakure ninjas beside him, struck by the orange-red orbs. They didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies, like wax figures thrown into a furnace, turned into charred, twisted mummies in less than a minute. Among the Sunagakure ninjas, Herooqi could only think of one ninja with such abilities: Scorch Release Ninja, Pakura. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C91. Pakura vs Herooqi. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 91. Pakura vs Herooqi. Where did these Sunagakure ninjas come from? Herooqi's crows, released around the camp, hadn't spotted them. This group of Sunagakure ninjas seemed to have suddenly emerged from underground. Wait, underground? Herooqi frowned, dodging a fireball that flew towards him. A shrill scream came from behind him. He looked back and saw that an Omegakure ninja had been burned into a charred corpse. If this continues, it won't be long before the Omegakure ninjas are completely wiped out. This was absolutely not the outcome Herooqi wanted to see. He still needed these people to provide him with emotional value. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 2000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 2000. Ding! Currently, a total of 10,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit, Sukuna's rank has increased to 88.8%. 5 Sunagakure ninjas appeared in front of Herooqi. Their cold gazes fell upon Herooqi. Kill him! 5 figures flashed simultaneously, attacking Herooqi. As they rapidly approached him, an extreme chill suddenly erupted from Herooqi as the center. The blue-white chill swept towards the Sunagakure ninjas in the air, and thick ice rapidly spread, freezing the 5 Sunagakure ninjas in midair. With a crisp sound, they shattered into a pile of ice. 5 lives disappeared silently just like that. Herooqi looked at the dwindling number of Omegakure ninjas around him, and the immense cursed energy within him surged, with countless chills emanating from all directions. Frost rapidly spread through the air. Pub Future Ads. Fireballs, kunai, wind blades. All attacks, all weapons were frozen in the air. Herooqi showed no mercy, his vast cursed energy surging out like seawater. The frost he exhaled seemed capable of freezing even the air. Retreat! Pakura let out a fierce shout. The chill in front of her was extremely fast, and the blade of her long sword was already covered in a thick layer of ice, with the cracking sound of freezing clearly audible. The chill spread along the blade, and Pakura unhesitatingly threw out the weapon in her hand, forming a hand seal with one hand. Scorch Release. Extremely steaming murder. Countless fireballs collided with the chill. Sizzle. Thick white mist instantly filled the entire battlefield. Herooqi stepped forward, standing in front of all the Omegakure ninjas. As the mist gradually dissipated, he and Pakura gazed at each other. Seeing Herooqi's figure, a hint of shock flashed in Pakura's eyes. She hadn't expected that the one who could stop and force her back was actually a child. Complex emotions mixed in her eyes, gradually turning into sharp killing intent. A genius born into the wrong faction had only one path: to be eliminated. Ding. System detected Pakura's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 89.3%. Takanawa-san, retreat quickly. Herooqi vigilantly stared at Pakura in front and the dense crowd of Sunagaker ninjas behind her, saying to Takanawa behind him. Takanawa had only one arm left, the other had been scorched by Pakura's scorch release. He shook his head firmly. No, how could they retreat? How could they leave Herooqi alone here? Now, the one who should really retreat was Herooqi. Herooqi, you should leave. I promised I would get you back safely. We will fight to the death to stop them. Take this opportunity to fly high into the sky and leave the camp. Takanawa said to Herooqi in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, and the pain had gradually disappeared. He was left with only intense killing intent. He wanted to kill these Sunagaker ninjas to buy Herooqi a chance at survival. He knew Herooqi was a genius, but the enemy had too great a numerical advantage, and there was also Pakura, the famous scorch release ninja. Herooqi could not sacrifice himself here, otherwise he wouldn't be able to face Hanzo, or any of the Omegaker ninjas. No, Herooqi shook his head calmly. He turned his head slightly, looking at Takanawa and the living Omegaker ninjas behind him. He looked around, and saw that there were less than 100 Omegaker ninjas still alive. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, I said I would fight alongside everyone. I will never abandon you. I want to protect everyone. Like Sensei, protect Omegaker, protect the ninjas of Omegaker. On his face, Takanawa and the others saw no trace of fear or retreat. His smile was so bright, so warm, so selfless. Tears streamed down the faces of the Omegaker ninjas. Ding. System detected Takanawa's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Anyu's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Kiraku's affection value plus 5000. Currently a total of 460,000 affection value has been collected. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 97.81%. Very good. You have great courage. Pakura took a step forward. She looked at Herooqi calmly, and a hint of admiration actually showed in her eyes. However, it's a pity, we are enemies, and you are destined to die by my hand. A hint of regret appeared in Pakura's eyes. Ding. System detected Pakura's killing intent value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 89.6%. As her words fell, Pakura's figure flashed, shooting towards Herooqi. At the same time, the Sunagaker ninjas behind her surged forward like a torrent. Pakura stomped and shattered the frozen ice on the ground, her figure surging forward, instantly closing in on Herooqi. Herooqi had to admit that a Jonan's strength was not on the same level as a Chunin or Genin, and Pakura's strength was even greater than that of an ordinary Jonan. She was extremely fast. A kunai instantly appeared in her palm, stabbing towards Herooqi's neck. She didn't use any unnecessary moves, simply and cleanly stabbing towards Herooqi's neck. Herooqi sidestepped to avoid it, and the next second, the kunai reappeared in front of him, stabbing towards his neck, giving him the illusion that no matter how he dodged, he would collide with the kunai head-on. Pakura's combat experience and taijutsu far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. If Herooqi could defeat Pakura with his own strength alone, his taijutsu would advance another stage. Silver-white liquid transformed into a shield, blocking in front of Herooqi. Herooqi's figure flashed, and a fist enveloped in dense cursed energy tore through the air, smashing towards Pakura's chest. Pakura crossed her arms, her forearms covered with hard armor. Even if the child in front of her was a genius, she didn't believe his strength would be powerful enough to break her defense. Bang! The moment the fist made contact with the armor on Pakura's arm, a dull thud echoed. Pakura took a step back, raising an eyebrow. Just as she had expected. Although the force of the punch was decent and the power was considerable, for a Jonan like her, it was within her tolerance. Indeed, he was just a child. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C92. Pakura's Strategy Change. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 92. Pakura's Strategy Change. Herooqi and Pakura's gazes met. 3 seconds later. Boom. A violent surge of cursed energy exploded without warning on the armor of Pakura's arm. This seemingly sudden strike was several times more powerful than the first punch. The armor on Pakura's arm made a crisp cracking sound. Clatter. It fell to Pakura's feet like broken scrap metal. The delayed cursed energy strike brutally shattered the armor on Pakura's arm. It made her hands go numb. Pakura's expression changed. Her gaze towards Herooqi was filled with solemnity. This young man in front of her was stronger than she had imagined. It seems I underestimated you. She had been careless just now. She would absolutely not make such a foolish mistake of underestimating an enemy again. Herooqi's figure appeared in front of Pakura once more, raising his fist again. Pakura's expression was calm, Herooqi's movements reflected in her pupils. Cursed energy condensed and compressed on Herooqi's fist, and a piercing bird cry seemed to come from the air, as black lightning flashed on his fist. Pakura felt the power of this punch. She dared not take Herooqi's punch head-on as she had just done. She stared at the approaching Herooqi, radiating intense killing intent. Ding! Pub Future ads. System detected Pakura's killing intent value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has risen to 89.9. Pakura quickly formed hand seals. The air was instantly filled with countless fiery red needles that shot towards Herooqi. The air heated up, and Herooqi felt enveloped by the shadow of death. He instantly retracted his fist and flashed backward. The dense fiery needles were like a torrential downpour covering the entire sky. Herooqi could almost imagine how many Omegakure ninjas would die under this move. He stretched out his hand, and a strong blue light emanated from his palm. A thick layer of ice condensed in front of him. An ice wall nearly 5 meters high and half a meter thick separated Pakura and the Sunagakure ninjas, including the diagonally shooting fiery needles. Takanawa and the others knelt on the ground, their chests heaving violently, and a strong scent of blood permeated their coughs. Their bloodshot eyes looked forward. Against the backdrop of that colossal ice wall, Herooqi's figure appeared extremely small. But it was this small figure that stood in front of them at the crucial moment. Ding! System detected Takanawa's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding! System detected Kyoraku's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding! Currently collected gratitude value totals 270,000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has risen to 98.04%. The fiery needles struck the ice wall, scorching small holes into it. When the last fiery needle hit the ice wall instantly melted into fragmented ice pieces. A black shadow flashed quickly before Herooqi's eyes. Scorch release. Extremely steaming murder. Pakura attacked Herooqi in front of her without warning. 4 scorching light spheres, the size of basketballs, appeared around Pakura. The light spheres shot towards Herooqi, and wherever they passed, the reddish-yellow sand and stones instantly sizzled and turned into dust. Herooqi's pupils reflected the incoming fireballs. Frost calm. The cursed energy within him surged out. A visible storm of extreme cold air, like the breath of a giant dragon with its head held high, roared out, meeting the scorching light spheres shooting towards him. Sizzle. Rolling white smoke rose into the sky. Pakura's eyes narrowed, and she increased her chakra output. One of the light spheres reappeared within the white smoke, accelerating abruptly, tearing through some of the cold air, and carrying residual high temperature directly towards Herooqi's face. Ding! System detected Pakura's killing intent value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has risen to 90.02%. Herooqi drew his sword. The moment the light sphere approached, the long sword in his hand precisely struck the side of the light sphere. With a muffled thud, the light sphere did not explode but was instead dispersed by his seemingly ordinary long sword. How is that possible? Pakura's pupils constricted violently. How could her scorch release ninjutsu be broken by just a single sword like that? Could this not be an ordinary sword? What Pakura didn't know was that the sword was indeed an ordinary sword. What was extraordinary was Herooqi's cursed technique, ratio. Whether it was space or objects, weaknesses could be forcibly created. However, Herooqi had no need to tell Pakura his information. He had no interest in conversing with enemies before or during battle. He looked at the flowing liquid mercury beside him, and an idea surfaced in his mind. The mercury extended into a long river, sliding towards Pakura. Pakura formed hand signs, and a scorching light wall made of intense fire condensed in front of her. The mercury collided with the high-temperature light wall, rapidly evaporating. A large amount of highly toxic mercury vapor instantly enveloped Pakura. She instantly felt a stinging sensation on her skin, and her breathing became somewhat difficult. Poison mist. Pakura immediately held her breath. As a Sunagaku ninja, she was not unfamiliar with poisons. But she couldn't immediately discern what kind of poison was in the steam before her. Within the pervasive mercury vapor, countless tiny mercury needles condensed into shape. The needles pierced the air, blocking all of Pakura's escape routes. Pakura's heart tightened. If she used Scorch Release now, the toxins in the air would only worsen. But if she didn't use Scorch Release, these sharp needles would pierce her body, leading to deeper poisoning. She gritted her teeth, and a shockwave emitting intense firelight roared outwards, centered on her. The terrifying high temperature instantly vaporized the mercury needles in the air. The poison mist enveloped Pakura. She frowned. She couldn't drag this out any longer. Her pupils rotated, and her figure rapidly shot out from the poison mist. Herooqi held his long sword horizontally in front of him, ready to meet the attack. However, Pakura's figure swiftly swept past him. What did that mean? Herooqi quickly turned around. Pakura's back was reflected on his retina. The kunai in her hand stabbed towards Takanawa's chest. The tip of the kunai glinted coldly under the moonlight. Herooqi understood what Pakura wanted to do. She wanted to defeat him on a psychological level. He then thought, wasn't this a great opportunity for him to earn affection points live? Takanawa looked at the figure that was extremely close to him. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips. He knew he no longer had the strength to fight. Dying on the battlefield was a good end. The only regret was not being able to get Herooqi out. PFF'd. The kunai pierced through flesh and blood, and a familiar figure appeared before Takanawa's eyes. His pupils trembled, and bloodshot veins covered the whites of his eyes. Herooqi had appeared in front of him, his shoulder pierced by the kunai. Takanawa even saw the tip of the kunai. Blood dripped down. No. Ding. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C93. Maximum Rika. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 93. Maximum Rika. System detected Takanawa's affection value plus 10000. Your companion Cursed Spirit Rika's rank has increased to 97.91%. Herooqi. Takanawa's pupils were like glowing red coals. He stared intently at Herooqi, who was blocking him. Why? Why would he block it for him? Herooqi was still a child. How could he let him take the attack for him? Why? Trembling spread throughout Takanawa's body, his voice incredibly hoarse. A faint smile appeared on Herooqi's pale lips. He turned his head slightly to look at Takanawa and answered, because I said I would protect everyone. Ding. System detected Anyu's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Kiraku's affection value plus 10000. Ding. A total of 300,000 affection points have been collected, and your companion Cursed Spirit Rika's rank has increased to 100%. Congratulations, host, your companion Cursed Spirit Rika's rank has been maxed out. Ding. Main body ability. Domain expansion. True and false love activated. Ding. Main body ability. Curse activated. Ding. Pub Future Ads. Copyable technique. Blood manipulation. Norito Shikamo activated. Ding. Copyable technique. 10 Shadows technique. Megumi Fushiguro activated. Ding. Copyable technique. Projection sorcery. Naobito Zenin activated. Herooqi. The dinging system notifications in his mind rang incessantly. The wound on his shoulder throbbed faintly. The deep night wind carried a strong scent of blood across the battlefield. The Omegakure and Sunagaku ninjas stopped fighting in unison. For the Sunagaku ninjas, winning this battle was a foregone conclusion. Even a slight delay wouldn't matter. The Omegakure ninjas looked at Herooqi, who was standing in front of Takanawa. Herooqi's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire battlefield. The Omegakure ninjas smiled, their eyes growing redder. They weren't worth Herooqi doing this. Pakura looked at Herooqi in front of her with a complex expression. If they weren't enemies, she would greatly admire Herooqi. What a pity. A hand firmly grabbed Pakura's wrist. She was startled and looked at the hand reaching out from behind Herooqi. Takanawa's eyes were bloodshot, like a demon crawling out of hell. Even if I die, I must carve a path to survival for Herooqi. Takanawa stood up, under Pakura's astonished gaze. This Omegakure ninja was clearly at his limit. Pakura's other hand, with lightning speed, pulled out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and slashed towards Herooqi's neck. Takanawa's pupils constricted, and he crashed towards Pakura's hand. Herooqi's hand blocked Takanawa, and he stared at Pakura in front of him. Don't hurt Yuta. Those who hurt Yuta deserve to die. An indescribable, sharp shriek tore through the sky above the entire battlefield. The shriek seemed to penetrate directly through the human body, reaching deep into the soul. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. A chilling malice, cold enough to freeze the soul, descended like a black tide. The Sunagakure ninjas' movements instantly stiffened, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped their throats, making even breathing incredibly difficult. Frenzied killing intent filled the entire battlefield. It was a killing intent that humans could not possibly emit. Pakura's movements seemed to be paused. She looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Black mist spread, enveloping Herooqi. A huge silhouette appeared from the black mist, standing in front of him. The black mist was torn apart, revealing the full form of the Queen of Curses Rika. Her nearly 20-meter-tall body was like a small mountain. A chasm-like gap split open on her massive head, and sharp teeth emitted a cold glint. Rika's roar almost shattered the ninjas' eardrums. The entire battlefield seemed to be paused. All the clamorous fighting was suppressed by Rika's appearance. Ding. System detected Pakura's fear value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 5000. Ding. A total of 120,000 fear points have been collected, and your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 70.2%. What is this? So big. Monster. It's a monster. Quote. Boundless fear spread among the Sunagakure ninjas. The hands of the Sunagakure ninjas gripping their weapons trembled violently. Compared to the gigantic Rika, every Sunagakure ninja was like an ant nailed to the ground, able only to look up at the monster's sky-obscuring figure. Takanawa looked at the huge figure blocking his front, and in his heart, besides fear, there was a sense of relief at having escaped death. Herooqi was not dead. Takanawa's lips twitched with difficulty. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. Herooqi was safe. With the protection of the curse in front of him, Herooqi would surely be able to leave this place alive. A faint smile, mixed with blood, appeared on Takanawa's pale face. Suddenly, he felt a trace of strength return to his body, and the pain gradually became clearer. The numbness of being on the verge of death faded. He looked down and saw Herooqi's face. He was diligently healing him. At that moment, Takanawa wished he would die. If he died, Herooqi would no longer waste chakra saving him. He could do nothing but hold Herooqi back. How could he repay Herooqi? With his life. Even his life was not enough to repay Herooqi. Ding. System detected Takanawa's gratitude value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 98.14%. I'm leaving it to you, Rika. Herooqi said to Rika while healing Takanawa. Be careful. Herooqi looked at Rika with tenderness. Yuta. Rika let out a sharp shriek. I will protect Yuta well. I won't let anyone hurt Yuta. Those who hurt Yuta deserve to die. Quote. Rika swept across the battlefield, letting out a deafening roar. Her giant claws, at least 4 meters long, swept towards the Sunagakure ninjas with a terrifying aura. Before the Sunagakure ninjas could dodge, they were torn into pieces by the sharp claws. Screams echoed across the battlefield. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 5000. A total of 25,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 72.7%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C94. Maxing out Land God. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 94. Maxing out Land God. No, I can't die. I can't die. Watching the monster sweep across the battlefield, a Sunagakure ninja trembled, injecting all of his chakra frantically into the short blade in his hand. The short blade erupted with a dazzling blue light. An attack, condensed to the extreme, slashed fiercely towards the giant claw coming at him, like a dying viper lashing out. Bang! The moment the blade, which had concentrated all of the Sunagakure ninja's chakra, touched Rika's giant palm, it was extinguished silently, like snow in the sunlight, without even a ripple. The short blade shattered into pieces under Rika's giant palm, and the Sunagakure ninja who tried to resist also shattered into pieces. Despair solidified on the faces of the Sunagakure ninjas. Their resistance was ridiculously small in the face of the monster's power. The next moment, Rika's huge palm mercilessly covered the Sunagakure ninjas. Flesh and blood flew, bones shattered. After Rika lifted her hand, only bloody, mutilated limbs and flesh remained on the ground. The scene before them destroyed the will of all the Sunagakure ninjas who witnessed it. Fear spread rapidly like a plague. Monster. While Rika was fighting, Herooqi was raising his hand to heal the injured Omegakure ninjas. Ding. System detected Anyu's gratitude value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Takeshi's gratitude value plus 5000. Pub future ads. Currently, a total of 250,000 gratitude points have been collected. Your Cursed Spirit Land God's rank has increased to 100%. Congratulations, host, your Cursed Spirit Land God's rank has been maxed out. Herooqi looked at the Omegakure ninja in front of him. The Omegakure ninja forced a tearful smile at him. Herooqi, don't waste chakra on us. The Omegakure ninja's eyes were bloodshot, and his facial muscles trembled continuously. Herooqi smiled at him and said, no. Saving you is not a waste. Not saving you is the real waste of my chakra. The Omegakure ninja closed his eyes, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Ding. System detected Kiraku's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Genkei's affection value plus 10,000. Currently, a total of 280,000 affection points have been collected. Your love curse growth value has increased to 28%. Curse growth value. What is that? Herooqi asked in his mind. Host, you have activated the curse ability. The strength of the cursed spirit born from your curse is related to the curse growth value. The higher the curse growth value, the stronger the cursed spirit born. Herooqi narrowed his eyes, and an idea appeared in his mind. At this moment, the Sunagakure ninjas on the battlefield screamed and fell one after another. Large numbers of Sunagakure ninjas fell, their deaths incomparably tragic. Pakura watched this scene, her brows tightly furrowed, her eyes solemn. She landed in front of Rika like a meteor. Her stray hair fluttered in the strong wind. Hateful anger burned in her pupils. She stretched out her hands, and several spheres of light, radiating terrifying high temperatures like small suns, floated in front of her. Her voice echoed across the desperate battlefield. Warriors of Sunagakure, have you forgotten your companions who died tragically? Have you forgotten your relatives still in Sunagakure? Do you want your relatives to also feel the fear of being brutally killed by monsters? Regroup. Avenge our fallen comrades. Fight to protect our home. Bury the Omegakure ninjas and the monsters they summoned here. Leave no one alive. Pakura's words stirred up waves in the hearts of the Sunagakure ninjas. That's right. Did they want their wives, children, parents, and siblings to also feel such pain and despair? No, absolutely not, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. They had to kill the monster in front of them. The previously collapsing Sunagakure ninjas seemed to have found their backbone. Battle intent reignited in their eyes. Flames mixed with anger and determination burned fiercely in their pupils. They quickly moved closer to Rika, surrounding her. Pakura, standing opposite Rika, cast a cold gaze on Herooqi. Like all the Sunagakure ninjas, she had already embraced a resolve to die. No matter the cost, she had to kill this boy for Sunagakure. His threat to Sunagakure was too great. Ding. System detected Pakura's killing intent value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 90.12%. The monster in front of them was summoned by this boy. Pakura even watched him heal a dying Omegakure ninja with her own eyes. She absolutely could not allow this boy to grow stronger. As long as she killed this boy, the monster would also disappear. Pakura's killing intent was almost tangible. Rika seemed to sense her killing intent. Her massive body turned slightly, her gaze locking onto Pakura's direction. Cold killing intent swept towards Pakura like a tsunami. A strong wind, with Rika at its center, swept across the battlefield. Although the Sunagaku ninjas still felt a soul-shaking fear, their movements involuntarily became stiff, but they did not completely collapse as before. Pakura's words had completely rekindled their battle intent. The Sunagaku ninjas exchanged glances, simultaneously formed hand signs, and their roars echoed across the battlefield. Violent hurricanes rose from the ground. Scorch release. Blazing arrows. Pakura stretched out her hands, and dozens of orange-red high-temperature light beams, like a dense meteor shower, simultaneously shot towards Rika. The sand and wind were instantly stirred up by the Sunagaku ninjas' attacks, obscuring everyone's vision. Pakura's figure disappeared amidst the swirling yellow sand. When she reappeared, she was already standing behind Herooqi. Herooqi, the Omegaku ninja, whose wounds were being treated by Herooqi, lunged at Pakura without hesitation. His pupils dilated, he was too slow. The kunai in Pakura's hand was less than 5 centimeters from Herooqi's back. A hateful, sharp light flickered in Pakura's eyes. This boy had killed countless Sunagaku ninjas. Now was her time to avenge her fallen comrades. A purple vortex appeared out of thin air behind Herooqi. Space was like a distorted canvas. A hand covered in stitches reached out from within. Hello. This hand was pierced by Pakura's kunai, but it seemed to feel no pain as it gripped Pakura's hand. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C95. Hanami has it easy. Chapter 95. Hanami has it easy. The air was thick and suffocating. The sky had already taken on a hint of blue. Day was about to break. A cold, slimy chill crept up Pakura's spine. Pakura-sama, monster. Quote. The terrified cries of the Sunagaku ninjas behind her gradually faded from Pakura's ears. She stared intently at the hand reaching out from the purple vortex. It was as if she could see nothing but that hand in front of her. The hand gripped Pakura's arm tightly, its nails digging deep into her flesh. Pakura's movements instantly froze. The light in her eyes suddenly vanished. This hand, devoid of warmth and bone-chillingly cold, seemed to pierce directly into the depths of her soul through the skin it touched. Her pupils suddenly contracted to their limit and her body began to tremble violently. A suffocating gurgling sound escaped her throat. She felt her owl was like a toy laid bare. Her soul became a piece of Play-Doh, being kneaded and played with at will by a cold hand. Ding. System detected Pakura's fear value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 73.7%. This was the terrifying aspect of Mahito. No matter the difference in strength, as long as one was touched by it unprepared, they were as good as dead. Mahito's body fully emerged from the purple vortex. He held Pakura's hand, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with excitement. It wasn't as if he was holding Pakura's hand, but rather as if he had found an interesting toy. He couldn't bear to let go. Like a child. Mahito let out a sigh of satisfaction that almost trembled. His voice was like a poisonous snake, coiling around Pakura's neck. I found it. Your soul, what a wonderful shape. Your soul is much better than those rough guys. Mahito tilted its head slightly, feeling Pakura's trembling soul, his joyful smile widening, his lips almost reaching his ears, revealing his pale white teeth. Ding. System detected Pakura's fear value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 74.7%. Herooqi thought, Hanami truly was a cursed spirit that won by just lying there. Without even appearing, it had companions to boost its strength. That's great. Mahito's laughter echoed on the battlefield. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Herooqi, with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Can I kill her? Last time you took me back so quickly, I didn't even get to have fun. His tone was almost like a spoiled child's. Herooqi felt a chill. Among all the cursed spirits, he only allowed Rika to speak to him in that tone. Herooqi looked at Pakura. Pakura's pupils were wide, unable to move because her soul was being held in Mahito's palm. Kill her. After you kill her, take a strand of her hair. Herooqi ordered Mahito emotionlessly. Okay. Mahito smiled sweetly at Herooqi. The next second, Pakura's body began to twist unnaturally in his hand. Mahito's other hand pulled a lot of hair from Pakura's head and handed it to Herooqi. Pakura's bones made a grating, subtle sound. Herooqi carefully put away Pakura's hair. Pakura's body gradually lost its human shape. A monster was born under Mahito's hands. Roar. The monster let out a roar, and surprisingly, charged towards the Sunagakure ninjas. Pakura-sama. What happened? Pakura-sama. It's that person. It's not a person. It's the one who turned Pakura-sama into this. Quote. The Sunagakure ninjas were breathing heavily. Ads by PubFuture. Rika's crisis had not yet been resolved. Another Mahito had arrived. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 3000. Currently, a total of 18,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 76.5%. With Mahito there, Herooqi recalled Rika. Mahito had a unique talent for collecting emotional values. This kind of thing should be left to him. Yuta. Rika enveloped Herooqi beneath her massive body. You've worked hard, Rika. Herooqi gently stroked Rika's lowered head. Yuta. Rika's shy voice was filled with excitement. With Rika standing guard, Herooqi confidently began to heal the injuries of the Omegakure ninjas in front of him. Mahito looked at the vigilant Sunagakure ninjas and spread his arms, a wide smile on his face. Here I come. He let out a cheerful cry. He leapt up. Bang. Mahito's body seemed weightless, leaping nearly 10 meters high, and he landed in the center of the Sunagakure ninjas, stirring up the surrounding wind. The Sunagakure ninjas watched him nervously, breathing rapidly. Don't be afraid of him. Attack. But Pakura-sama was not his match. We have so many people, what's there to be afraid of? Quote. The leading Sunagakure ninja kept comforting his companions, but the fear in his eyes contradicted his words. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. The Sunagakure ninja gritted his teeth, forming hand signs with all his chakra, and the yellow sand on the ground suddenly erupted. The yellow sand, like a giant python, rushed towards Mahito from all directions with a dull whistling sound, attempting to instantly crush him within the heavy sand. Ah, how interesting. Mahito's smile became even brighter. He was completely unaware of the danger. He treated the battlefield as his playground. His lips stretched even wider, almost reaching his ears. Instead of dodging, he spread his arms. The sand flow precisely coiled around his limbs. The ninjas' hearts tightened. Had they succeeded? That's great. This guy is much easier to deal with than the monster just now. Quote. The ninjas couldn't help but exclaim. The next second, a sudden change occurred. Mahito, whose limbs were tightly bound by the yellow sand, suddenly shrank. From the slender figure of a teenager, he transformed into a child of 3 or 4 years old. He easily broke free from his restraints and ran wildly across the battlefield. Clear laughter, like silver bells, echoed on the battlefield. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 12,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 77.7%. What kind of monster? The Sunagakure ninjas cried out in alarm. Mahito laughed wildly, charging into the Sunagakure ninjas and clapping his hands towards them. Herooqi looked at the Omegakure ninjas beside him. He wanted the Sunagakure ninjas' emotional value, and he wanted the Omegakure ninjas' emotional value too. I said I would control the power of the curses and protect everyone. This time, I did it. Herooqi looked at the surviving Omegakure ninjas, his eyes red, and his pupils gleaming with hope. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C96. Bonus Domain Expansion. PubFuture Ads. Chapter 96. Bonus Domain Expansion. Ding. System detected Takanawa's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Setsuga's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Anyu's affection value plus 3000. Currently, 39,000 affection points have been collected. Your love curse growth value has increased to 31.9%. The Omegakure ninjas looked at Herooqi, their eyes red. Every one of them was in a sorry state, but compared to their fallen comrades, simply surviving was already a great fortune. If not for Herooqi, they would have died long ago. They owed Herooqi too much. On the other side, poof, Mahito's figure broke through the dense ninjutsu attacks. His body could always transform into the most advantageous form depending on the battle situation. Ha 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 ha, so much fun. Mahito ran among the Sunagakure ninjas, a joyful smile on his face. He was like a child in an amusement park. Now, it's my turn. Mahito winked at the terrified Sunagakure ninjas, his figure flickered, moving so fast that it left afterimages. Ah! The Sunagakure ninja closest to Mahito felt a blur before his eyes, and Mahito's distorted figure was already upon him. Mahito's childlike, innocent smile was reflected in Ida's pupils. Ida didn't even have time to form hand signs when Mahito's hand, covered in stitches, gently pressed against his chest. Pub Future adds. Ida's pupils trembled. He felt no sharp pain, only a bone-chilling cold sensation, as if that hand had penetrated his body and directly gripped his soul. Are you ready? It's time to transform. Mahito's voice carried an unshakable excitement. Suddenly, Ida's body went limp as if all his bones had been removed, instantly collapsing. Immediately after, his skin began to writhe wildly. Lumps bulged one after another on the surface of his body. His limbs stretched continuously. His spine elongated and coiled like a snake, his head was pulled into a bizarre spindle shape, and his mouth ripped open to his ears, revealing sharp, menacing fangs. In just 1 second, a living ninja transformed into a monstrous creature on all fours, with a long lizard tail and a gaping, blood-red mouth. The monster let out an inhuman roar, its murky eyes fixed on its former comrades. No, don't, Ida, ... Watching their comrades, with whom they had spent day and night, being transformed into such monsters, the Sunagakure ninja's eyes were about to burst. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 3000. ... Currently, 98,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 87.5%. Despair spread among the Sunagakure ninjas. The shock of witnessing their comrades being transformed into monsters was far more devastating than death itself. Hee. Don't rush, everyone will become more interesting. Mahito tilted his head, a smile on his face. As his words fell, his figure ghosted through the Sunagakure ninjas. A Suna ninja gripped his kunai tightly and fiercely stabbed at Mahito coming towards him. Die, you monster, he roared, his eyes bloodshot. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja C's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna rank has increased to 90.17%. Mahito's pupils widened in surprise as he remarked, Ah, you still have strength. Mahito's arm wrapped around the Sunagakure ninja's arm like a chain. The next second, the Sunagakure ninja's entire arm instantly elongated like melting wax. Under everyone's terrified gaze, it split into a dozen slimy tentacles, which then wrapped around his comrades behind him. Mahito stood in place with interest, watching the newly transformed Sunagakure ninja slaughter his own comrades. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 90.2%. Just then, a Sunagakure ninja ambushed Mahito from behind, stabbing a kunai towards Mahito's back. Mahito turned his head with a strange smile. The part of his body struck by the Sunagakure ninja's kunai caved in, swallowing the kunai along with the attacker's arm. The Sunagakure ninja's arm was frantically squeezed inside Mahito's body. Then, Mahito's hand landed on his face. The Sunagakure ninja could only watch helplessly as his body began to mutate. He uncontrollably let out a desperate, piercing scream. Monster. He isn't human at all. We can't win. ... The Sunagakure ninjas stood rooted, their weapons falling to the ground with a crisp clatter. Their eyes were dull, like empty puppets. Mahito was getting a bit bored. He stood on a pile of monster corpses, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. All sorts of corpses were strewn haphazardly across the ground. After admiring his masterpiece for a while, Mahito had a new idea. Ah, that's enough. Mahito extended his hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Under the stunned gaze of the Sunagaku ninjas, his hands slowly came together. Let me show you something even better. His clasped hands spread open towards the ninjas before him. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. In an instant, centered on Mahito, countless pale arms surrounded the Sunagaku ninjas. The pale arms covered an isolated and absolute black sphere. The black sphere was like the gaping maw of a giant beast, swallowing all the remaining Sunagaku ninjas. Within the domain, time seemed to freeze. The Sunagaku ninjas were horrified to find themselves unable to move, as countless cold arms reached out from the void. Their souls had become toys, easily kneaded in the palm of the monster before them. Bang, 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 ... The sound of flesh exploding echoed in Mahito's ears. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the sounds to cease. What is this? On the silent battlefield, the Omegakure ninjas behind Herooqi looked at the huge black sphere floating in the air and asked in astonishment. Their gazes quickly shifted to Herooqi. Perhaps only Herooqi, who possessed this curse power, could answer this question. However, when their eyes fell upon Herooqi's face, they noticed the confusion in his eyes. They immediately understood that Herooqi's development of curse power was not yet sufficient to answer this question. After a few moments, the domain dissipated. Mahito and a pile of minced flesh appeared simultaneously in the center of the battlefield. Mahito clapped his hands, as if dusting them off, a satisfied smile on his face. He hummed an out-of-tune melody as he slowly walked towards Herooqi. As Mahito approached, the Omegakure ninjas involuntarily tensed up. Takanawa stood in front of Herooqi, vigilantly staring at the monster before him. No one could guarantee that this monster would fully obey Herooqi, could they? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C97. No reinforcements. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 97. No reinforcements. Brother Takanawa. Herooqi shook his head at Takanawa, his eyes filled with determination. Takanawa looked at him, slowly retreating from Herooqi. Herooqi looked at Mahito in front of him and reached out his hand. A purple vortex appeared behind Mahito, his figure gradually being swallowed by the vortex. Mahito said, "Remember to find me again next time." The vortex disappeared. The words left by the Mahito echoed in Herooqi's ears. Herooqi's lips twitched imperceptibly. His peripheral vision swept over the Omegakure ninjas behind him. He suddenly flashed a brilliant smile at them. The moment they saw the smile on Herooqi's face, all the Omegakure ninjas' hearts were gripped. A bad premonition surfaced in their minds. The next second, Herooqi's body fell towards the ground. Herooqi, Herooqi, ... The Omegakure ninja simultaneously cried out in alarm. Their pupils widened, and they scrambled towards Herooqi. Takanawa reacted extremely quickly, catching Herooqi's falling body. The Omegakure ninjas immediately surrounded him. As Herooqi, okay, Captain, what happened to Herooqi? ... The Omegakure ninjas asked worriedly. Pub Future Ads. Takanawa's trembling fingers probed Herooqi's nostrils. Feeling a faint flow of breath, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. As long as he was still breathing, it was fine. Takanawa carried Herooqi on his back and looked at the Omegakure ninjas beside him. Send the signal. We must return to the camp as soon as possible. Let the medical ninja check on Herooqi's condition. He looked around at everyone, his voice heavy. Don't forget, Herooqi became like this because of us. Ding. System detected Takanawa's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Setsuga's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Kyoraku's gratitude value plus 3000. ... Currently collected gratitude value totals 126,000. Your gratitude curse growth value has increased to 12.6%. Herooqi leaned against Takanawa's back, his face pale. A signal flare let out a sharp whistle, shooting straight into the sky. By now, it was already bright, and the red glow of the morning sun illuminated the battlefield. The Omegakure ninjas' pupils were lit up by the fireworks exploding from the signal flare. A faint smile appeared on their faces, covered in dust and blood. No matter what, they won, they survived. Although only less than 50 of the 200 people who came remained, compared to the complete annihilation of the 2 waves of ninjas from Sunagakure, they were considered lucky. All of this was thanks to Herooqi. If not for him, they would also be one of the many corpses on the ground at this moment. Ding. System detected Anyu's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Setsuga's gratitude value plus 3000. Currently collected gratitude value totals 128,000. Your gratitude curse growth value has increased to 25.4%. The battlefield was silent as the Omegakure ninjas rested in place. As the sun grew stronger, the air was filled with the stench of corpses, and the high-temperature heat waves in the desert distorted the space. The already tired faces of the Omegakure ninjas became anxious. Takanawa glanced at the desert ahead where no one appeared, then looked at Herooqi on his back who showed no signs of waking up. Something's wrong, Takanawa said with certainty. He looked at his surviving comrades from the first ambush unit with a solemn expression. The Omegakure ninjas stood up from the ground, reformed their ranks, and looked at Takanawa in front. Takanawa judged. 5 hours have passed since we fired the signal flare, and we still haven't seen any sign of the reinforcement unit. There's only one possibility. Before Takanawa could finish, someone among the Omegakure ninjas spoke. The ninjas inside our camp are engaged in a tough battle. Another Omegakure ninja asked, Captain, do you mean to say that Sunagakure's reinforcement unit split into 2, one team to support the Sunagakure camp, and one team to raid our camp? Takanawa shook his head and said, it's just a guess for now. Takanawa's expression was not good. So what do we do now? The Omegakure ninjas looked at each other. Let's go back and support the camp. No, we finally took down this Sunagakure camp. Abandoning it, wouldn't that be a waste of all our efforts? But our camp is being raided. Since no one has come to meet us now, it means the battle hasn't been won yet. The Sunagakure unit we fought was led by Pakura, so who is leading the Sunagakure unit that raided our camp? Their strength will only be greater. The Omegakure ninjas' opinions differed. Some believed they should immediately turn back and support the Omegakure camp. Others believed they should hold this Sunagakure camp to avoid wasting their previous efforts. Stop arguing, Takanawa shouted. The Omegakure ninjas immediately fell silent and looked at him. Only Takanawa had the authority to decide. Return to the camp, support our comrades. Takanawa's voice was firm and resolute. But, as soon as the question arose, Takanawa said decisively, do you think we, with so few people, can hold the Sunagakure camp without the support of our comrades? When the next wave of Sunagakure's reinforcement unit arrives, we will only face death. No one spoke again. Takanawa waved his hand, firm and powerful. Return. Yes. Takanawa carried Herooqi on his back and ran towards the Sunagakure camp, located on the border of the Land of Wind and occupied by Omegakure. Sunagakure would certainly try to reclaim this crucial camp as soon as possible. Sunagakure's reinforcement unit was very likely to attack this camp. Herooqi, riding on Takanawa, controlled the crows to swiftly fly towards the borders of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. He wanted to see what exactly had happened. Takanawa's words sounded a bit ominous. How could there be a battlefield without him? And a place with Hanzo was even more suitable for him to collect emotional value. A miscalculation. Before leaving the Omegakure ninja camp, he should have left 2 crows behind as monitors. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C98. Bonus Rasa's recapture of the Sunagakure camp. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 98. Bonus Rasa's recapture of the Sunagakure camp. 6 hours ago, the night wind, laden with sand, swirled through the Sunagakure camp on the border of the Land of Wind, heavily dusting the faces of the Omegakure ninjas. Chewy, chewy, chewy. The sound of Omegakure ninja spitting out sand echoed in the silent night. All the Sunagakure flags had been taken down, replaced by the flags symbolizing Omegakure. A patrolling Omegakure ninja yawned, walking back and forth along the edge of the dilapidated camp, his forehead protector occasionally reflecting a faint glimmer under the moonlight. Around the bonfire, several Omegakure ninjas sat, their pupils reflecting the dancing flames. They sat in place, occasionally looking up at the night sky above them. I wonder when we'll get the signal from the first ambush unit. Worry appeared in an Omegakure ninja's eyes. Don't worry, we'll definitely get it. The Omegakure ninja opposite said firmly. That's right. Miyozawa from the trap squad said Herooqi went too. Don't you believe in Haruki's strength? Even if you don't believe in Herooqi, you have to believe in his curse. Ha ha ha. The Omegakure ninja with a scar on his face let out a hearty laugh, which echoed in the night sky. Indeed, although Herooqi isn't even 10 years old yet, his strength is much greater than that of an ordinary ninja. Upon mentioning Herooqi, smiles appeared on the faces of all the Omegakure ninjas. How lucky! An Omegakure ninja looked at the bonfire in front of him and sighed. Even though he didn't finish his sentence, the others understood what he meant. Indeed, very lucky. Everyone nodded in agreement. PubFuture adds, ever since Herooqi came to Omegakure, everything had been developing in a good direction. The number of casualties in the village was decreasing, and battles were won one after another. I hope they can return safely. They will. I'm going to relieve myself. An Omegakure ninja stood up and walked towards the broken wall in the darkness. Don't go too far, his companion warned. Don't worry, I'll just be on the other side. The Omegakure ninja pointed to the broken wall standing in the darkness not far away. All right, his companions glanced at him and nodded. The Omegakure ninja entered behind the pitch-black broken wall, lazily unfastening his pants when his movements abruptly stopped. His eyes widened suddenly as his pupils sharply contracted. PFF'd. The expression on his face froze, and the light in his pupils gradually disappeared. A kunai pierced through his slightly open mouth with incredible precision and his body softly fell backward. By the bonfire, the Omegakure ninja's expressions changed. A scent of blood permeated the air. It wasn't strong, but it was enough to alert them. They simultaneously stood up and looked towards the broken wall. The scent of blood was wafting from that direction. Their companion just now had been attacked. As the Omegakure ninjas heightened their vigilance, a hint of sadness quickly flashed through their hearts. At this moment, they felt an intense pain from behind, and the Omegakure ninjas' eyes widened. Golden spikes shot out from the ground, instantly piercing through their bodies. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. All sounds from the Omegakure ninjas were brutally stifled. Their bodies twitched, then crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand mixed with blood. The dancing bonfire cast countless long shadows. Rasa stood before the dilapidated gate of the Sunagakure camp, almost able to imagine the despair and pain of his comrades being slaughtered by the Omegakure ninjas here. His expression was dark and cold. Let's reclaim what we've lost. Avenge our fallen comrades. His calm tone was filled with chilling killing intent. Behind him, countless Sunagakure ninjas stared at the camp occupied by the Omegakure ninjas, their eyes gleaming with hatred. They began to move, charging into the camp. The silence under the starry sky was broken. Bonfires were kicked apart by countless feet, sending sparks flying. The Sunagakure ninjas rushed in while the Omegakure ninjas were unprepared, launching a massacre. Screams and the dull thuds of weapons piercing flesh erupted almost simultaneously throughout the camp. Countless Sunagakure ninjas suddenly leapt out from the shadows, their weapons slashing across the Omegakure ninjas' necks and piercing their hearts. Blood splattered onto the tents. Caught off guard, the Omegakure ninjas fell in swaths. Enemy attack. Sunagakure. It's Sunagakure. An Omegakure ninja let out a heart-wrenching alarm. However, in just a moment, a kunai had already pierced his throat, but his cry had an effect. Defend. Don't panic. The quick-thinking Omegakure ninjas roared at their companions around them. They steadied their formation and organized an effective resistance. However, the appearance of one figure easily shattered their defenses. Rasa, the magnet release user of Sunagakure. The surrounding space seemed like water into which a stone had been thrown, intensely twisting and rippling. Countless tiny golden sand particles emerged from thin air, like a golden sandstorm swept up by a hurricane, instantly converging. The golden light grew brighter and brighter, instantly forming a gigantic cube above the heads of the Omegakure ninjas. The cube floated in the air, like a dark cloud, enveloping the Omegakure ninjas, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. A bad premonition simultaneously arose in the hearts of the Omegakure ninjas. The next second, the golden cube fell from above their heads. Bang! The ninjas on the battlefield seemed to have been paused. Both the Omegakure ninjas and the Sunagakure ninjas stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. The golden cube crashed heavily into the sand. Blood mist mixed with the yellow sand in the air. Dozens of Omegakure ninjas were crushed into minced meat by the golden cube before they even had time to scream. The remaining Omegakure ninjas stared intently at this scene, their eyes bloodshot. Just like that, their comrades. Just like that, intense hatred erupted from their eyes. Unlike the Omegakure ninjas, the Sunagakure ninjas looked at Rasa with adoration. As expected of Rasa-sama. Rasa-sama is so strong. Quote. Rasa looked at the remaining Omegakure ninjas. These people could no longer cause any trouble. I'll leave them to you. Rasa ordered the Sunagakure ninjas. Yes, the Sunagakure ninjas surrounded the remaining Omegakure ninjas. One Omegakure ninja after another fell. Under the absolute numerical advantage, the Omegakure ninjas were slaughtered without even a chance to fight back. For a time, only the bodies of the Omegakure ninjas remained in the camp. Clear the battlefield. Yes, Sunagakure flags were replanted in the camp and the bodies of the Omegakure ninjas were burned by the Sunagakure ninjas. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C99. Rasa vs Hanzo. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 99. Rasa vs Hanzo. The flag symbolizing Sunagakure once again fluttered above the ruins of the camp. The Sunagakure ninjas instinctively stopped their work and looked up at the blood-stained flag. They had avenged themselves and their fallen comrades. Rasa's gaze retracted from the flag. He turned and looked at the Sunagakure ninjas behind him. We must completely incapacitate Omegakure. Everything has just begun. Now, 100 people will stay to guard the camp, and all the rest will follow me to the Land of Rain border to drive the rats of the Land of Rain back into their holes. Rasa's voice echoed above the heads of all the Sunagakure ninjas. Every single Sunagakure ninja had firm eyes. Yes, Rasa turned and looked in the direction of the Land of Rain. He waved his hand. Move out. Dense rows of Sunagakure ninjas brushed past him, running towards the Land of Rain. At the same time, Land of Rain border, Omegakure camp, an Omegakure ninja, covered in blood, knelt before Hanzo. Hanzo-sama, our comrades at the border. We're all killed. Rasa. After speaking a few keywords, the Omegakure ninja's body heavily collapsed onto the ground. Pub Future Ads. Sota and Rika, the two medical ninjas, shook their heads at Hanzo. If Herooqi had been here, this ninja might have had a chance to survive. However, Herooqi had not returned yet. It seemed the first ambush unit's mission was not going smoothly either. The worst situation was, all the Omegakure ninjas had a thought in their hearts, but no one dared to speak out loud. It would damage morale. Hanzo waved his hand without hesitation, his deep, cold voice penetrating his respirator and clearly entering the ears of all the ninjas. 200 people stay to guard the camp, and all the rest will follow me to attack. Yes, in just 1 minute, the Omegakure ninjas were ready for battle. They followed behind Hanzo, their figures rapidly running towards the Land of Wind border ahead. The Chunin behind Rasa suddenly frowned. He stopped, and looked at the fresh blood in the grass, squatting down to touch it with his hand. He noticed that the blood was viscous. The Chunin stood up, his face changing as he said, Rasa-sama, Omegakure might have received the news. Rasa's face remained unchanged as he said, continue forward. The Chunin nodded. The Sunagakure troops continued to advance towards the Land of Rain border. The sensory ninjas at the front of the team stopped. They closed their eyes tightly and reported. Rasa-sama, a large concentration of chakra has appeared ahead, constantly approaching us. It should be Omegakure ninjas. They are less than 10 kilometers away from us. The sensory ninjas reported in real time, now less than 8 kilometers. Rasa stared straight ahead, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. All units, listen to my command. Rasa's voice carried a resolute determination. First and second squads, immediately occupy the high ground on the east sand dune. Third squad, set up traps and ambush ahead. Prepare for the first wave of surprise attack. Fourth and fifth squads, immediately occupy the high ground on the west rock. Sixth and seventh squads, follow me to construct defenses head-on. Quick. Under Rasa's urgent commands, the Sunagakure ninjas did not hesitate, bursting forth with astonishing efficiency. They ran to their respective positions according to Rasa's instructions. On the yellowish-brown sand dunes, the Sunagakure ninjas buried their bodies in the yellow sand. In the windy eroded rock formations, the Sunagakure ninjas' bodies blended with the rocks. The third squad quickly arrived at the front, burying deadly explosive tags and poisoned ground spikes in the sand. A sensory ninja's voice rang in everyone's ears. 5 kilometers. The Sunagaku ninjas' hearts were pounding. 4 kilometers. 2.5 kilometers. The Sunagaku ninjas held their breath. The world fell silent. They're here, the Sunagaku ninjas said in their hearts simultaneously. They first felt an abnormal wind speed. They lived in the desert and were most sensitive to the wind. The wind speed at this time was clearly different from usual. On the border line ahead, distorted by heat haze, vague figures finally emerged. Amegakur's ninja uniforms were pure black. At this moment, their figures were like condensed ink, coming towards the Sunagaku ninjas. What puzzled Rasa was that the number of Amegakur ninjas was not large, only about 30 to 40 people. Compared to them, they were simply vulnerable. The figure at the very front quickly caught Rasa's attention. That was the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo. The Amegakur ninjas following Hanzo had cold eyes, and they wore special respirators, like unsheathed poisoned blades. At a distance of 1 kilometer from Rasa and his group, Hanzo stopped. The Amegakur ninjas did not fall into the Sunagaku ninjas' traps. Hanzo's murderous eyes locked onto Rasa. He slowly raised his right hand and said, "Leave no one alive." The Amegakur ninjas immediately stepped out from behind Hanzo, forming a straight line. They simultaneously formed hand signs, their chests puffed out, and then they exhaled sharply forward. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Hanzo extended his hand, and threw countless glass bottles into the air. Violent wind force surged out of nowhere, carrying immense power, pressing down fiercely on the Sunagaku ninjas in front. The glass bottles burst in the air and purple poisonous mist instantly spread. All of it was swept by the strong wind towards the distant Sunagaku ninjas. The Sunagaku ninjas reacted just as quickly. They pressed their hands on the ground, and thick earth walls rapidly rose from the ground, attempting to isolate the poisonous mist. However, the poisonous mist was all-pervasive. A Sunagaku ninja who inhaled a wisp of poisonous mist collapsed almost instantly. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Seeing that the earth walls were ineffective, the Sunagaku ninjas almost simultaneously used ninjutsu again. No, Rasa's eyes widened, his command was a step too late. The strong wind had already risen from the flat ground. Just as the strong winds collided, the poisonous mist permeated every corner of the desert before them. The moment the wind subsided, Hanzo's figure moved. He was so fast that it exceeded the limits of human visual capture. A thick, ink-like purple mist surged out from Hanzo's entire body. The poisonous mist spread at an astonishing speed, instantly covering the entire battlefield before them. Sunagaku ninjas who reacted slightly slower did not even have time to pull out the antidote from their ninja tool pouches before their bodies collapsed, losing their life. Rasa's brows were tightly furrowed. The moment Hanzo had made his move, he had already taken the antidote provided by Chiyo. Although not too many antidotes could be produced in a short time, most Sunagaku ninjas had antidotes in their hands. It just depended on whether they took them in time. Rasa stared at Hanzo, whose figure was hidden by the poisonous mist, his eyes swirling with killing intent. Hanzo was not that easy to deal with. But if he could kill Hanzo, then his prestige in Sunagaku would rise to another level. The next cage would undoubtedly be him. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C100. Bonus Hanzo's Summoning Beast. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 100. Bonus Hanzo's Summoning Beast. A whooshing sound came from within the poisonous mist. Bang! Hanzo's scythe viciously struck the gold dust that blocked Rasa's path. Rasa looked at Hanzo, who wore a respirator, and a smile appeared on his face. "Let's see if your poisonous mist can corrode my gold dust." Hanzo's breathing remained steady, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As expected of a genius from Sunagaku. Having missed one attack, Hanzo pulled back from Rasa. The poisonous mist still flowed across the battlefield. The desert wind accelerated the flow of the poisonous mist. Because of Hanzo's presence, the poisonous mist in this area could never dissipate. He himself was the largest source of poison. As long as he was here, he would continuously emit poisonous mist. It was impossible to make the poisonous mist completely dissipate from this battlefield. Hanzo and Rasa stood in confrontation within the poisonous mist. The air was taut, as if sparks would fly at any second. Out of nowhere, the ground beneath Rasa's feet suddenly exploded. Yellow sand shot into the sky like a fountain. A massive shadow emerged from the poisonous mist mixed with yellow sand. Pub Future adds. That was a summoning beast. The summoning beast's body was bloated, covered in tough, thick, dark brown hide. Its short, powerful limbs supported its massive frame. Its thick tail slapped the ground, kicking up swirls of yellow sand. Its wide-open maw was filled with tusks the size of long swords, and a thick, dark purple venom brewed deep in its throat. This was Hanzo's summoning beast, Ibuse. Currently, information about Hanzo was already fully public in the ninja world. Almost everyone knew that Hanzo possessed such a powerful summoning beast. Roar. Ibuse let out a deafening roar. Its massive body suddenly tilted forward, and the long-brewed dark purple torrent of venom erupted like a volcanic eruption, spewing out towards Rasa. The dark purple venom was far more potent than the poisonous mist. Where the venom passed, the air let out a sizzling wail. Rasa's figure was extremely tiny compared to the venom, but there was no trace of panic on his face. Magnet release. Gold Dust Imperial Funeral. Looking at the venom rushing towards him, Rasa's pupils constricted, and he let out a sharp cry. A huge golden torrent, like a river turning upside down, surged up in front of Rasa, meeting the purple venom pouring down from Ibuse. Boom! The deafening collision made the entire battlefield tremble. The Omegakure and Sunagakure ninjas entangled in battle simultaneously looked towards the deepest part of the poisonous mist in the center of the battlefield. Unfortunately, their vision was completely obscured. No one could see what was happening inside. The golden dust waves and dark purple venom crashed together in midair. A harsh corrosive sound entered Hanzo and Rasa's ears. The gold dust was rapidly dissolved by the dark purple venom, its golden glow quickly turning black, some even turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into the air. However, the torrent of gold dust was endless and relentless, gradually devouring the venom. Both Rasa and Hanzo's expressions changed. Rasa thought, Hanzo is as powerful as the rumors say. Hanzo likewise dared not underestimate the young ninja before him. He had to admit that there was never a shortage of geniuses in the great hidden villages. However, he believed that his disciple, Herooqi, would be a stronger ninja than anyone in the future. Rasa formed hand signs again. The surging golden gold dust fiercely slammed into Ibuse's massive body. The heavy impact made Ibuse let out a pained groan. Its massive body was forcibly pushed back several meters, its thick limbs plowing deep furrows in the sand. The gold dust, like a parasite, instantly wrapped around its limbs, frantically crushing them. Ibuse groaned under the immense pressure, unable to bear the weight. It twisted and struggled frantically, its thick tail sweeping horizontally, sending large amounts of gold dust flying. But in an instant, more gold dust continuously surged up. Hanzo did not panic at all. Instead, he took advantage of Rasa's full effort to combat Ibuse to attack him again. His figure appeared behind Rasa at some unknown time. Around his body, the originally diffused purple poisonous mist suddenly condensed, forming dense poisonous needles. These poisonous needles were hidden within the mist, silent and fast as lightning, shooting from tricky angles towards Rasa's back, throat, joints, and other vital points. Rasa's pupils suddenly constricted. Most of his mental focus and chakra were used to suppress Ibuse. Gold dust condensed into a wall behind him. The poisonous needles pierced into the wall, and the gold dust was corroded, emitting wisps of black smoke. Rasa dared not underestimate Hanzo in the slightest, even if he had an antidote. From time to time, several screams came from within the pervasive purple poisonous mist. Rasa's expression was solemn. The second wave of poisonous needles easily penetrated his gold dust. Walls of gold dust rose from the ground, once again intercepting the poisonous needles that could corrode the air. Just then, in the air behind Rasa, dark purple venom erupted from Ibuse's mouth, tearing through the gold dust barrier behind Rasa. The viscous venom washed away the gold dust, crashing down towards Rasa's head. Rasa's expression changed slightly. He sharply retreated backward. Gold dust swirled like a tornado, reforming a huge gold dust barrier around him. Bang! The venom heavily struck the gold dust giant shield, emitting a dull thud. Rasa gritted his teeth, his expression slightly changing. His hands, which were condensing the gold dust, trembled slightly. The surface of the gold dust giant shield was corroding at an alarming speed, emitting thick black smoke. More venom collided with the giant shield, splashing like raindrops, falling on the surrounding ground and on the Sunagaku ninjas who couldn't fully dodge in time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless bubbling black pits formed on the ground. Ah! Screams of pain escaped from the lips of the Sunagaku ninjas. The screams quickly stopped abruptly as the Sunagaku ninjas' bodies were instantly melted by the venom. Rasa's face turned ashen. Hanzo's figure once again disappeared into the poisonous mist. Rasa narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "You are very strong, but the difference in numbers between Sunagaku and Omegakure cannot be compensated for. You don't know yet, do you? The ninja you sent to Rifting Gorge can no longer return." Within the poisonous mist, Hanzo's pupils constricted. Herooqi, Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C101. Charging Towards Death. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 101. Charging Towards Death. Sunagaku's Pakura, the Scorch Release user, has already led Sunagaku ninjas to support the Rifting Gorge camp. The Omegakure ninjas there are destined for total annihilation. Rasa's voice echoed through the poisonous mist. Hanzo's heart gradually tightened. Scorch Release user Pakura. He had heard that name. If it was Pakura leading the Sunagaku ninjas in support, then the first ambush unit led by Takanawa was indeed in grave danger. Ding. System detected Hanzo's pain value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 40%. Ding. System detected Hanzo's guilt value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit guilt's rank has increased to 18%. Herooqi, leaning on Takanawa's back, quietly opened his eyes. What kind of stimulus did Hanzo receive? Herooqi, just hold on a little longer. We'll be at the border very soon. Takanawa's voice sounded in Herooqi's ears. Herooqi closed his eyes again. It wasn't time for him to wake up yet. Takanawa still received no response. There were no medical ninja in their team. No one knew if Herooqi's condition was just a simple coma. They had to return to camp as soon as possible and hand Herooqi over to a medical ninja. Takanawa's figure darted swiftly through the desert. The fierce wind swept through the desert, emitting a piercing shriek. Suddenly, Takanawa stopped. The Omegakure ninjas behind him also stopped at the same time. What happened? Takanawa's eyes were bloodshot. Pub Future Ads. He stared intently ahead. At the Land of Wind border, the camp they had originally occupied now flew the flag of Sunagaku, and countless corpses were piled up in front of the camp gate. Vultures circled above the corpses, and seeing no one to stop them, they landed on the mountain of bodies, tearing at the Omegakure ninjas' corpses. Takanawa's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared fixedly in that direction. Captain, an Omegakure ninja stepped forward, fearing Takanawa would act impulsively. He blocked Takanawa's path, looking at him worriedly. Takanawa took a deep breath, lowering his head, trembling with anger. The situation is bad, we'll go around. Takanawa remained rational. Yes. Takanawa and his group once again sped forward with astonishing speed. Sweat continuously dripped from Takanawa's forehead, and his resolute eyes held a hint of imperceptible anxiety. Herooqi's condition was unknown, and the Omegakure camp ahead might be in danger. He was exhausted, but he still didn't dare to stop, nor could he stop. Whether for Herooqi on his back or for his comrades ahead, he couldn't stop. After an unknown amount of time, sweat stung Takanawa's eyes as he stopped. Countless figures appeared in the heat-distorted distance ahead. Stop. Takanawa's voice was hoarse. The Omegakure ninjas behind him stopped at the same time. All their gazes were fixed on the horizon ahead. The border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain had become a slaughterhouse. As far as the eye could see, for 100 miles around, it was unrecognizable. In the pale purple air, countless figures clashing in battle swayed continuously. Even from a great distance, the clang of metal, the whoosh of ninja tools, the roar of ninjutsu, the screams of the dying. All sounds converged into a deafening wave that violently impacted Takanawa and the others' nerves. Crows circled high above the battlefield, cawing. Their dark pupils rotated, taking in the entire scene of the battle. Wind-release ninjutsu compressed the air, and the purple poisonous mist in the air grew thinner. In the center of the battlefield, two figures stood opposite each other. Within a 20-meter radius around Hanzo, no ninja dared to approach. The churning poisonous mist coiled around him like venomous snakes. However, whenever the poisonous mist showed signs of spreading, the wind release ninjutsu jointly unleashed by the Sunagaku ninjas would instantly blow it away. Standing opposite Hanzo was Rasa. Rasa formed hand signs with both hands, holding them in front of his chest, not daring to release them for a moment. Beneath his feet were surging waves of gold dust. His cold gaze was fixed coldly on Hanzo. His eyes barely concealed his triumph. Sunagaku is one of the 5 great hidden villages, destined to be something your small Omegaker cannot contend with. As long as you sign Sunagaku's contract, Sunagaku will act as if nothing happened. Rasa spoke. Dream on. Hanzo spat out 2 cold words. His attitude was as firm as a rock. Looking at Hanzo's stance, a dark glint flashed in Rasa's eyes. Rasa looked around regretfully and said, "When making a decision, please look at your comrades." Hanzo didn't need to look. He knew the number of Omegaker ninjas was rapidly decreasing. The difference in numbers between the Omegaker and Sunagaku ninjas was too great. The number of Sunagaku ninjas Rasa had brought was twice that of the Omegaker ninjas he had brought along. Under these circumstances, winning this battle was almost impossible. Your poison is indeed very strong, but we have already developed an antidote. Hanzo, don't be stubborn. Even if you're not afraid of death, what about your subordinates? Can you bear to let them all die on the battlefield? If all the Omegaker ninjas die on the battlefield, won't all your efforts be in vain? The future of the Land of Rain will only be more tragic. Rasa earnestly persuaded him. He seemed to genuinely be thinking for Hanzo. The gold dust beneath his feet churned in layers like ocean waves, ready to strike at any moment. Hanzo couldn't refute him. He hadn't expected Sunagaku to send so many ninjas to fight Omegaker. After all, Sunagaku's primary enemy was Konoha. We're not afraid of death. Not a single Omegaker ninja is afraid of death. Hanzo-sama, don't agree to him. Quote. Behind Hanzo, the resolute roars of the Omegaker ninjas sounded. Hanzo was stunned, and his gaze gradually became firm. That's right. How could they surrender? They had come step by step to this day. If they surrendered to save their lives now, they would never again be able to muster courage. The Omegaker ninjas' eyes held determination. Since they were destined not to return to the village alive, they might as well perish together with this group of Sunagaku ninjas. A hint of madness stained the Omegaker ninjas' eyes. They let out insane roars and charged towards the Sunagaku ninjas. During the charge, half of a Omegaker ninja's body was sliced open by wind release ninjutsu. The Omegaker ninja grinned ferociously, unhesitatingly detonating all the explosive tags on his body. In the horrified gazes of 3 Sunagaku ninjas, they and the Omegaker ninjas' figures were engulfed by the flames. In the distance, Takanawa and the others were like petrified statues, their figures hidden behind a sandstone. The tragic scene in the distance was reflected in their pupils. What do we do? The Omegaker ninja behind Takanawa asked, his voice trembling with a hint of fear. Takanawa said with a dry voice, "Aid Hanzo-sama." What? But, the Omegaker ninja's words of protest were immediately and sternly cut off by Takanawa. Even if it means death, we must go. Takanawa's bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the Omegaker ninja. Takanawa hid Herooqi, who was on his back, behind a rock. If all our comrades die here, what meaning does our survival have? Takanawa looked at Herooqi's tired, sleeping face, a smile appearing on his own face. Have you forgotten? We were already destined to die. Let us fight for Omegaker one last time. Takanawa stood up, his knuckles white, his nails digging deep into his palms. He stared intently at the battlefield ahead. The tragic deaths of his comrades burned his soul, making it impossible for him to live on in cowardice here. Captain, the Omegaker ninjas' voices sounded from behind Takanawa. I'll go with you, the Omegaker ninjas said in unison. Takanawa took a deep breath, slowly turning his head, his eyes sweeping over the face of each Omegaker ninja. Good, let's go. With Takanawa's command, all the Omegaker ninjas, without the slightest hesitation, plunged fearlessly into the slaughterhouse ahead. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-102. Bonus Guess Who's Back. Chapter 102. Bonus Guess Who's Back. Takanawa leaned against a massive rock that had been pierced by a gold dust spear, its surface covered in spiderweb-like cracks. He gasped violently, the tearing pain in his chest reminding him that he was too weak to fight any longer. The light of the setting sun was about to fade. 2 days and 1 night of fighting had left him exhausted. Even if they couldn't change the outcome of Sunagaku's victory, they would make Sunagaku pay a heavy price. On the cold sandy ground, scattered limbs of Omegakure ninjas lay strewn. Behind the rock cover, heavily wounded Omegakure ninjas let out suppressed groans. A young Omegakure ninja's abdomen was sliced open by a wind blade, his intestines spilling out. He futilely tried to stuff them back in with hands covered in sand and blood, twitching in agony, his eyes unfocused. There were countless Omegakure ninjas like him. The Sunagaku ninjas were not much better off. Although they could still stand, they had sacrificed a large number of their comrades. The dying counterattack of these Omegakure ninjas was truly a headache. Rasa was entangled with Hanzo, his face grim. He had thought it would be easy to take down these Omegakure ninjas. He didn't expect the losses to be greater than he had imagined. The remaining Omegakure ninjas, still clinging to life, hid behind cover, while in front of them, the Sunagaku ninjas, like hyenas smelling blood, reformed their encirclement. Even with heavy losses, the Sunagaku ninjas still held a decisive numerical advantage. Great Sandstorm Technique. The Sunagaku ninjas forming the encirclement simultaneously performed hand signs. Their roars echoed through the desert as chakra surged wildly. In an instant, countless gusts of wind erupted in front of them. The furious winds converged in the air, forming a colossal tornado. The tornado, carrying the terrifying power to crush everything, let out a deafening shriek as it advanced towards the Omegakure ninjas hiding behind the rocks. Wherever it passed, the rocks were easily swept up and pulverized. The air was violently sucked away, creating a powerful vacuum vortex. Even a kunai, if caught within it, would be shattered into fragments due to the immense pressure. Behind the rocks, the Omegakure ninjas couldn't even lift their hands to perform hand signs. At this moment, their despair reached its peak. They could only watch helplessly as the sky-obscuring tornado roared towards them. Takanawa glanced at his comrades around him, their young faces frozen in despair. A deep sense of powerlessness seized him. He was not afraid of death. As he had told his comrades, he should have died long ago. He was just blaming himself, feeling unwilling. He dreaded the fact that he couldn't protect his comrades. He was too weak. It's over. An Omegakure ninja with a severed arm murmured, closing his eyes and giving up resistance. Hanzo-sama, I'm sorry. The young ninja who had been disemboweled lost focus in his eyes. I have no regrets. I wonder how Herooqi is doing. Quote. The tornado crushed the rocks where the Omegakure ninjas were hiding. Just as it was about to draw closer, an icy, bone-chilling cold descended without warning. Visible ice-blue cold air permeated the atmosphere. To the shock of the Sunagaku ninjas, the tornado actually froze solid. The tornado was frozen in place, turning into an immovable ice sculpture. A slender figure stood atop the ice sculpture of the tornado. The last sliver of twilight slid across his forehead, illuminating his Omegakure forehead protector. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding. Ads by PubFuture. System detected Suna Ninja C's killing intent value plus 3000. Currently collected killing intent value totals 450,000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 94.7%. Herooqi. It's Herooqi. Quote. Takanawa stared blankly at the figure standing on the ice sculpture. Jubilant shouts from the Omegakure ninjas sounded beside him, but Takanawa felt no joy. Why did Herooqi wake up precisely at this moment? Why did Herooqi choose to go to the battlefield after waking up? Doesn't he know? No. Takanawa realized with utmost clarity that Herooqi knew the dangers of this battlefield, but he wasn't afraid. Herooqi turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over every scarred Omegakure ninja behind him. His voice rang out, clearly reaching the ears of every Omegakure ninja, resounding across the battlefield. I said I would protect everyone. I will fight alongside everyone. Never leave a single comrade behind. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. His words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the heart of every Omegakure ninja. 10 foods to avoid when you're over 50. How to lose belly fat quickly. Try this simple trick. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 10,000. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 10,000. Ding. System detected Muteki's affection value plus 10,000. Currently collected affection value totals 616,000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 93.5%. Tears streamed down the blood-stained faces of the Omegakure ninjas. They gazed at Haruki's figure. Their eyes, once filled with despair, now seemed to have had a burning ember thrown into them. A hot current surged up to the Omegakure ninjas' heads, and they actually felt warmth. Their bodies were warming, and their strength was gradually returning. Protect our comrades. Protect Omegakure. The Omegakure ninjas let out heart-wrenching roars. They forgot their pain, forgot their wounds, and charged recklessly towards the Sunagakure ninjas. Roars echoed across the battlefield. Omegakure ninjas who were so severely wounded they shouldn't have been able to stand actually erupted with astonishing power, their pupils burning with a destructive madness. At the same time, the Sunagakure ninjas watched in shock as these opponents, who seemed to have crawled out of hell, approached. Even though they stood on opposing sides, at this moment, they still admired the enemy's will. Countless Sunagakure ninjas fixed their gaze on Herooqi. Not a single person underestimated him. They all leapt up simultaneously, blocking all of Haruki's escape routes, and various ninjutsu roared towards Herooqi, who was at the center. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 4000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 4000. Ding. Currently collected killing intent value totals 130,000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 96%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-103. Turning the Tide. Chapter 103. Turning the Tide. Haruki's figure appeared exceptionally small in the face of the numerous ninjutsus. Just as the ninjutsus were about to engulf his figure, a sudden change occurred. Black dense fog emanated from the ring on Haruki's hand. The dense fog fully enveloped him. A giant claw stretched out from within the black mist. Poof! The sharp claw instantly pierced through the Sunagakure ninja approaching Herooqi. Rika tossed the Sunagakure ninja onto the sand like a rag doll. The next second, her massive body fully emerged from the black mist. The ninjutsus landed on her enormous body, leaving no trace. A sharp shriek echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Yuta, don't you dare hurt Yuta. Rika immediately locked onto the Sunagakure ninjas surrounding Herooqi. Her sharp claws wildly swept towards these ninjas. For a moment, blood and gore flew before Haruki's eyes. What is this monster? What is that thing? The Sunagakure ninjas stared at the colossal creature above them, their pupils constricting. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 3000. Currently, 30,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 90.05%. Ah! Rika violently charged into the Sunagakure ninjas. The Sunagakure ninjas close to her were torn apart by her sharp claws. Screams echoed in the air. Kill him. Just kill him. He summoned the monster. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 5000. Currently, 130,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 97.3%. The Sunagakure ninjas swarmed towards Herooqi. At the same time, 4 purple vortex appeared simultaneously around Herooqi. Come out, cursed spirits! Herooqi roared in his mind. The surrounding space was distorted by the vortex, and malice, almost solid, erupted from the purple vortex. Jago, with a small erupting volcano on his head, emerged from the vortex. Looking at the humans coming towards him, his body was filled with icy killing intent. Annoying humans. His single eye burned with tyrannical flames, and the sound he made was like a roar from deep underground. So annoying. All of you, die. Jago roared irritably. He stomped his foot. Boom. Centered around Jago, the sand within dozens of meters instantly turned into boiling lava. Ads by PubFuture. The Sunagakure ninjas, caught off guard, fell into the lava, letting out screams and turning into charcoal before they even had time to struggle. Ding! System detected. Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. In front of Herooqi, a hand covered in stitches reached out from the vortex. So good. Out again. Mahito stretched, his hand casually resting on the arm of an approaching Sunagaku ninja. His face bore an innocent yet cruel smile, and the Sunagaku ninja's body instantly deformed like clay, easily kneaded and twisted. The monstrous creature, unrecognizable as human, roared at its former companions and lunged at them. Seeing this, Mahito let out a joyful laugh. He slowly turned his head to look at the Sunagaku ninja trying to sneak attack him from the side. Ah! Ding! System detected. Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Ding! System detected. Sand Ninja B's anger value plus 3000. To Herooqi's left and right, Choso and Land God stood still. Choso's face was stern, his eyes terrifyingly calm. Looking at the enemies before him, he merely raised his hand slightly, and a dazzling red light shot out from his fingertips. The red light flashed by, instantly piercing through the bodies of the Sunagaku ninjas. Ding! System detected. Sand Ninja C's fear value plus 3000. A giant pupil met the Sunagaku ninja's gaze. This curse didn't even have limbs, only a single pupil floated in midair. Die, monster! Quote. The Sunagaku ninjas roared, their kunai and short swords stabbing towards the pupil. Ding! System detected. Suna Ninja D's killing intent value plus 4000. Ding! System detected. Suna Ninja E's killing intent value plus 3000. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Ah! Just as the kunai was about to pierce the eyeball, the weapons in the Sunagaku ninja's hands fell weakly to the ground. Piercing screams tore through their eardrums, and the Sunagaku ninjas' bodies began to rot internally. Countless tentacles stretched out from the giant pupil, striking at the Sunagaku ninjas on the battlefield like venomous snakes. The Sunagaku ninjas' soaring morale instantly collapsed. Fear spread wildly among them. Rika let out a deafening roar, her giant, python-like arms wildly striking and sweeping. Swaths of Sunagaku ninjas were easily flattened into meat paste by her. Jago's irritable roars echoed across the battlefield. The volcano on his head suddenly erupted. A torrent of scorching lava, surging like a waterfall, rushed towards the Sunagaku ninjas. The area where he stood became a lava hell, and the smell of burnt flesh permeated the battlefield. Completely out of place with the atmosphere on the battlefield at this moment, Mahito ran joyfully across the battlefield. His goal was not direct killing, but to play to his heart's content. He nimbly dodged an attack and instantly closed in on a Sunagaku ninja. Hello. He smiled and extended his hand, revealing a sweet smile in the other party's terrified gaze. The horror on the Sunagaku ninja's face instantly froze, and his body began to twist and deform wildly. In just 1 second, a living person was twisted into a grotesque ball of flesh. The monster lost its sanity, frantically pouncing on its nearby former companions, tearing at their flesh and blood with its mutated fangs. Mahito clapped his hands, letting out an innocent and joyful laugh. Ding! System detected. Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Currently, 135,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 91.4%. Currently, 60,000 anger points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Jago's rank has increased to 55.1%. Currently, 20,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 97.5%. Currently, 180,000 hatred points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Mahito's rank has increased to 67.7%. Choso stood beside Herooqi, remaining unmoving like a mountain, his hands emitting streaks of blood arrows as fast as lightning. The brutal cursed spirits rampaged across the battlefield. The yellow sand was stained dark red. Night had completely fallen. Rasa, it seems the outcome is not yet decided. Hanzo's scythe chopped down fiercely, sparking against Rasa's gold dust. By now, Rasa's expression was grim. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta Template. C104. Bonus Rasa feeds Sukuna. Pub Future ads. Chapter 104. Bonus Rasa feeds Sukuna. Hanzo's eyes gleamed. He knew it. How could Herooqi die so easily? After all, Herooqi is his disciple. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 53%. Rasa's heart sank continuously. The Omegakure ninjas in Rifting Gorge had returned safely, then what about Pakura and the others? Rasa dared not imagine. That little brat was stronger than he had imagined. He could even summon powerful monsters. It seemed Omegakure also had a genius. What Rasa had to do was to kill this genius before he fully matured. Purple poisonous mist spread out from Hanzo, like a living creature, expanding in all directions. The poisonous mist rolled and roared like a venomous snake in the dark sandstorm. Behind Rasa, the venom spewed from Ibu's mouth swiftly devoured everything. Yellow sand, corpses, even the air sizzled as if being corroded. Gold dust solidified into a round stone beneath Rasa's feet, lifting him up. Rasa floated in midair as the gold dust around him surged like an ocean about to face a tsunami. Rasa's face, hard as iron, held a hint of paleness. His encounter with Hanzo had caused him to lose too much chakra. Even with an antidote capable of countering Hanzo's poisonous mist, it was difficult to defeat Hanzo. This ninja world demigod possessed extremely rich combat experience, and his taijutsu was among the best. His use of internal toxins was even more masterful. For a time, Rasa was at a loss. Also, behind Rasa, there was a summoned beast, Ibu's, constantly lurking. The monsters summoned by the brat from Omegakure named Herooqi were wreaking havoc on the battlefield. If this continued, Sunagakure would surely lose. Rasa could not lose. Otherwise, all the prestige he had accumulated would be for naught. Not only that, but the cage would also not let him off. Pub Future adds. This time, the number of ninjas he and Pakura had led was considerable. The cage's goal was for them to achieve a quick victory and prevent Omegakure from interfering with the Konoha battlefield. Konoha was their truly formidable enemy. Rasa's breathing carried a subtle heaviness. He narrowed his eyes, watching Hanzo, who had disappeared into the poisonous mist. His pupils darted around, not missing the slightest rustle. There was only one way to salvage Sunagakure's current decline. Kill Herooqi. The remaining ninjas of Omegakure could no longer even stand, let alone continue fighting. As long as Herooqi is killed, the monsters he controls will disappear and Sunagakure will immediately gain the upper hand. Ding. System detected Rasa's killing intent value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 97.6%. Gold dust converged, like surging waves on the sea, overwhelming and obscuring the sky. Hanzo's figure weaved through the poisonous mist. The air was stirred as a thick gold dust giant shield rose from the ground before him. Bang! Hanzo's scythe deeply cut into the gold dust giant shield and sparks flew. Hanzo and Rasa's gazes met, filled with chilling killing intent. Their figures rapidly moved and clashed within the poisonous mist. Each time Hanzo's scythe collided with the gold dust giant shield controlled by Rasa, dazzling sparks erupted. Rasa's lips were pale, and chakra surged wildly within him. A violent hurricane swirled around him, instantly lifting the surrounding yellow sand, and a massive sandstorm swept in. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the battlefield was dim. The chaotic sandstorm dispersed the poisonous mist. Within the sandstorm, gold dust quietly condensed, forming countless spears in the air. It was as if a golden downpour instantly fell upon the desert. Dense gold dust spears, carrying a piercing shriek that tore through the air, continuously shot out in all directions. The intense offensive forced Hanzo to constantly dodge and swing his scythe to block. Just as Hanzo was fully concentrated on dealing with Rasa, hidden behind the sandstorm, firmly locked onto Herooqi's figure in the distance. Killing intent boiled in his heart. Ding! System detected Rasa's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 97.65%. Herooqi seemed to sense something and looked behind him. Even though the battlefield before him was dark and chaotic, he felt as if he could see Rasa's bloodshot eyes. It was clear that he was truly hated. Rasa, don't stop. Keep hating me. Anyway, Rasa's emotional value was like solar energy for Herooqi. Recharge energy. While Hanzo was dealing with the gold dust spears in the air, Rasa didn't stop. He rapidly formed hand signs, his hands moving so fast they left afterimages. The ocean of gold dust surrounding him roared once more. The gold dust compressed in an instant, forming an enormous, sharply angled pyramid. The gold dust began to condense from Hanzo's feet, and Hanzo's limbs were momentarily bound within the gold dust pyramid. Rasa knew the gold dust pyramid couldn't hold Hanzo for too long, so he had to act within this brief window of time. Kill Herooqi. Given the current situation, Herooqi's threat to Sunagaku was even greater than Hanzo's. Hanzo's toxins had already been deciphered by Chiyo, but this brat's mysterious abilities had not. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. Cardiologists. Teaspoon on an empty stomach slims waist to 22. The pyramid carried an unimaginable terrifying weight and density. The moment the gold dust pyramid descended, the earth sank violently as if struck by a giant hammer. Hanzo felt his limbs instantly sink into the seemingly soft gold dust. The suction from within the gold dust continuously dragged him deeper into the pyramid. Hanzo's eyes darkened, and poisonous mist surged from all parts of his body. The gold dust inside the pyramid was corroded by the dense poisonous mist, emitting a piercing sizzling sound. Just then, Rasa's figure vanished from Hanzo's sight like a ghost. The moon re-emerged from behind the dark clouds. Cool moonlight bathed the entire battlefield. Under the moonlight, Rasa's figure was as swift as golden lightning, piercing through the thick dust lingering in the air, instantly arriving behind Herooqi. His speed had surpassed the capture of sight. Ding! System detected Rasa's killing intent value plus 10000. Your curse spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 97.75%. Rasa-sama. Kill him. Kill that little monster. Rasa-sama. Quote. Rasa's actions were witnessed by countless Sunagaku ninjas, and the despair in their eyes gradually dissipated. As long as Herooqi is killed, all these monsters will disappear. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja A's killing intent value plus 4000. Ding! System detected Suna Ninja B's killing intent value plus 5000. Ding! System detected. A total of 25,000 killing intent points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 100%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C105. There's still one left. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 105. There's still one left. Congratulations host, your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has been maxed out. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Nobara Kugasaki. Straw doll technique activated. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Haruta Shigemo, miracles activated. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Takako Yuro, sky manipulation activated. I am rich again. Herooqi took a deep breath, feeling his body lighten. This was why he liked battlefields. Although he was a person who grew up in a time of peace, since he had come here, he had to get stronger to survive. No matter how cruel it was, he had to continue. Otherwise, future massacres might befall him. For Herooqi, there were only two paths here: either he dies, or the enemy dies. Herooqi still wanted to live, so let the enemy die. Hanzo's pupils constricted, he realized Rasa's true intention. Rasa's target was Herooqi. Hanzo's breathing quickened. No. Pub Future Ads. Whether for a Megakure or for his own selfish reasons, Herooqi could not be harmed. Absolutely not. He was the only hope left for a Megakure. Poisonous mist surged out from Hanzo's body, weaving through the gold dust, emitting corroding sizzling sounds wherever it passed. The gold dust enveloping Hanzo gradually turned black, compressing into black smoke within the pyramid. Hanzo's breathing was ragged, and one of his arms had already broken free from the pyramid. He concentrated all his strength into his hand. A huge scythe shot out from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared before Hanzo's eyes. A dazzling white light flashed across everyone's eyes. The next second, the scythe, tearing through the air, reached behind Rasa. The scythe instantly crossed 100 meters, much faster than Rasa. Feeling the strong wind from behind, Rasa gritted his teeth, Herooqi's figure reflected in his pupils. At this moment, his body suddenly paused. The smell of blood quickly spread through the air. A huge, bone-deep wound appeared out of nowhere on Rasa's left shoulder. It almost severed Rasa's left arm. Blood instantly gushed out. Rasa groaned, his face instantly turning pale, but the killing intent and determination in his eyes towards Herooqi did not diminish in the slightest. Ding! System detected Rasa's killing intent value plus 5000. Your killing curse growth value has increased to 0.5%. Rasa didn't even turn to look at Hanzo, who had already broken free from the pyramid's restraints and was chasing after him. He ignored the hideous wound on his back. He was only doing one thing now. Go to hell. Rasa let out a roar from behind Herooqi. The killing intent contained in his voice instantly overshadowed the clamor of the battlefield. Herooqi, be careful. No. The Omegakure ninjas lying on the ground had constricted pupils. Their pupils reflected the scene of Rasa attacking Herooqi. Their eyes were splitting with rage. However, their injuries prevented them from standing up. A deep sense of powerlessness surged into their hearts. Their reddened eyes seemed to be dripping blood. Ding. System detected Takanawa's guilt value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Muteki's guilt value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yuma's guilt value plus 3000. Currently, a total of 28,000 guilt points have been collected. Your cursed spirit guilt's rank has increased to 46%. The Omegakure ninjas could only watch as Rasa got closer and closer to Herooqi. Long-term combat and summoning cursed spirits had placed an unimaginable burden on Herooqi's mind and body. Fortunately, the cursed spirit's ranks had been continuously increasing, and his total cursed energy was constantly growing, otherwise, he might have collapsed long ago. However, even so, Herooqi was still very exhausted. His face was pale, with an unconcealable exhaustion, and in just a few days, his cheeks had thinned considerably. An extreme killing intent came from behind him. Herooqi's hair stood on end uncontrollably. Even though Rasa was also very exhausted at this moment, Rasa was not an ordinary ninja after all. He was an elite among Jonan, the future Kazekage, and his strength was extraordinary. The pressure he exerted on Herooqi was beyond what ordinary ninjas could achieve. Herooqi suddenly turned his head. In his line of sight, Rasa's figure was within reach. Rasa's left shoulder was covered in blood. The bone-deep wound inflicted by Hanzo's scythe was visible, yet he acted as if nothing had happened, his eyes focused solely on Herooqi. Rasa's uninjured right hand was raised high. The gold dust swirling around him condensed in his hand into a spiral spear, only as thick as an arm and over a meter long. The tip of the gold dust spiral spear emitted a dazzling cold light under the moonlight. Herooqi could already feel the chilling cold that could easily pierce his body. Rasa's eyes were resolute, carrying the determination to kill Herooqi with one blow. Herooqi realized that if he took this blow head-on, he would at least be severely injured if not dead. The strength gap between his main body and Rasa was still very huge. But who said he was going to take it head-on? Did he look like a battle maniac? Act when necessary, retreat when necessary, and call for external help when necessary. The gold dust spiral spear, carrying overwhelming power, pierced through space and thrust towards Herooqi's back. The tip of the spear approached Herooqi's back, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everything slowly decelerated before everyone's eyes. The Sunagakure ninjas widened their eyes, staring intently at that scene. The cursed spirits that had been toying with them all stopped their actions in unison. They stood still. Mahito stretched lazily, a smile appearing on his face. There's still one who hasn't come out yet. Mahito playfully winked at the hopeful Sunagakure ninjas. That one was much stronger than them. On the battlefield, Rika let out a roar filled with furious rage. Yuta, don't you dare hurt Yuta. Rika dashed towards Herooqi. The Sunagakure ninjas blocking her path turned into a puddle of flesh under her palm. At the same time, a purple vortex appeared behind Herooqi. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C106. Sukuna's Aura plus 9999. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 106. Sukuna's Aura plus 9999. Rasa's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. He remained in the motion of thrusting towards Herooqi. A primal fear, centered around Herooqi, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The Sunagakure ninjas felt as if their hearts were clutched by an invisible giant hand, their blood seemed to freeze in their veins. Countless gazes of utter horror shot out from among the Sunagakure ninjas. Too familiar. The familiar purple vortex. Are there even more monsters? Everyone's eyes uniformly focused on the purple vortex that had appeared out of thin air. An ominous aura almost enveloped the entire battlefield. In this suffocating silence, a figure stepped out of the deep purple vortex. Black markings covered a muscular body. A tall and robust figure was fully exposed to everyone's eyes. He was bare-chested, covered in explosive muscles. His skin presented an inhuman paleness and forearms hung naturally. On his face, two distinctly different countenances eerily merged together. One face was indifferent, its lips slightly downturned, carrying a chill that made one's heart shiver. The other face was twisted into a ferocious grin, revealing stark white, sharp teeth. 4 crimson pupils slowly rotated, his gaze sweeping over the humans stiffened like ants around him, his eyes devoid of emotion, only scrutiny and a hint of playfulness. The King of Curses, Sukuna, descended in his peak form. Rasa's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needlepoints. He stared intently at Sukuna. An unprecedented chill rapidly climbed up Rasa's and everyone present's spines, instantly freezing their limbs. What is that? This pure, extreme malice was very similar to a tailed beast, yet clearly different from a tailed beast. It was far beyond anything Rasa knew. Is this Herooqi's last trump card? Where did he summon such a thing from? Where did these things come from? The Sunagaker ninjas, just by encountering Sukuna's crimson gaze, felt their minds go blank, their hands and feet turn cold, even their breathing became incredibly difficult, and their hands holding kunai trembled uncontrollably. Pub Future adds, the monster before them is stronger than any monster on the battlefield. This was a fact that everyone could perceive. With Sukuna's appearance, Herooqi was relieved. He believed in Sukuna's strength. Moreover, Sukuna now possessed the combat power of his peak period. Rasa's shock lasted only an instant. As an elite of Sunagaker, his instincts, honed countless times on the brink of life and death, immediately overcame his fear. This was his only chance to eliminate Herooqi, this huge threat. No matter what the monster in front of him is, he has to eradicate Herooqi. That way, Herooqi will disappear from the world along with these monsters. Killing intent flashed in Rasa's eyes. All his shock, fear, doubt, apprehension, all emotions transformed into pure killing intent. Ding. System detected Rasa's killing intent plus 10000. Your killing intent curse growth value has increased to 1.5%. The gold dust spiral spear in Rasa's hand once again thrust towards Herooqi. The spearhead was slender and sharp, glinting coldly, capable of piercing through anything. Die! Rasa roared, clutching the spear in his hand, and thrust it with all his might towards Herooqi. The air was extremely compressed by the spear, forming a visible conical shockwave. The spearhead pointed directly at Herooqi's heart. However, just as the spearhead was less than 1 centimeter from Herooqi's heart, the crimson pupils on Sukuna's face slightly rotated, his gaze lightly falling upon the imposing golden sand spear. He casually raised one hand. No hand signs, no charging, not even a trace of chakra fluctuation was leaked. No one knew how he did it, only seeing that seemingly indestructible gold dust spear suddenly break into 3 sections. It wasn't smashed by immense force, but as if instantly cut by 3 invisible, sharp blades. The spearhead and shaft separated smoothly, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the moonlight, without a single burr. The severed golden spear instantly lost all its power, and with a thud, it weakly plunged into the sand in front of Herooqi. After landing in the sand, the spear disintegrated with a whoosh, reverting to countless grains of gold dust, mixing with the yellow sand. The killing intent on Rasa's face froze. He stared intently at Sukuna, his mind blank. What happened? How could his gold dust spear be cut so easily? How could it be? It's these people again. Sukuna's crimson pupils rotated, his gaze precisely sweeping over the Sunagaker ninjas who were almost petrified by fear on the battlefield. Last time he appeared, he killed these people too, right? Then this time, he might as well kill them all together. The Sunagaker ninjas' bodies uncontrollably trembled violently, their teeth chattering, barely able to hold their weapons. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja B's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Suna Ninja C's fear value plus 3000. Currently collected fear points total 60,000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 92%. Buzz. A strange, faint hum, as if space was being cut, sounded in the ears of the Sunagakure ninjas. Silent slashes appeared out of thin air, enveloping them. The Sunagakure ninjas didn't even know that death had already descended upon them. Lines of blood appeared on their faces. Their expressions were bewildered. They had no idea what was happening. PFF'd. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. PFF'd. PFF'd. A dense, scalp-splitting sound of cutting echoed uniformly across the battlefield. Countless blood arrows shot out like fountains from the stiff bodies of the Sunagakure ninjas. Faces with bewildered expressions were vertically cut into 3 parts. Organs mixed with hot blood spilled out, the sand instantly soaked into a dark red swamp. A thick, almost suffocating smell of blood, too concentrated to dissipate, swept across the entire battlefield. Hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas, in an instant, silently turned into a pile of flesh on the ground. The battlefield was silent. Rasa was the only survivor among the Sunagakure ninjas. Ding. System detected. Rasa's fear value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 92.05%. Ding. System detected. Rasa's hatred value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Mahito's rank has increased to 68.2%. Ding. System detected. Rasa's rage value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Jago's rank has increased to 55.6%. Rasa's eyes were bloodshot. His subordinates, his comrades, the ninjas of Sunagakure. In this instant, blood vessels instantly spread in his eyes. He stared intently at Herooqi and Sukuna. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C107. Seeing Herooqi equals death. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 107. Seeing Herooqi equals death. Everything turned into an illusion before Rasa's eyes. He failed. Rasa stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling violently like a sieve. Pain and hatred intertwined within him. Sukuna's scarlet pupils fixed on Rasa. There was a chilling interest in his voice. You are a little more interesting than those ants. Sukuna spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. Ants. The ninjas of Sunagakure were called ants by the monster before him. Rasa clenched his fists. His heart felt as if it had been brutally pierced. Rasa knew he was already at a disadvantage. Hanzo was already difficult to deal with, and now this monster had appeared. Under the combined attack of the monster and Hanzo, he would surely die. No, he couldn't die yet. No matter what failures he encountered, as long as he was alive, there were infinite possibilities. He couldn't die. Being alive meant hope existed. An unprecedented will to survive filled Rasa's body with strength. He has to escape at all costs. Where there is life, there is hope. The humiliation and hatred of today, one day, he would return to that brat Herooqi. Without any hesitation, Rasa's body instantly transformed into countless grains of gold dust, plunging into the sand beneath his feet, disappearing from Herooqi's sight in an instant. Sukuna glanced at Herooqi. Seeing that he had no intention of pursuing, he slightly lowered his raised hand. Don't call me out to deal with such scum, Sukuna said casually. His body was sucked into a purple vortex, disappearing before Herooqi's eyes. Herooqi. Choso came before Herooqi. He looked at the aftermath around them, frowned, and said to Herooqi, I shouldn't have let you, my younger brother, see such a bloody scene. I, your older brother, have failed in protecting you. Under Herooqi's speechless gaze, Choso nervously patted his head. A purple vortex instantly swallowed Choso. Pub Future Ads. Go back. Herooqi shifted his gaze, landing on Mahito who was walking towards him. I'll listen. I promise to listen. Mahito showed Herooqi a sweet smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Herooqi would believe anyone who said that, except for Mahito. You go back too. The purple vortex swallowed Mahito. Mahito's dissatisfied complaints entered Herooqi's ears. I only got to play for a little while. Next time, remember to call me first. Herooqi felt the temperature around him suddenly rise. Jago stopped angrily in front of him. Herooqi's gaze landed on Jago's head. The volcano on Jago's head was spewing sparks. Herooqi instinctively formed hand signs. A water ball descended on Jago's head. He helped Jago cool down. Then, Herooqi found that the volcano on Jago's head seemed to erupt even more violently. What are you doing? Jago's voice carried an uncontrollable rage. Helping you calm down. Herooqi's lips twitched, thinking that Jago was indeed the most short-tempered character in Jujutsu Kaisen. Don't mess around, bastard. Don't think I won't burn you to death. Jago let out a deafening roar at Herooqi. Herooqi, then you go back too. A purple vortex instantly swallowed Jago. I'll be back again. Jago's fierce declaration echoed across the battlefield. Herooqi looked at the most obedient land god, who obediently walked to his side and voluntarily entered the vortex. Yuta, Yuta, Rika's voice rang out, her massive body squeezed next to Herooqi, whining to him, Yuta. Herooqi reached out and stroked Rika's lowered head. Rika likes Yuta. Rika let out a joyful shriek. I like you too. Herooqi said with a smile. Rika excitedly punched a large crater into the ground. Herooqi walked towards the large number of fallen AIM ninjas. Did you think it was all over? No, it had only just begun. Moonlight bathed the battlefield in a cold, silver glow. The wind whimpered. Each breath of the AIM ninjas lying in pools of blood felt like swallowing scorching lava. They lied quietly on the cold sand and bloody mud. Their fatal wounds were horrifying. Long blades piercing chests and abdomens, gaping gashes tearing necks, chests crushed by immense force. Their blood, too, soaked the sand beneath them, mixing with the blood of the Suna ninjas. Herooqi walked towards them step by step, his face pale, his steps faltering, his will supporting his exhausted body. Of course, he was acting. He gasped with difficulty, approaching the AIM ninjas with heavy, deliberate steps. One. A faint, hoarse voice squeezed out with difficulty from Muteki's blood-stained lips. His gaze was unfocused, as he laboriously scanned the battlefield before him. No living Sunagaku ninjas, only corpses, mountains of corpses, silently declaring the end of the battle. Succeeded. A Megakur. Was it defended? Muteki. Herooqi knelt beside Muteki, his gaze sweeping over Muteki's body. Muteki's unfocused pupils suddenly burst into a bright light as he stared at Herooqi. That's great, you're still alive. As his words fell, his breath ceased without warning. Herooqi's pupils widened slightly. He quickly placed his hand on Muteki's heart. No beating. Muteki's body grew cold and stiff. Like someone who had been dead for a long time. Herooqi immediately rushed to the next AIM ninja. It was Yuma. The light in Yuma's eyes dissipated the moment he saw Herooqi. Herooqi placed his hand on Yuma's chest. Just like Muteki, Yuma's body was also impossibly cold and stiff. A terrifying conjecture emerged in Herooqi's mind. Their consciousness was supported by their obsession. Although their bodies had reached their limit, their consciousness had never completely dissipated. They were making sure that a Megakur had truly won. Herooqi was still alive. When Herooqi appeared before them safe and sound, their obsession dissipated. Herooqi's hands grew stiff. His gaze passed over Yuma, looking at more AIM ninjas. Takanawa lied on his side in the sand, several broken long blades embedded in his back. His face was buried in the blood-mixed sand, but his eyes were fixedly staring in Herooqi's direction. Herooqi stood among the corpses of the AIM ninjas. He couldn't find a single AIM ninja who still had a little life left. They were all dead. The moment they saw Herooqi alive, their hearts stopped beating. Tears streamed from his eyes. Herooqi stood rooted to the spot. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 94.5%. Herooqi. Sensei. This isn't real, is it? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-108. Bonus: Is it really just an act? Chapter 108. Bonus: Is it really just an act? Hanzo's throat felt constricted, and he couldn't speak for a moment. What choked him was pain. No, not getting a response from Hanzo, Herooqi looked back at the AIM ninjas and found Suzaku's body. He knelt beside Suzaku's body, placing his hands on the large hole in Suzaku's chest, and light emanated from his hands. He won't die. No one will die. I will bring everyone back to life. Herooqi repeated stubbornly. Hanzo watched Herooqi's appearance at that moment, his heart throbbing with pain. He came to Herooqi's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. Herooqi. As soon as he spoke, Hanzo realized his own voice was trembling uncontrollably. He gulped, composed himself, and slowly said, "Accept their deaths." This is the path all ninjas must walk. The light in Herooqi's hands extinguished. He threw himself onto Suzaku's chest, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Ding. System detected. Hanzo's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 95%. No, I don't want anyone to die. I don't want. A hoarse voice echoed across the battlefield. Crows flapped their wings, soaring across the pale sky. Hanzo's heart suddenly ached. He looked up, gazing into the distance. There, the first ray of dawn had already appeared. Herooqi's cries continued to echo, not dissipating. Hanzo knew that anything he said would be useless. Herooqi has to overcome this hurdle himself. He knew how much Herooqi valued emotions. Brother, please wake up, okay? Look at me, quote. Herooqi stared unblinkingly at Suzaku's pale, cold face. His pupils were dull and dilated. Tears dripped from Herooqi's chin onto Suzaku's face. At this moment, was Herooqi truly just acting? Herooqi felt a suffocating pain in his heart. A poisonous snake of agony coiled tightly around his heart. People had died right before his eyes. The ninjas of Omegakure were all good, they were all so young, yet they had tragically died here in such a sorry state. Wake up, all of you. Herooqi pushed Kurogaya, who lied beside him with eyes tightly shut. He still remembered Kurogaya was only 15. No, Kurogaya should be 16 this year. Only half of Kurogaya's body remained, and before he died, a faint smile even lingered on his lips. Herooqi's eyes ached. He breathed rapidly, but tears still poured down, hitting the ground one after another. Enough, Herooqi. Hanzo pulled Herooqi into his arms. Don't waste chakra, they are all dead. No matter how hard you try, you can't bring them back to life. Accept reality. Ding. System detected. Hanzo's affection value plus 10000. Ding. Ads by PubFuture. System detected. Hanzo's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected. Hanzo's affection value plus 10000. Currently collected affection value totals 30,000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 98%. Hanzo had not actively embraced anyone since the poison sac was implanted. He knew his embrace would only bring death to those around him. But at this moment, holding Herooqi in his arms, he felt more clearly that Herooqi was still a child. If there were no war, he would still be attending Ninja Academy. But now, he had already experienced unimaginable pain on the battlefield. There must be a way. Herooqi struggled free from Hanzo's embrace. Hanzo knelt on the ground, watching Herooqi crawl towards the bodies of the AIM ninjas. The morning glow spilled across the sky. After an unknown amount of time, the AIM ninjas who had remained at the Omegakure encampment rushed towards the land of Wind Border after receiving Hanzo's signal flare. When they arrived, they saw Herooqi futilely treating the corpses one by one. Ding. System detected. Yushi's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected. Yunsuke's affection value plus 3000. Ding. Currently collected affection value totals 20,000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 100%. Yushi led the AIM ninjas to stand silently behind Hanzo. None of them disturbed Herooqi because they knew that only Herooqi could save himself. The AIM ninjas, with red-rimmed eyes, quietly waited for Herooqi. Herooqi continued to search among the bodies without giving up. The rising sun illuminated the battlefield, yet no one felt the slightest warmth. This war was won in the most tragic way. Love curse growth value has met the requirement. Do you want to generate a love-cursed spirit? New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. Yes, let everyone accompany him forever in a different way. Herooqi stared intently at the several corpses before him. Cursed energy surged within his body. His pupils dilated, and blood vessels gradually filled the whites of his eyes. Fake. It's all fake. Herooqi's chapped lips moved. Like a dream. This is fake. Everyone is alive. Cursed energy emanated from him, enveloping the bodies of the AIM ninjas on the battlefield. Don't die. Stay with me forever. Herooqi's voice was hoarse, his pupils red, and the stubbornness in his voice worried Hanzo. Get up, all of you. Stay with me forever. Quote. All the extreme negative emotions accumulated since his arrival into this dangerous world completely erupted at this moment. The bodies of the deceased AIM ninjas underwent a transformation. Visibly, black viscous matter writhed on the corpses. An ominous, chilling aura instantly spread. In an instant, the surroundings became extremely cold. It was as if it had started to snow. A black, mud-like substance gradually extended upwards into the air. The black mud, growing from countless AIM ninja corpses, continuously twisted and condensed in the air into a 1-meter-sized black sphere. The black sphere furiously rotated and compressed in the air. What is that? Yushi frowned deeply, his face pale as he stared at the black sphere rotating high in the sky in front of Herooqi. They had witnessed the black sphere forming from substances growing out of their comrades' corpses. Hanzo stared unblinkingly at Herooqi, and combining it with Herooqi's previous words, he had a guess in his heart. Herooqi. Protect Herooqi. A sharp shriek exploded across the silent battlefield. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-109. Bonus I'll call you AIM. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 109. Bonus I'll call you AIM. The black sphere expanded and distorted at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sound came from inside the black sphere. It was like the voices of countless people mixed together. Herooqi. Protect Herooqi. It was as if countless wronged souls were imprisoned within the black sphere, frantically tearing at it, desperately struggling to break free. The sound grew louder and sharper, grating on the teeth, as if the soul itself trembled. The black sphere had expanded into a giant with a radius exceeding 3 meters. The surface of the black sphere was like boiling hot oil, bubbling with viscous black foam. Cursed energy and intense emotions surged wildly within the black sphere. An indescribable terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the center of the black sphere. The boiling black sphere suddenly contracted inwards. The next second, boom, a loud noise Thar shook the eardrums painfully appeared. A massive figure replaced the black sphere, suspended in the air. The mountain-like figure suddenly enveloped Herooqi and the others in a shadow. Herooqi looked up at the figure suspended in the air. The giant monster, nearly 40 meters tall, let out a roar, causing the ground to shake. The monster was similar to Rika, with an astonishing number of arms extending from its torso. Its huge head had 2 scarlet, gem-like pupils, completely devoid of human emotion, terrifyingly cold. Each arm clutched a different weapon. There were war hammers, sharp swords, scythes. The enormous curse floated in the air, like a demon god descended upon the human world. Pub Future Ads. Its scarlet pupils slowly rotated, fixing on Herooqi. The monster, brandishing its weapons, suddenly paused for a moment. It slowly approached Herooqi. Herooqi stared excitedly at the cursed spirit born of love before him. Herooqi. Protect Herooqi. The cursed spirit let out a repeated roar, its massive body shielding Herooqi beneath it, looking warily around, its countless arms extending from its torso waving menacingly at the AIM ninjas. Herooqi tentatively reached out and touched the cursed spirit. It felt the same as touching Rika. Both were cold and exceptionally smooth. Thank you. Herooqi sincerely thanked them. Thank you for always staying with me. Herooqi tightly closed his eyes. Stay with Herooqi. Protect Herooqi. In the distance, the AIM ninjas stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. What is this? They gulped, looking at the monster shielding Herooqi. It should be Herooqi's curse. Yushi frowned, looking at Hanzo in front of him. Herooqi couldn't accept the death of his companions, so he cursed them. They turned into curses and stayed by Herooqi's side. Hanzo murmured. He looked in Herooqi's direction, his eyes complex. Yushi opened his mouth, his expression stunned. So that's how it is. For the deceased companions, was this good or bad? Yushi's brows suddenly relaxed. If he could continue to protect Herooqi after his death, he would be happy. His deceased companions must have thought the same. Herooqi gently stroked the cursed spirit, feeling its agitated emotions gradually calm down. He asked in his mind, only when the curse's growth value rises to 100% can I generate new cursed spirits through the curse ability. Yes, host. Are the curse's growth value and the curse's strength rank consistent? Herooqi continued to ask. The strength of the current love curse is the same as that of the special grade cursed spirit Rika. Can the curse still get stronger? Is there a limit to the number of curses generated by the same type of emotional value? Herooqi asked cautiously. Host, 100% has reached the upper limit of the curse's strength and it cannot get stronger. In the late stage, special cursed spirit can be activated for fusion upgrade. There is no limit to the number of curses generated by the same type of emotional value. Activate special cursed spirit, fusion upgrade. The only cursed spirit Herooqi could think of related to cursed spirits was Geto's cursed spirit manipulation. Activating cursed spirit was completely random, and it wouldn't be easy to draw one to verify his guess. Before activating the cursed spirit, he should still accumulate emotional value, upgrade what needs upgrading, and generate new curses that need generating. Host, please give a name to the born curse of love. Herooqi tilted his neck and looked at the little cursed spirit before him. It was time to give it a name. What name would be good? Herooqi gazed at the massive yet gentle cursed spirit before him. They not only wanted to protect him but also wanted to protect Omegakure. Then, I'll call you Aim. Naming successful, cursed spirit Aim. Herooqi walked out from under Aim's arm, as there was still serious business to attend to. A vortex unfolded behind Aim, and Aim's massive body was gradually swallowed by the vortex. Silence returned to the battlefield. Herooqi and Hanzo exchanged glances. He slowly walked in front of Hanzo and bowed his head. I'm sorry, sensei. I couldn't accept everyone's departure. Looking at the bowed head before him, Hanzo sighed deeply. He said nothing, placing his hand on Herooqi's shoulder and gently pressing it. Let's go back to the camp, Hanzo said. Herooqi looked up, only to see Hanzo's back. Yushi walked to Herooqi's side and said, Herooqi, don't blame yourself. I think they were willing to stay and protect you, protect Omegakure, weren't they? Yushi's hands rested on Herooqi's shoulders. He looked earnestly at Herooqi, his eyes slightly red, and solemnly said, if one day I die, I also hope to be able to continue to stay by your side, to protect you. This is one of the few things I can do. Herooqi stared blankly at Yushi. Yushi smiled at him and said, let's go back. You're very tired. You should get some good rest. He affectionately put his arm around Herooqi's shoulder. Herooqi followed him towards the border of the Land of Rain. Yushi said this himself, so he can't go back on his word later. Herooqi walked 2 steps and felt tired. His peripheral vision inadvertently swept across Yushi's profile. He was about to feign fainting. Herooqi felt a little dizzy, darkness invaded his vision, and his body fell towards the ground. Herooqi. Yushi caught Herooqi's falling body, his eyes panicked, and only exhaled in relief when his hand landed on Herooqi's pulse. Yushi carried Herooqi on his back and walked towards the Omegakure camp. Although countless comrades had been sacrificed, they ultimately achieved victory. They protected the Land of Rain's dignity. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-110. Akasuna vs Tsukumo. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 110. Akasuna vs Tsukumo. The heartland of the Land of Grass. Sunagakure's positions were established around several high, broken walls and ruins. The Sunagakure ninjas were like moss clinging to rocks, blending in with them. In front of countless Sunagakure ninjas stood a horrifying number of puppets. Hundreds of puppets, each with a different form, stood in confrontation with Konoha's forces on the scorched earth. Indiscernible chakra threads were wrapped around the bodies of all the puppets. Behind several puppets, a red-haired figure appeared. Akasuna slightly raised his hands, his 10 fingers connected to the puppets. The Suna ninjas behind him had their faces covered by masks, revealing only their sharp eyes, which held both fearlessness and hatred. Akasuna's gaze was different from that of the Suna ninjas, there was no killing intent in his eyes. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the white figure not far away, filled with intense interest. On the opposite side, the atmosphere on Konoha's front line was heavy. Every Konoha ninja tightly gripped the kunai or blade in their hand, their knuckles slightly white, and deep in their eyes, besides vigilance, there was a hint of barely concealed anxiety. These puppets were too difficult to deal with. Their gazes slowly shifted from the puppets opposite them, involuntarily turning towards the solitary, tall figure standing at the very front of Konoha's line. Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. He stood at the front, his posture tall and straight, his silver-white hair gently swaying in the wind. A short blade hung diagonally at his waist, looking very ordinary. There was no killing intent in his eyes either, only a calmness like the deep sea. His presence was like a stabilizing force, suppressing the anxiety and unease in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. The enemy had puppeteers, but didn't Konoha have the White Fang? The battlefield was silent. The sound of the wind sweeping across the battlefield seemed exceptionally clear. Konoha and Sunagakure stood in silent confrontation, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Pub Future adds. Finally, Akasuna moved his fingers first, and the puppets in front of him suddenly flew towards Konoha. The puppets' movements broke the silence of the battlefield. It was like a stone falling into water, creating a huge splash. Konoha and Suna ninjas' battle cries shook the heavens. Ninjas from both sides simultaneously ran towards each other, their eyes flashing with hatred. Tsukumo quickly noticed the difference in Akasuna. He had fought Akasuna on the battlefield before, but today's Akasuna made him sense a subtle abnormality. Akasuna was too calm, his eyes even held a hint of scrutiny and playfulness. He seemed out of place with his surroundings. Tsukumo frowned slightly, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Akasuna's pupils gleamed slightly, and he excitedly scanned Tsukumo's body. At the same time, his 10 fingers skillfully manipulated the puppets. Poison Senbon, like a dense swarm of bees, covered the area with a sharp whistling sound. The puppets flying towards the Konoha ninjas rotated at high speed in the air, and sharp blades sprang from various joints on their bodies. Defense. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Water release. Water formation wall. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The Konoha ninja quickly reacted, and the light of various ninjutsu instantly lit up the battlefield. A silver light flashed across the battlefield. A pure, condensed slash sliced through the approaching puppet, cutting it in half. Tsukumo held his blade, his gaze fixed on Akasuna. What a fast blade! Akasuna's pupils suddenly contracted, and the excitement in his eyes grew even more intense. Bang! The short blade in Tsukumo's hand heavily struck the crossed arms of the human puppet, sending sparks flying. A deep slash mark clearly appeared on the puppet's arm. A huge impact force transmitted through the puppet, causing Akasuna's arms to shake violently and his fingers to go numb. Konoha White Fang, truly living up to his reputation. Akasuna's excited voice reached Tsukumo's ears. A hint of doubt flashed in Tsukumo's eyes. It was very strange. Judging by Akasuna's words, it was as if they were meeting for the first time today, yet they had already fought before. Akasuna suddenly raised his hands, his 10 fingers rapidly twitching in the air. The light blue chakra threads controlling the puppets, wrapped around his fingertips, danced wildly. Red secret technique. Performance of 100 puppets. Hundreds of puppets were deployed. The figure of Tsukumo, opposite Akasuna, suddenly vanished from Akasuna's sight. At the moment those 100 puppets converged to attack, he moved, his figure transforming into a silver lightning bolt that tore through the sky. Countless silver lights, centered around Tsukumo, suddenly erupted outwards. The silver lights formed a net in the air, completely surrounding the puppets. So strong. Looking at the silver light erupting before him, Akasuna's voice slightly trembled, but it was not fear, but excitement and thrill. What a powerful body! Akasuna's lips slowly curled upwards, and the light in his eyes burned intensely. He raised his hands again, hundreds of puppets at his command. Land of Wind. Rasa returned to Sunagakure in a disheveled state. He was immediately taken to see the third cage. Greetings, Cage-sama. Rasa knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. He could clearly feel the third cage's gaze on him. It was devoid of warmth. The third cage stared coldly at Rasa, his gaze sweeping over Rasa's entire body from head to toe. This was certainly not the posture of a victor. Why are you the only one? The third cage asked in a deep voice. Even if Rasa didn't speak, the third cage already had a guess in his heart. He simply refused to believe that Megakure, a small village that had just been established, could actually defeat Sunagakure. And only Rasa returned. Where is Pakura? Before Rasa could answer, the third cage continued to ask. Rasa gulped, his heart sinking to the bottom. He cautiously looked up, meeting the third cage's eyes, which were filled with suppressed fury. Rasa took a deep breath and slowly said, Cage-sama, Pakura is dead. We were defeated. Only I survived. The third cage closed his eyes. The cage's office momentarily became silent. Ebizo, standing behind the third cage, held his breath, his pupils trembling. How could this be? How could the elites of Sunagaku be completely wiped out? After an unknown amount of time, the third cage opened his eyes, and he slammed his hand heavily on the desk, making a loud sound. Rasa's heart gave a heavy thump. When he looked up, he found that the third cage had already come before him. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C111. Bonus Sunagaku's Loss on Both Sides. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 111. Bonus Sunagaku's Loss on Both Sides. I sent so many ninjas with you and Pakura. Your numbers were 3 times that of a Megakure, and you still lost. The third cage gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour Rasa alive. Rasa gritted his teeth and said, an unexpected event occurred. What unexpected event? The third cage stared coldly at Rasa. A ninja appeared in a Megakure. He could summon powerful monsters, almost instantly killing all of our ninjas. Rasa explained. The third cage's brows furrowed. If he didn't know Rasa's character, he would have almost suspected Rasa of fabricating a lie to deceive him. Tell me his intel. The third cage returned to his seat and sat down, his brows remained furrowed. Just thinking about a ninja like that appearing in a Megakure made him restless. Why did he appear at this specific time? Why did he appear specifically in a Megakure? His name is Herooqi, and he looks to be less than 10 years old, around 8 or 9. Rasa recalled the appearance of that little devil on the battlefield in his mind. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the third cage. What did you say? The third cage leaned forward, staring incredulously at Rasa, repeating, you said he's not even 10 years old. An 8 or 9-year-old child defeated Sunagaku's elite ninjas. The third cage's voice grew louder, laced with intense anger. Under the third cage's furious gaze, Rasa slowly nodded. Bang. Pub Future Ads. The third cage's palm slammed onto the table again. His breathing was ragged, and it took him a while to calm down. Continue. Pakura and I split into 2 groups. I led the ninjas to retake the border camp, and Pakura went to the Rifting Gorge camp to engage the AIM ninjas. I thought Pakura had victory in her grasp, but I didn't expect. Rasa paused, then continued. Under the third cage's gaze, when I was fighting Hanzo, we already had the advantage, and the AIM ninjas were heavily wounded, with few ninjas able to stand. I didn't expect the AIM ninjas from the Rifting Gorge camp to return alive and support Hanzo. Rasa shook his head and said, I've never seen such strange ninjutsu. Herooqi summoned 6 monsters at the critical moment. Recalling the scene on the battlefield, Rasa's eyes darkened, and the rampaging monsters on the battlefield reappeared in his mind. The first monster was enormous, at least 20 meters tall, and ordinary ninjutsu was useless against it. The second monster looked very much like a human, with blue hair and heterochromatic eyes, but its entire body was covered in stitches. If touched by it, one would explode or be transformed into a monster. The third cage's brows were tightly knit, and a chill emanated from his body, transformed into a monster. Rasa nodded, explaining to the third cage, yes, if touched by the monster, the body will turn into an irrational beast, attacking its former comrades. The third cage's eyes were filled with doubt and surprise as he looked at Rasa, signaling him to continue. The third monster was a giant pupil, with countless tentacles growing on it. These tentacles could absorb chakra, and many Suna ninjas died from having their chakra drained by this monster. Not only that, but just by looking at this monster, one's body would rot. The fourth monster also looked like a human, and it didn't have stitches on its body, making it almost impossible to distinguish it from a real person. It could manipulate blood and was very fast. The fifth one was a monster with a volcano on its head. It could spew flames and lava, with extremely high temperatures and a brutal temperament. The sixth monster, a layer of crimson covered Rasa's eyes. That was the blood of the Suna ninjas cut open before his eyes. Rasa's throat moved, and his pupils showed a hint of crimson. The sixth one was a monster with 4 arms and 2 faces. Its strength was very great, surpassing that of an ordinary Jonan. It was his appearance that instantly changed the tide of the battle, as he instantly cut open the remaining Suna ninjas on the battlefield. The third cage's pupils constricted. Ebizo, beside him, was filled with shock. How could that be? He actually cut open the Suna ninjas in an instant. Herooqi. The third cage uttered the name one word at a time. His voice was laced with infinite killing intent. Does he have other monsters? The third cage asked in a deep voice. Rasa hesitated, then shook his head. No. The third cage asked. Rasa pursed his lips and said, Cage-sama, I don't know. The third cage's heart sank. Why did such a genius appear specifically in a megacar? Why? The third cage closed his eyes, calming his breathing. Cage-sama. An Anbu's voice sounded from behind the door. Come in. The third cage glanced at Rasa and spoke towards the door. A dark figure silently appeared before the third cage. The Anbu knelt on one knee and presented the intel in his hand to the third cage. Cage-sama, this is news from the land of grass battlefield. The third cage glanced at the Anbu, picked up the scroll, opened it, and quickly scanned its contents. Bang! The third cage heavily slammed the scroll against the wall. Cage-sama. Ebizo looked at the third cage with concern. The front lines suffered a crushing defeat. Our side lost 15 Jonan, 536 Chunin, and 875 Genin. The third cage gripped the table, his body trembling violently. His eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could rush into the battlefield immediately and kill all of Konoha's ninjas. All 15 Jonin died at the hands of Konoha White Fang. It's Konoha White Fang again. The third cage nodded repeatedly, the killing intent in his eyes almost materializing. Cage-sama, what about Akasuna? Ebizo couldn't help but worry about his nephew. The third cage's gaze swept towards Ebizo, and he sighed silently. Akasuna is fine. That's good. Ebizo breathed a sigh of relief. But, the third cage's tone changed. Ebizo instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He opened his mouth and saw the regret in the third cage's eyes. Chizuru is dead, Akasuna is heavily wounded. The third cage's words made Ebizo feel dizzy. What? Chizuru is dead and Akasuna is heavily wounded. How was he going to tell his sister? How was he going to face Sasori? That child is still so young. Elder, go inform Elder Chiyo of this news. The third cage said to Ebizo. Ebizo seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He nodded distractedly, floating out of the cage office like a lost soul. You were to spread Herooqi's intel throughout the ninja world. The third cage stared at Rasa, commanding him. A genius. Let's see how long this genius can live. Yes. After Rasa withdrew, the third cage rubbed his temples with a headache. Now, the anti-war sentiment in the village was strong, and both sides had suffered major defeats in the war. How was he to appease the people? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C112. Experimental Subject. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 112. Experimental Subject. Ebizo stood at the doorstep of his older sister Chiyo's house. He stood there for a long time, not daring to raise his hand and knock. He didn't dare to look into his sister's eyes. How was he supposed to tell his sister the news about Chizuru and Akasuna? However, some things Ebizo couldn't avoid doing, no matter how much he wished to. Ebizo took a deep breath and raised his hand. As his hand moved to knock on the door, it suddenly opened from the inside. Chiyo's figure appeared behind the door. She glanced at her brother, whose hand was raised to knock, and asked in confusion, Ebizo. What are you doing here? Ebizo opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Seeing him act like this, Chiyo knew something big had happened. She glanced at Sasori, who was playing in the living room, then stepped outside and closed the door. She stood in front of Ebizo, her expression serious. What happened? Ebizo smiled bitterly. As expected of his sister, he had nowhere to hide from her. It's about Akasuna and Chizuru. Ebizo looked at Chiyo hesitantly. Chiyo's face was expressionless, but her heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. She forced herself to remain composed and asked, what happened to Akasuna and Chizuru? If one listened carefully, they would notice a slight tremor in Chiyo's voice. Ebizo's nerves were taut, as if an invisible mountain weighed upon him. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't utter a word. Chiyo waited patiently for him, without urging, but only she herself knew how much pain and suffering she was enduring. Chizuru is dead. Ebizo finally spoke. Chiyo's body swayed, but before Ebizo could reach out to support her, she steadied herself and asked, then, what about Akasuna? Chiyo's lips trembled as she stared intently at Ebizo. Akasuna. Severely injured. Ebizo lowered his head, avoiding Chiyo's gaze. Pub Future ads. Chiyo staggered a few steps and leaned against the door. Her vision blurred intermittently. Chizuru. Akasuna. Chiyo's eyes reddened, her pupils like burning coals, and a hateful light gathered in her gaze. Who was it? She grabbed Ebizo's shoulders and asked, who killed Chizuru? Who severely injured Akasuna? Ebizo's shoulders ached from her grip, but he dared not make a sound. It was Konoha White Fang. Ebizo said, word by word. Did he not hate him? How could he not? Chizuru and Akasuna were his family too. Akasuna was a child he had watched grow up. Konoha White Fang. Chiyo wished she could chew that name to pieces. She stared fixedly ahead, as if she could already see Konoha White Fang's figure. She suddenly took a step, heading towards the Cage's office. Ebizo understood Chiyo. He immediately realized what she intended to do. Sister. Ebizo blocked Chiyo's path. Get out of the way. Chiyo shouted sharply, her eyes bloodshot. Sister, what about Sasori? Ebizo pleaded tremblingly, his eyes filled with tears. Chiyo was instantly rooted to the spot, as if nailed there. Sasori. That name jolted her out of her hatred. Yes, there's also Sasori. Chiyo turned and looked towards the doorway. The door had opened at some point, and Sasori stood in the doorway, holding a small puppet. That was something Akasuna had helped Sasori make by hand the last time he returned. Sasori adored it and wouldn't even let go of it when he slept. Sasori stood at the door, staring blankly at Chiyo. He didn't understand what was wrong with his grandmother. Sasori. Chiyo's body trembled as she walked towards Sasori. Grandma, what's wrong? When are Daddy and Mommy coming back? Sasori asked, holding the small puppet and looking up. His face was filled with longing for his parents. Chiyo was speechless. Was she supposed to tell Sasori that Chizuru was dead, and that Akasuna was severely injured? She couldn't bring herself to say it. They'll be back when the war ends. Chiyo hugged Sasori's small body, forcing back her tears. Really? Sasori's voice held excitement. Then the war needs to end quickly. I miss Daddy and Mommy. Sasori's voice dropped. He lowered his head, fiddling with the puppet in his hands. Chiyo gazed at the sky, tears quickly sliding from the corners of her eyes, disappearing into the hair at her temples. Land of Grass. Sunagaker Camp. Akasuna opened his eyes. His pupils rotated, and a smile spread across his lips. He got up from the sickbed and found that the wound on his chest had already been bandaged. Two eerie bright points flickered in Akasuna's pupils. His hand rested on his chest. That was a close call. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. If not for Chizuru blocking the fatal blow for him, perhaps he would already be dead. Oh, no, more precisely, Akasuna would already be dead. Kenjaku, of course, wouldn't die. That body is really good. Akasuna recalled Tsukumo's body. To be able to train swordsmanship to that extent. Truly astonishing. Akasuna got out of the sickbed and pulled open the thick curtain of the tent. Akasuna-sama. Seeing Akasuna, a medical ninja quickly ran over. You can't get out of bed yet. Akasuna looked at the medical ninja, the smile on his face completely gone, replaced by unease. Where is Chizuru? The medical ninja immediately fell silent. Not a word was spoken. Akasuna shook off the medical ninja's hand, which was supporting him, and forced himself to stand up. I want to see Chizuru. The medical ninja knew he couldn't stop him, so he agreed to take him, provided they walked slowly. After all, Akasuna's injuries were too severe. Supported by the medical ninja, Akasuna arrived at a small, separate tent. Akasuna-sama, Chizuru-sama is inside. The medical ninja said in a low voice. You can go. I want to see her alone. Akasuna glanced at the medical ninja. The medical ninja pursed his lips. The war had just concluded, and the camp was full of injured ninjas. He couldn't delay for too long. Yes. After the medical ninja left, Akasuna entered the tent. There was only one bed inside, and the person on it was covered with a white cloth. Akasuna stepped forward and lifted the white cloth, revealing Chizuru's bloodless face. He gently caressed Chizuru's cheek, his lips slowly curving into a smile. Good child. Akasuna's tone carried appreciation. Don't worry, I won't give up on you. He patted Chizuru's cheek. If cursed spirits could be experimented on, Then ninjas could also be experimented on. His favorite thing to do was experiments. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-113. Bonus Yahiko is a tsundere. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 113. Bonus Yahiko is a tsundere. An eagle landed by the sea. A tall figure stepped forward, took out the message tube from the eagle's leg, and extracted the note from it. After standing by the sea for a moment, the figure lit the note on fire. The eagle flew high into the sky again. Jeriah sensei. From the distant wooden house, a familiar voice called out. Yahiko stood at the doorway, shouting towards Jeriah in the distance, "Dinner's ready." At this moment, Jeriah, who had been standing by the sea, finally came back to his senses. He walked towards Yahiko, a smile returning to his face. "Jeriah sensei, why were you standing by the sea in a daze just now?" Watching Jeriah change his shoes, Yahiko asked curiously. Jeriah paused. "It's nothing." He ruffled Yahiko's hair and sat down at the dining table. Yahiko sat down next to Conan. Jeriah looked at the three children before him, his heart heavy. "Jeriah sensei, is it news about Herooqi?" The silence at the dinner table was suddenly broken. Jeriah looked at Nagato, who had spoken, in surprise. Compared to Yahiko and Conan, Nagato was introverted and didn't speak much. He hadn't expected Nagato to guess so accurately. Jeriah still nodded. He thought that the four children had a deep bond, and he shouldn't hide it from them. Even if they argued, they always cared for each other in their hearts. "Jeriah sensei, when we went to town to buy things today, we heard the villagers mention Herooqi. They said Herooqi is a hero who defeated Tsunagaku. Is that true?" Pub Future Ads. Conan seemed to finally give in, her hands on the table, her upper body leaning slightly forward, speaking very quickly. She stared intently at Jeriah, eager to get more accurate news from him. "Tch." Yahiko turned his head away, looking as if he didn't want to hear Herooqi's name at all, but Jeriah noticed that his ears were perked up. Jeriah smiled helplessly and nodded. "It's true. Herooqi defeated the Tsunagaku forces at the Land of Wind border." Jeriah thought of the intelligence Tsunade had just sent, which stated that Herooqi had summoned 6 monsters. Could Herooqi now summon 6 curses? How amazing! Conan said involuntarily. Her eyes sparkled. HMPH. Upon hearing this, Yahiko snorted coldly. If it weren't for Hanzo, the Land of Rain wouldn't have gone to war with the Land of Wind at all. He kept saying he wanted to stop the battlefield, but he still joined it. Yahiko's face was filled with indignation. Jeriah's gaze lingered on Yahiko's face. He certainly wouldn't blame Yahiko, as he was still young and found it difficult to see the situation clearly. When he grows up, he will gradually understand everything Hanzo has done. If he was in Hanzo's place, Jeriah would have made the same choice as Hanzo. As Herooqi injured, Nagato looked up, his gaze passing through his red hair and falling on Jeriah. Jeriah was startled, and his gaze towards Nagato softened. Nagato was a gentle child, his focus was often different from others. This made him even more precious. No news, but he should be fine. Jeriah comforted Nagato. No news was the best news because, on the battlefield, only death notices were confirmed. Conan glanced at Yahiko, lowered her head, and whispered, "I miss Herooqi." Nagato pursed his lips and said nothing. Seeing Nagato and Conan's reactions, Yahiko stood up angrily and said, "He betrayed us, he abandoned us. You think of him, but he might not think of us." With that, Yahiko rushed out of the wooden house. "Yahiko." Conan was about to stand up, but Jeriah shook his head at her. "Let him be alone for a while," Jeriah advised. Their long time together had allowed him to understand the personalities of these 3 children. Yahiko had a difficult personality. Even if he missed Herooqi, he wouldn't admit it. Yahiko stood by the sea, gazing at the endless ocean. He lowered his head, his eyes red. He wasn't wrong. It was Herooqi who abandoned them and chose Hanzo, who was wrong. They were clearly friends, yet Herooqi so resolutely chose Hanzo. For such a long time, Herooqi hadn't come back to see them. They didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Ding. System has detected Yahiko's pain value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 45%. Herooqi opened his eyes on the sickbed. The white tent ceiling came into his view. His gaze shifted to the side, and the figures of Sota and Rika appeared in his sight. He quickly recognized where he was. Inside the medical tent in the Omegakure ninja camp. After having a good sleep, Herooqi felt refreshed. After fighting for 2 days and 2 nights straight, even with his excellent stamina, he couldn't endure it. After being carried back, he naturally slept until now. He lifted the covers and found that he had already changed into a new, clean set of clothes. His gaze once again turned towards Sota and Rika, thinking that those two had taken advantage. Herooqi, you're awake. As Sota turned around, he saw Herooqi sitting up on the sickbed. His gaze immediately softened, and he strode towards Herooqi. Is there anywhere you're uncomfortable? Is your head dizzy? Sota immediately asked. Herooqi shook his head. I'm fine. Sota looked at Herooqi with concern. Where's Sensei? Herooqi asked. Sota replied, Hanzo-sama is in the main camp tent. Before Sota could finish speaking, Herooqi immediately ran out from beside him. Herooqi, Sota called out worriedly. Herooqi ran towards Hanzo's tent. Sensei. He burst into the tent in a panic. Inside the tent were the 200 ninjas remaining in the current Omegakure ninja camp. Their gazes all turned towards Herooqi. Herooqi, have you rested well? How is your body? Yushi, who was beside Hanzo, asked in a timely manner. Herooqi shook his head. I'm fine. Hanzo waved to Herooqi, and Herooqi walked to Hanzo's side. Sensei, are we still going to fight? Herooqi looked at Hanzo blankly. Hanzo's heart suddenly ached. He looked down at Herooqi. Although not much time had passed, it felt as if Herooqi had grown up a lot. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-114, Casecage and Daimyo's Negotiations. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 114, Casecage and Daimyo's Negotiations. Hearing Herooqi's question, Yushi's eyes reddened. He lowered his head and gave a bitter smile. Can Omegakure still continue to fight? A ninja village with fewer than 300 living ninjas. If it weren't for Herooqi, there might not even be 100 living ninjas now. Hanzo shook his head, his hand resting on Herooqi's shoulder. I don't know. Although Sunagakure had suffered enormous losses this time, Sunagakure is, after all, a powerful ninja village backed by a large country. Omegakure does not have the capacity to bear losses like Sunagakure. Who knows if Sunagakure's third Casecage will act unilaterally and continue to fight Omegakure? Hanzo couldn't say for sure. His gaze swept over the remaining AIM ninjas. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and pain. After all, they watched as their comrades who went to the battlefield all failed to return alive. Sensei. Herooqi called out. Hanzo's gaze fell on Herooqi's face. The confusion had vanished from Herooqi's face, leaving only determination. If there's another war, I'm not afraid. Herooqi's voice echoed in the tent, his gaze sweeping over the silent AIM ninjas. Even if I'm the only one left, I will defend Omegakure. I will protect everyone. Herooqi reached out and grabbed Hanzo's sleeve. Sensei, if Sunagakure wants to continue, let me go alone. Hanzo trembled, and he sternly reprimanded him. What nonsense are you talking about? Pub Future Ads. How could Herooqi be allowed to go alone? What would that make them? Herooqi looked at Hanzo, a smile on his face as he said, I'm not talking nonsense, I'm serious. I don't want to see everyone die before my eyes. His voice became choked with emotion and his eyes gradually reddened. He gently shook his head and said, I don't want to see anyone else sacrifice themselves before my eyes. I have a curse, I can stop them. Herooqi looked at Hanzo, tears shimmering in his eyes. That way, no one will have to sacrifice themselves. What about you? Hanzo's angry gaze was mixed with heartache. I'm not afraid of death. Herooqi's tears welled up in his eyes. I'm afraid everyone will leave me, I'm afraid of being left alone. Hanzo's eyes stung, and a suffocating pain spread through his chest. His voice trembled. Do you think we are afraid of death? The silent AIM ninjas all looked at Herooqi, a smile curving their lips. We are not afraid of death either. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Kurosai's affection value plus 3000. Currently collected affection value totals 60,000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 6%. The more love curses, the better, of course. When he activates Geto's cursed spirit manipulation one day, he will be able to fuse multiple love curses together. At that time, his strength should be quite astonishing. Hanzo took a deep breath, his sharp gaze falling on the sandbox. If Sunagaku wants to fight, we will fight them to the end. Yes, the AIM ninjas said in unison. Hanzo looked at Herooqi and said, train well. Only when we are strong can we win. Herooqi nodded heavily. On the other side, Land of Wind, Daimyo's mansion. The elders and the daimyo sat together in a room. This included the third cage. The daimyo of the Land of Wind's gloomy gaze fell on the third cage. The daimyo spoke slowly, his gaze unfriendly as he stared at the third cage. Third, it's not that I'm unwilling to support you, but I've already given you too much, but all you've given me in return is failure. Konoha is one thing, but you couldn't even take down a Megakure. The daimyo sighed deeply, his tone filled with dissatisfaction towards the third cage. You should know how much money, how much food, how many weapons I've provided to support your war, but I haven't seen a single thing you promised me back then. The third cage lowered his head, his fists on the table gradually clenching. Please give me a little more time. The daimyo rolled his eyes and said, give you more time. I've already given you enough time, but I haven't seen even a shadow of the Land of Fire territory you promised me. Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages, defeating them is not that simple. The third cage argued. The daimyo raised his hand and said, don't tell me so much. I only look at results. The third cage was speechless. From the results, he had indeed lost. I have decided not to provide you with any more support. The daimyo coldly glanced at the third cage and waved his hand towards him. You may go. The third cage immediately stood up and said, no. Please trust me one more time. The daimyo closed his eyes. You tell me, how many times have I trusted you? Before the third cage could speak, the daimyo reprimanded him in a low voice, leave. Cage. Ebizo and Chio's hands rested on the third cage's shoulders, their gazes reminding him. If he clashed with the daimyo, the third cage wouldn't even be able to keep his position. The third cage lowered his head and left the daimyo's mansion with Ebizo and Chio. Without the daimyo's support, we won't last long. Chio said indifferently. Ebizo looked at the third cage helplessly. He had previously advised against the third cage attacking a Megakure. If not for that war with a Megakure, perhaps the daimyo wouldn't have been completely disappointed in them. The war between Konoha and the AIM ninjas is destined to end. Chio glanced at the third cage, her intention unclear. If the war with Konoha ends, Konoha's Nara clan will surely discover our weakness like hyenas and press their advantage, forcing us to sign an unequal treaty. Ebizo paused, looking at Chio. Chio met his gaze, her eyes cold. Ebizo lowered his head. The third cage asked, Elder Chio means to negotiate peace with a Megakure. Chio said calmly, given enough time, we can't even sustain one war, let alone 2. I'm simply choosing the more suitable party for peace talks between Konoha and a Megakure. The third cage's brows furrowed. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-115. Bonus A Megakure's Peace. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 115. Bonus A Megakure's Peace. Chio's analysis sounded in the third cage's ears. A Megakure is just a small village. Their demands have always been equality. They only need recognition of a Megakure's existence and status, and for the Land of Rain not to be invaded. Konoha is different. We initiated the war with Konoha, and they have lost countless people on the battlefield. If we choose peace talks, Sunagaku will definitely be stripped of a layer of skin by them. Of course, how to choose is still up to you, cage. Then, as Elder Chio said, let's negotiate peace with a Megakure. The third cage said decisively after a moment of contemplation. Chio nodded. Konoha is the most important. The third cage's dark eyes were heavy. Ebizo said nothing. In his opinion, they should cease hostilities with both Konoha and a Megakure. Sunagaku had lost too much in this war. Elder Chio, I'll leave the matter of signing the treaty with a Megakure to you. The third cage looked at Chio beside him. Did he not know Chio's selfish motives? No, of course he knew. Chio's daughter-in-law died on the battlefield, and her son was seriously injured. How could she willingly let Konoha off the hook? So she would induce him to end the war with a Megakure and focus on dealing with Konoha. The third Kazekage saw no need to expose this poor old woman because Chiyo's analysis was indeed reasonable. He also knew that once Sunagakure showed signs of fatigue in the battle with Konoha, Konoha would surely cling to them tightly and not let go. The losses for Sunagakure would be unimaginable then. Therefore, they have to focus on the battlefield with Konoha. Pub Future adds. All right. Chiyo nodded. She had fought Hanzo of Omegakure countless times, so it was not bad for her to be in charge of the peace talks. After all, she was the bane of that poisonous old man with the breathing tube. Good news arrived at the Omegakure ninja encampment. Sunagakure had proactively conveyed its desire for peace talks. The draft treaty from Sunagakure had already reached Hanzo's hands. After reviewing it, Hanzo found no unequal clauses within it. Hanzo's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He quickly had the news disseminated, lest Sunagakure change its mind at the last minute. Hanzo immediately sent a reply to Sunagakure. That night, all the AIM ninjas in the encampment knew the news. Bonfires blazed in the wide square of the Omegakure ninja encampment. Tonight, there was no rain on the border of the land of rain. Flames licked the firewood, crackling and spitting tiny sparks. The firelight illuminated the faces of those gathered around. The fatigue on every face was, at this moment, dispelled by joy. The war is finally ending. A 15-year-old Omegakure ninja, Juka, spoke with a trembling voice, tears welling in his eyes. Yes, after so many years, it's finally over. A middle-aged ninja's face bore the marks of hardship. The land of rain was a country full of war. The wars between the land of fire and the land of wind would always only sacrifice the land of rain. The people of the land of rain fled everywhere amidst the flames of war. They had not known stable lives for 100 years. Even if it wasn't the land of fire and the land of wind, there were samurai and rogue ninjas slaughtering civilians here. Before Omegakure existed, the people of the land of rain had no one to protect. After Omegakure was established, Lord Hanzo declared war on the land of fire and the land of wind to expel their ninjas and bring permanent peace to the land of rain. They had fought many wars, and finally, everything was over. Their dream had come true. The land of rain was about to welcome peace. The middle-aged ninja closed his eyes, let out a deep breath, then reopened his eyes, his cloudy gaze fixed intently on the dancing flames. He would remember this day forever. Emotions suppressed for too long erupted on this night. Laughter, tears, and sighs of relief intertwined, spreading amidst the bonfire. Herooqi sat beside Hanzo. Hanzo remained silent, but a gentle light shimmered in his eyes. Herooqi's gaze shifted from Hanzo, looking at the faces illuminated by the firelight, each streaked with tears. Yushi's hand rested on Herooqi's shoulder. Herooqi turned his head and saw Yushi's tear-streaked smiling face. I've waited for this day for too long. We are not the sinners of Omegakure. We really did drive the enemies out of the land of rain. Yushi spoke, tears flowing. For many years, he had endured unimaginable psychological pressure. The people of the land of rain believed that they were the ones who brought war to the land of rain. Therefore, whenever they saw them, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Now, they could finally straighten their backs and clear their names. Herooqi, thank you. Without you, our battle would have lasted who knows how much longer. Yushi rubbed Herooqi's head. He knew that without Herooqi, they would have certainly lost that last battle. Herooqi was the greatest contributor. Herooqi shook his head, the blood-stained faces of Suzaku, Muteki, Kurogaya, Yuma, and other AIM ninjas appearing in his mind. No, I didn't do anything. It was the sacrifice of Suzaku and the others that brought us the chance for peace. Herooqi sniffled, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. Yushi looked at Herooqi. Without Herooqi, they might have all died long ago. Without Herooqi, the final battle would not have been won. Knowing Herooqi's personality, he did not argue. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 6.5%. Once the treaty is signed, we can return to Omegakure. Herooqi's voice was filled with excitement. I miss home. His voice held deep longing. His words resonated with the AIM ninjas. No one didn't want to go home. Every single one of them wanted to go home. After taking a deep breath, Herooqi continued, I want to bring Suzaku, Muteki. I want to bring every single one of them back. His eyes were resolute, shimmering with tears. They must miss home too. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 5000. Ding. Currently, a total of 85,000 affection points have been collected. Your love curse growth value has increased to 15%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-116. Plethora of Cursed Techniques. Chapter 116. Plethora of Cursed Techniques. Herooqi lied on the bed in the tent, examining his personal information panel. Personal information. Name. Herooqi Shiratori. Identity. Yuta Okkotsu, Cursed Spirit Mother. Age. 923. Upon seeing his age, Herooqi immediately asked, "When did I get another year older?" Host. You are human, and humans grow up. Herooqi clicked his tongue. Time truly flies. A year had passed inexplicably. Fortunately, the gains this year were quite substantial. 4 max-level cursed spirits were the biggest harvest. Keep in mind, the strength of a max-level cursed spirit surpasses a Jonan, and cursed spirits like Rika, Aim, and Sukuna, who were born from extreme emotions, are even stronger than ordinary max-level cursed spirits. Herooqi sighed contentedly and continued to read. Gender. Male. Companion cursed spirit. Rika. Cursed spirit illustrated book. Rika activated, Sukuna activated, Choso activated, Jago activated, Mahito activated, Hanami activated, Kenjaku activated, Land God activated, Guilt activated, Dagon not activated. Click to expand. Main body abilities. Copy activated, current progress 100%. Click to expand. Black Flash activated, Reverse Cursed Technique activated, Domain Expansion activated, Curse activated. Scanning through the dense list of activated filled Herooqi with comfort. He clicked to expand the copy section. Copy current progress 100%, can copy all ninjutsu including sage arts. Copyable cursed techniques. Kento Nanami, ratio activated, Shoko Yeri, reverse cursed technique activated. Yuji Itadori, divergent fist activated, Toji Fushiguro, heavenly restriction activated, Mei Mei. Blackbird manipulation activated, Momo Nishimiya. Tool manipulation activated, Kurobana. Mercury manipulation activated. Uraum. Ice formation activated, Masamiki Yaga. Cursed corpse activated, Maizenin. Construction activated, Agami. Seance technique activated, Kurara Hoshi. Love rendezvous activated, Norito Shikamo. Blood manipulation activated, Megumi Fushiguro. 10 shadows technique activated, Naobito Zenin. Projection sorcery activated, Nobara Kugasaki. Straw doll technique activated, Haruta Shigamo. Miracle activated, Yuro Takako. Sky manipulation activated, Toge Inamaki. Cursed speech not activated. Click to expand. Previously, Herooqi had been on the battlefield and had no time to study his newly activated cursed techniques. Looking at it now, quite a few good things had been activated. He flipped through the system's cursed technique introductions. He usually had the system narrate them, but since he had already opened his personal information today, he might as well read them himself. Ads by PubFuture. He had an impression of Yuro Takako's cursed technique, sky manipulation, because he quite liked this cursed technique. This cursed technique is essentially the manipulation of space, specifically manifesting as the creation, elimination, and movement of spatial boundaries. With this cursed technique, Herooqi can cut out a section of space, making it independent of its surroundings, like creating a floating island or platform. And this space, cut by the cursed technique, can freely move and change shape according to his will. Of course, since this cursed technique made Herooqi so envious, it couldn't have just one ability. This cursed technique could also eliminate space, connecting 2 previously separated points, creating an effect of instantaneous movement. Herooqi could connect separated points near himself, or separated points near his enemies. By freely moving the spatial blocks cut or connected by the cursed technique, he can move objects or people located within that space. For example, during combat, he can cut out the space where an enemy is located and throw that space, along with the enemy inside it, into the air or smash it to the ground. Herooqi disliked the character Haruta, even to the point of detesting him, but he really liked his cursed technique. His cursed technique, named Miracle, had its core principle in storage. By storing one-time, non-repeatable miracles, and then releasing or attaching them to his attacks later. This miracle actually refers to powerful cursed techniques or effects that others had used in front of Herooqi. With this cursed technique, Herooqi can store cursed techniques or effects that others released in front of him, which is to say, store miracles. 10 foods you cannot eat when you're over 50. The 15 world's scariest bridges. During battle, he can release the stored miracles and attach them to his weapons for attack. For example, he can store Hanzo's poison mist attack, and when he fights an enemy, he can release Hanzo's poison mist attack effect when swinging his sword. Herooqi was extremely satisfied with this cursed technique, successfully comforting his displeasure at not being able to activate Toge's cursed technique, Cursed Speech. Next was Noritoshi's cursed technique, Blood Manipulation. This cursed technique was the easiest to understand. Its principle was to precisely manipulate one's own blood through cursed energy. Herooqi didn't even need to look at the system's introduction, he knew the settings of this cursed technique himself. With blood manipulation, one can freely control the shape, hardness, speed, trajectory, etc., of one's own blood after it leaves the body. The said blood can be used as weapons, shields, and other tools. Its practicality is very great. Of course, this cursed technique also has very obvious limitations. After all, the effects of this cursed technique depends on blood, and if Herooqi uses it too much, it might cause him to die from excessive blood loss. Herooqi decided that starting tomorrow, he would replenish his blood. The more blood in his body, the better. How great it would be if he could control others' blood. That way, there would be no worries about excessive blood loss at all. Herooqi continued to read Megumi's cursed technique, 10 Shadows technique. He was also very familiar with this. After all, it was the Zenin clan's inherited cursed technique. The user of the 10 Shadows technique possesses a different dimensional shadow vault, in which 10 different Shikigami are sealed. The user can summon Shikigami or submerge themselves into shadows for movement or defense by using specific hand signs as a medium and consuming cursed energy. Leaving aside the attack effects of this cursed technique, Herooqi was very satisfied with just the shadow vault alone. After gaining construction, he needed a personal space. Even if sealing scrolls were convenient, they were not as convenient as a personal dimension. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-117. Bonus 2 Contracts. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 117. Bonus 2 Contracts. Besides serving as a personal dimension, the 10 Shadows technique also seals various Shikigami within shadows. The user of the technique can summon Shikigami by performing specific hand gestures and expending cursed energy, or they can sink into shadows for movement and defense. Each Shikigami possesses unique abilities and forms. Divine Dogs. There are 2, one white and one black, serving as basic Shikigami. The white Divine Dog specializes in perception, while the black Divine Dog focuses on defense. New. A flying Shikigami that can grasp targets to fly or release lightning. Great Serpent. Its primary attack methods are coiling and devouring. Toad. A large frog-like Shikigami, similar to the toads of Mount Myoboku, though its offensive power is far inferior to them. Max Elephant. A large elephant-like Shikigami that sprays high-pressure water. Rabbit Escape. Numerous rabbit Shikigami used for distraction and interference. Round Deer. A unicorn deer that can use reverse cursed technique for self-healing. Piercing Ox. Charges in a straight line. The greater the distance, the higher the damage. Tiger Funeral. A large tiger-like Shikigami used for combat and pursuit. Of course, what truly captivated Herooqi was the strongest Shikigami, 8-handled sword Divergent Scylla Divine General Mahoraga. This is the ultimate Shikigami within the 10 Shadows technique, possessing the ability to adapt, overcoming all phenomena and growing stronger with each battle. No matter what, this time, he hit the jackpot. Pub Future Ads. Next is Naobito's Projection Sorcery. Projection Sorcery is one of the Zenin clan's ancestral techniques. Its core principle is to divide 1 second into 24 frames. The user must precisely execute 24 preset movements. Any object touched by the user's palm is also forcibly subjected to this 24-frame rule. If the target's movements cannot perfectly match the 24 frames within 1 second, they will temporarily freeze for 1 second due to incompatibility. Haruki's simplest understanding of projection sorcery was to reference animation production. Although it can only freeze for 1 second, do not underestimate that 1 second. When masters clash, speed is paramount. One of the most iconic representative of this is Minato. Mastering speed means you have already won more than half the battle. Herooqi can end an enemy's life within that frozen second. Is this technique not strong? Moreover, he has one major advantage in using cursed technique in the Naruto world. Even the most powerful ninjutsu has the potential to be analyzed, but cursed technique is a rule. Unless one is the user of the cursed technique, it is difficult to analyze its principles. Herooqi has a complete information advantage. Finally, there is Nobara's straw doll technique. Herooqi was quite satisfied with this technique as well. Not to mention its strength, the most important thing is that it's cool. The core principle of the straw doll technique is a curse based on resonance. First, the user has to take a part of the enemy, such as hair, blood, nails, or even items imbued with their chakra, and attach it to a straw doll as a substitute. In this way, a connection is established between the two. Then, the damage inflicted on the substitute will resonate through this connection, affecting the enemy's main body proportionally or even amplified. The moment Herooqi obtained this technique, a brilliant idea for its application had already appeared in his mind. In battle, he can control the enemy's weapon. If the enemy's weapon is infused with chakra, he can construct a scarecrow using cursed energy, attach the enemy's chakra to the scarecrow, and attack the scarecrow. How insidious is that? How could the serious ninjas imagine such an insidious move in the ninja world? The more Herooqi thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He always said the battlefield was a good place. He also had Rika and Sukuna to thank for improving his psychological resilience. Otherwise, he would not have adapted so well to the battlefield. 3 days later, the time for Omegakure and Sunagakure to sign the contract had arrived. Herooqi, through the perspective of a crow, saw that the ninjas of Sunagakure were almost at the border. Leading them was the Sunagakure's puppeteer, Chiyo. Hanzo had also made preparations early. He gathered all the remaining AIM ninjas and walked together towards the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. This included Herooqi. Herooqi walked beside Hanzo, his peripheral vision scanning the AIM ninjas behind him. They were all exceptionally silent. Although signing the contract was a good thing, they had not forgotten how Omegakure had reached this day. How many AIM ninjas, how many comrades, had been sacrificed for this day? The journey had been too heavy. Beneath their feet lay a path of peace paved with the blood and bodies of countless comrades. No one spoke, so Herooqi also remained silent, his expression tinged with a faint sadness. Thus, they arrived at the border as the dark clouds dispersed. In the distance, Chiyo leading the Suna ninjas came into Herooqi's sight. The Suna ninjas, shrouded beneath their masks, cast gazes filled with intense hostility upon the AIM ninjas. Herooqi. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. It was evident that unless they truly could not hold on, Sunagakure would absolutely not easily cease hostilities with Omegakure. The Suna ninja's resentment was so great that Herooqi could raise a special grade cursed spirit from it. Herooqi looked back at the AIM ninjas, and without a doubt, he also saw naked hatred in their eyes. Both sides were not even trying to hide it. He could only say that ninjas were too simple. HMPH. Old man with the respirator, I didn't think you'd still be alive. Chiyo stopped, her eyes filled with deep regret as she looked at Hanzo. Hanzo stared at Chiyo and said, "You old puppet hag aren't dead yet, so of course I won't die." Herooqi gasped. His gaze shifted back and forth between Chiyo and Hanzo. Too terrifying. He quickly averted his gaze. He actually thought Hanzo and Chiyo looked like they were flirting. Come to think of it, Chiyo and Hanzo were quite a match. HMPH. Chiyo sneered. She tossed the scrolls to Hanzo, but there were 2 scrolls. Hanzo caught the 2 scrolls in the air, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He stared at Chiyo, his voice reaching her through his respirator. What does this mean? Herooqi also looked at Chiyo curiously. What was Sunagakure trying to do? 2 contracts. Chiyo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of hatred in her eyes. One contract is a ceasefire agreement where Sunagaku recognizes a Megaker's status, and the other is a contract for Sunagaku to assist in rebuilding a Megaker, and for a Megaker and Sunagaku to form an alliance to jointly oppose Konoha. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-118. Exchanging Herooqi for Resources. Chapter 118. Exchanging Herooqi for Resources. Hearing Chiyo's words, Hanzo paused. His gaze, like a kunai shot forth, pierced Chiyo. Chiyo looked at Hanzo calmly, a smile playing on her lips. Hanzo, a Megaker is poor in resources. Without the help of a great nation, the path to building the village is difficult. You wouldn't give up such a good opportunity, would you? Hanzo clenched the scroll in his hand. The AIM ninjas behind him focused their gaze on Hanzo. A deathly silence. Hanzo heard his own breathing. 1 minute passed. The smile on Chiyo's face deepened. No one knew better than her that the longer the hesitation, the greater the chance of success. A Megaker will not fall into war again, Hanzo said decisively. Chiyo was stunned. She stared at Hanzo. She saw in Hanzo's eyes the emotion she least wanted to see. That was disgust for war. Chiyo gritted her teeth and asked, Hanzo, are you really going to give up such a good opportunity? Hanzo didn't answer. He opened 2 scrolls, took out the armistice agreement, quickly signed it, and threw the scroll to Chiyo. The other alliance agreement turned to ashes in Hanzo's hand. Chiyo frowned deeply, staring intently at Hanzo. She pulled out the armistice agreement from her embrace, signed her name in a few quick strokes, and likewise threw it to Hanzo. Chiyo's gaze shifted from Hanzo to the young man beside Hanzo. Now, information about Herooqi of a Megaker had spread throughout the ninja world. She had to admit that heroes emerge from youth. The value of this young man was astonishing. If he was given enough time to grow, could he kill Konoha White Fang? Konoha White Fang. Just thinking of this person, a metallic taste filled Chiyo's mouth, wishing she could immediately slay him with her blade. What if we only want him? Chiyo raised her hand and asked. Hanzo followed the direction of her finger, his gaze falling on Herooqi. Herooqi appropriately showed a confused expression. What do you mean? Hanzo's eyes were covered with a layer of ice. To exchange him for Sunagaku's resources. Chiyo pointed at Herooqi and said to Hanzo, word by word. Of course, he will only go to the battlefield to fight for Sunagaku. Once the war between Sunagaku and Konoha ends, Sunagaku will release him back to a Megaker. During this period, Sunagaku will help a Megaker rebuild and provide resources for its establishment. Chiyo seemed to see through Hanzo and continued, Hanzo, do you think I wouldn't know the foundation of your Megaker? This war has caused a Megaker to lose most of its ninjas, hasn't it? If there is no aid from Sunagaku, how long will it take for a Megaker in the Land of Rain to get back on track? 10 years, 20 years. Chiyo's voice was full of temptation. Now, you only need to use 1 ninja to exchange for resources. You wouldn't be so foolish as to refuse such a cost-effective deal, would you? Hanzo's gaze fell on Herooqi. Herooqi met Hanzo's gaze, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading as he seemed to understand Chiyo's words. Herooqi's eyes gradually became resolute as he said, Sensei, let me go. I am willing to exchange myself for resources for the village. Once the war ends, I will return. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5,000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 53.5%. Hanzo looked at Herooqi, his eyes filled with emotion. This child, like him in the past, was willing to give everything for the village. However, how could he agree? How could he let Herooqi go to the extremely dangerous battlefield to die again? If he really agreed, would he still be worthy of being a sensei? Could he truly face Herooqi? Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 3,000. Ding. Currently, a total of 18,000 affection points have been collected. Your love curse growth value has increased to 16.8%. The AIM ninjas glared fiercely at Chiyo and the Suna ninjas in front of them. To sell Herooqi for resources, they couldn't do it. A Megaker owes its current state largely to Herooqi. If they abandoned Herooqi, then what would their faith be worth? What were they fighting for? Wasn't it to prevent their children from enduring the ravages of war again? How could they let Herooqi go to the battlefield again? Would they still be human then? Herooqi was not joking. He was truly willing to go to the battlefield. The battlefield was a good place. Especially since Minato hadn't appeared yet, he could harvest a wave of emotional value. After Minato appears, he will suppress all battlefields in one fell swoop and end the war directly. No. Hanzo's voice reached Herooqi's ears. When Herooqi saw the light emanating from Hanzo's pupils, he knew that this matter was impossible. A Megaker will never exchange comrades for resources. This sentence was spoken by Hanzo to Chiyo. He stared at Chiyo and said, "Give up. A Megaker will not participate in the war between Sunagaker and Konoha." A Megaker had finally ushered in peace with great difficulty. He wanted to cherish this hard-won peace, lead the AIM ninjas to build up the village, and make it strong. Fine. Chiyo sneered. She turned and walked towards Sunagaker, the Suna ninjas silently following behind her. Watching the retreating figures of the Suna ninjas, Hanzo held the agreement with Sunagaker in his hand. It wasn't until the figures of the Suna ninjas completely disappeared that he lowered his head to look at the agreement in his hand. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on the AIM ninjas. Finally. The war is over, Hanzo's voice echoed in the ears of the AIM ninjas. Herooqi saw the AIM ninja's eyes instantly redden. His eyes also reddened, for the lost emotional points. Return to the village. Hanzo waved his hand, heading towards a Megaker. Herooqi sat crookedly on the broom, which prevented any discomfort. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering how to proceed with collecting emotional points. The figures of Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan involuntarily appeared in his mind. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-119. Project Hair Collection. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 119. Project Hair Collection. A Megaker and Sunagaker signed a truce. This news, as if it had sprouted wings, instantly spread throughout the entire ninja world. From then on, the land of rain ushered in peace. Upon learning this news, Jeriah felt a sense of stability, as if dust had settled. It was as if he had long anticipated this outcome. Herooqi's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. His lips curved slightly upward, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Herooqi's wish had already been half fulfilled. Ding! System detected Jeriah's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 53.8%. He should share this good news with Yahiko and the others. Jeriah did not want these four children, who had such a good relationship, to become strangers. Moreover, Yahiko and the others were actually very much looking forward to news of Herooqi. Jeriah strode towards the wooden house. Jeriah-sensei. Yahiko pushed open the door of the wooden house, looked at Jeriah outside the door in confusion and asked curiously, "Did Jeriah-sensei go out so early?" Yahiko's face showed the drowsiness of someone who had just woken up. Jeriah looked at Yahiko, nodded with a smile, and flashed into the room. Nagato and Conan were already awake. They stood at the doorway, looked at Jeriah, rubbed their eyes, and dutifully called out, "Jeriah-sensei." Jeriah looked at them gently, sat down on the tatami, and said mysteriously, "I have some good news to tell you." What good news? As soon as Yahiko heard Jeriah's words, he immediately became excited. He stared intently at Jeriah, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Nagato and Conan sat opposite Jeriah. Upon hearing Jeriah's words, Nagato's heart stirred slightly. He raised his head, his long hair obscuring his eyes. "Jeriah-sensei, is it news of Herooqi?" Nagato asked softly. Pub Future Ads. Conan was startled, then looked at Jeriah expectantly. Jeriah's gaze, however, fell on Yahiko. Yahiko had turned his head away as soon as he heard Herooqi's name, as if he was very disdainful, but Jeriah noticed that his perked-up ears twitched. Jeriah coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and nodded towards Nagato. "You could say that. It's indeed related to Herooqi. Jeriah-sensei, tell us quickly." Conan pleaded. They hadn't seen Herooqi in a long time and missed him very much. It was just that no one would speak up first, but they all knew in their hearts that they were all missing Herooqi. Ding! System detected Conan's nostalgia value plus 5000. Ding! System detected Nagato's nostalgia value plus 8000. Ding! System detected Yahiko's nostalgia value plus 6000. A total of 19,000 nostalgia points has been collected. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 55.7%. Jeriah smiled, looking at Conan's expectant expression. A Megakure and Sunagakure have ceased hostilities. Jeriah looked into their eyes and said seriously. Conan and the others were stunned simultaneously. Yahiko leapt up, his voice loud. Really? Jiraiya-sensei, are you telling the truth? Has a Megakure stopped fighting? Will there be no more wars in the future? A string of questions tumbled from his mouth. Jeriah pondered for a moment and said, The news of a Megakure and Sunagakure ceasing hostilities is true. Currently, a Megakure has signed a truce with the Sunagakure. I can't say for sure if a Megakure will fight in the future, but I estimate Hanzo should cherish this hard-won peace. He smiled at Yahiko. Yahiko immediately turned his face away and said, HMPH. You can't be sure. Hanzo is a warmonger. Hearing Yahiko's words, Jeriah shook his head helplessly. He knew that Yahiko still needed time to clear up the misunderstanding in his heart. What about Herooqi? Where did he go? Is he hurt? Conan sat up, asking with concern. She stared intently at Jeriah, her eyes filled with deep worry. Jeriah rubbed Conan's head and comforted her. Don't worry, Conan. Herooqi is fine. Herooqi is now a hero of a Megakure. He put in a lot of effort for a Megakure to achieve peace. Jeriah's eyes suddenly went over Conan's head, as if drifting to a very distant place, and his voice slowly sank. The battlefield is a terrifying place. For Herooqi to grow to this extent today, he must have encountered many things on the battlefield. Conan was startled. Battlefield. Of course, she knew how terrifying the battlefield was. She was a war orphan. When she wandered with Yahiko, she had seen too many terrifying scenes. She had never seen so many corpses, so much blood, and such cruel sights before. Did Herooqi have to face these every day on the battlefield? Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 17.3%. Nagato's head lowered again. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 17.8%. Yahiko pursed his lips, the indignation in his heart unconsciously turning into worry. Is Herooqi alright now? Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 18.3%. Yahiko clenched his teeth. Who told Herooqi to join Hanzo? Who told him to help Hanzo? Even if he got hurt, it was his own fault. Yahiko closed his eyes tightly. Ding. System detected Yahiko's pain value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 48%. Herooqi sat on a broom, constantly approaching a Megakure. A few system notifications occasionally sounded in his mind. His lips curved into a smile. It seemed Yahiko and the others had learned the news of a Megakure's truce. These three were the big fat sheep he had raised in THA Megakure. There would be plenty of emotion points waiting for him to harvest in the future. Cursed energy fluctuated in Herooqi's hand, and a straw doll appeared in his palm. He raised the straw doll in his hand and observed it carefully. Just in case, he needed to start collecting hair from famous figures from now on. Besides Nobara's straw doll technique requiring hair, Agami's seance technique also required hair. After these ninjas die, he can use seance technique to turn them into his combat weapons. However, collecting hair was a big project. But no matter what, collecting hair was much easier than collecting blood. A thick, inky black mass appeared out of thin air beneath Herooqi, and the straw doll in his hand was swallowed by the black hole, the black spot disappearing into the air. New book. Naruto. Strongest teacher system. Shinji transmigrated to the Naruto world with no cheats. To ensure his safety, he became a teacher at ninja school. Finally, when he met the two protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke, the strongest teacher system activated. He can be rewarded by teaching and educating people. Detected that Naruto is willing to establish a master-disciple relationship. Reward. Wind Release Nature Transformation Extraordinary Yang Chakra Proficient. Detected that Sasuke is willing to establish a master-disciple relationship. Reward. Yin-Yang Scroll Basic Detection Extraordinary. Class completed. Calculating. Overall rating. A. Reward. Chakra Perception Proficient All Stats plus 5, Chakra plus 500. After this, the original trajectory of the ninja world gradually deviated. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-120, Thieves in a Megacur. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 120, Thieves in a Megacur. 2 days later, Herooqi and his group, after a long journey, arrived at a Megacur. A Megacur was still as it was when they left. Broken walls, crumbling ruins, and empty. Despite this, the AIM ninjas' eyes turned red. No matter how dilapidated a Megacur was, it was a sacred place in their hearts. After all, this was the homeland they had sacrificed their lives for. Herooqi dismounted his broom. He had no special feelings for a Megacur. Besides, a Megacur was extremely broken. But his expression was more agitated than anyone else's. This was the brilliance of his acting. Even with a heart that was extremely still and completely unperturbed, his eyes revealed a deep longing for a Megacur. Herooqi's agitated appearance fell into Hanzo's and the other's eyes. Hanzo's eyes softened. No matter how strong Herooqi was on the battlefield, it couldn't hide the fact that he was still a youth. "Sensei, we've finally returned home." Tears shimmered in Herooqi's eyes. He looked up, gazing at the dilapidated Megacur before him. Home. What a warm word. Hanzo's heart stirred. His gaze shifted from Herooqi to a Megacur. His eyes softened, and he couldn't help but say, "Yes, we're home." A chilling aura surged outward from Herooqi. Hanzo's eyes narrowed, his muscles tensed, and his vigilant gaze swept around him. Noticing the purple vortex swirling around Herooqi, he realized something, and his gaze turned to Herooqi. Herooqi gave him a smile and said, "Sensei, I want to bring them home." Pub Future Ads. His words made Hanzo pause. The AIM ninjas, who had been extremely vigilant, also stiffened simultaneously. A deathly silence fell. Under everyone's gaze, a giant claw extended from the vortex. Then, the entire massive body followed. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire village. A chill rose from the AIM ninjas' feet, gradually spreading throughout their bodies. They stared intently, fixated on the massive monster. They recognized the monster before them. They had witnessed the birth of this monster with their own eyes. Even knowing that the monster was born from the bodies of their deceased comrades, it still couldn't stop their fear of the monster. The aura on the monster was too ominous. They had never seen such a bizarre existence. However, unlike their fear, Herooqi looked at the behemoth beside him with no fear, only closeness. He reached out and gently stroked the monster's body, which was enveloped in black mist. "Herooqi, Herooqi, protect Herooqi." The monster let out roars from its mouth. With Herooqi's soothing, the monster gradually quieted down. Tears shimmered in Herooqi's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. "AIM, we're home. Do you remember? This is our home." Hanzo's heart contracted, and the vigilance in his eyes gradually dissipated. Yes, he had witnessed with his own eyes how this curse was born, hadn't he? This curse was the ninjas of a Megacur who had died on the battlefield. Peace has come. There will be no more wars. We are home. Tears overflowed from Herooqi's eyes. A hand rested on Herooqi's shoulder. Herooqi turned his head slightly, meeting Hanzo's pained gaze. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 18.8%. Herooqi gave Hanzo a tearful smile and said, "Sensei, I've brought everyone back to a Megacur." Hanzo's eyes stung. He took a deep breath and nodded. Ding. System detected Yekachi's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Minami's affection value plus 1000. Ding. Currently collected affection points totals 32,000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 22%. The AIM ninjas looked at the figure beside Herooqi. How could they feel afraid? That was their comrade. That was the comrade Herooqi had never forgotten. Herooqi had never forgotten to bring them home. Home. With Herooqi. Home. The curse's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Herooqi looked at the curse stubbornly repeating a few words, and silently sighed in his heart. Although he did have the idea of using it to gain emotional value, he had also brought it home. The purple vortex swallowed AIM's figure once again. The chilling aura that had enveloped everyone gradually disappeared. The AIM ninjas subtly let out a sigh of relief. Although they knew how the curse was formed, the pressure brought by the curse was too strong. This was a physiological reaction they couldn't control. As Hanzo led the way deeper into a Megacur, Herooqi gradually noticed signs of human presence. It seemed Megakure was not entirely empty after all. Crows flapped their wings, flying high above Megakure. No one would actively drive away an ordinary auspicious bird. The crow's black pupils rotated, taking in all the figures hiding behind broken walls and rubble. Shish! An old woman hiding behind the broken wall covered her granddaughter's mouth. They were refugees who had gone to Megakure to search for food while the AIM ninjas were out fighting. They knew the risk of doing so was high, but they had no other choice. Either they went to Megakure to steal food, or they starved to death. Unexpectedly, before they could take the food out, the AIM ninjas returned. If they were discovered by the AIM ninjas, she and her granddaughter would surely not survive. She was already extremely old and was just skin and bones. If she died, but her granddaughter was only 5 years old. Her granddaughter couldn't die yet. Besides them, there were other refugees hiding in other secluded corners. Listening to the AIM ninjas' approaching footsteps, the refugees' hearts were about to leap out of their chests. Beads of sweat appeared on Aoi's, the granddaughter, palms. The round bread in her hand slipped, falling from her palm and rolling down the rubble-strewn slope towards the center of the path. Aoi's pupils dilated. Her bread. She subconsciously chased after the bread. When the old woman was momentarily unaware, her granddaughter had already broken free from her hand. The old woman hadn't eaten for a long time. How could she hold down her granddaughter? Aoi! The old woman's pupils constricted, as if she had fallen into freezing water. She knew they were about to be discovered. Aoi stubbornly chased after the bread. A hand landed on her bread. Aoi's steps halted. Her gaze shifted to the owner of that hand. Herooqi picked up the dusty bread in his hand, carefully brushed off the dust, and handed the bread to the little girl. Your bread. Aoi froze. She stared blankly at the older brother with the brilliant smile before her. The AIM ninjas frowned, their vigilant gaze falling on Aoi. Under their knife-sharp gaze, Aoi shrank her neck, not daring to reach out, and timidly looked at Herooqi. 4YT. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C121. Bonus Refugee Problem. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 121. Bonus Refugee Problem. Take it. Isn't this your bread? Herooqi sensed the little girl's fear and unease, so he offered her a warm smile, his eyes devoid of malice, and his body showing no hint of aggression. He extended the bread towards Aoi, his eyes filled with anticipation. Aoi stared fixedly at Herooqi, not daring to blink. Her gaze swept past Herooqi and landed on the AIM ninjas behind him. She took a step back, her eyes filled with deep dread. As a refugee from the land of rain, she had personally witnessed the battlefields of AIM ninjas and other ninjas. The bloody scenes left a deep impression on her. Whenever she saw a ninja wearing a forehead protector, she couldn't help but recall those terrifying scenes. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Herooqi knew that changing the common people's attitude towards AIM ninjas was not something that could be achieved overnight. He stepped forward, pressing the bread into Aoi's hand, his hand gently enveloping her small palm, his smile never fading. He stared into her eyes and earnestly told her, "We won the battle. From now on, there will be no more wars in the Land of Rain, and the Land of Rain will no longer be a battlefield for major powers. Everyone in the Land of Rain will no longer be displaced, and we can live peacefully in our own homes." Although he spoke to Aoi, his voice was exceptionally loud and clear. The AIM ninjas watched Herooqi's back, their expressions softening. Hanzo's gaze rested on Herooqi, filled with pride. As expected of his disciple, Aoi stared blankly at Herooqi. The wariness and fear in her heart gradually dissipated. She couldn't help but want to trust the person in front of her. Pub Future Ads. This person was different from the AIM ninjas. AIM ninjas would never be as gentle as him. I am Hanzo. Hanzo walked out from behind Herooqi. His voice echoed through the quiet Megakure. Of course, the refugees hiding in the shadows could not escape his eyes. The war has ended. Next, no ninjas from other ninja villages will set foot on the Land of Rain's soil. You no longer need to flee everywhere. A Megakure will protect the Land of Rain. Hanzo spoke with conviction. Herooqi gave Hanzo an admiring look. His smile grew even brighter as he told Aoi, "Sensei is right, we won't deceive you. Sensei is the hero who ended the war. He is the hero who brought peace to a Megakure." His eyes sparkled as he looked at Hanzo. Ding! System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 10000. Your love curse growth has risen to 23%. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has risen to 56.2%. Hanzo straightened his back, his gaze resting on Herooqi with tenderness. The one who had brought luck to Omegakure was actually Herooqi. Aoi subconsciously wanted to believe Haruki's words. His hand is so warm. Aoi looked down at the hand that enveloped her small hand. Aoi. An old, shrill scream, mixed with infinite panic, sounded. The old woman pulled Aoi behind her, staring vigilantly at Herooqi. If you want to kill, kill me. Don't touch my granddaughter. The old woman glared at them resentfully. You. The AIM ninjas frowned and looked displeased when they saw how stubborn the old woman was. Herooqi then turned his gaze to Hanzo and said, Sensei, let me escort them out of here. He estimated that after returning to Omegakure, the reconstruction of Omegakure would begin. Before Omegakure is built, it's not suitable for people to live in. These people would also not dare to live here. They would probably think they were being imprisoned. It would be better to send them out first. Time would naturally prove everything. Hanzo looked at the slightly fierce-looking AIM ninjas behind him. If he let them escort the people, they would probably scare the refugees. All right, be careful. Hanzo nodded, reminding him. Herooqi smiled. Sensei, rest assured. His gaze swept towards where the refugees were hiding and said, all of you, come out. I'll escort you out of here. The hiding refugees exchanged glances. The old woman, who was shielding Aoi, remained vigilant, but her wariness towards Herooqi was much less than towards the other AIM ninjas. We won't hurt you. I will escort you away. No matter how strong Herooqi was, in the eyes of these refugees, he was still a youth. Compared to those AIM ninjas, the threat was much smaller. Most importantly, they couldn't keep hiding here, or there would truly be danger. With nowhere to retreat, the refugees could only choose to step out from their hiding places. One by one, emaciated refugees appeared in Herooqi's sight. A very friendly smile hung on his face as he said, everyone, follow me. I will escort everyone to safety. Herooqi enthusiastically waved to the refugees. The refugees were like agile stray cats, any rustle of leaves would make them nervous. They cautiously followed behind Herooqi, but their eyes were fixed on Hanzo and his group, ready to flee at any moment. Herooqi escorted them all the way to the muddy road at the village entrance. Everyone, take care. Next, we will rebuild Omegakure. Once it's rebuilt, everyone can live in Omegakure and won't have to flee everywhere. Herooqi told them. The refugees exchanged glances. They had a good impression of Herooqi, but they still hadn't completely let down their guard. The refugees nodded, saying nothing. Herooqi waved to them and said, goodbye, everyone. From now on, you can live well. As AIM ninjas, we will protect the land of rain. The refugees lowered their heads, pretending not to have heard anything. Protection. They would not believe those cruel and warlike ninjas. Aoi. Stop looking, let's go. The old woman pulled her granddaughter's hand. Aoi reluctantly withdrew her gaze. I believe him, Aoi told her grandmother. The old woman looked down at her granddaughter's shining eyes, momentarily unsure what to say. He won't lie to us. Aoi also didn't know why she was so resolute. The old woman stroked Aoi's hair, remaining silent. After Herooqi watched the group leave, he turned and returned to the village. He chased after Hanzo and the others. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-122. Earning emotional value from Herooqi. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 122. Earning emotional value from Herooqi. Ding. System detected Aoi's faith value plus 5000. Did not reach the activation value for a cursed spirit. Faith value has been stored. Faith value. Aoi. Herooqi thought of the little girl from earlier. That old woman seemed to have called the little girl, Aoi, right? An unexpected surprise. Herooqi quickly saw Hanzo and the others. Hanzo did not return directly to his office but came to the vast square beneath the iron tower of Omegakure. He stood on the central high platform, his gaze sweeping over the AIM ninjas before him. Herooqi walked towards Hanzo. He came to Hanzo's side, and Hanzo nodded to him. Hanzo looked at the AIM ninjas and said, now that the war has stopped, it is time for us to rebuild Omegakure. Yes, the AIM ninjas answered in unison. They looked at Hanzo, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. How could they not be excited about building their homeland? They had fought in bloody battles for numerous years to wait for this day. Along the way, they had lost countless comrades. Fortunately, the final outcome did not disappoint them. Hanzo slightly raised his eyes, looking at the tall building in the center of a megachur that had not been destroyed. No matter how many hardships and pains befell this village, this country, it had never been able to destroy its steel framework. Now, they would reshape its flesh and blood, to make it radiate new vitality. Hanzo's chest swelled with ambition as he said, to improve the efficiency of rebuilding the village, we must do 3 things at the same time. Herooqi stood beside Hanzo, listening to his speech, and the more he listened, the more familiar he found it. The tone was very much like a mayor's. However, Hanzo was not a mayor, he was a village head. First, we must quickly expel all ninjas from other villages within a megachur to create a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere in the land of rain. Herooqi nodded in agreement. Second, we must promptly nurture the next generation of ninjas. Hanzo's voice was somewhat heavy as he said, too many of our comrades sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, and the remaining number of ninjas is far from enough. We must immediately train the next generation of excellent ninjas. Hanzo's eyes were solemn, and after surveying the surroundings, his gaze fell on Herooqi. How wonderful it would be if a megachur could have more ninjas with such high talent as Herooqi. However, Hanzo knew that such talent as Herooqi's was probably unmatched in the entire ninja world. It was already a blessing from heaven that Herooqi could become a ninja of a megachur. Therefore, we must first establish a ninja academy. Herooqi continued to nod. As long as we provide safe accommodation and free food, I believe it will attract many children within the land of rain to receive ninja education. Herooqi looked at Hanzo. At this time, Hanzo was a qualified leader. As Hanzo said, in the current environment, countless people in the land of rain were starving and poorly clothed, and most people would not refuse the opportunity Hanzo offered. It was better to try than to starve to death. Although the land of rain was a small country, it was not so small that it couldn't find children with ninja talent. Seeing that the AIM ninjas all showed thoughtful expressions, Hanzo continued, third, while rebuilding, we must strengthen patrols of the land of rain in a megachur, stop various malicious incidents, and at the same time, assist the people to change their attitudes. Ultimately, ninjas were supported by the people. If the people of a country were displaced, then the ninja village of that country would not be strong. Only when the people live and work in peace and contentment can they provide resources for the ninja village's development. Only when the ninja village is strong can it provide an environment for the people to live and work in peace and contentment. These two are interdependent, and Hanzo must stabilize the people and restore the chaotic order of the land of rain as soon as possible. After Hanzo finished speaking, he noticed a burning gaze beside him. He looked at Herooqi and found that Herooqi was looking at him with admiration. A smile flashed in Hanzo's eyes. Sensei, you are amazing. Herooqi said from the bottom of his heart. If only Hanzo would always be this amazing, but unfortunately, in the late stage, he became conservative and suspicious, making many mistakes. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 56.7%. Hanzo looked at Herooqi, unable to help but sigh in his heart. That's great. Even after so many brutal wars, Herooqi's heart remained unchanged. He was still as kind, gentle, and warm to others as before. Sensei, I am willing to go and expel the ninjas from other villages who are staying in the land of rain. Herooqi proactively took the order. This way, he could collect emotional values everywhere again. Maybe he could even sneak onto the battlefield for a stroll. Hanzo frowned slightly, with worry. Herooqi's strength was indeed good, but as his sensei, he could never let go of his concern for his student. Don't worry, sensei. If I can't beat them, I'll come back and ask for your help. Herooqi slyly winked at Hanzo. Hanzo couldn't help but curve his eyes. He thought carefully for a moment. Currently, among the AIM ninjas, besides himself, no one might be Herooqi's equal. Although Herooqi's own strength was not particularly great, his curses should not be underestimated. With curses by his side, he might not encounter danger. He needed to be stationed in a megachur and could not leave. In this situation, Herooqi was the best candidate to carry out the first mission. Sensei, do you still remember my dream? Hanzo, who was in thought, was startled by such a question. Herooqi did not give Hanzo time to answer, and immediately said, I said I wanted to become a ninja as strong as Sensei. Sensei led the Land of Rain to drive away the enemies and make the Land of Rain usher in peace. As Sensei's disciple, I also want to expel all threats from the Land of Rain and complete what Sensei has not yet finished. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 57.2%. How could Hanzo forget Herooqi's dream? Back in the office, when Herooqi spoke of his dream, his eyes were incredibly bright. Hanzo let out a long breath. He should trust Herooqi. Herooqi had already created many miracles. He could complete this mission as well. Although he was young, he was very mature and opinionated. Good. Hanzo's voice was firm and powerful. He looked at Herooqi, who had grown quite a bit, his pupils shining, staring intently at Herooqi and saying, Herooqi, you will always be the student that makes your sensei proud. Herooqi was stunned. What's going on? Before, he was always earning Hanzo's emotional value, but now it was Hanzo's turn to earn his emotional value. Herooqi pursed his lips, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. Sensei, I will do even better. Please believe me. Herooqi's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Hanzo watched him and said, I believe you. Hanzo suddenly felt as if he had returned to the first time he had met Herooqi. Counting the time, a year had already passed. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 57.7%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-123. Bonus Jeriah's Time to Leave. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 123. Bonus Jeriah's Time to Leave. Hanzo was highly efficient in his work. After finishing his speech, the reconstruction of a Megakure began. First, the iron nets in the central area of a Megakure were dismantled, and the debris was cleared. The ninjas' stamina made these tasks seem exceptionally easy. To give such a dangerous mission to Herooqi, while we are here doing tasks that even ordinary people can complete. Eiji muttered to himself, lifting a huge stone. Yuhi, walking beside him, heard his words and glanced at him. Eiji, trust Herooqi, he can handle it. Maybe when he returns, he will have grown to a terrifying extent. Yuhi couldn't help but smile. Eiji shook his head with a bitter smile. Of course I know Herooqi's strength, it's just, I feel a little guilty. It should have been them to go out to fight, but because of their weakness, a young man had to undertake such a dangerous mission in their stead. Eiji felt immense guilt. If you feel guilty, then work hard. Yushi's hand landed on Eiji's shoulder. He looked at Eiji seriously and said, for Herooqi to see a new Megakure when he returns, that will be the best gift we can give him. Eiji was stunned. He looked at Yushi and suddenly understood. Yes, Herooqi had such deep feelings for a Megakure. He must surely wish to see a strong and complete Megakure. Pub Future Ads. The guilt in Eiji's heart was immediately replaced by a stronger motivation. He was filled with power. Yushi smiled, seeing Eiji's enthusiastic demeanor. Meanwhile, Herooqi had already embarked on his journey. His figure moved swiftly through the forest. After flying for so long, it was time to exercise his legs, lest his legs become useless. Herooqi landed on the branch of the last large tree in the forest. He took a deep breath of fresh air and stretched out his arms. This is the taste of freedom. He looked straight ahead, a wicked smile on his face. His crows had not yet found ninjas from other ninja villages hiding in the Land of Rain. But he knew of an existing one, Jeriah. He ran wildly towards the direction of the seaside cabin. At the same time, at the seaside cabin, Jeriah and Herooqi had the same thought. His expression was slightly solemn. Now that the war in the Land of Rain had ceased, Hanzo, the leader of a Megakure, had issued an expulsion order. Non-Megakure ninjas were to leave the Land of Rain immediately. As a Konoha ninja, Jeriah's continued presence here was illogical. If discovered by the Megakure ninjas, it could even affect the relationship between Megakure and Konoha. Megakure and Konoha had finally ceased hostilities. Jeriah did not want to see friction arise again because of him. Perhaps it was time to leave. Jeriah withdrew his gaze and looked at Yahiko and the others, diligently training ninjutsu by the sea. He wondered if he would be able to see Herooqi one last time before leaving. Jeriah sighed silently in his heart. Just then, Yahiko excitedly ran towards Jeriah. Jiraiya-sensei, I've learned it. I've already learned the new ninjutsu. Yahiko's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and eagerness. Jeriah smiled. He stood up and walked towards Nagato and Conan. Yahiko stopped, followed beside him, and pestered Jeriah to teach him another powerful ninjutsu. Jeriah didn't speak. He stopped in front of Conan and Nagato. Yahiko's steps halted, the smile on his face slightly receding. He looked at Jeriah, his keen intuition telling him something was amiss. What's wrong, Jiraiya-sensei? What happened? Yahiko scratched the back of his head, asking in confusion. Jeriah gazed at the three before him. He had witnessed the growth of Yahiko and the others. Although the three of them didn't possess the powerful talent and innate strength like Herooqi, their abilities were sufficient for self-preservation. As long as they could protect themselves, he had no worries. He had to leave. After hiding in a megacur for so long, it was time for him to return and face his own battlefield. Yahiko, Nagato, Conan. Jeriah called out their names in turn. Nagato looked up slightly, his gaze fixed on Jeriah. Jiraiya-sensei. Conan's eyes were slightly red, as if she had a premonition. Jeriah smiled, without hesitation, getting straight to the point. I must go. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. Yahiko froze in place. Jiraiya-sensei, where are you going? Yahiko asked, looking at Jeriah. I must leave the land of rain and return to Konoha. Jeriah told Yahiko. Yahiko's face was blank. He had been so happy with Jeriah that he had forgotten that Jeriah was a Konoha ninja, forgotten that Jeriah wouldn't always stay with them. Then what about us? Yahiko didn't want Jeriah to leave. After Jeriah leaves, where will they go? Yahiko felt as if he was surrounded by mist. He was trapped in the mist, lost and helpless, not knowing where to go. Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, I will return to Konoha sooner or later, and I will leave you sooner or later. You must embark on your own life's path. Jeriah patiently told them. The sound of Conan's sobs came from in front of him, and Jeriah's heart softened. After a year of training, you possess the strength to protect yourselves. Jeriah paused, then glanced at Yahiko. If you truly don't know which way to go, then go find Herooqi. I won't go to him. Yahiko immediately retorted. He works for Hanzo. I don't want to work for Hanzo. Yahiko shouted, tears in his eyes. Jeriah sighed, choosing to drop the topic. Before I leave, I will test your strength and guide you one last time. What about Herooqi? Conan sobbed, looking at Jeriah. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Herooqi, Jiraiya-sensei? Jeriah fell silent. Jiraiya-sensei. A clear voice sounded from afar. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-124. Reconciling with Yahiko. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 124. Reconciling with Yahiko. Jeriah's body trembled at the familiar voice. He immediately turned around. He saw a figure running along the coastline towards him. It was Herooqi. Herooqi waved at Jeriah as he ran towards him. Ding. System detected Jeriah's nostalgia value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Nagato's nostalgia value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Conan's nostalgia value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's nostalgia value plus 3000. A total of 12,000 nostalgia value has been collected. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 58.9%. Nagato's eyes, hidden by his red bangs, widened. He stared intently at Herooqi, who was running towards them. It's Herooqi. Conan's cries were mixed with deep surprise. Her eyes sparkled with joyful tears, and a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. Jeriah's lips also curved slightly as he watched Herooqi rushing towards them. He was satisfied to be able to bid a proper farewell to the four of them before leaving. Only Yahiko had a strange expression, as if he wanted to look but didn't. He turned his face away, but his pupils involuntarily glanced in Herooqi's direction. Watching Herooqi's approaching figure, Nagato couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. The next second, Herooqi embraced him tightly. Nagato's pupils widened as he felt a long-lost warmth. Nagato. Long time no see. I missed you very much. Herooqi patted Nagato's back. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 5000. Pub future ads. Your love curse growth value has increased to 23.5%. Herooqi's smile grew even brighter. He released Nagato and embraced Jeriah, who was the second closest to him. Jiraiya-sensei, I missed you so much. Herooqi patted Jeriah's back, sharing his affection equally. Jeriah grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits. I missed you too. I've heard a lot about you. Jeriah winked mischievously at Herooqi. Herooqi scratched his head awkwardly, shyly lowering his head. Jiraiya-sensei, don't listen to rumors, all rumors are false. Ding. System detected Jiraiya's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 59.2%. Jeriah smiled without speaking. The reliability of rumors was indeed not high, but that didn't mean all rumors were unreliable. Jeriah believed some of the rumors. Conan. Herooqi extended his hands towards Conan. Conan sobbed and hugged Herooqi tightly. This is great. Herooqi, you're back. I was so worried about you. Conan's tears soaked Herooqi's clothes. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 24%. Herooqi's eyes crinkled in a smile. Excellent. They were all big fat sheep. Herooqi gently wiped away Conan's tears. He never got tired of using the same rhetoric. Conan, I missed you too. Conan smiled at Herooqi. As long as Herooqi was back in one piece, it was good. Herooqi finally looked at Yahiko. Yahiko. As soon as he spoke, Yahiko immediately turned his back. You, don't think I missed you. Yahiko shouted loudly, trying to cover his true feelings. Herooqi. He stared at Yahiko's increasingly red ears. He couldn't imagine what Yahiko's front face looked like. I know. Herooqi stared at the back of Yahiko's head and said, I just wanted to say, whether you missed me or not, I missed you very much. Yahiko, witnessed by Jeriah, Conan, and Nagato, turned purple with embarrassment, like an eggplant. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 24.5%. Want a hug? Herooqi stared at the back of Yahiko's head. What a spectacle. Yahiko's head started to smoke. Jeriah had a kind smile on his face. Woo-woo. Yahiko let out an uncontrollable sob, turned around, and hugged Herooqi tightly. Actually, he was also very sad when he argued with Herooqi. He didn't want to argue with Herooqi at all. Herooqi was once the person who understood him best. Why did he join Hanzo? Fortunately, the old Herooqi was back. He never wanted to argue with Herooqi again. It was too painful. Ding. System detected Yahiko's nostalgia value plus 10000. Breakfast. 15 foods you should never eat in the morning. The 15 world's scariest bridges. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 60.2%. Herooqi was almost strangled by Yahiko. What was even more terrifying was that Yahiko had no intention of letting go. Was this Yahiko's revenge? Herooqi's eyes rolled back. Herooqi broke free from Yahiko's grasp. He took a deep breath, rehydrating his parched lungs. Yahiko, with a bright red head, gently patted Herooqi's back. Are you all right? He asked stiffly. Herooqi gasped a couple of times and showed Yahiko a mouthful of white teeth. I'm fine. What could be wrong? I was just overwhelmed by your affection. I can do it again. He extended his hands towards Yahiko. The awkwardness in Yahiko's heart instantly vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but smile, punching Herooqi's shoulder with a slight hint of disdain. Who wants to hug you a second time? Conan chuckled. She watched Yahiko and Herooqi reconcile, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. It was great. It was really great. Herooqi being able to return, Herooqi and Yahiko being able to reconcile. Everything was just perfect. Herooqi, you've returned at just the right time. I have something to tell you. Jeriah's hand rested on Herooqi's head. Herooqi looked at Jeriah, he pursed his lips. Jeriah-sensei, are you leaving? Jeriah raised an eyebrow in surprise, he quickly realized Herooqi's growth. How could Herooqi not have grown after being with Hanzo for a year? Even if he was a former enemy, Jeriah had to admit that Hanzo was a formidable figure. He deserved the title of demigod of the ninja world. Yes. Jeriah nodded. It's great to be able to formally say goodbye to you. Jeriah said seriously. Don't look so down. Jeriah ruffled Herooqi's and Yahiko's hair and said, we'll have a chance to meet again. Before I officially leave, let me test the results of your training. Jeriah looked at Herooqi and said, I'm very curious about your current strength. Jeriah thought for a moment and added, first, let's agree, your curses cannot participate. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-125. Bonus Jeriah vs Herooqi's Squad. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 125. Bonus Jeriah vs Herooqi's Squad. Hearing Jeriah's instructions, Herooqi smiled. and made a promise to Jeriah. Okay. He looked at Jeriah, his eyes bright and clean. I won't use the power of curses to deal with Jeriah-sensei. Jeriah's heart softened, and he smiled helplessly. Herooqi is still so kind. Ding. System detected Jeriah's nostalgia value plus 2000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 60.4%. Jeriah distanced himself from Herooqi and the other three. He looked at the four standing side by side, a smile appearing on his lips. Attack me with all your might. Pay attention to your coordination with each other. The salty sea breeze billowed Herooqi's robes. The grass, which didn't reach Herooqi's ankles, undulated like waves. Compared to Yahiko and the others, who were ready for battle, Jeriah seemed very relaxed. He stood in place, arms crossed over his chest, a relaxed smile on his face, but his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Jeriah knew that Herooqi and Nagato were both extraordinarily talented, but in such a short time, he didn't believe that Herooqi and Nagato possessed power that surpassed his own. Come on, attack with the resolve to kill me. Let me see what you can achieve together. Jeriah had to fully unleash their true strength. Pub Future Ads. Yahiko's personality dictated that he would act first, launching an attack before everyone else. As he moved towards Jeriah, he rapidly formed hand signs. Water release. Wild water wave. A powerful stream of water shot towards Jeriah like a high-pressure water gun. At the same time, Conan lightly leapt backward, and countless sheets of paper floated automatically around her. With a command from Conan, the paper instantly transformed into weapons sharper than a kunai, flying towards Jeriah. Herooqi just happened to want to try out the recently activated cursed technique. His body moved and his figure suddenly became blurry in Jeriah's line of sight. Not body flicker technique. Faster than body flicker technique. The speed was so great it was almost a teleportation. His figure abruptly appeared behind Jeriah's side. Jeriah was slightly startled, countless questions bubbling up in his mind. How did Herooqi do that? Jeriah couldn't believe that in such a short time, Herooqi could increase his speed to such a terrifying degree. Now was not the time for questions. Jeriah quickly composed himself. Herooqi's speed made him even more curious about his strength. Jeriah's movements were also not slow at all. He easily dodged Yahiko's wild water wave. At the same time, he spewed intense flames from his mouth, burning Conan's paper clean with a single burst of fire. A strong gust of wind came from Jeriah's side. Black lightning burst forth before his eyes. Herooqi's fist, wrapped in cursed energy, struck directly at Jeriah's ribs. Jeriah looked at the black lightning bursting from the fist, guessing that its power must be extraordinary. He didn't meet it head-on, but quickly changed his attack, sending a leg whip towards Herooqi's chest. Herooqi gave Jeriah another surprise. He actually dodged the leg whip. Jeriah's attack missed, and just as he was about to counterattack, he saw Herooqi appear behind him, his fist smashing towards his back. This time, there was nothing on Herooqi's fist. Jeriah extended his arms, blocking Herooqi's fist. Bang! Jeriah shook his numb hands, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Good strength. Herooqi pulled away from Jeriah. Yahiko and the others had already charged forward. As Jeriah raised his hands, a sudden sharp pain shot through his arm. What? Jeriah was surprised. Large patches of bruising had appeared on the arm that he had used to block Herooqi's fist. This was the result of Herooqi deliberately controlling his cursed energy. Otherwise, Jeriah, who knew nothing about Divergent Fist, might have had his arm explode after taking a direct hit. Jeriah immediately realized the power of that seemingly ordinary punch. It seemed he had underestimated Herooqi. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Needle Jizo. Jeriah's white hair instantly hardened, growing wildly like countless sharp steel needles, forming an impenetrable defensive circle that enveloped him, while also forcing back Yahiko and the other two who were pressing their advantage. Herooqi made a special hand gesture in front of him. The cursed energy within his body surged. A patch of inky black shadow spread out from under his feet. The shadow seemed to come alive, as if something was violently wriggling within it. Immediately after, two enormous great snakes suddenly shot out from the shadow. The two great snakes, one on the left and one on the right, opened their gaping maws and bit at Jeriah. Jeriah's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. This is summoning jutsu. Did Herooqi actually learn summoning jutsu? Jeriah knew about the unique way Herooqi learned ninjutsu. Even without anyone teaching him, he could learn simply by observing. Fire release. Flame bullet. The two great snakes blocked Jeriah's escape route. Jeriah formed hand signs. A scorching fireball spewed from Jeriah's mouth, accurately blasting towards the great snakes. Yahiko shouted, forming hand signs again, water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon rose from the sea, roaring as it charged towards the fireball. Thick white smoke instantly spread. Countless sheets of paper condensed into long spears in the air, stabbing towards Jeriah's back. And there were two more huge great snakes. Facing the pincer attack, Jeriah laughed heartily. That's more like teamwork. Jeriah showed no panic. His hand signs were so fast they left only afterimages. Earth release. Earth-style wall. A sturdy earth wall rose with a roar from Jeriah's feet. The great snake's sharp venomous fangs sank into the earth wall. Jeriah dodged the spears from behind and kicked Nagato away. Herooqi appeared on top of the earth wall at some unknown point. He took a deep breath, and extremely cold cursed energy spewed from his mouth. Thin ice instantly spread at Jeriah's feet, rapidly approaching his legs. As soon as Jeriah's toes touched the ground, he felt a biting cold. The ice layer gradually crept towards his toes. Jeriah dared not pause, he immediately retreated backward. When did Herooqi learn ice release? This is a Kekkei Genkai. Could Herooqi even replicate a Kekkei Genkai? That would be too terrifying. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-126. Herooqi is the savior. Pub Future ads. Chapter 126. Herooqi is the savior. Fire release. Great flame bullet. A sea of fire, spewed from Jeriah's mouth, roared towards Herooqi. The speed of the ice spreading halted. Under the extreme high temperature, the ice solidified in place, unable to advance another inch. Herooqi's figure vanished within the approaching wave of fire. When he reappeared, his figure emerged without warning behind Jeriah. With a wave of his hands, bright silver liquid metal surged around him like a living thing. The mercury in the air transformed into countless sharp silver needles, shooting towards Jeriah from all directions, carrying potent poison and deadly sharpness. Watching this scene, the admiration in Jeriah's eyes deepened. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Jeriah formed hand signs, prompting his white hair began to grow wildly again. The rapidly growing white hair, like countless flexible tentacles, swept forcefully and with extreme precision towards the mercury needles flying through the air. The mercury splashed everywhere in the air, but without exception, it all returned to Herooqi's vicinity, floating like a living entity, resembling a giant silver oarfish around him. Just then, Herooqi vanished. By the time Jeriah reacted, Herooqi had abruptly appeared behind him. Jeriah's pupils constricted. Herooqi's speed was somewhat beyond his expectations. At this moment, Herooqi's fist was wreathed in dark lightning. His strike was perfect in timing, angle, and power. The space around Herooqi's fist could not withstand the pressure and subtly twisted. Herooqi's fist aimed directly at Jeriah's back. Summoning jutsu. A huge cloud of white smoke erupted between Herooqi and Jeriah. Herooqi felt his fist strike some kind of hard metal object. As the white smoke gradually dispersed, he saw what had blocked his punch. A toad had appeared beneath Jeriah. Herooqi's fist had struck the armor on the toad's arm. Pub Future ads. Crack. A crack appeared on the armor of the toad's arm. Jeriah raised an eyebrow, glad he hadn't tried to endure that blow directly. He triumphantly jumped down from the toad's back. A look of immense relief spread across his face. He had almost capsized in a ditch. Thankfully, his reaction was quick enough. Excellent. You truly gave me a surprise. Jeriah looked at Yahiko and the two others, who were panting but whose eyes were still sharp. His gaze finally fell upon Herooqi. Especially you, Herooqi. I never expected you to have grown to such a degree. What terrifying genius. The toad, squatting beside Jeriah, realized that the situation was not what it had imagined. It had thought Jeriah was in danger, but it turned out Jeriah was teaching his students. It unsummoned itself, uninterested. Jeriah looked at Yahiko and said, Yahiko, your water release ninjutsu is already very outstanding. And Conan, your paper ninjutsu is becoming more and more flexible. Jeriah was pleased to see their growth. Now, self-preservation was no longer an issue for them. Especially Herooqi, it could be said that his strength had already surpassed the Chunin rank. Jeriah had met many geniuses, but none could be compared to Herooqi. He anticipated Herooqi's future. Jeriah finally looked at Nagato, his expression serious. Nagato, do not fear using the power of your eyes. Nagato's body trembled. His red hair obscured his unusual eyes. Nagato's talent was second only to Herooqi, possessing extremely high aptitude for ninjutsu. However, he seemed somewhat hesitant in battle. Jeriah knew that his eyes had always been an obstacle Nagato couldn't overcome. He sighed. He was about to leave, and he no longer had time to help Nagato overcome this obstacle. He could only leave it to Herooqi. Jeriah looked at Herooqi. Herooqi glanced at Nagato, receiving the message conveyed in Jeriah's eyes. He nodded towards Jeriah. He would help Nagato overcome his difficulties. He was still thinking about replicating the Rinnegan's abilities. Jeriah breathed a sigh of relief. Although Herooqi was young, he was the most mature of the four children. Entrusting Nagato to Herooqi, Jeriah felt very reassured. Herooqi possessed a powerful and uncontrollable strength similar to Nagato's. No one could empathize with Nagato's pain more than him. Sometimes, Jeriah couldn't help but marvel at the arrangements of fate. It was such a coincidence. To let two children with equally tragic backgrounds, equally great talent, and equally soft hearts meet and accompany each other. What a gentle arrangement. I must go. Jeriah glanced at the turbulent sea. He couldn't delay any longer. We will meet again, Jeriah said to the four children. Not only that, he was certain he would receive news of them. Their talent destined them not to be ordinary. The ninja world would surely have a place for them in the future. Jeriah slowly retreated, waving to them. Jeriah-sensei. Conan couldn't hold back her tears. She ran towards Jeriah and hugged him tightly. Jeriah stopped, his eyes also a little sad. How could Herooqi miss such a good opportunity to collect emotional value? He also hugged Jeriah. Jeriah-sensei. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might still be wandering now. Perhaps. Already dead. Jeriah-sensei, I will always remember your teachings to us. I will definitely hold on to my dream. No. Herooqi looked up at Jeriah and said, it's to hold on to our dream, and I will definitely achieve it. Jeriah's pupils slightly widened. Their dream. How could Jeriah forget? Their common dream was to hope that the ninja world would no longer have war. Ding. System detected Jeriah's nostalgia value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 61.4%. Jeriah looked deeply at Herooqi, his eyes shining with firm resolve. I believe in you, Herooqi. I believe you can do it. Herooqi, with his talent and strong soul, was destined to be the savior of this war-torn world. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-127. I'll protect everyone. Chapter 127. I'll protect everyone. The sea returned to calm. Herooqi and the others stood on the shore, watching Jeriah's boat disappear into the horizon. Conan stood beside Yahiko, gazing reluctantly in the direction Jeriah had left, her gaze not retracting even after he was out of sight. The sky grew darker and darker. Large, dark clouds gathered above their heads. Herooqi looked at Yahiko and the others and said, let's go inside. It's going to rain soon. Herooqi didn't want to stand there like an idiot, getting drenched. Yahiko nodded and strode towards the wooden house. Herooqi glanced at Conan, then at Yahiko's rapidly retreating back, speechless. Yahiko, like an ox, only knew to walk by himself. Couldn't he take care of the sad Conan? Herooqi's lips twitched. He comforted Conan while leading her towards the wooden house. After 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. He turned his head and saw Nagato still standing there blankly. He wasn't new to Nagato's slow mind. He had no choice but to go back, take Nagato's other hand, and led both of them towards the wooden house. As soon as his front foot entered the wooden house, large raindrops began to patter down. Herooqi let out a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished sighing, he realized he didn't need to be afraid of getting wet at all. After all, he could easily control Mercury to solidify into an umbrella above his head. Herooqi walked towards the tatami mat. For a while, he didn't hear any footsteps. He turned back and saw that Conan was standing at the doorway, looking at the wooden house, as if her soul had been taken away by Jeriah. Herooqi was powerless to complain. He went to look at the other mind-blowing contestant. Nagato stood blankly at the doorway, more terrifying than Conan. It was as if he had no soul at all. Herooqi took a deep breath, resignedly got up, and pulled the 2 dazed individuals to sit on the tatami mat. After Conan and Nagato sat down, Herooqi relaxed. Just then, Yahiko, who had been silent, jumped up from the tatami mat as if he had been electrocuted. Herooqi's eyes twitched as he looked at Yahiko. What kind of trouble were these 3 going to cause? Yahiko stood in place, looking seriously at Herooqi, Nagato, and Conan. Jeriah had left, and he was the oldest here. He had to shoulder his responsibilities. Yahiko patted his chest. Herooqi, Nagato, Conan. He loudly called out their names. Herooqi raised his eyes, staring at Yahiko. Conan, immersed in sadness, was startled by Yahiko's powerful shout. She quickly looked up at Yahiko, her eyes full of confusion. Nagato, however, was not startled by Yahiko. He calmly raised his head. His gaze passed through his red hair and landed on Yahiko. I've decided. From today on, I will take good care of you all. Yahiko promised. I will protect you all well. Yahiko declared as if making an oath. Herooqi. Conan's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Herooqi for a moment. Herooqi's gaze met Conan's. The 2 of them tacitly looked away. I will also protect everyone. Herooqi also said. His gaze seriously swept over Yahiko and the others, adding, I will protect you with my life. You are more important than anything. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 10000. Currently collected affection value totals 30,000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 27.5%. Ads by PubFuture. Yahiko's face turned bright red as he stammered loudly, Who wants your protection? I am the big brother. I should be the one to protect you all. He slowly lowered his head, his lips moving, his voice like a mosquito. You are also more important than anything. Tears welled in Conan's eyes. She wiped the tears from her face. Although Jeriah had left, Herooqi, Yahiko, and Nagato were still here, weren't they? They were still together. As long as Herooqi, Yahiko, and Nagato were there, she wasn't afraid at all. Herooqi stretched out his hand and placed it on the table. He reached out to Nagato opposite him and Yahiko beside him and said, As long as we are always together, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 10000. Currently collected affection value totals 30,000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 30.5%. Yahiko unhesitatingly grasped Herooqi's hand. Nagato tightly held Herooqi's other hand. Conan also held Yahiko's and Nagato's hands respectively. Their hands were joined, just like their hearts. In a trance, Yahiko and the others seemed to return to that time at the cave. Their first meeting with Herooqi. They ate together, faced enemies together, became disciples together, and became each other's family. Ding. System detected Nagato's nostalgia value plus 3,000. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Ding. System detected Yahiko's nostalgia value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Conan's nostalgia value plus 3000. Currently collected nostalgia value totals 9000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 62.3%. So warm. Conan looked at Herooqi, Yahiko, and Nagato, as if to imprint their faces in her mind. Herooqi, will you leave again? Nagato asked. Even though his eyes were obscured by his red hair, Herooqi could still feel Nagato's piercing gaze. Nagato's question immediately focused Conan's and Yahiko's gazes on Herooqi. Conan's gaze towards Herooqi held a plea. She pleaded with Herooqi not to leave them again. Yahiko stared intently at Herooqi, his lips tightly pressed. Herooqi shook his head and smiled. Yahiko's eyes immediately lit up. Ha ha, it seemed he was more important than Hanzo, who had taken Herooqi away. Conan breathed a sigh of relief, showing a brilliant smile. That's great. They could live together again. Nagato's gaze immediately softened. I won't leave you, but we can leave this place together. Herooqi looked at Yahiko and the others, saying with a smile. What do you mean? Yahiko was stunned. Yahiko, do you want to stay in this wooden house forever? Herooqi asked Yahiko. Yahiko opened his mouth, then shook his head. Of course not. Of course he didn't want to stay in the wooden house forever. He just didn't know where to go. Besides the wooden house, where else could they find shelter? Didn't you say you wanted to change this world? Herooqi looked at Yahiko. Yahiko stared blankly at Herooqi. Did Herooqi even remember the words he had casually spoken? Ding. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-128. Bonus They All Died. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 128. Bonus They All Died. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 31%. Yahiko looked at Herooqi, and the memory of them holding hands while searching for Jeriah flashed through his mind. So much time had passed in the blink of an eye, and he felt a little dazed. Ding. System detected Yahiko's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 62.6%. Recalling his grand ambitions from back then, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yahiko's face. He nodded heavily and said, of course I remember. And his dream had never changed. A peaceful and happy life had not eroded his initial resolve. His dream of changing this terrible world had never changed. Herooqi smiled as he looked at Yahiko. Isn't this a good opportunity now? Yahiko stared at Herooqi, stunned. Yes, Jeriah was gone, and there was no need for them to stay in this small wooden house forever. Since he had chosen to change the world, he should start now. It's just. Yahiko felt a little lost. How should he do it? How could he change the world? This dream was too grand, and he couldn't find a specific direction for a while. Pub Future Ads. Yahiko looked at Herooqi, and his intuition told him that Herooqi had a way. Although a Megakure has achieved peace, there are still many rogue ninjas and samurai hidden within a Megakure. They use their strength to oppress the people of the Land of Rain. Even though the war has stopped, the people are still suffering. Herooqi's voice carried a deep allure. Yahiko, don't you want to save them? A light flickered in Herooqi's eyes. He understood Yahiko. Yahiko was a person with heroism. We can be like Jiraiya-sensei back then, saving others and passing on kindness. Yahiko pursed his lips. He hated Hanzo, that was true. Hanzo was the culprit who started the war. But the people of a Megakure were innocent, they were victims of the war. Yahiko was also someone who had suffered the ravages of war, and he could empathize with that pain. Of course, he was willing to save them. But, Yahiko did not answer Herooqi directly. He stared intently at Herooqi, and after a moment's pause, he asked, what about you, Herooqi? Are you coming with us, or do you choose to continue working for Hanzo? Anyone could leave, only Herooqi could not. Herooqi was the only one who could understand his dream. If he chose to leave and continue working for Hanzo, what meaning would his dream have? Yahiko's breathing became rapid. He stared fixedly at Herooqi, waiting for the answer. Herooqi raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. He looked into Yahiko's eyes and said seriously, I'll go with you all. Anyway, this was also his mission. He believed that during the mission, Yahiko would change his opinion of Hanzo. On the way, Herooqi could complete his mission, strengthen his power through battles, and collect emotional values from Yahiko, the other two, and the rogue ninjas. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Yahiko smiled and tightly gripped Herooqi's hand. He knew it. Herooqi would not give up on their dream. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 3000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 31.3%. That's great. Conan didn't care about any dreams at all. Changing the world or anything like that. She didn't care about any of it. She just wanted everyone to be together forever. As long as everyone was together forever, anything they did was fine. So, when do we leave? Yahiko was now full of power. He felt like he could do something big. He had already begun to fantasize in his mind about the scene of driving away bad guys and saving people from distress with everyone. Just thinking about such a scene made his heart surge with emotion. He couldn't wait to leave now. Conan looked at Yahiko and Herooqi, smiling. I'll listen to you too. Nagato nodded gently. He was the same as Conan. Herooqi looked at the heavy rain outside the window and said, tomorrow. We'll leave tomorrow morning when the rain stops. If it doesn't stop, we'll put on our raincoats. Yahiko nodded heavily. Okay. Night. Herooqi and the others took the thick futons off the beds and placed them on the tatami mats in the living room. The 4 of them lied together in their respective futons, looking at the wooden ceiling of the house and listening to the rain constantly beating against the roof. The rain has gotten lighter. Nagato said softly. Herooqi turned his head slightly and smiled at Nagato. Maybe tomorrow will be a rare good day. Nagato's lips curved into a smile. Conan turned her head to look at Herooqi and Yahiko. She looked past Haruki's profile and saw Nagato's red hair. She made a wish in her heart, hoping that every day in the future would be as beautiful as today. Conan closed her eyes and asked softly, Herooqi, can you tell us about what happened to you on the battlefield? Yahiko's eyes immediately widened. He held his breath slightly, his heart filled with anticipation. He also really wanted to hear, but he didn't want to hear anything related to Hanzo at all. He hoped Herooqi wouldn't mention Hanzo. Tonight was indeed a good time for storytelling. Herooqi stared at the somewhat moldy wood on the ceiling and slowly began. At first, I left the wooden house just to save people. Too many people died in the war. I wanted to save their lives. On the way out of the wooden house, I met a dying ninja. I saved him. His name was Suzaku. He was a very good person. Although he looked cold, he had a warm heart. He took me back to Omegakure. In Omegakure, I saw many injured ninjas. They lied in the dark tower, unable to even let out painful groans. I could never forget their eyes. So, I decided to stay. Quote. The story went on for a very, very long time. Herooqi looked at Nagato and Conan beside him and found that they had already closed their eyes. He thought Nagato and Conan were asleep, so he quieted down, and the story abruptly ended. The silence lasted for almost 3 minutes. Conan's voice suddenly rang out. What happened next? What about Suzaku? Herooqi replied, he died. Conan was silent for a moment, then asked again, what about Kurogaya? Herooqi again answered, he also died. What about Yuma, the Omegakure ninja who helped you make puppets? He also died. Herooqi said, they all died on the battlefield protecting the land of rain. They used their lives to stop Sunagakure's attack and earned a truce agreement from Sunagakure. Alright, it's late. We should go to sleep. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-129. Searching for Crows. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 129. Searching for Crows. The sound of rain had stopped at some point. As Herooqi was about to close his eyes, he saw tears rolling down Conan's cheeks. He closed his eyes as if he hadn't seen anything. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5000. Currently, a total of 15,000 affection points have been collected. Your love curse growth value has increased to 32.8%. With his goal achieved, Herooqi sank into a sweet dream. He completely disregarded the trauma his story had inflicted on the remaining 3. Conan knew that Herooqi must have had a very difficult year. But she hadn't expected it to be this difficult. He had to fight while healing, and accept the sacrifice of his comrades while fighting. Yahiko's feelings were complex. In his heart, the AIM ninjas led by Hanzo were all thugs, just like Hanzo. But the AIM ninjas Herooqi spoke of were completely different from what he had imagined. The AIM ninjas in Herooqi's story were loyal and righteous. Some had even sacrificed themselves on the battlefield at an age not much older than them. A small crack was chiseled into the wall of prejudice Yahiko had built high in his heart. Sooner or later, this wall would collapse in his heart. Nagato's hands, hidden in the quilt, clenched into fists. A Megakure was too weak, which was why it was wantonly bullied by powerful ninja villages. Herooqi didn't know what the three of them were thinking, he was already in his second dream. The next day, Herooqi groggily opened his eyes. Pub future ads. Dim daylight seeped into the wooden house from outside the window. A hint of coolness drifted in through the cracks in the window. The air was fresh. Herooqi took a deep breath, snuggling in the warm quilt. His pupils moved, and he saw that the quilts on both his left and right sides were already empty. Herooqi, you've woken up. Conan sat kneeling beside Herooqi, a gentle smile on her face. Where are Yahiko and Nagato? Herooqi struggled to get out of the quilt, looking at Conan in front of him as he asked. They went to prepare ingredients for breakfast. Conan smiled at Herooqi. Herooqi nodded, tidying up the tatami, and then unexpectedly saw the paper cards on the wall. He paused, then moved a little closer, looking more carefully. Jeriah's name was written on the topmost paper card. Below Jeriah's name card were paper cards with Herooqi, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan's names, respectively. Even more unsettling was the pile of wild flowers beneath the name cards. Herooqi. He didn't need to look to know whose masterpiece this was. He slowly looked at Conan beside him. We're leaving, and I thought we should leave our mark in this wooden house. Conan's smile was terrifyingly innocent. Herooqi's feelings were complex. Had no one told Conan that the name cards in front of them looked exactly like memorial tablets? It was too inauspicious. Herooqi covered his face. Herooqi, what's wrong? Conan looked blankly at Herooqi, who had suddenly covered his face. Herooqi took a deep breath, lowered his hands, and smiled at Conan. Nothing, I'm just very touched. Conan shyly pursed her lips. Soon after, Yahiko and Nagato returned. After a hearty breakfast, the four of them, clad in raincoats, set off lightly. On the hillside, their footsteps paused. They turned to look back at the wooden house standing by the sea, their eyes filled with deep reluctance. Let's go. Yahiko took a deep breath and strode confidently in the opposite direction from the wooden house. Herooqi glanced at Yahiko's back, then caught up to him and asked, Yahiko, do you know where there are crows nearby? Although he already had 20 crows, it was still not enough. 1 crow was sent to monitor Kenjaku, and 3 crows remained in a Megakure. As soon as there was any movement in a Megakure, he would discover it immediately. 5 crows were sent to patrol the borders of the Land of Rain, and the remaining crows flew to various parts of the Land of Rain to search for the hiding places of rogue ninjas and samurai. Although the Land of Rain was a small country, the efficiency of finding people with only 11 crows was still too low. Crows. Yahiko scratched his head in confusion and asked, Herooqi, what do you need crows for? Herooqi said, we can have the crows help us find those hidden ninjas from other villages. Ah, Yahiko looked at Herooqi in surprise and asked, can you communicate with crows? He, Nagato, and Conan certainly couldn't. Herooqi nodded. Something like that. The profound blackbird manipulation technique was not just about controlling crows for surveillance and finding people, but he didn't need to explain it in detail to Yahiko and the others. I know where there are crows. Nagato's voice cut in. Really? Herooqi looked at Nagato in surprise. Then let's go quickly. The more monitors and bombs, the better. Nagato nodded and walked towards the edge of the distant forest, leading the way for Herooqi. Herooqi followed behind Nagato, with Yahiko and Conan following behind them. Yahiko asked curiously, how do you do it? Can you communicate with all small animals? What an amazing ability. Herooqi shook his head, a lie readily spilling out, only with crows. Maybe it's because I saved a crow on the battlefield. Ever since I saved an injured crow on the battlefield, I found that I could communicate with crows. What? Yahiko looked at Herooqi in astonishment. Conan was the most accepting of such things. She smiled and nodded. It's very possible. After all, crows are very spiritual animals. They must have felt the kindness in Herooqi. Herooqi nodded frantically inwardly. Yes, yes, propagate him like this. We're here. Nagato stopped. Herooqi looked at the surrounding environment. This area was indeed a suitable habitat for crows. Crows like to live on the edges of forests, woods, or small patches of woodland. This way, they can easily fly to nearby grasslands or riverbanks to forage. This area not only had beaches and grasslands but also a lush forest. Nagato pointed to the branches above his head. Herooqi looked up and, sure enough, saw a crow's nest. He looked along the rows of tall trees and found many crow nests. He rubbed his fists together. Half an hour later, dense flocks of crows circled Herooqi, like a small black tornado. Without exception, cursed energy had been injected into all of their bodies. Yahiko and Conan watched this scene in wonder. At Herooqi's command, the crows scattered, flying in different directions. He had acquired 48 new crows in total, greatly improving the efficiency of finding people. Let's go to the town ahead first. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-130. Bonus Mountain God. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 130. Bonus Mountain God. In the northern part of the Land of Rain, there was a small village called Kikyogahara. The village was nestled among rolling, low-lying hills. It was named Kikyogahara because kikyo flowers grew all around it. This remote location, close to the land of birds, experienced relatively fewer wars and was less affected by conflict. When Herooqi and his companions arrived at this village, Yahiko and his two friends couldn't even believe such a peaceful haven existed in the Land of Rain. Herooqi and his companions stood on a high slope, the wind rustling their robes, allowing them to take in the entire village nestled in the hollow of the mountain. There was no flying artillery, no ruins everywhere, only a serene tranquility. Occasionally, figures moved through the streets in the afternoon. Conan knelt down, her hand gently caressing the wild kikyo flowers on the hillside, and she lowered her head, lightly inhaling their fragrance. Her lips were curved upwards, and happiness flowed in her eyes. Nagato stood beside Herooqi, while Yahiko shouted loudly, "Let's go in and take a look." Yahiko pointed at the village, turned back, and shouted to Herooqi and his companions, his face full of excitement, seemingly having forgotten their main objective. Herooqi looked at the peaceful village and nodded. Conan stood up, and the group walked deeper into the mountain hollow. Herooqi and his companions, clearly visitors from another village, quickly attracted a lot of attention. Small vendors on both sides of the cobblestone path watched them with wary eyes. "Wow, that's a vendor selling candied haws." Yahiko pointed at a small shop not far ahead and ran towards it. Conan followed Yahiko, running off. "Are there bad people here too?" Nagato, who had been standing beside Herooqi without wandering off, opened his mouth and asked. Pub Future Ads. Herooqi glanced at Nagato. At least someone remembered their purpose for being here. They were here to expel the ninja causing trouble in this country, not for tourism or vacation. However, Yahiko and Conan had clearly been deceived by the peaceful appearance of this village. They had completely forgotten their purpose for coming here. Their reaction was within Herooqi's expectations. Conan was inherently kind and gentle, and Yahiko was carefree and uninhibited. They would never think ill of people. Especially since this village was so deceptive. Hard to say. Herooqi shook his head at Nagato. The definition of bad people and good people is too vague. Who can accurately judge if a person is good or bad without thoroughly understanding them? Herooqi said to Nagato with a smile. Nagato was stunned. He looked at Herooqi, and after a long time, he nodded. You were right. Although there are many rogue and rebel ninjas hiding in this country, not every one of them is a bad person. Just like Jeriah sensei. Herooqi continued. Then why are they hiding in the Land of Rain? Nagato asked doubtfully. Perhaps they grew tired of the battlefields in their own countries and didn't want to commit more crimes on the battlefield. But these are all just my guesses. I don't know the truth either. Everyone has different truths, and only they themselves know those truths. Herooqi chased after Yahiko and Conan. He turned back and said to Nagato, "Let's go, Nagato. I'll treat you to candied haws." Nagato watched Herooqi, who had already run off. He was lost in thought for a moment, then quickly took off, chasing after Herooqi. Ding! System detected Nagato's affection value plus 1000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 32.9%. Herooqi. Nagato. Come quickly. Yahiko, leaning on the counter, waved to Herooqi and Nagato. The owner of this small shop selling candied haws was a white-haired old man. He looked at Herooqi and his companions with kind eyes, clearly a benevolent elder. You're not from this village, are you? There were many styles of candied haws, and Yahiko and his friends were dazzled by the choices. As they were picking, the old man slowly spoke. The sweet aroma of candy filled the shop. Yahiko was momentarily stunned. Herooqi looked at the old man in front of him and nodded. No, we are not from this village. What are you doing here? The old man was not as wary as the others. Yahiko and Herooqi exchanged glances. Yahiko scratched the back of his head, revealing a helpless smile. We are looking for a place to settle down. Ah, the old man paused, his gaze moving back and forth over Herooqi and his three companions. As if understanding something, a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. When you came to Kikyogahara, were you seen by anyone? The old man asked worriedly. Herooqi shook his head. No, it was just us. How did you discover this place? The old man continued to ask. His tone was gentle but very serious. Naturally, Herooqi's crows had discovered it. We wandered around, found Kikyo flowers, wanted to see them, and accidentally discovered this village. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. This time, it was Conan who spoke. She leaned on the counter, cautiously looking at the old man. Looking at Conan, the old man's expression softened. So that's it. Do you still have family? Nagato stared at the old man. We are each other's family. The old man was stunned for a few seconds, then looked at the children in front of him with pity. He had also experienced war, so how could he not understand the meaning behind these children's words? Stay here, the old man said to Herooqi and his companions. It's very safe here, unlike the war-torn place outside. You can stay here. The old man nodded definitively at Herooqi and his companions. Won't ninja discover this place? Herooqi asked, feigning worry. The old man shook his head and said, no, the mountain god will protect us. Mountain god. Yahiko and Herooqi exchanged glances. Yes, the mountain god will protect us. The old man nodded affirmatively. Come, pick some candied haws. They're free. The old man enthusiastically handed the candied haws to Herooqi and his companions. Unable to decline his hospitality, Herooqi and his companions accepted the candied haws. Leaving the small shop, Yahiko couldn't help but ask, is there really a mountain god? Of course not, Herooqi affirmed. But that old man believes so firmly there's a mountain god. He looks like he's seen one. Yahiko recalled the old man's reverence when he mentioned the mountain god and felt it didn't seem fake. No mountain god, but there might be ninja. Herooqi said. Yahiko's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's template. C 131131. There are no gods in this world. Kikyogahara is very secluded. They don't know that the war in the land of rain has stopped. They've always lived here, content in their own world. There must be a ninja in the village. Herooqi said with certainty. I suspect that a ninja is protecting this village. What? As soon as Herooqi said this, Yahiko cried out in surprise. By this time, they had already arrived on a sparsely populated road, and no one noticed his startled reaction. How is that possible? How could a ninja protect ordinary people? They only slaughter defenseless ordinary people and then ransack their homes. Yahiko had seen too many such ninjas in the previous wars. In all these years, he had only seen one righteous ninja like Jeriah. Why not possible? Herooqi retorted. Of course, he didn't expect an answer from Yahiko. What he wanted to do was accelerate Yahiko's change of perception towards AIM ninjas and Hanzo. Every ninja I encountered on the battlefield was fighting to protect their comrades, their village, and their country. AIM ninjas protect Omegakure, the land of rain, and the ordinary people of the land of rain. Sunagakure ninjas protect Sunagakure, the land of wind, and the ordinary people of the land of wind. That's how they fought desperately, only hoping to provide a peaceful environment for the people behind them. Herooqi said. His peripheral vision fell on Yahiko. The wrapper of the candied haws in Yahiko's hand was almost melted by the sun. He still hadn't eaten it. But, if there were no Hanzo, a Megakure wouldn't need to fight Tsunagakure and Konoha. Yahiko gripped the candied haws tightly and shouted loudly at Herooqi, desperately trying to hold his ground. Hanzo is a bad guy. He's a criminal who started the war. After Yahiko finished shouting, he noticed that Herooqi didn't refute him. He just looked at him with calm, gentle eyes. Yahiko's face began to flush. He couldn't quite explain why. Although he had won the argument, he felt utterly ashamed. Yahiko. The Land of Rain has always existed as a battlefield for the three warring parties. Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure. Great nations fight, but it is the peace of the Land of Rain that is sacrificed. The ninjas of the three parties ignite the flames of war on the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain has been deprived of its peaceful and tranquil life and stable development environment by the wars between the great nations. If a Megakure were not established, and if a Megakure did not resist, the Land of Rain would struggle to survive in the cracks between the great nations. Peace is just a luxury. To exchange short-term sacrifice for permanent peace. I think it's worth it. Herooqi and the three others walked along the country road. Herooqi's calm voice echoed in the ears of Yahiko and the two others. His attitude was not as intense as Yahiko's. Instead, it was as gentle as a spring flowing through the mountains. It was this calm narration that achieved much more than Yahiko's shouting. Yahiko and the two others fell into thought. But, Yahiko was speechless. Of course, this didn't mean he couldn't refute him or that he admitted Herooqi's words were correct. Rather, he couldn't describe the strange feeling in his heart. He still felt that Hanzo's actions were wrong, but he simply couldn't clear his thoughts and express his ideas completely. Alright, let's not talk about this topic anymore, Herooqi suddenly said, glancing at the conflicted Yahiko. Yahiko immediately felt as if he was suspended in midair, neither up nor down, but he also didn't want to argue with Herooqi about Hanzo anymore. He forced a smile and put the matter out of his mind. Ads by PubFuture. Unbeknownst to them, they had already moved away from the dense, low-rise buildings and arrived at the back mountain of Kikyogahara. This was a lush forest. Bellflowers grew all along the tree trunks. Herooqi heard the caw of a crow. Let's go in and take a look, Herooqi said. Yahiko looked at the lush forest in front of him and asked confusedly, what are we going in for? To find the mountain god. Oh, right, if it's a mountain god, then he must live on the mountain. Yahiko convinced himself without Herooqi needing to explain. Could it really be the mountain god? Conan still held on to her innocent fantasy. Herooqi led the way, as he had the shared perspective of the crows. Hearing Conan's words, he smiled and looked at Nagato. There are no gods in this world. Conan was a little disappointed. As that's so, she had been really looking forward to seeing a deity. As they went deeper into the forest, the surrounding temperature became lower and lower. Refreshing cool breezes swept through, and the huge tree canopy above them rustled. Let's rest for a bit. Herooqi heard Conan's panting and turned to them, saying. Yahiko and Nagato both agreed without objection. They sat down, leaning against the thick tree trunks, with spots of light gently moving on their bodies. Conan squinted her eyes, feeling sleepy, and the few of them were all a bit drowsy. The forest remained silent. A figure slowly emerged from the dense bushes. He was wearing a loose yukata, with a gourd hanging from his waist, and wooden clogs on his feet, approaching Herooqi and the others. Herooqi looked up, his gaze meeting the man in front of him. As expected, not ordinary children. The man smiled and laughed. His voice startled Yahiko and the others awake. Yahiko's eyes widened, and he pointed at the man in front of him. Mountain god, Herooqi. Yahiko's thick-headedness really was like someone. He patted Yahiko's head with his hand and said, this is clearly a person. Oh, Yahiko hugged his head. The man watched their interaction with a smile. You can call me mountain god if you like, the man said, stroking his chin. No way, Yahiko shouted at the man. If he wasn't the mountain god, why should they call him the mountain god? Ha 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 ha. The man burst into laughter. You're not from Kikyogahara, are you? Why did you come here? Why are you looking for me? The man asked a series of questions. Herooqi stared at him, detecting no hostility from him at all. The person in front of him was like a friendly uncle next door, radiating approachability to everyone without any guard. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-132,132, Kikyo Cakes. Pub Future ads. Because we are looking for all the foreign ninja in this country. Yahiko stood up, hands on his hips, and shouted at the man in front of him. Herooqi. He swept a meaningful glance at Yahiko. Oh. The man stroked his chin, sizing up Yahiko and the others, as if pondering the truthfulness of their words. Why are you doing this? Although these 4 children didn't look like ordinary kids, they were still children after all. The man wouldn't harbor malicious thoughts about them. Because these foreign ninja have harmed the ordinary people of this country. We want to save them. Drive all the foreign ninja out. Yahiko spoke passionately, like a hero. Hearing Yahiko's words, the man stared fixedly at Yahiko, and after a few seconds, he burst into laughter. His laughter made Yahiko's face flush red. Yahiko's confidence immediately faltered. He was like a punctured balloon, deflating. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Have you eaten? Do you want to come to my house and sit for a while? I just made Kikyo cakes. The man invited warmly. Yahiko was stunned. He stared blankly at the man in front of him. What did this mean? Did this man not understand his words? He just said he was going to drive this man away. The man's gaze fell on Herooqi. He said something that made Yahiko want to spit blood. You're their older brother, aren't you? Yahiko. Bastard. He was the oldest one. Herooqi was the youngest among them. Pub Future ads. What was this bastard saying? He admitted that Herooqi was indeed the tallest among them, but being the tallest didn't mean he was the oldest. Herooqi suppressed the upward curve of his lips. I don't know who among you is the older brother, but you look more mature than them. So, you make the decision. Do you want to come to my house and try the Kikyo cakes I made? I believe you will like them. The villagers all think my cooking is excellent. The man's tone became proud. Yahiko was still glaring angrily at the man. The man was unmoved, completely ignoring Yahiko. Herooqi looked at Nagato and Conan, then nodded. Okay. Breakfast had long been digested on the road, and a string of candied haws wasn't filling enough. Eating something would be good. As for safety issues, Herooqi thought about his curses and felt that there was no need to worry for now. Herooqi, you just agreed to this strange uncle. Aren't you afraid he'll trick us? What if he's some kind of monster and tricks us into his house to eat us? Or maybe he wants to put medicine in the Kikyo cakes and catch us all at once. Quote. On the way back to the man's house, Yahiko's incessant nagging kept sounding in Herooqi's ears. Yahiko's imagination was rich enough to inherit Jeriah's writing career. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Herooqi comforted Yahiko. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 500. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 500. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 500. Currently collected affection value totals 1500. Your love curse growth value has increased to 33.05%. Yahiko scratched his head, looking conflicted. Finally, he whispered in Herooqi's ear, Herooqi, I know you want to protect us, but I'm the oldest one, I should be protecting you. What was there to be conflicted about? When Herooqi said he would protect Yahiko and the others, it was only when they encountered surmountable opponents. If he really encountered beings of the level of Minato or a Jinchuriki, he would definitely be the fastest one to run. Yahiko didn't need to care about such verbal assurances. No matter if I'm older or not, I want to protect you. Herooqi smiled at Yahiko, ending the argument. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 500. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 500. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 500. Currently collected affection value totals 1500. Your love curse growth value has increased to 33.2%. Yahiko sighed helplessly. All right then. The man walking ahead heard their conversation, and a warm smile appeared in his eyes. After walking for about half an hour, a wooden house appeared in Herooqi's view. We're here. The man strode towards the wooden house, opened it, and skillfully went inside to find the Kikyo cakes he had made that morning. Herooqi led Yahiko and the others into the wooden house and sat down on the clean tatami mat. Soon, the man appeared before Herooqi and the others, carrying a large platter. He placed the platter, piled high with Kikyo cakes, in front of Herooqi and the others. "Have a taste." The man laughed heartily, his eyes filled with anticipation. No one dared to eat. Herooqi and the others stared at the Kikyo cakes with suspicious eyes. The Kikyo cakes emitted an enticing aroma, but they were all afraid of poison. Ha 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 ha. The man saw through their thoughts and casually picked up a Kikyo cake, tossing it into his mouth. Nagato cautiously reached out and casually picked up a Kikyo cake. Just as Herooqi thought Nagato was going to eat it, he handed the Kikyo cake to the man. "Herooqi." The man. Yahiko gave Nagato a, "Well done, look." The man ate the Kikyo cake from Nagato's hand, his lips twitching. He thought, these little brats are quite clever. Seeing that the man had eaten and showed no unusual reactions, Yahiko finally reached out. Herooqi was also hungry. The Kikyo cakes tasted very good, mildly sweet, and not overly cloying. "Delicious, isn't it?" the man asked. Conan nodded. The man's expression became even more proud. "All right, now tell me, what are your names?" The man's expression became a little more serious, but still without malice. Yahiko, eating with relish, said indistinctly, "My name is Yahiko, his name is Herooqi, his name is Nagato, and her name is Conan." "It's your turn to say your name." Herooqi stared at the man. The man looked deeply at Herooqi. He had heard that name before. He was not like the villagers of Kikyo Plain. To always be prepared for emergencies, he would regularly cross mountains and valleys to gather the latest intelligence. Herooqi, Hanzo's disciple, the genius ninja of a Megakure. Naruto, transmigrating with Yuta's template. C-133, Hanzo is a hero. Pub Future ads. Chapter 133, Hanzo is a hero. The man did not point out Herooqi's identity. In his opinion, the close relationship between these children could not be faked. How could they not know Herooqi's identity? "My name is Himura Tohio. You can call me Himura, or you can call me Tohio, and of course, I don't mind if you call me Mountain God." Himura shrugged. HMPH. Don't even think about it. As soon as Himura said this, Yahiko immediately glared at him and said firmly. His voice was resentful, "You're clearly a human, why should I call you Mountain God? You deceived the villagers." A faint smile appeared on Himura's face. Herooqi stared at him and said, "You're a ninja, right?" Himura did not deny it. He quietly looked at Herooqi. "Are you going to drive me out of the land of rain?" Himura asked with a smile. There was no contempt in his smile, only seriousness. The land of rain has ceased fire, and a Megakure has signed peace treaties with all other major ninja villages. To ensure the independence of a Megakure and the safety and order of the land of rain, no ninja from other villages can remain in the land of rain. Herooqi emphasized. Himura nodded. "I know. Pub Future ads. You know, so why don't you leave on your own?" Herooqi asked again. "Because I've lived here for too long. If I leave this place, I don't know where to go, or what to do." Himura gave a bitter smile, his eyes holding a hint of sadness. "But no matter how long you've lived here, you have to leave. Ninjas remaining among civilians will cause them harm." Yahiko said to Himura, "The power of a ninja is too great for ordinary people. Ordinary civilians are completely defenseless against ninjas." Yahiko had seen too many civilians brutally killed by ninjas before they even had a chance to resist. When Himura heard Yahiko's words, he couldn't help but smile. He looked at Yahiko and Herooqi and asked in return, "Do you think the villagers of Kikyogahara have been harmed by me?" Himura's counter-question immediately choked Yahiko. Yahiko recalled the scenes he had seen along the way. Although Kikyogahara was poor, there were no signs of war. Moreover, the old man called Himura the Mountain God, and said that the Mountain God protected them from the war. Yahiko felt that everything was different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, they should have teamed up to drive away the ninja who was harming the village and received the gratitude of the villagers, but now everything had changed. The villagers were not afraid of Himura at all. On the contrary, they respectfully called Himura Lord Mountain God. In Yahiko's black and white world, everything happening before him was beyond his ability to resolve. He stared blankly at Herooqi. "You haven't harmed them in the past, and you haven't harmed them now, but that doesn't mean you won't in the future." Herooqi said, "The human heart cannot withstand tests. Of course, It doesn't rule out good people who stick to their original intentions, but such people are not many. Most importantly, non-Omegakure ninja cannot remain in the Land of Rain. If there was one exception, there would be thousands of exceptions. The sovereignty that Omegakure fought for with their lives would become a joke. Even if you never harm them, you cannot remain in the Land of Rain because you are not a ninja of the Land of Rain. Herooqi believed Himura could understand this principle. Himura was a smart man. He saw through the essence of war, so he lived in seclusion here, even misleading innocent villagers. Himura gave a bitter smile and said, "Although I am not a ninja of the Land of Rain, I am not a ninja of any other country either." He still hoped to stay here. The peaceful life here was his pursuit. He was tired of blood and smoke, tired of politics and profit. He didn't want to be involved in war anymore. No matter if you are a rogue ninja or a wandering ninja, as long as you still possess ninja abilities, you cannot remain in the Land of Rain, unless... Herooqi looked at Himura before him. "Unless I join Omegakure, is that it?" Himura gave a helpless bitter smile. Herooqi nodded. "What? No," Yahiko immediately said emphatically. Himura looked at Yahiko in surprise. Herooqi was Hanzo's disciple, so why was Yahiko so resistant when he mentioned Omegakure? Joining Hanzo isn't joining the war, is it? Although I don't agree with you staying in the Land of Rain, I disagree even more with you joining Omegakure," Yahiko said seriously to Himura. He glanced at Herooqi out of the corner of his eye, and only slightly relaxed when he saw no extra emotion on Herooqi's face. Yahiko's attitude surprised Himura. His gaze darted back and forth between Herooqi and Yahiko. Conan watched Herooqi and Yahiko nervously. Whenever a topic related to Hanzo came up, the relationship between Herooqi and Yahiko would become tense. She was very afraid that Herooqi and Yahiko would have another big argument and then go their separate ways. "Aren't you a ninja of Omegakure? How can you hate Hanzo?" Himura asked, puzzled. Yahiko almost jumped up, glaring at Himura. "Who said I'm a ninja of Omegakure? I'm not. I've never liked Hanzo, that guy who brought war to the Land of Rain." After Yahiko finished speaking, he realized that Herooqi was also there. He cautiously looked towards Herooqi. Herooqi's gaze was lowered, as if he hadn't heard. "Do you think so too?" Himura looked at Herooqi with amusement, finding the scene before him absurd. Hanzo's disciple and the child who hated Hanzo were friends closer than family. "No." Herooqi shook his head. "Hanzo-sama is a hero." Herooqi stared into Himura's eyes, saying each word clearly. Ding. System detected Himura Tohio's affection value plus 1000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 33.3%. If Herooqi hadn't spoken up for Hanzo, Himura might have looked down on him. Herooqi respected his teacher and his path, meaning he was a commendable ninja, even though he was not very old. Hearing Herooqi's words, Yahiko's cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. "Actually, I agree with your statement." Himura looked at Haruki and said, "Hanzo is indeed a hero." Yahiko. "Damn it. However, that doesn't mean I support him." Himura laughed. Yahiko was stunned. He looked at Himura in confusion. Himura smiled slightly at Herooqi and Yahiko. "I admire Hanzo's ability and determination, but I don't agree with his methods. Peace doesn't necessarily have to be achieved through violence." Himura's expression was serious, and his voice resonated deeply in Yahiko's heart. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C. 134134, a beautiful fantasy. Pub Future adds. Himura's voice echoed in the small wooden house. Yahiko's pupils dilated as he stared blankly at Himura, as if his soul had been cleansed. Herooqi clicked his tongue lightly in his heart when he heard these words. Is he already starting to enlighten Yahiko so quickly? Could the Akatsuki's inspiration have come from Himura's words right in front of Yahiko? Hanzo brought peace to the Land of Rain through means of war. He is very powerful and deserves everyone's respect. But along the way, too many people sacrificed their lives. As far as I know, in the last war with Sunagakure, Omegakure suffered heavy losses, right? Himura looked at Herooqi. Herooqi was a direct participant in the war. He had earned great renown on the battlefield, and no one understood the casualties of the last war better than him. Herooqi nodded and said, "You're right, in that war, Omegakure almost failed." Himura smiled and nodded towards Herooqi. "I know. According to rumors in the ninja world, in the last war, it was Hanzo's disciple, Herooqi, who turned the tide and saved a Megakure from defeat. An unimaginably powerful force was hidden within this child. Besides the ninjas of a Megakure, too many civilians in the Land of Rain died in this war. And there were also battles with Konoha and Iwagakure. Throughout the entire war, tens of thousands of people died every day in the Land of Rain. Himura's voice was heavy. Yes, Herooqi nodded. This was an undeniable fact. But if we didn't do that, the Land of Rain would never have peace, and even more people would die as the battlefield of the great nations. Although the war launched by Hanzo-sama caused countless deaths, from now on, no more wars will happen in the Land of Rain. Herooqi said. Himura nodded. He did not argue with Herooqi. This was an indisputable fact. Hanzo's contributions to the Land of Rain were evident to all. PubFuture adds. I know. Himura said. I'm just wondering if there's a more gentle way to replace war. Herooqi stared at the man in front of him, thinking, what nonsense is he spouting? He glanced at Yahiko beside him out of the corner of his eye and saw his eyes shine, staring intently at Himura, as if he had met his soulmate. Perhaps there's a way to achieve peace without resorting to war. Himura said. Is he spouting nonsense here? Herooqi rolled his eyes internally. In this day and age, there aren't many people as naive as Himura. What way? Herooqi asked. He wanted to see what statements Himura could come up with. Negotiation. What if Hanzo led the Megakure ninjas and communicated and negotiated with the great nations through peaceful talks? Perhaps there would be a different outcome. No bloodshed, no death, no fighting. Himura seemed to be lost in a beautiful fantasy. Herooqi. Is this even human language? Ads by PubFuture. Without strength, who would listen to him? As soon as he opened his mouth, the enemy's cannons would fire. Himura got the order wrong. Only by fighting first can there be negotiations. Otherwise, who would negotiate with a weakling like him? Herooqi did not burst Himura's beautiful fantasy. There were too many people with such beautiful fantasies in this world. Herooqi had one right beside him. He looked towards Yahiko. Yahiko was now completely immersed in his own thoughts. When Himura said these words, Yahiko finally knew what unexpressed thoughts were in his heart. Himura tore open the window in Yahiko's heart, allowing Yahiko to clearly see his true thoughts. Yahiko and Himura easily resonated with each other. You're right, I don't like Hanzo precisely because of his violent methods. Even though there are better solutions, he particularly favors the most brutal one. Yahiko said loudly, his hands resting on the table, excitement evident in his expression. Of course, I admit it. He led a Megakure to end the war, he is very powerful. But it is also a fact that many people died in the war he started. I admire his strength, but I do not support his methods. Yahiko's voice grew louder and louder. He became more and more excited, his eyes shining as he stared at Himura. Himura's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Yahiko to share his thoughts. What do you think? Himura asked, looking at Herooqi. He knew that Herooqi was a mature child, and he had his own independent thoughts on how he viewed things. Herooqi lowered his eyes. Perhaps there are indeed more peaceful means, but now the war has ended, and it was Hanzo-sama who ended the war. Herooqi couldn't directly refute Himura. After all, his persona was also that of someone who loved peace. He couldn't break character. Himura looked at the child in front of him with gentle eyes. He knew Herooqi's dilemma. As Hanzo's student, Herooqi could not fail to support his teacher, but as a ninja, he was more in favor of striving for peace through peaceful means. Violence can never bring true peace. Himura sighed from the bottom of his heart. Yes, only love can make peace last forever. Herooqi stared at Himura, saying each word distinctly. Ding. System detected Himura's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 3000. Currently collected affection value totals 6000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 33.9%. During the war, I tried my best to save the lives of ninjas. This was the only thing I could do during the war. Herooqi lowered his head, his voice filled with deep guilt. Himura's heart was conflicted. Given Herooqi's age, it was already incredibly difficult for him to achieve all this. But this child seemed unusually strict with himself. Ding. System detected Himura's affection value plus 1000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 34%. I hope you can also resolve conflicts through negotiations, rather than violence. Just now, you said you wanted to drive the ninjas of other villages out of the Land of Rain. I hope you use negotiation here as well. Himura looked at Yahiko and the others. These children would all be pillars of the Land of Rain in the future, and he hoped the Land of Rain would no longer continue Hanzo's violent methods. Being told this by Himura, Yahiko blushed. He felt embarrassed. He hadn't realized his own problem before, until Himura pointed out his true thoughts. He, like Himura, hoped to resolve all conflicts through peaceful means. Whether it was between people, between villages, or between nations. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-135135, a firecracker. Pub Future adds, "You are right, I will do my best to persuade the ninjas to leave the Land of Rain." Yahiko loudly promised Himura. The strange uncle, who seemed odd at first glance, now shone brightly in Yahiko's heart. It was he who had guided him to see the path in his heart. A smile appeared on Yahiko's face, and he bowed to Himura. "Thank you. I will definitely persevere. I will influence this village. Influence this country. Influence the entire ninja world. I will pass on the way of peace, so that ninja are no longer full of violence." Yahiko's voice echoed in the wooden house. His emotions were very agitated, and a faint glow emanated from his face. Herooqi. No matter how he played, he couldn't compare to these talented players. Himura stared blankly at Yahiko. Had his words really affected this child so deeply? That would be great. Tears welled up in Himura's eyes. Herooqi felt that in the next second, the two of them would burst into tears together. "Anyway, I am very touched that you have such an ideal." Himura showed a brilliant smile. His gaze shifted from Yahiko to Herooqi. "Young man, what are you going to do? As Hanzo's student, you have the ability to truly influence a Megakure." Himura's words stirred up a hornet's nest. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan's gazes simultaneously focused on Herooqi. Herooqi had never told them that he was Hanzo's student. His explanation to the three of them was that he was working for Hanzo. Being exposed was expected, and Herooqi's face remained expressionless. "Herooqi." Conan's voice trembled. Pub Future adds, "She vaguely felt that another war was about to break out." "You are Hanzo's student." Yahiko's shriek drowned out Conan's voice. "Why did you become Hanzo's student? What about Jeriah-sensei? What is Jeriah-sensei to you?" Yahiko roared at Herooqi. "Herooqi, is Yahiko a firecracker? He explodes at the slightest touch." Herooqi glanced at Himura, who seemed to be startled by Yahiko's sudden outburst, looking at Yahiko in shock. At this time, Jeriah and the other two had just been given the title of Sannin by Hanzo, and their reputation was not yet widely known throughout the ninja world. Himura had been living in seclusion in Kikyo Pass for many years, and the news he heard was mostly about wars related to the Land of Rain, so he hadn't specifically inquired about titles like the Sannin. He vaguely felt that the name Jeriah sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who this person was or when he had heard the name. "Jeriah-sensei is also my sensei." Herooqi calmly looked at Yahiko. "Hanzo-sama is also my sensei. Why did you hide it from us? Why didn't you tell us? Why did you become Hanzo's student?" Yahiko's pupils turned red as he stared at Herooqi. Only then did he realize that a year's time had widened the distance between them and Herooqi. They had no idea what friends Herooqi had made, what enemies he had encountered, or how much he had grown in that year. Their understanding of Herooqi was too limited. Even such an important matter as Hanzo being Herooqi's sensei was heard from others. Ding. System detected Yahiko's pain value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Conan's pain value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Nagato's pain value plus 5000. A total of 15,000 pain value has been collected. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 51.3%. Tears had unknowingly streamed down Conan's face. Her biggest fear was Herooqi and Yahiko arguing. Whether it was Herooqi or Yahiko, they were both the most important people to her, and she didn't want to lose either of them. Her wish, from beginning to end, was only one. That everyone would be well. Nagato was expressionless. Compared to Conan, he seemed overly indifferent. His gaze pierced through the red hair and landed on Herooqi's face. Nagato realized for the first time that in Herooqi's heart, there were actually many things more important than them. Yahiko was the same. Both Herooqi and Yahiko valued their ideals above all else. And Nagato and Conan valued Herooqi and Yahiko above all else. Ding. System detected Nagato's pain value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 51.3%. Because you hated Hanzo, and at that time, you didn't give me a chance to tell you about it. Because Hanzo is a powerful ninja worthy of admiration, and I am proud to be his student. Herooqi calmly said to Yahiko. Herooqi, you don't understand. Yahiko looked deeply at Herooqi. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. More than you becoming Hanzo's student, I am more angry about your concealment. Yahiko did not want to let go of Herooqi's hand. He did not want to part ways with Herooqi. They clearly shared the same dream, so why should they separate? Therefore, this time he chose to express his true feelings instead of sulking with Herooqi. Herooqi looked at Yahiko in surprise. He had the illusion that Yahiko had instantly grown up. Sorry, I won't hide things from you anymore. Herooqi secretly stuck out his tongue. I will continue to lie to you in the future. Yahiko couldn't help but smile. He was the elder brother. He had to tolerate the mistakes made by his younger siblings. Good. Let's not hide anything from each other anymore. In just a moment of Himura's dazed state, these 4 children were hugging each other again. Himura. He worried for nothing. There was no need to worry about their emotional issues at all. They were doing very well. Conan sniffled. It was good that Herooqi and Yahiko had reconciled. Nagato also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Herooqi and Yahiko were reconciled as before. So Herooqi, you are Hanzo's student, no wonder you always speak up for him. Yahiko couldn't help but complain in a low voice. No, Herooqi smiled at Yahiko. Even if I wasn't Hanzo-sensei's student, I would still speak up for him. On the battlefield, I saw his truest moment. He is not afraid of death, nor is he afraid of injury. He is only afraid of being unable to protect a Megakure and unable to bring peace to the land of rain. Of course, Herooqi couldn't guarantee what Hanzo would be like in the future. He could only guarantee that the current Hanzo was a respectable figure. Yahiko grunted but didn't refute anything. After all, Herooqi and Hanzo had fought side by side on the battlefield, and no one present understood Hanzo better than Herooqi. Even if he didn't understand Hanzo, didn't Yahiko understand Herooqi? If Hanzo wasn't a good person, Herooqi would definitely not have become his student. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-136,136, stealing Yahiko's spotlight. And me. Conan wiped away the tears that had welled up on her face at some point. A happy smile graced her face as she looked at Herooqi like the most devoted believer. Herooqi, don't forget, and me, I want to join you too. Nagato stared intently at Herooqi. Me too. His voice was deep, as if devoid of emotion, but only Nagato himself knew how excited he was. Herooqi's words were like a nail, deeply hammered into his body, making his body settle firmly on the ground, no longer like a drifting duckweed. Herooqi looked at Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, a brilliant smile blossoming on his lips. That's great. He reached out and embraced them deeply. At this moment, Conan found their hearts pressed tightly together, incredibly warm. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 10000. Currently collected affection value totals 30,000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 44.1%. Himura watched the 4 embracing children, tears welling in his eyes. How touching. What genuine emotion. What firm belief. Himura looked at Herooqi, and he finally understood why Yahiko and the others loved him so deeply. This child possessed a powerful personal charm. Everyone would be conquered by his charm. Wasn't Himura himself a living example? Do you mind if I join too? Himura raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face, but his eyes were more serious than ever. Herooqi immediately looked at Himura. Himura looked at him earnestly. My ideal is the same as yours, but before, I hadn't met anyone with the same ideal as me. Now it's different. Herooqi smiled. If you're willing to join, that would be wonderful. The more people there are to change the world, the better. Herooqi reached out to Himura. Himura firmly clasped Haruki's hand. Smiles appeared on both their faces simultaneously. In the time that followed, Himura introduced himself to them in more detail. I actually come from Iwagakure, and you probably know why I appeared in the Land of Rain. Himura's voice was filled with helplessness. Back then, Iwagakure and Omegakure were at war. I fell in a battle, and I thought I would die, but I miraculously survived. Ads by PubFuture. Do you know who saved me? Himura's eyes were slightly red. Herooqi and the others all looked at Himura, waiting for his answer. It was an old woman from the Land of Rain. She was a refugee during the war. She had lost her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. She had nothing left to lose. She came to search for money left on ninja corpses. She no longer cared about life or death, so she felt no fear. But she didn't find money. Instead, she found me, still with a little life left. She originally didn't plan to save me, but she said I was the same age as her son. How she wished someone had saved her son's life like that on the battlefield. Although no one did, she saved me. I lived. When I was able to stand up, she died at the hands of a ninja. It was then that I truly realized how terrifying war is. So I decided not to return to Iwagakure and settled down in Kikyogahara. I know a unique fuinjutsu that can hide the village, and that's how I helped the people here avoid the war. This place is a pure land. I don't want the flames of war to spread here. Himura briefly finished his story. We are all people whose everything has been destroyed by war. Herooqi offered a comforting smile to Himura. His expression was firm. This country, and the entire ninja world, still have countless people like us who have lost everything due to war, their souls scorched by flames. We must pull them out, pull the entire ninja world out of the quagmire of war. Ding. System detected Himura's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 4000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 4000. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 4000. Currently collected affection value totals 15,000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 45.6%. Himura looked at Herooqi, nodding emphatically, his face radiating an unprecedented glow. Only at this moment did he feel truly alive. If we want more and more people to understand our ideals and join our team, shouldn't we give this team a name? Himura looked at Herooqi expectantly. Yes, Yahiko was the first to jump up. He said enthusiastically, our team will definitely shock the entire ninja world in the future. Herooqi. He fell silent. Yahiko was right, the Akatsuki would indeed shock the entire ninja world in the future, but not in the way Yahiko himself imagined. What name should we think of? Conan also joined in. She felt as if she suddenly had a goal. After thinking seriously for a moment, she looked at Herooqi. Herooqi, do you have any ideas? Herooqi thought to himself, isn't this Yahiko's task? He looked at Yahiko, and found Yahiko also looking at him expectantly. Herooqi is the one who proposed this idea, so he must already have a name in mind. Nagato spoke unexpectedly. Herooqi. Nagato, you're not bad. Indeed, silent men should not be underestimated. Akatsuki. How about that? Herooqi spoke amidst everyone's anticipation. Akatsuki. Yahiko asked, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Yes, Akatsuki. Akatsuki is the period after the darkest hour of the day, when the sun is about to rise and light dispels darkness. Herooqi looked at them and said earnestly. Sorry, Yahiko, I've taken your spotlight again. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C 137137. How to Achieve Peace 101. PubFuture ads. My loved ones all died in the war. I've also personally experienced war. I know how war destroys a person's soul and body. If possible, I hope the entire ninja world will never have war again. Like you, I hope peace will forever reside in this land. Herooqi looked at Himura, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression serious. Ding. System detected Himura's Qfection value plus 1000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 34.1%. Himura looked at Herooqi in front of him. To be able to say such words, it was no wonder he was taken as a student by Hanzo. If everyone could think this way, that would be wonderful. Himura suddenly felt anticipation for the future Omegakure and the future Land of Rain. Perhaps these children could truly rewrite the future of the ninja world. I have also seriously considered how to truly achieve peace, to truly embed the concept of peace deep within the hearts of ninjas. This will certainly be a long process. Herooqi said, on the battlefield, I realized that relying solely on force and deterrence cannot bring true peace. Ninjas fighting on the battlefield will only deepen their mutual hatred. Even if a peace agreement is signed, it will only bring temporary peace. Ninjas have never truly let go of their hatred, nor have they truly understood each other. To achieve true peace, we must first start by changing Omegakure. One person's strength is limited. We must attract more people with the same ideals as us to join us. We must spread the concept of peace to more and more people. Continuously spread the idea of peace, connecting those who also yearn for peace. With Omegakure and the Land of Rain as the center, we will radiate outwards, forming a peace alliance, to resolve disputes through equal dialogue. Encourage cultural exchanges between ninjas, between ninja villages, and between countries. Encourage non-military ninja exchanges to increase avenues for ninjas to understand each other. Pub Future adds, let more and more ninjas learn to understand others, rather than merely viewing ninjas from other villages as enemies. Of course, while advocating peace, we must never relax necessary vigilance and defensive strength. We must unite all forces that can be united, becoming a team with great power that does not resort to violence, and personally convey our ideals to the ninja world. My dream of the ninja world is a world where even if there are disagreements and conflicts, they can be resolved through dialogue and negotiation. Ninjas are no longer mere tools of slaughter, but forces that maintain order, promote understanding, and jointly address challenges. This path will be very, very long, and it may even be impossible to achieve in my lifetime. But as long as we start acting, there is a possibility of change. I will forever adhere to this path. Herooqi's voice was calm, but it contained an unimaginable immense power. Whether it was Himura, or Yahiko, or Conan and Nagato, they were all deeply shaken by this power and immense will. Ding. System detected Himura's affection value plus 10000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 20000. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 20000. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 20000. A total of 70,000 affection points have been collected. Your love curse growth value has increased to 41.4%. Himura looked at Herooqi in front of him in shock. He knew Herooqi's excellence. Herooqi's talent and strength as a ninja were already famous in the ninja world. But his strength was far from comparable to the height of his soul. Himura had never seen anyone who understood peace so profoundly. In fact, Herooqi had even thought about how to achieve peace. He was still a teenager. Himura was so shaken that he couldn't speak. His heart began to pound violently. After so many years, his heart, which had died on the battlefield, was finally resurrected. One person, whom he had known for no more than an hour, had conquered him with his soul. Yahiko stared at Herooqi without blinking. All sounds in his ears receded like a tide. Only Herooqi's voice echoed in his mind. Only Herooqi remained in his sight. Herooqi radiated a dazzling light in his eyes. He was too amazing. No language could accurately express his admiration for Herooqi. Herooqi had thought of so much. Herooqi was far more capable than them. Not just in strength, but more importantly, in thought. No wonder Jiraiya-sensei trusted Herooqi so much. All the thoughts in Yahiko's mind had been spoken by Herooqi. He had even come up with specific implementation methods. Conan gazed at Herooqi in a daze. In Herooqi, she saw the light of will. The light on Herooqi shone on her, enveloping her in a glow. Herooqi was so dazzling at this moment that Conan believed there was nothing he couldn't do in this world. Because he was Herooqi, a special feeling surged within Conan. She didn't know what it was, but the strong emotion made her irresistibly want to follow Herooqi. To make Herooqi's goal her goal, and Herooqi's will her will. Nagato's pupils contracted, Herooqi's words constantly reverberating in his mind. His body trembled slightly. Herooqi. As expected of Herooqi, Nagato believed Herooqi could do it. Only Herooqi could do it. He was willing to fight for Herooqi's ideals. He was willing to give everything. Herooqi! Yahiko suddenly shouted. Herooqi looked at Yahiko, and in his heart, he apologized to Yahiko without any remorse. Sorry, Yahiko, I stole your shining moment. But it's okay, he would steal more of Yahiko's shining moments in the future. Yahiko would get used to it. Herooqi showed Yahiko a smile full of anticipation. What's wrong, Yahiko? Tears of excitement sparkled in Yahiko's eyes. He shouted at Herooqi, Herooqi, I want to join you. Your ideal is my ideal, I want to change this world with you. Because Herooqi was the one who understood him best. Because he and Herooqi were kindred spirits. He wanted to fight alongside Herooqi for this great ideal. Just like before, when Herooqi unhesitatingly supported him in finding Konoha ninjas, he would also unconditionally support Herooqi. Ding! System detected Yahiko's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 62.9%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-138,138, we are the Akatsuki. Pub Future adds, the Akatsuki represents hope. The dark age of the ninja world is about to end, and a new era of peace, understanding, and light is coming. We will be the ones who bring the dawn to the ninja world. We will protect peace through dialogue, mutual understanding, and great strength, naturally dispelling darkness like the dawn. Herooqi looked at Himura, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, his voice quietly flowing into their ears. It was gentle like flowing water, yet as resilient as solid rock. Akatsuki. Yahiko's breathing quickened, his face lit up, and he clenched his fists, looking at Herooqi with bright eyes. That's an excellent name, aren't we just like the Akatsuki? He looked at Herooqi excitedly. Herooqi nodded at him. Yes, we ourselves are the Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Himura smiled. From now on, we are the Akatsuki. A smile also involuntarily appeared on Nagato's lips. Then Kikyogahara will be the Akatsuki's base. Himura looked at Herooqi and asked, Herooqi, what do you think? Kikyogahara was located among the mountains, and Himura had the ability to hide the village, so there was no better place than Kikyogahara to be the Akatsuki's base. Good. Herooqi nodded heavily. He looked at Himura, his eyes gleaming. We will go out and recruit people who share our ideals, and I'll trouble Himura with establishing the base. Pub Future adds, Himura couldn't help but laugh, and he waved his hand grandly. What's the trouble? I'm also a member of the Akatsuki. Yahiko grinned, revealing a brilliant smile. That's great. Yahiko suddenly felt that the road ahead was no longer confusing at all. His gaze involuntarily fell on Herooqi. If it weren't for Herooqi, he might have remained in confusion. Herooqi's presence had shown him the direction. They had the same experiences and the same will. They were the ones who understood each other best. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 46.1%. Herooqi raised his eyebrows. He looked at Yahiko beside him, and Yahiko showed him a mouthful of white teeth. Quote. Herooqi averted his gaze. Then let's set off, Yahiko said excitedly, rubbing his hands together, already unable to contain himself. What he wanted most now was to do something big, to establish the Akatsuki and give it an initial scale. Just the 5 of them were too few. Herooqi couldn't help but laugh. Yahiko, don't you feel tired? Yahiko shook his head decisively. I'm not tired at all. I'm full of energy. Then Conan. Herooqi looked at Conan. Conan might need to rest for a while. Conan's pupils gleamed, and she also looked at Herooqi with full energy. I'm not tired either. I won't hold you back. Don't underestimate me. Herooqi gave her a thumbs up. I've always known Conan is very capable. Conan pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 2000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 46.3%. Nagato. As soon as Herooqi spoke, Nagato immediately said, I can also do it. Herooqi was stunned for a moment, then he gave Nagato a smile. Thank you for supporting me, for standing on the same front with me. Herooqi looked deeply at Nagato and Conan. The light in his eyes made Nagato and Conan unable to look directly. Nagato's pupils contracted, and the perpetually rainy and damp space in his heart seemed to be illuminated by sunlight. Tears started welling up in Conan's eyes again. It's so good. It's so good to have met Herooqi. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 5000. A total of 10,000 affection points have been collected. Your love curse growth value has increased to 47.3%. Herooqi, why are you thanking us? We are the best of friends. We are the most important people to each other. Yahiko's hand rested on Herooqi's shoulder, his voice firm and strong. Your ideal is my ideal, and my ideal is your ideal. We are one. Herooqi almost lost control of his expression. Who is one with you? If you can't speak properly, don't talk nonsense. After Herooqi looked at Yahiko with a moved expression, he turned to look at Himura, stood up, and said, then we'll go first. I'll leave this place to you. Himura nodded. Don't worry. The cry of a crow sounded from outside the door. The sound of flapping wings grew closer, and a dark shadow flew in from outside the open wooden door, landing on Herooqi's arm. Himura's surprised gaze moved back and forth between the crow and Herooqi. You, crow. Himura, having been a ninja for many years, was experienced, and he immediately judged, is this your crow? Herooqi nodded, and he said to Himura a little sheepishly, I asked them to help me find traces of hidden ninjas. A look of sudden understanding appeared on Himura's face. So that's it. I had been wondering why crows had been following me lately. I even thought my good luck was coming. Himura looked at the crow and nodded. With the help of crows, I believe our team will expand quickly. He didn't care at all that Herooqi was using crows to monitor him. If it weren't for the crows finding him, he wouldn't have met Herooqi, wouldn't have created the Akatsuki with them, and wouldn't have met a kindred spirit at this age. Crows were indeed auspicious birds, didn't it bring him good fortune? However, Herooqi could communicate with crows, which showed that Herooqi himself was auspicious. Himura, if you have something to tell me, you can ask it to pass the message to me, and I will know. Herooqi placed the crow in his hand on Himura's shoulder. The crow's dark eyes rolled, staring at Himura. Himura nodded seriously. This will make our contact much more convenient. Besides delivering messages, the crow could also monitor Himura for Herooqi. Although Himura appeared very fanatical, one could know a person's face but not his heart. Herooqi himself was a master actor, so how could he completely trust someone he had only met once? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-139. Herooqi Sensei. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 139. Herooqi Sensei. Herooqi and the others left Kikyogahara and embarked on a new journey. No one complained of tiredness along the way, a shared dream in their hearts propelled them forward. Herooqi, what did you learn from Hanzo? Yahiko leaned closer to Herooqi and whispered into his ear. Ever since he learned that Hanzo was Herooqi's teacher, he couldn't help but wonder what ninjutsu Hanzo had taught Herooqi. Hanzo is Herooqi's sensei. No matter how Yahiko imagined it, he couldn't picture Hanzo guiding Herooqi in ninjutsu. He felt that Hanzo must be extremely strict. Hanzo definitely isn't as good as Jeriah sensei. Jeriah sensei was so gentle when he taught them ninjutsu. Jeriah sensei. Yahiko missed Jeriah. I learned a lot of ninjutsu. Herooqi nodded seriously. He possessed copy. With Rika at max level, he could copy all ninjutsu. He had basically finished copying Hanzo's arsenal of ninjutsu. Of course, Hanzo's poisons were impossible to copy. Herooqi decided that after Hanzo's death, he would curse him and make him join his cursed spirit army. At the same time, he also needed to get Hanzo's hair. Once Hanzo is thoroughly dead, when he needs him, he will bring Hanzo back and have him help with the poisoning. He believed Hanzo would be willing. Hanzo was a righteous person, and besides, he was Hanzo's only student. The sole heir. Herooqi turned his head and saw Yahiko's sparkling eyes, full of anticipation as he looked at Herooqi. Most of it is water release ninjutsu. Herooqi added. Pub Future Ads. Herooqi remembered that Yahiko was also skilled in water release ninjutsu. In the original storyline, Jeriah stayed in the seaside cabin for 3 years and taught Yahiko and the other two a lot of knowledge. But now, with Herooqi's arrival, the war in the Land of Rain ended early, Jeriah left early, and Yahiko and the others only received about 1.5 years of ninjutsu instruction. Their current strength was barely enough for self-preservation, far from their strength in the original plot. It seems he has to find a way to make them stronger. Besides Hanzo, Herooqi had also copied many ninjutsu from the AIM ninjas. He knew ninjutsu of various attributes. It could be said that Herooqi himself was a comprehensive ninjutsu encyclopedia. Yahiko, how about I teach you ninjutsu? Herooqi suggested. What Jeriah didn't have time to teach Yahiko and the others, he would teach. Jeriah didn't even know as many ninjutsu as he did. Now Herooqi's total cursed energy was quite large, and the effectiveness of his ninjutsu was very great. He considered himself capable enough to be Yahiko and the others' teacher. Yahiko froze in place, looking at Herooqi. Teach us ninjutsu. But Herooqi is younger than all of them. Yahiko looked at Conan and Nagato in confusion. Nagato looked at Herooqi. Herooqi explained, I learned a lot of ninjutsu from Hanzo-sama, and I also learned various ninjutsu from the AIM ninjas. I also mastered many ninjutsu during the battle with the Sunagaker ninjas, so I should be able to teach you. To prevent Yahiko and the others from confusing whether the teacher he referred to was Hanzo or Jeriah, Herooqi simply reverted to his previous address for Hanzo. Our next mission is very dangerous. Not every ninja is as kind as Himura, and we will definitely not be able to avoid fighting with ninjas. I care about you all very much, and I don't want you to get hurt. Herooqi pursed his lips and lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 5000. Yahiko looked at Herooqi with sparkling eyes and agreed without hesitation, okay. I also care about you very much, and I don't want you to worry. Herooqi. Yahiko and Naruto are indeed straight shooting kings of talk. Nagato nodded seriously. I will protect everyone. Herooqi smiled. I will also protect everyone, but I still hope that each of us can become stronger. We'll train while achieving our ideals. Conan nodded vigorously. She blinked at Herooqi. Herooqi. Then please take care of us from now on. Herooqi smiled, holding Conan and Nagato's hands. We will get stronger and stronger. Nagato and Conan seemed to feel the power emanating from him. Herooqi. I want to learn the strongest ninjutsu. Yahiko shouted, hugging Herooqi's neck. Okay. Herooqi nodded. Me too. Conan joined in the fun. Herooqi. What ninjutsu would Conan learn? Me too. Nagato pursed his lips. He not only wanted to learn ninjutsu, but he also wanted to gradually master the power of his eyes. He wanted to use this power to protect Herooqi. To protect everyone. Quote. Even Nagato has become cheerful. Herooqi could see that everything was developing in a good direction. Unfortunately, happiness, like the name Akatsuki, is fleeting and easily vanishes. So, what ninjutsu should we learn first? Herooqi pondered. Water release. Great waterfall jutsu. Water release. Water severing wave. Water release. Water prison jutsu. Quote. The ninjas of Omegakure were more skilled in water release ninjutsu compared to other attribute ninjutsu. He had copied many water release ninjutsu from them. So many. I want to learn them all. Yahiko shouted happily. Conan watched Yahiko and Herooqi's backs as they walked ahead, a slow smile gracing her lips, her eyes gentle. Nagato walked beside her, also smiling. He couldn't help but touch his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Herooqi had put his arm around his shoulder. He smiled at Nagato. Nagato, I haven't told you yet, I can already control my curse power. Herooqi had to make Nagato start using the Rinnegan's power as soon as possible. That way, he could copy the Rinnegan's abilities. Who wouldn't be captivated by the Rinnegan's abilities? He had long been tempted. Nagato was stunned. He remembered that Herooqi was as resistant to the power of curses as he was to the power of his eyes. They both feared that this uncontrollable power would harm others. Therefore, Nagato felt that the person who understood him best was Herooqi. The person who could empathize with him the most was also Herooqi. But now, Herooqi said he had already mastered curse power. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-140. Bonus 1 Nagato's Extreme Genius. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 140. Bonus 1 Nagato's Extreme Genius. How did you master it? Nagato's voice was strained. He didn't want to be left behind by Herooqi. Too many comrades have died on the battlefield. The sadness in Haruki's voice was like the dark clouds hanging over the land of rain, never to dissipate. I don't want them to die, I want to save them. My belief in protecting my comrades overcame my fear of power. And so, I mastered my curse power. Not only that, I also gave rise to even more curses. Nagato was stunned. Protecting comrades. So that's how it was. Although Herooqi spoke of it easily, Nagato could imagine the scene of Herooqi being pushed to a dead end. He also wanted to protect Herooqi. He also wanted to protect everything around him. Nagato felt the warmth in his hand. He looked down and saw Herooqi holding his hand, just like before. So warm. Don't be afraid of your power. Use it, control it. It's not as terrifying as you imagine. Do you remember what I once said? If it weren't for your power protecting us, perhaps we would have died long ago. Herooqi's voice was gentle, making Nagato's eyes redden. Nagato certainly remembered. How could he forget? In his most desperate moments, it was Herooqi who gave him warmth and hope. Pub Future adds. How could he forget? I know. I will. He would definitely master his power because he wanted to protect someone more important than his own life. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 10000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 48.3%. It was always raining in the land of rain. There were rarely times when it didn't rain. Fortunately, Herooqi had already grown accustomed to the climate of the land of rain. Although he could use mercury to shield himself from the rain, he chose not to do so to fit in. Rainwater converged into trickles, flowing along the rugged terrain, eventually pouring into a turbulent river. At this moment, Herooqi and the others stood by the river. Places near water sources were most suitable for training water release ninjutsu. They had already decided to search for people while training. Encountering such a geomantically auspicious place for training water release, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Water release. Water prison jutsu. Herooqi formed hand seals. The water surface surged. Water currents rose from the surface, forming a giant water sphere in the air. Did you see that? Herooqi released his hands, and the water prison immediately dispersed, turning into fine streams that merged into the river. Nagato nodded. He hesitated for a moment, then his hands began to move. As his chakra fluctuated, the water surface rippled, and the water currents, as if pulled by invisible threads, steadily climbed upwards, forming a sphere. Herooqi. Is this right? Isn't this a bit too out of this world? Herooqi could learn it because he had a cheat. Nagato could learn it purely by his own understanding. A hint of surprise and admiration flashed in Herooqi's eyes, and he gave Nagato a thumbs up. Nagato, you did very well. You've already learned this ninjutsu. Now you just need to practice diligently. Nagato nodded seriously. He would practice hard. Let me try. Yahiko took a deep breath, cheering himself on. You can do it, Yahiko. Herooqi. Usually, when someone says that, they can't. Sure enough, Yahiko's water sphere dispersed into several small streams when it was only half formed. Yahiko dropped his hands in disappointment. Herooqi treated everyone equally, also encouraging Yahiko. To be able to do this on your first try is already very impressive. Yahiko, don't be discouraged. Yahiko suddenly shook off his earlier gloom, flashing Herooqi a brilliant smile. Hee, I'm not discouraged at all. I'm just thinking about how to do better next time. Herooqi, so annoying, his hands were itching. He finally understood why so many people hated being teachers. Naughty children were indeed a headache. For the rest of the time, Yahiko and Conan began to practice ninjutsu. Conan possessed wind, earth, and water chakra nature, and water release ninjutsu was ideal for learning. She preferred paper techniques, but that didn't mean she didn't learn other ninjutsu. After all, it's always good to have more skills. Conan stood on the river surface, forming hand seals. Water release. Water prison jutsu. Her hand seal speed wasn't about extreme quickness, but clarity and accuracy. Water currents rose from the river surface, but like Yahiko, they lost control before forming a water prison, merging back into the river water. Nagato was practicing the water prison jutsu. This ninjutsu was not difficult for him, who possessed the Rinnegan. After practicing 2 or 3 times, he mastered it as skillfully as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Herooqi watched with immense jealousy. He walked towards Nagato. Nagato, you learn ninjutsu faster than Conan and Yahiko. For the remaining time, you can try to practice the power of your eyes. When I was in Omegakure, I also spent the remaining time practicing curse power. Herooqi pulled Nagato to sit down, talking to him like good buddies. Nagato was a bit fragile psychologically, Herooqi knew this. He couldn't rush him, he had to take it slowly. Herooqi, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Nagato was somewhat panicked. He couldn't control the power of his eyes at all. When the power erupts, his mind goes blank, and he has no idea what is happening. He was very scared, afraid of hurting Herooqi. If Herooqi were to be harmed, he wouldn't know how to face himself, how to face Conan and Yahiko. Nagato, don't be afraid. You won't hurt me. I'm very strong. And, I won't be afraid of you. No matter what you become, I won't be afraid of you, nor will I stay away from you. Because you are my family. Herooqi looked at Nagato earnestly, saying each word clearly. He was already impatient to copy the Rinnegan's abilities. He was so looking forward to it. Nagato better not mess up at the crucial moment. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 10000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 49.3%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C141. Bonus 2 Copying Shinra Tensei. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 141. Bonus 2 Copying Shinra Tensei. Family. Nagato stared blankly at Herooqi. Herooqi smiled at him, a sparkling light in his eyes. His smile was extremely warm, instantly dispelling the fear in Nagato's heart. Herooqi was also his family. Nagato said firmly in his heart. To protect the people he cherished, he had to face his own power. Nagato lowered his head, staring at his hands. He would use his own strength to protect those he cared about. Herooqi, I won't let you down. In this world, Herooqi was the person who trusted him the most, and no matter what, Nagato would do what he promised Herooqi. Herooqi looked at Nagato with shining eyes. Nagato, I believe in you. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 2000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 49.5%. And us. Nagato. Yahiko and Conan said to Nagato. The 4 of them exchanged smiles. Herooqi reached out to Nagato, smiling as he looked at him. Don't be afraid of your power, try it. Yahiko and Conan both nodded at Nagato. Pub Future Ads. Nagato's gaze swept over the 3 of them in turn. He nodded heavily. Okay. Yahiko and Conan came to Herooqi's side. Although they encouraged Nagato, they were actually full of tension and fear themselves. They had witnessed the power of Nagato's eyes before, a powerful force that surpassed their understanding. Even Jeriah said that Nagato's eyes contained the power to change the world. Yahiko and Conan nervously gulped. The light in Herooqi's eyes never extinguished. He seemed full of confidence in Nagato. Of course, only Herooqi himself knew that he was full of confidence in his own power. Although Nagato was strong, he was now stronger than Nagato. Nagato took a deep breath. He nervously watched the gradually calming surface of the water in front of him. He raised both hands under the expectant gazes of Herooqi and the other 2. Could he really do it? Could he really achieve it? Sweat beads involuntarily covered Nagato's forehead. He couldn't help but turn back to look at Herooqi. Herooqi nodded at him, his eyes full of trust. Nagato's lips curved slightly, and he looked back at the water. He could definitely do it. Nagato closed his eyes, and chakra surged within his body. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. Like the rippling surface of water, patterns spread in his eyes, emitting a light purple halo. At the same time, an invisible force suddenly erupted from his hands. The lake was violently pushed aside by an invisible wall, the water surface vibrated violently, and water droplets splashed in the air. Nagato stared blankly at the scene in front of him until the water droplets wet his red hair. So amazing. After a long silence, Yahiko couldn't help but murmur, Nagato's figure reflected in his pupils. Nagato's surprise was no less than Yahiko's. He looked down at his hands. Had he really managed to cast it? Nagato immediately looked at Herooqi. A big smile bloomed on Herooqi's face, and he gave Nagato a thumbs up. Nagato, I knew you could do it. A figure quickly darted past Herooqi, like a joyful bird, pouncing into Nagato's arms. That's great, Nagato. So amazing. Conan's joyful voice echoed in the air. Nagato, now you've taken the first step, and your control over your power will get better and better in the future. Herooqi walked to Nagato's side, patting his shoulder encouragingly. Nagato pursed his lips, looked at Herooqi, and nodded seriously. It's getting late, let's go quickly. Otherwise, we'll have to make do with another night in a cave. Herooqi looked at the increasingly dark sky and said to Nagato and the others. Yahiko immediately jumped up, walked forward, and urged, let's go. Let's go. I don't want to sleep in the wilderness. It's so uncomfortable and I'm so hungry. I'm definitely going to eat a big meal when we get to town later. Yahiko waved to Herooqi and the others who were lagging behind. Conan smiled and ran towards Yahiko. Herooqi and Nagato quickened their pace, following behind them. Herooqi glanced at Nagato beside him from the corner of his eye, then looked down at his own hands, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Very good, now he could also use Shinra Tensei. When Nagato had used Shinra Tensei, he had been continuously activating copy. Given his relationship with Nagato, mastering all of the Rinnegan's abilities was only a matter of time. Herooqi was immersed in the joy of possessing Shinra Tensei when Nagato's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Herooqi immediately looked up at Nagato walking beside him. Nagato looked at Herooqi beside him, a curious light flickering in his eyes. Is Herooqi very happy? Of course he was happy. Herooqi showed a brilliant smile and nodded. Of course I'm happy, because I feel like Nagato has grown up. Nagato's face flushed, and he lowered his head shyly. I'm actually older than you. Herooqi. He was clearly Herooqi's older brother, but Herooqi was always taking care of him. Herooqi. Don't mind these details, Nagato. Nagato was unusually difficult to fool at this moment. He stared at Herooqi. Herooqi, I am the older brother. I am your grandpa. Herooqi took a deep breath, smiling but remaining silent. He remained silent because he was afraid that what came out would be profanity. Nagato nodded with a strong sense of responsibility, reinforcing his own perception. That's right, he was the older brother, and he would protect Herooqi in the future and take on the responsibility of an older brother. Hey, Herooqi, what's the next town? Yahiko, walking ahead, his eyes darted around, then he turned back to Herooqi and asked curiously. Through the shared perspective of the crows, Herooqi had already gathered all the information about the next town. Tachina is a village located halfway up a mountain, and the foothills are rich in medicinal herbs and poisons. Herooqi told Yahiko and the others the information he had gathered. Oh, that's amazing. Medicinal herbs and poisons. Yahiko stroked his chin, pondering. Then shouldn't this village be developing quite well? Herooqi looked at Yahiko. Both medicinal herbs and poisons were consumables in war, so by common sense, Tachina's economy should indeed be developing well. However, the Land of Rain had no ninja protection before, which led to the constant plundering of Tachina's medicinal herb and poison resources, making it a place ravaged by war instead. You'll know when we get there. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-142. Bonus 3, Drugged Food. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 142. Bonus 3, Drugged Food. Is this Tachina? We shouldn't be here yet. Yahiko stood in place, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The Tachina before him was completely different from what he had imagined. The peace and tranquility of Kikyogahara had given him naive fantasies about Tachina. Tachina, with its rich resources of herbs and poisons, should have been much better developed than Kikyogahara. But the Tachina before him was dilapidated to an unimaginable degree. There were ruins everywhere, with an occasional building that was barely habitable standing amidst the debris. The ground was covered in trash and rubble, and among the lime, one could see the remains of weapons like shuriken and kunai. Let's go, Herooqi said to Yahiko. It was completely dark now, and there wasn't a single soul on the street. Yahiko came to Herooqi's side. A chill emanated from Tachina at night. He rubbed his arm and asked, Herooqi, why is it like this? Herbs and poisons are resources needed in war. Tachina, without ninja protection, naturally became a target for plunder. Herooqi explained. Yahiko pursed his lips and fell into deep silence. If it were another country, Even with resources, it wouldn't be plundered. Because their country is strong, and besides that, they have their own ninja to protect them. Therefore, establishing a ninja village is necessary, and making the land of rain strong so it won't be wantonly bullied is also necessary. Herooqi's voice echoed in the ears of Yahiko and the two others. Everything Hanzo had done so far had significant meaning. Yahiko turned to look at Herooqi, nodding heavily. You're right, but from now on, we will, in another way, make war disappear completely. Pub Future adds. Yahiko clenched his fists tightly, his eyes sparkling with light. Herooqi maintained a smile. He nodded in agreement. That's right. Our Akatsuki exists precisely to eliminate war through peaceful means. Yahiko's solemn face brightened with a smile once more. There seems to be an inn up ahead. Conan's voice was soft. She pointed to a two-story building with lanterns lit in front of it, speaking to Herooqi and Yahiko. Let's go. We'll check it out. Herooqi led the way in that direction. The small building was quite old. The walls and the steps in front of the door showed signs of age, and the lanterns were tattered. A broken wooden board with prices written on it was placed at the entrance. So expensive. Conan gasped when she saw the prices listed. She rarely stayed in inns, but she knew this inn's prices were much higher than those of ordinary inns. This area has suffered greatly from war, so higher prices are normal. Herooqi was not short on money. Besides the fixed allowance Hanzo gave him, his biggest source of money came from plunder. By taking money from the ninjas he killed on the battlefield, his wallet quickly grew fat. Conan and Yahiko nodded. They followed Herooqi into the inn. Behind the counter, there was only a middle-aged woman. The woman looked very kind. Oh, are you here to stay? Where are you from? Do you have money? Before Herooqi and the others could speak, the owner asked incessantly. The owner's gaze darted back and forth over Herooqi and the others. Herooqi looked at Yahiko and the two others beside him, not answering the owner's questions, and simply said, "We'd like 1 room, and 4 dinners brought up." He took out the money marked on the wooden board and placed it on the counter. A hint of surprise flashed in the owner's eyes. She reached out, gathered all the money from the counter into her pocket, and nodded to Herooqi. "No problem, follow me." She came out from behind the counter and led Herooqi and the others up to the second floor. Near the stairs, she opened the first room. She stood at the doorway, not moving, and looked at the 4 of them. "You can stay here. I'll go down and prepare your dinner." She turned and walked downstairs. The 4 of them entered the room, and Herooqi closed the door tightly. "Don't eat the food when it arrives." After inspecting the room, Herooqi lowered his voice and said to Yahiko and the 2 others. Yahiko and the others nodded first, then asked why. "The owner will drug the food. Have you forgotten? This place is rich in herb and poison resources, and most people can make some simple poisons." Herooqi explained. The scene the crow had witnessed had confirmed his suspicions. The owner had put medicine in the food. Then why would she want to harm us? Conan asked, puzzled. Herooqi shook his head and said to them, "After the food comes, we'll pour half of it into the restroom, pretend to pass out, and see what she intends to do." Yahiko and the others nodded without hesitation. Knock knock knock. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. Conan's heart tightened. Herooqi glanced at Conan, his eyes conveying reassurance. Conan took a deep breath, and her tension eased considerably. Herooqi stepped forward and opened the door. The owner, holding a tray, smiled at Herooqi. "Dinner is ready." Herooqi stepped aside, allowing the innkeeper to enter. The innkeeper placed the 4 dinners from the tray onto the coffee table and smiled at them. "Please enjoy your meal." She slowly exited the room. Herooqi closed the door and glanced at Yahiko and the others. Yahiko and the others nodded simultaneously. The owner glanced at the room behind her and walked downstairs step by step. The smile on her face cooled, her eyes were numb, she closed her eyes, and counted silently in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 20, 21, 22, 98, 99, 100. The owner took a deep breath and turned to walk upstairs. She stood at the door of the first room, bent her knuckles, and knocked on the door. "Guests, I've come to clear the dishes." No sound came from the room. The owner repeated herself twice, but still no sound came. Creak. The wooden door let out an old groan, and the owner's footsteps fell silently onto the floor inside the room. On the tatami in the room, 4 children lay unconscious on the coffee table, in various postures. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C. 143143. The Mastermind, Ryuga. Pub Future ads. A crow flew into the inn and perched on the railing of the second-floor corridor. The crow lightly pecked at its dark feathers, its black eyes fixed on the open door of a room. Inside the room, the boss stood by the tatami mat, silently staring at the 4 unconscious children. Her face was calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation in her eyes. A figure emerged from a room at the end of the corridor. He was tall, light-footed, and hummed a tune as if in a good mood, walking towards the first room in the corridor. "Did you get them?" The man leaned against the door, staring at the boss's back in the room. The crow twisted its neck, watching the scene before it as if nothing had happened. The boss didn't answer. The man's lips curled downwards, as if he wasn't surprised by her reaction at all. He strode in, came before the tatami mat, and looked at the 4 children. "This batch is of good quality." The man stroked his chin and nodded with satisfaction. He looked back at the boss, saw her deadpan face, and spat in disgust. "Don't make such a sour face. It's unappetizing. If you have guts, then don't do it, right? Go tell Ryuga later that you don't want to do these things anymore." The expression on the man's face changed from disgust and disdain to schadenfreude, as if he had anticipated what the boss's fate would be. The boss's face paled, and she said nothing. Seeing this, the man sneered, "Spineless coward." He stepped forward and picked up the 2 children closest to him. The remaining 2 children were naturally left to the boss. The boss's eyebrow twitched, but she still reached out and picked up the 2 remaining children. Pub Future ads. "Let's go. Let's hand them over to Ryuga and see what he says." The man strode downstairs. The boss followed behind him. No one paid attention to the crow in the corridor. After their figures disappeared into the stairwell, the crow flapped its wings and flew high. Herooqi closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Using the crow's eyes, he clearly saw the movement trajectories of himself and the others. The boss and the unfamiliar man slipped out the back door of the inn and ran towards the depths of Teichina. According to the unfamiliar man's words and the crow's detection, this Ryuga was the ninja hiding in Teichina. Everyone in Teichina, under Ryuga's coercion, had become his subordinates, helping him do heinous things. The man and the boss, holding the 4 children including Herooqi, quickly moved through Teichina. After an unknown amount of time, they finally stopped in front of a small building. This small building was no different from the surrounding structures, also covered with traces left by the war. The man and the boss stopped. They stood at the door and knocked. Footsteps sounded from behind the door. A small opening appeared in the door, and a pair of cold eyes fell on the boss and the man. The pupils moved up and down, landing on the children in the arms of the boss and the man. "Come in." "Thank you, Ranga." The man bowed and scraped as he entered the room. The boss followed behind him. After the 2 of them entered, the man called Ranga closed the door. Ranga strode towards the sofa in the center of the room. A rugged-faced man sat on the sofa, a hideous scar like a centipede crawling all over his face, almost tearing it in half. Ranga stood respectfully behind the scarred man. "Ryuga." The moment they saw the scarred man, the man and the boss immediately cried out in fear. Ryuga leaned his upper body slightly forward, his gaze falling on the 4 children in the arms of the boss and the man. "Where are the people from?" Ryuga narrowed his eyes and asked. "Ryuga, these are 4 children who came to stay at the inn. Their identities haven't been found out yet." The boss's throat tightened, her voice sharp. "Put them over here." Ryuga patted the sofa next to him. The boss and the man immediately stepped forward and placed the 4 children on the sofa. "They look like they have good talent. If they have talent, then train them to be ninja. If they don't have talent." Ryuga paused, "Then use them for drug testing." "Yes." Ranga, behind Ryuga, nodded. "What medicine did you give them?" Ryuga glanced at the boss. It was just ordinary sleeping medicine. They'll wake up in 2 hours." The boss quickly replied. Ryuga nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 4 children before him. Suddenly, he met a pair of blue eyes. Those eyes were like lake water, terrifyingly calm. Ryuga almost jumped up from the sofa, but he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Before him was just a little brat. Why should he be afraid? Herooqi sat up straight on the sofa. He stared at the scarred man before him. How did you wake up? This medicine should take at least 2 hours to wear off. The boss pointed at Herooqi in astonishment. Seeing Herooqi wake up, the others, including Yahiko, also opened their eyes. They vigilantly stared at the 4 people in the room. Who are you? Ryuga saw no fear on their 4 faces. These 4 were definitely not ordinary children. Herooqi stared at Ryuga and asked, who are you? You know that ninja from other ninja villages are not allowed to stay within the Land of Rain, yet you remain unmoved. Do you want Hanzo to come and deal with you personally? The expression on Ryuga's face constantly changed. You are ninja from a megakure. Ryuga was full of doubt and surprise. Had he already been discovered by Hanzo? Herooqi tacitly agreed. Ryuga stared at the 4 children before him, the shock in his eyes gradually replaced by intense killing intent. Ding. System detected Ryuga's killing intent value plus 3000. Your slaughter curse growth value has increased to 1.8%. If he killed them, who would know of his existence? Ryuga narrowed his eyes. Blame it on your bad luck. A whooshing sound came head-on. In the blink of an eye, sharp claws unfolded before Herooqi, a dazzling cold glint, and the sharp claw tips aimed at Haruki's neck. Herooqi. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-144144, Nagato can't die. Pub Future adds. Nagato, who was beside Herooqi, narrowed his eyes, and without thinking, extended his hands towards Ryuga. Invisible waves rippled in his eyes, a light purple halo spread, and an unseen force erupted from his hands. After the claw hook paused for a second in front of Herooqi, it sharply flew backward towards Ryuga. Ryuga's pupils constricted, and he rapidly retreated, his claw hook already deeply embedded in the wall behind him. I won't let anyone hurt Herooqi. Nagato's icy gaze fell upon Ryuga. Ryuga's eyes were filled with shock. He steadied himself, his gaze on Nagato becoming serious. He hadn't expected a mere kid to be so strong. A strong gust of wind assailed Herooqi from behind. Ding. System detected Ranga's killing intent value plus 2000. Your slaughter curse growth value has increased to 2%. Herooqi looked back, and a pair of eyes swirling with killing intent met his gaze. A metallic hum echoed in the room, and the long blade on Haruki's back unsheathed. The long blade rubbed against the short blade in Ranga's hand, sending sparks flying. The blade reflected Ranga's fierce, beast-like eyes. Blue cursed energy erupted from Haruki's long blade, completely enveloping it. Herooqi spun his body, gripping the long blade tightly, and chopped down towards Ranga. Ranga's pupils constricted. So fast. Was this really a speed a kid could possess? Ranga subconsciously brought his short blade horizontally across his chest, blocking the descending long blade. Pub Future adds. Boom. A loud bang resonated between Ranga and Herooqi. This was followed by a crisp snapping sound. Ranga stared intently at the short blade in his hand. His hand, gripping the short blade, trembled violently. The power emanating from the long blade was incredibly immense. How could a kid have such immense power? The next second, a clear crack appeared on his blade. The crack continuously spread, and the short blade shattered with a crash. Ranga's wrist loosened, and the hilt of the blade fell heavily to the ground. Before he could react, the glint of the blade was already upon him, unavoidable. Ah! Ranga let out a miserable shriek. His body crashed to the ground. He wasn't dead. Herooqi hadn't killed him, but had severed the tendons in his hands and feet. The blood from Herooqi's blade dripped onto the floor. He immediately turned and unhesitatingly attacked Ryuga. Ryuga's strength was clearly more than one level higher than Ranga's. Nagato was struggling somewhat against Ryuga now. Nagato couldn't continuously use powerful techniques like Shinra Tensei, and coupled with his lack of combat experience, it was only a matter of time before Ryuga killed him. Herooqi dared not risk Nagato's life. He had only copied one of Rinnegan's abilities. Nagato absolutely could not die. Nagato, leave it to me. Herooqi stood in front of Nagato. Ryuga raised an eyebrow, forcing a sinister smile. What deep brotherly love. Don't worry, I'll send you both to your deaths together. Herooqi, this guy talks big. Ryuga swung his arms forcefully, and the two claw hooks intertwined like venomous snakes, whistling towards Herooqi. The chains connecting the claw hooks were covered with tiny blades, and the edges were purple, clearly indicating they were highly poisonous. Herooqi moved agilely, swiftly weaving between the claw hooks, while simultaneously extending his hands towards Ryuga. Crimson binding technique. Slicing exorcism. Blood shot out from Herooqi's fingertips. The blood transformed in midair, becoming dozens of razor-thin, rotating blood blades. The blood blades whistled as they flew out, deflecting all the claw hooks that surrounded him, firmly pinning them to the walls on both sides. Hundredfold blood manipulation. Piercing blood. Herooqi clasped his hands together, blood compressed to its limit, condensing like a bullet, and shot out towards Ryuga. The lightning-fast red light grew larger and larger in Ryuga's pupils. Boom! Ryuga fell to the ground, blood splattering in the air. His ear was torn open, and blood covered his entire face. He endured the intense pain and rose from the ground again. Broken black strands of hair floated in the air. No! Ryuga was both shocked and enraged, retreating rapidly. He clutched one ear, realizing a problem. The kid in front of him must hold an extraordinary position in a megaker. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? In an instant, a flash of lightning streaked through Ryuga's mind. A name surfaced in his thoughts. Herooqi. You are Hanzo's student, Herooqi. Ryuga roared at Herooqi. He knew. The ninja who had turned the tide of battle some time ago, allowing the megaker to turn defeat into victory, was Hanzo's student, a young ninja, Herooqi. If the kid in front of him wasn't Herooqi, who else could it be? Herooqi approached Ryuga step by step. Ding! System detected Ryuga's killing intent value plus 3000. Your slaughter curse growth value has increased to 2.3%. Ryuga's eyes suddenly erupted with intense killing intent. He swiftly drew a short blade from his boot and lunged at Herooqi. Herooqi. The distance between Herooqi and Ryuga was too close. Nagato and the others had no time to block for Herooqi. Ding! System detected Nagato's fear value plus 5000. Ding! System detected Yahiko's fear value plus 5000. Ding! System detected Conan's fear value plus 5000. Total fear value collected is 15,000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 92.2%. It's over, kid. The distance between Ryuga and Herooqi was less than a meter. Herooqi stood still, a slight curve to his lips, and Ryuga's crazed smile was reflected in his pupils. Straw doll technique. Resonance. A straw doll appeared in front of Herooqi. 4 long nails were driven into the doll's limbs. Ah! Ryuga's shrill, agonizing scream echoed through the room. The short blade in his hand dropped to the floor. His body fell at Herooqi's feet, blood continuously oozing from his limbs, rendering him unable to move. Now, it's over. Herooqi stared at Ryuga's pale face, saying calmly. Ding! System detected Ryuga's fear value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 92.25%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C 145145. Don't underestimate Yahiko. Pub future ads. Herooqi turned and looked at the boss and the man, who were frozen in place. They gradually retreated under Herooqi's gaze, fear and panic filling their faces. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. The man begged for mercy, trembling. His legs felt weak, and he looked at Herooqi with a pale face, continuously backing away. Herooqi moved his hand, and the black shadow beneath his feet spread out like a quagmire. A large snake emerged from the black shadow, opening its maw and letting out roars towards the man and the boss. Thud! The man completely lost the strength to struggle. He fell to the ground, looking at the large snake before him with fear. The boss behind him bit her lower lip tightly, forcing herself not to collapse to the ground. The snake's body slid towards the boss and the man, its massive body encircling them, its vertical pupils fixed on them, flicking its forked tongue. Cold breath fell upon the boss and the man, and their bodies shivered. Before Herooqi could interrogate him, the man spilled everything like a stream of beans. We were forced. How could we be a match for a ninja? If we didn't do his bidding, we would die. We didn't want to do this, we really had no choice. We don't want to die. We don't want to be used as tools for his alchemy. The man cried with snot and tears. We were only responsible for bringing those who trespassed into Teichina to him. We didn't participate in anything else. Please, Ninja-sama, spare our lives. The man knelt before Herooqi, desperately kowtowing. Yahiko watched this scene with a solemn expression, while Conan, beside him, showed a hint of unbearable pity in her eyes. Conan turned to look at Herooqi, pursed her lips, and pleaded, "Herooqi, they are just ordinary people who were forced. Why don't we let them go?" Yahiko also looked at Herooqi. Pub Future ads. Nagato said nothing, his gaze fixed on the man before him. Herooqi understood their meaning from Yahiko and Conan's eyes. He smiled at Yahiko and Conan and said helplessly, "I never intended to harm them anyway. What kind of person do you take me for?" Yahiko's face immediately flushed, and he scratched the back of his head. "I'm sorry, Herooqi, I misunderstood." Conan was startled, then she let out a sigh of relief. Ding. System detected Yahiko's guilt value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Conan's guilt value plus 1000. Currently collected guilt value totals 2000. Your cursed spirit guilt's rank has risen to 48%. Thank you, Ninja-sama. Thank you, Ninja-sama. Hearing Herooqi's words, the man immediately showed the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Ryuga stared at the man's ugly attempts to curry favor with Herooqi and them, and spat, a fickle weed. The man acted as if he heard nothing, continuing to explain to Herooqi and them, "Ninja-sama, please understand, we were originally ordinary villagers of Teichina. These ninja came to Teichina, claimed the mountain as their own, and enslaved us to do their bidding. If we didn't obey them, they would kill us. More than half of the people in the village died by their hands." Yahiko's brows furrowed, and he stared intently at Ryuga and Ranga, who lay on the ground unable to move, his eyes filled with anger. "Which village are you from?" Herooqi was much calmer than Yahiko. He stared at Ryuga and asked. Ryuga sneered, "If you have the guts, kill me. Losing to a kid like you, I accept my fate. Why do you kill people?" Yahiko impulsively roared at Ryuga. Herooqi glanced at the slightly agitated Yahiko beside him. Yahiko's agitated attitude clearly affected Ryuga, whose mentality had already collapsed. "Because if I don't kill people, others will kill me." Ryuga roared at Yahiko. Herooqi. His eardrums were about to burst. Couldn't they just talk properly? Why can't you two talk properly? Why must you always resort to killing to solve problems? Yahiko clenched his hands, gritting his teeth, and questioned Ryuga with red eyes. Herooqi gasped. This question was a bit too much. HMPH. Looking at Yahiko's appearance at this moment, Ryuga snorted coldly, gradually regaining his composure. He lay on the ground, his eyes disdainful. "I've been on the battlefield, have you?" Yahiko was startled. He had indeed never been on the battlefield, but he had witnessed its cruelty firsthand. Yahiko didn't answer, and Ryuga continued to ask sarcastically, "I've had a blade pierce my chest, have you?" Yahiko's breathing hitched. He looked down at his own chest, which had never suffered any fatal injuries. What about Herooqi? Had Herooqi also experienced so much pain, as this ninja said? Ryuga already had the answer in his heart. Among the 4 children present, perhaps only Herooqi had been on the battlefield. "I've almost died, have you? On the battlefield, I've killed people, have you?" Ryuga laughed heartily, his laughter filled with sorrow. "You haven't experienced any of this, what right do you have to talk to me?" Yahiko was dumbfounded. He looked at Herooqi, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Herooqi's mouth and eyes were twitching. "It's true that I haven't experienced any of what you've said. But I can understand your pain." Yahiko suddenly burst out, shouting at Ryuga. Herooqi became dumbfounded. How did he suddenly understand? It is precisely because war has brought us pain that we should stop solving problems through violence. If everyone could negotiate peacefully, then no more suffering would arise in the entire ninja world. Yahiko looked at Ryuga, saying seriously, tears shimmering in his eyes. Ryuga looked at Yahiko in shock. He was deeply moved by this young man. "Are you out of your mind? Who wants to negotiate peacefully with you? Do you think the enemy will give you a chance to negotiate? Someone like you, on the battlefield, would be chopped into a pile of rotten meat in minutes." Ryuga roared at Yahiko, unable to bear it any longer. Herooqi let out a long sigh. Finally, someone had spoken his mind. Of course, Herooqi didn't entirely agree with Ryuga's words. There was one point that needed to be refuted. Yahiko wouldn't need minutes to be chopped into rotten meat, it wouldn't be that slow. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-146,146, Meaning of Strength. Pub Future adds. Ryuga's roar echoed in the room. Yahiko stared blankly at Ryuga, his ideals had never been insulted like this before. He could be cursed at, but his ideals could not. Yahiko's gaze became firm, and he took a step forward, approaching Ryuga. Ryuga watched the madman before him warily. You are wrong, Yahiko said to Ryuga. Herooqi raised an eyebrow. Yahiko had ignited. Though he didn't know what he was igniting, the only thing for sure was that he had ignited. I never expected everyone to understand my ideals. If everyone could understand my ideals, then no wars would happen. I am prepared with the patience and courage to transmit my ideals little by little to others. No matter what others say, I will not give up. Even if you call me a fool or a madman, I will persevere. Because this is my ninja way. I will uphold it until I die. Yahiko clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with the light of his ideals, and his face seemed to be covered with a golden glow. Ryuga's pupils dilated, looking at Yahiko before him in disbelief. Herooqi's shock was no less than Ryuga's. He stared at Yahiko beside him as if seeing another person. That was the true child of prophecy, Naruto, who had not yet been born. Pub Future adds. No wonder Nagato and Conan later saw Yahiko's shadow in Naruto, these two had exactly the same personality. Herooqi stared at the light on Yahiko's face, his expression constantly changing. Is this right? Why does Yahiko's face have special effects? What a fool. Ryuga relaxed all his muscles and slumped to the ground, staring at the ceiling, the boy's firm words still echoing in his mind. He couldn't help but shift his gaze to Herooqi. Do you also believe his words, Herooqi? If I'm not mistaken, you have personally experienced several cruel wars. The enemies who died by your hand are countless, aren't they? Even with hands stained with blood, even witnessing comrades die, do you still believe that problems can be solved through friendly talks? Ryuga's question made Yahiko and the others' gazes all focus on Herooqi. Herooqi cleared his throat, it was his turn to speak. I believe. Herooqi nodded. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 3000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 49.8%. A hint of confusion flashed in Ryuga's eyes. Why? He couldn't understand why Herooqi could believe such a naive thing. Since Herooqi had been on the battlefield, he should know that friendly talks were simply a joke. Yahiko looked at Herooqi with shining eyes. He knew Herooqi would definitely stand by his side. He and Herooqi shared a common ideal, and they would fight together for their common ideal. Yahiko's heart felt warm. Herooqi looked at Ryuga, his eyes calm, yet Ryuga, who met his gaze, felt a powerful will. It is precisely because I have personally experienced the cruelest wars, had my hands stained with blood, and witnessed my most important comrades fall before my eyes, that I am more convinced than anyone else that the ultimate and only way out of war is always understanding and dialogue. Herooqi glanced at Yahiko, then turned to Ryuga and said, Yahiko just now didn't make one premise clear to you, and that is to first possess powerful strength, strength sufficient to influence the ninja world, and then engage in friendly talks. This is the premise of everything. Ryuga was stunned. He had to admit that what this kid Herooqi said was much more normal than what that yellow-haired kid had said just now. Please don't misunderstand. The strength I speak of is not necessarily powerful combat ability, nor is it for starting wars, but for defending the right to talk. Herooqi said earnestly. Ryuga's expression became much more serious. Herooqi said, I know that in the ninja world, kindness without strength is equivalent to incompetence. When a villain wields a butcher knife and rushes towards civilians, your shouting, let's talk friendly, to him is meaningless. The only thing that can make him put down the butcher knife and sit at the negotiating table is another, more powerful sword. Ryuga nodded involuntarily. Conan's eyes sparkled with light, and she looked at Herooqi admiringly. So amazing. Herooqi. Ding. System detected Conan's faith value plus 3000. Did not reach the activation value for a cursed spirit, faith value has been stored. The wars I have experienced, the strength I have gained, have made me realize that I must forge such a sword. The purpose of this sword is not for slaughter, but to force all those who do not want to talk to sit down and talk. This sword levels the playing field of bullying the weak, creating an equal platform necessary for dialogue. If his wrist weren't immobile, Ryuga would have wanted to applaud Haruki's words. Haruki's gaze swept over Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko in turn, finally resting on Ryuga. We are all victims of war, orphans created by war. We know the cost of war, and it is precisely because we have endured such pain and torment that we want to try another path. I do not deny strength, but merely wish to redefine the purpose of strength. Strength is not for conquest, but for protection. Strength is not to instill fear, but to bring peace of mind. I do not deny past wars, because the sacrifices on the battlefield were all meaningful. The passing of comrades is not for an endless cycle of revenge, but for creating a world where such sacrifices are no longer needed. The dialogue I advocate is by no means weakness, but a clear-headed, rational act guaranteed by powerful strength. I don't want a life or death struggle. I just want all people in the ninja world to prosper together. After saying so much in one breath, Haruki's lungs felt like they were about to burst. Ding. System detected Ryuga's faith value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's faith value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Conan's faith value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Nagato's faith value plus 3000. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C147147. Time Bomb. Pub Future Ads. Ding. 12,000 faith points have been collected, activating Cursed Spirit 010 Suguru Geto, the star religious group leader. Suguru Geto, 23%. Wait, Herooqi asked, confused, is Suguru a cursed spirit? Isn't he a curse user? Confirmed deceased characters from Jujutsu Kaisen become cursed spirits. Who cursed him? Herooqi was bewildered. It shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? The faith others have in you, channeled through your cursed spirit, caused Suguru Geto to become a cursed spirit. Herooqi. All right then. So, Gojo, Nanami, and others might also become cursed spirits. Yes. That's truly unimaginable. Ryuga's voice echoed in the room. Haruki's gaze fell on Ryuga. Ryuga lay on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his limbs. His face was pale, his expression dazed, and he stared at the ceiling, a strange smile playing on his lips. Pub Future Ads. You children actually have such a clear understanding of the world. After living for so many years, I'm not even as good as a group of children. Herooqi listened to Ryuga's lament, as if he heard the sound of a shattered heart. As long as you can turn back and awaken, it's never too late. Yahiko shouted loudly at Ryuga. The resolute light in his eyes deeply moved Ryuga. Unfortunately, as blood drained from Ryuga's limbs, he gradually felt a chilling coldness begin to rise, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. I'm too late, Ryuga said regretfully. He understood the truth too late, so late that he was already on the verge of death. It's not too late. In a daze, Ryuga heard Haruki's voice. Not too late. Is it really not too late? The blurry images before Ryuga's eyes gradually became clear. He was shocked to find that his body had actually begun to warm up. The pain became clearer, and Ryuga frowned, feeling an itch from his limbs, the sensation of flesh wriggling and wounds healing. Ding. System has detected Ryuga's AW value plus 3000. The value has not reached the activation threshold for a cursed spirit. AW value has been stored. The light in Haruki's hand shone brightly, and Ryuga's wounds healed at a visible rate. It wasn't until all of Ryuga's wounds were healed that Herooqi let go. Ryuga stared intently at his hands and feet. He looked up in shock at Herooqi, sensing his strength recovering. Although the speed was not fast, it was continuously and slowly restoring. Such powerful medical ninjutsu. Ryuga looked at Herooqi, his pupils widening in shock. No wonder Herooqi could become Hanzo's student. Besides his combat strength, he also possessed such powerful medical ninjutsu. Ripples spread through Ryuga's heart, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Perhaps, Herooqi and his companions really could change the entire world. Ranga. Ryuga suddenly remembered his subordinate. He quickly ran to Ranga, who was lying in a pool of blood, and helped him up. Ranga's face was bloodless, and all the tendons in his hands and feet had been severed by Herooqi, leaving him unable to move. He could only rely on Ryuga's strength. Ryuga's pleading gaze turned to Herooqi. Herooqi stepped forward and placed his hands over Ranga's injured areas. Before long, Ryuga watched as the wounds on Ranga's wrists and ankles healed. Ryuga pulled Ranga up from the ground. He patted Ranga's shoulder and looked at Herooqi, a wide grin spreading across his face. The scar on his face moved with his smile, making him appear even more ferocious. I think your ideals probably need more people to join, right? I wonder if I can join you, Ryuga said cheerfully. Yahiko's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at Herooqi excitedly. They succeeded. They successfully persuaded a ninja to join the Akatsuki. We've created an organization called Akatsuki, bringing together like-minded partners from all over the ninja world. Akatsuki welcomes your join in 15 breakfast foods you should stop eating. The 15 world's scariest bridges. Herooqi extended his hand to Ryuga. Ryuga looked at Haruki's outstretched hand, his smile widening, and he firmly grasped Haruki's hand. The Akatsuki's current base is located in Kikyogahara, and the person in charge is named Himura. Herooqi introduced to Ryuga. Ryuga raised an eyebrow, a surprised expression on his face. He hadn't expected Herooqi and his companions to already have a small scale. He had thought he would be the first to join them. All right, Ryuga nodded. I'll join too. Ranga, who had been standing silently beside Ryuga like a backdrop, suddenly spoke. Ryuga was startled. He looked at Ranga beside him, and Ranga stared back at Ryuga, saying word by word, "Where you are, I am." Ryuga was moved and patted Ranga's shoulder. Herooqi, this is the specialty of the Naruto world, bonds. Good, welcome to Akatsuki. Herooqi smiled. He extended his hand, and suddenly, the sound of flapping wings came from outside the window. A black shadow, like a black lightning bolt, appeared on Herooqi's arm. It was a raven, completely black. Herooqi offered the raven on his arm to Ryuga. This raven is for you, Herooqi said. Ryuga took the raven first. The raven perched on his shoulder. After looking at the raven, he asked curiously, "What is this raven for?" He didn't find any traces of chakra on the raven, which meant it wasn't a summoning beast. What could an ordinary raven do? This raven can guide you to Himura in Kikyogahara. Herooqi's eyes flickered. Of course, more importantly, this raven could monitor Ryuga and Ranga. If they showed any abnormalities, the raven could instantly explode, blowing their heads off. Ryuga nodded and reached out to stroke the raven's soft feathers. The raven gently pecked Ryuga's palm, its docile appearance making it impossible to associate it with a time bomb. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-148. Next destination, Border. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 148. Next destination, Border. After making the arrangements, Herooqi continued, "Are you two the only ninjas at Teichina?" Ryuga nodded. That's right. Although there are only 2 ninjas at Teichina, most of the villagers at Teichina have been trained by us in making poisons and medicines. Herooqi. So, in the end, this was still a poison village. Ryuga and Ranga were also 2 talented individuals. Herooqi thought about it. It would be too much of a pity to abandon such a good place as Teichina. He said to Ryuga, "After you meet Himura, you and Ranga should return to Teichina. Use Teichina as a base and continue to spread our ideals. Attract more ninjas and people who come here to join us." Ryuga's eyes lit up, and he nodded heavily. "No problem. Leave it to me." He had lived in Teichina for too many years, and was already reluctant to leave. Being able to continue developing Teichina was, of course, the best choice for him and Ranga. Herooqi instructed, "The Akatsuki advocates resolving disputes through peaceful means. You must no longer poison others and control villagers as before, but rather follow the will of the villagers and outsiders." Of course. Ryuga nodded heavily. Ever since he came to Teichina and became a warlord, Ryuga's life had been like falling into a quagmire. It was true that here he didn't have to go to war, didn't have to perform dangerous missions, and didn't have to fight for the village's interests, but at the same time, he also lost his direction and purpose in life. He was lost in the mist. Besides making poisons and medicines and killing ninja and samurai who came to plunder Teichina's resources, it seemed he had nothing else to do. He gradually sank deeper and deeper into the quagmire. Pub Future Ads. Muddled and confused. Idle all day long. Now it was different. He had a direction, a goal, and an ideal worth dedicating everything to. He wanted to be like Herooqi, spreading the Akatsuki's ideals and beliefs to more people. To make more and more people understand them, join them, and defend peace with them. Ryuga could no longer find anything more meaningful than this. Tachina is in your hands. I hope the next time we meet, we'll see a different Tachina. Herooqi's eyes were full of trust in Ryuga as he said, I believe you can do it. Ryuga's heart surged with fervent emotions. This feeling of being deeply trusted was so warm. I will, Ryuga promised. Ding. System detected Ryuga's gratitude value plus 3000. Your gratitude curse growth value has risen to 25.7%. The black shadows flowed like ink, and the great snake surrounding the boss and the man gradually sank into the shadows. The man recoiled, his eyes still filled with terror. The boss, however, took a big step forward. She looked at Herooqi with determination and said, I want to join you too. I'm fed up with war. Herooqi accepted everyone. Good. The Akatsuki was in need of strength. The more grassroots members the better, but core members would need to be screened later. Herooqi looked at Ryuga and said, the Akatsuki has only just been established. Before we grow stronger, we must act with a low profile. Otherwise, Herooqi was afraid that the Akatsuki would be wiped out by Hanzo before it even got on track. However, as long as they prevented Danzo, that troublemaker, from contacting Hanzo, they should be able to avoid the Akatsuki's disastrous end in the original plot. I understand. Ryuga nodded seriously. After arranging the Akatsuki's affairs, Herooqi and the others rested for a night at Tachina and set off for their next destination at noon the next day. The weather is great. On the way, Yahiko stretched, in a very good mood. Conan's lips curved slightly, following behind Yahiko. Where are we going next? Yahiko looked curiously at Herooqi, who was walking beside him. Herooqi's steps paused slightly, then quickly returned to normal. The next place wouldn't be as safe as Kikyogahara and Tachina. The northeastern border of the Land of Rain. Herooqi replied. Border. Are there many ninjas there? Yahiko put his hands behind his head, turned around, and asked Herooqi while walking backward. Herooqi nodded. The northeastern part of the Land of Rain borders the Land of Grass. A few days ago, Iwagakure went to war with Konoha, and the main battlefield was the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass fell into war, causing many refugees to flee south into the northeastern border of the Land of Rain. Besides refugees, there are also many rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas lurking in the border area. Ah, Yahiko's hands dropped, and he looked at Herooqi in surprise. Wouldn't that be very chaotic? Herooqi nodded and said seriously, this trip, we may face more dangers. If you are afraid, you can stay at Tachina or Kikyogahara and wait for me to return. Ding. System detected Yahiko's anger value plus 500. Ding. System detected Conan's anger value plus 500. Ding. System detected Nagato's anger value plus 500. A total of 1500 anger points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Jago's rank has risen to 55.75%. Yahiko frowned. He looked at Herooqi seriously, with firm brows and eyes. Even if we are afraid, there's no way we'd let you face the danger alone. Conan nodded eagerly. She looked at Herooqi and said worriedly, Herooqi, we promise to be together. No matter what stands in our way, as long as we are together, we won't be afraid. As long as our strengths are combined, we will definitely overcome the difficulties. Conan's voice grew more and more resolute. She pressed her lips together and looked at Herooqi solemnly. Nagato nodded, staring at Herooqi unblinkingly, and said stubbornly, we go together. Herooqi looked at the three people in front of him, who seemed to be facing a great enemy, and showed a brilliant smile. He reached out and hooked their necks. Good. We go together. Of course, they had to go together. Otherwise, who would provide him with emotional value on the way? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-149. Crooked Merchants. PubFuture Ads. Chapter 149. Crooked Merchants. The northeastern border of the Land of Rain was a village with houses distributed in a circular band, named Nibi no Yutsu. Nibi no Yutsu almost completely encircled the entire northeastern border, becoming the Land of Rain's first line of defense. Hardly any ordinary people lived here. They were either merchants who valued money more than their lives, or wandering and rogue ninjas with nowhere to go. Among them were also some samurai supported by merchants and refugees who had fled from war-torn countries. "We're almost there," Herooqi reminded Yahiko and the others. The northeastern border of the Land of Rain was close to the Land of Grass, with sparse trees. As far as the eye could see, there were endless grasslands and low-lying houses, which stood quietly at the end of the grassland. Beyond that cluster of low-lying buildings was the Land of Grass. The green grass submerged their ankles like waves. Herooqi led Yahiko and the others to continue walking forward. The low-lying houses grew larger and larger in their eyes. They had already entered the territory of Nibi no Yutsu. The streets were filled with refugees huddled in corners, an unpleasant aura permeated the air, and various garbage piled up on the ground. Occasionally, two tall, strong men walked past Herooqi and his companions. From the moment Herooqi and his group stepped onto this street, countless gazes, both overt and hidden, focused on them. Herooqi noticed his clothes pulling down a bit. He turned his head slightly and saw Conan clutching his hem. Conan's eyes flickered with unease. She had keenly sensed the danger pervading this place. Pub Future adds. Herooqi's hand covered Conan's hand, which was holding his hem. He gently removed Conan's hand, then held her hand, his eyes filled with comfort. Conan pursed her lips, tightened her grip on Herooqi's hand, and followed him closely. "Why are they all looking at us?" Yahiko leaned close to Herooqi's ear and whispered. Herooqi glanced at Yahiko's fair face. He didn't answer, instead asking, "Look at the people around us. What do you see? Refugees, ninjas, merchants, samurai?" Nagato's voice chimed in from Herooqi's other side. Hearing Nagato's answer, Yahiko began to examine his surroundings more carefully. The walls on the street were dilapidated, but even these crumbling ruins served as the only refuge for the refugees. They huddled in corners, with only a ragged, crumpled piece of burlap beneath their buttocks, their clothes barely covering them. They were emaciated, with sunken cheeks and large, bright, somewhat terrifying pupils, staring unblinkingly at Herooqi and his three companions as they passed through the street. On Herooqi's other side, in stark contrast to the refugees, were clean and bright shops. The shop owners lay leisurely in rocking chairs, with an abundance of snacks on the table beside them. Inside every shop were figures of ninjas or samurai, their presence preventing the refugees across the street from acting rashly. "We aren't refugees, and we're not old. Appearing in a chaotic border region, how could we not attract attention?" Herooqi explained. Yahiko and Conan's gazes lingered on these refugees, their eyes filled with compassion. Conan turned her head away, feeling distressed. War is truly devastating. Seeing the tragic state of these refugees, Yahiko clenched his fists, further strengthening his belief. He must stop the war. He must ensure that there will be no more wars in the ninja world in the future. First, let's find an inn to settle down. After we've settled, we can go explore the area, Herooqi said. Yahiko nodded. They entered an inn with a decent environment. The boss, who was sprawled on the counter, lazily lifted his head and scrutinized Herooqi and his three companions. "Staying or eating?" "Staying," Herooqi said. "One room." The boss's lips curled downwards. "All right, pay first." He extended his hand towards Herooqi. The prices for dining and lodging at the inn were posted on the counter, almost 10 times that of ordinary inns. Herooqi had noticed along the way that almost all inns here had such exorbitant prices. Nibi no Yutsu was located on the border, and the Land of Grass was embroiled in war. To extract more money from the refugees, they had inflated the prices to astronomical levels. Herooqi paid the money and followed the boss upstairs. The boss casually opened an empty room and gestured towards Herooqi and his companions. "This one will do." With that, the boss turned and left. Upon entering the room, Conan closed the door. Yahiko complained, "The lodging prices here are too expensive. No wonder those refugees would rather sleep on the streets than stay in an inn. How could a group of refugees afford such an expensive place? We might be staying here for a long time. There are quite a few ninjas here, and none of them are easy to deal with." Herooqi sat on the tatami and said to Yahiko and the others. Most importantly, this place was close to the Land of Grass battlefield. For Herooqi, war was the best place to get stronger. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. "It's okay. When we run out of money, we'll sleep on the streets too. Yahiko said optimistically. After all, it wasn't like they hadn't slept outside before. They had experienced worse things in the past. Don't worry about money, Herooqi said to Yahiko and the others. Yahiko moved, rushed over and put his arm around Herooqi's shoulder, exclaiming from the bottom of his heart, Herooqi, it's so good to have you. Although Jeriah had left them some money before he left, that money definitely wouldn't be enough to support their long-term life in Nibi no Yutsu. Herooqi smiled. Let's rest for a while. We'll go out and check the situation later. Okay. Yahiko immediately lied down and closed his eyes on the tatami. A crow flew over Nibi no Yutsu from high above, landing on a branch. Its black bean-like pupils rotated, reflecting everything on the street in its eyes. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-150. Bonus 1 Robbing the Robber. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 150. Bonus 1 Robbing the Robber. After an hour's rest, Herooqi and the others left the inn and walked down the street. The refugees in the corner kept their eyes on their footsteps. Herooqi looked back, then continued walking forward with his usual expression. Herooqi, what's wrong? Yahiko noticed Herooqi's actions and asked. Herooqi shook his head, but changed direction. He led Yahiko and the others towards a small alley at the street's fork. Yahiko looked at Herooqi's profile, a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. A wall blocked the end of the alley, cutting off Herooqi and their path. Dead end. Let's go another way, Yahiko said as he turned around. 3 tall, dark figures enveloped them. Yahiko froze, his pupils moving upwards, 3 unfamiliar faces reflected in his eyes. Herooqi scrutinized the 3 people blocking their way from head to toe. The 3 men appeared to be in their 20s, wearing haori, with katanas at their waists and get on their feet, looking down at Herooqi and the others arrogantly. They were clearly samurai. Where did you 4 brats come from? The samurai in the middle was the first to question them. Why should we tell you? Yahiko frowned, warily staring at the 3 samurai in front of him. HMPH. I advise you to be wise or something bad might happen. As the middle samurai's words fell, the samurai on his left and right had already drawn their long swords. A flash of silver light, and the sharp sword tips were pointed at Herooqi and the others. What do you want? Herooqi asked, looking at them. The 3 samurai exchanged glances, confusion simultaneously appearing in their minds. Would ordinary children be this calm? However, this doubt was quickly dismissed. They were just 4 brats who hadn't even grown all their hair yet. What trouble could they cause? Pub Future Ads. You're quite sensible. The middle samurai raised an eyebrow, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Hand over all the money you have on you, he ordered unceremoniously. And after we hand over the money, Herooqi continued to ask. The middle samurai laughed heartily. After you hand over the money, if you behave well, I'll sell you to a boss who isn't so fond of hitting children. If you don't listen, then don't blame us for being cruel. The samurai's voice lowered, a fierce glint in his eyes. As expected of the border, just as Herooqi had imagined, there was no order or humanity to speak of. The money is on me. If you want it, come and get it. Herooqi looked at them calmly. The expressions on the 3 samurais' faces changed subtly. They exchanged glances. Why did these 4 brats feel a bit off? What are you afraid of? The middle samurai took a deep breath and glared fiercely at the samurai on both sides. Go get him. I don't believe we can't handle a single brat. The 2 samurai on the left and right shouted, raised their swords, and charged towards Herooqi. The long swords aimed at Herooqi froze in midair. The 2 samurai's pupils dilated, they stared at Herooqi in disbelief. Their sword-wielding wrists were easily gripped by Herooqi. Herooqi increased his strength. Ah! The samurai's painful shouts echoed in the alley. Crack! The 2 samurai's wrists overlapped at a strange angle. Their bones seemed about to pierce through their skin. The katana dropped to the ground. Herooqi pulled their wrists backward, and the 2 men fell to the ground like dead dogs, too much in pain to move. The middle samurai looked at Herooqi in shock, his feet involuntarily stepping backward. His hands, gripping the katana, trembled continuously. How could this be? How could a brat be so powerful? Ah! The samurai let out a roar. Under Herooqi and their gaze, he turned and fled into the distance. Herooqi. The samurai's footsteps stopped abruptly. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, trembling so much that he couldn't even hold the sword in his hand. Before his eyes, a spear formed from paper was pointed at his chest. If he took another step forward, the spear would unhesitatingly pierce his chest. Beside Herooqi, Conan reached out, controlling the spear to force the samurai back step by step. The samurai retreated step by step, then turned and fell to his knees with a thud before Herooqi and the others. I was wrong. The samurai kowtowed repeatedly, tears and snot smearing his face. People who can survive here are indeed flexible. Herooqi looked at the samurai's face with disdain. Hand over the money. Herooqi extended his hand towards the samurai. He who robs others will be robbed by others. Yahiko and Conan's lips parted slightly, looking at Herooqi beside them in shock. Money. Right. Money. The samurai frantically fumbled through all the places on his body where money could be hidden. And them too. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. Herooqi glanced at the two samurai lying on the ground. Ultimately, the samurai handed over all the money from the three of them to Herooqi. This is all our money. We really have no money left. We were wrong. We'll never dare again. Please, sirs, be magnanimous and spare us this time. The three samurai knelt side by side before Herooqi and the others, their eyes full of pleading. Yahiko stared at the three samurai, his voice filled with anger. You have hands and feet, why do you rob other people's money? The three samurai's crying stopped for a moment. We also have no choice. The samurai said in a low voice. You possess great power, yet you use it to bully the weak. Yahiko accused, do you have any conscience? Power is meant to protect the weak, to maintain peace. If you can't even do that, you don't deserve to have power. The samurai pouted, quietly retorting, then what about you? We came here precisely to eliminate people like you who commit evil. Yahiko said loudly, his chest heaving violently, his pupils burning with raging flames. Herooqi looked around, mentally calculating how much hatred Yahiko had attracted. Tonight seemed destined to be a sleepless night. Don't kill us. We know we were wrong. Hearing Yahiko's words, the three samurai's expressions immediately turned to terror. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes and correct them, you won't be killed. Yahiko said seriously. Herooqi glanced at him, remaining silent. Teaching by words is useless, one lesson from experience is enough. We will definitely change. We will definitely change. If we don't change, may we be struck by lightning. The three samurai immediately swore before Herooqi and the others. Yahiko's expression visibly softened, and he looked at Herooqi. Herooqi, let them go. Everyone deserves a chance to repent. Herooqi nodded and waved his hand at the samurai. The samurai immediately picked up their respective swords and fled. A chance to repent, for some, is merely indulgence. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-151. Bonus 2, Where to Spend the Money. Chapter 151. Bonus 2, Where to Spend the Money. Herooqi weighed the money bag in his hand. Indeed, the fastest way to make money in the world was robbery. Those three samurai had accumulated a considerable fortune by robbing in Nibi no Yutsu. Herooqi, what should we do with this money? Yahiko looked at the bulging money bag in Herooqi's hand and asked with a troubled expression. Although it was a considerable fortune, it was, after all, stolen goods obtained through robbery. The thought of how the samurai had acquired this money made Yahiko unable to spend it with a clear conscience. Herooqi is so smart. If it weren't for him, we would have let them get away. Now we even have this extra money, and we can live in Nibi no Yutsu for a longer time. Conan had no idea what Yahiko was thinking. She only had one thought in her mind. They wouldn't have to sleep on the streets anymore. It wasn't that Conan couldn't endure the hardship of sleeping on the streets. She had experienced even tougher days before, so sleeping on the streets was nothing. But she didn't want everyone to live such a difficult life. Looking at the joy on Conan's face, Yahiko pursed his lips, hid the hesitation on his face, and smiled at Conan. Yes. Nagato looked at Herooqi and slowly asked, Herooqi, this money was taken from the samurai by you. Where do you plan to use it? Herooqi looked at Nagato in surprise. His gaze swept over Yahiko and Conan. Nagato didn't seem to care about the money's use. Conan wanted to use the money to improve their quality of life, and Yahiko didn't want to use the stolen goods. The three of them had different ideas. Yahiko just hadn't expressed his, but it couldn't escape Herooqi's eyes. Although Yahiko's expression wasn't obvious, Herooqi was, after all, an adult. It wasn't difficult to see through his thoughts. Herooqi first said to Conan, "Conan, don't worry about the money. Even without this money, we have enough to live here." He had collected a considerable amount of money on the battlefield. It was more than enough to support the four of them living in Nibi no Yutsu. Conan looked at Herooqi, her eyes filled with a smile. With Herooqi around, it seemed like there was nothing to worry about. Although Herooqi was younger than all of them, he was the most reliable person. It was as if with him around, there were no difficulties in the world. Just looking at Herooqi made her feel very at ease. Yahiko. Herooqi turned his head and stared at Yahiko. Yahiko was startled, immediately looked up at Herooqi, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "This money was obtained by us from the samurai, and the samurai plundered it from others. I plan to use this money to buy food and distribute it to the refugees." "What do you think?" Herooqi asked. Yahiko's pupils slowly widened, his lips slightly parted, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. There was no better way to handle this. Only this way could Yahiko spend this money with a clear conscience. Yahiko looked at Herooqi with gratitude. He rushed forward and hugged Herooqi tightly. "Herooqi, thank you. Thank you for always understanding me. Thank you for being by my side." Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 50.3%. Herooqi patted Yahiko, pulled him off himself, and looked at Conan and Nagato. "Conan, Nagato, what do you two think?" Nagato nodded. "It's fine." He had no objections. This was originally the money Herooqi obtained from the samurai, and Herooqi had the full right to dispose of it. Conan shook her head, her face a little red. "I have no problem either. I was too selfish just now." Conan lowered her head in shame. She felt a warm hand land on her head. Conan's pupils widened slightly. "Conan, I've collected your emotional value too." Herooqi's lips curved into an arc, and his voice sounded in Conan's ear. "Conan, don't talk about yourself like that. You're not selfish at all. I know you're thinking of us. You're not afraid of hardship, you're just afraid of us suffering." Herooqi. Tears quickly welled up in Conan's eyes. Herooqi, so gentle. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 50.8%. "Let's go, we'll buy food." Herooqi ruffled Conan's head and said to Yahiko and Nagato. Yahiko nodded excitedly. As they took their first steps, a pebble fell from above, landing in front of them. Yahiko immediately became alert. He stretched out his hand to shield Herooqi and the others behind him, looking up towards the high place. Herooqi stared at the figure sitting on the wall, not at all surprised. The man wore a loose yukata. His wooden clogs seemed like they could fall off at any moment, his hair was messy, and he looked like he had just climbed out of bed. One hand propped on the wall, the other tossed a pebble up and down. "Who are you? What do you want?" After the samurai robbery just now, Yahiko was now highly vigilant towards everyone in Nibi no Yutsu. "HMPH. The man on the wall sneered, pointed at the money bag in Herooqi's hand. "You plan to use this money to help the refugees." His voice carried a strong hint of sarcasm. Yahiko glared at the man. "You were eavesdropping on us." The man continued to ask indifferently, "Do you know the consequences of doing that?" Yahiko was stunned. What consequences could there be for helping refugees? It would simply be receiving the refugees' gratitude. Wasn't that a good thing? "Hey, kid who suggested helping the refugees, do you know what will happen if you do that?" The man's gaze shot directly at Herooqi. Herooqi said, "Helping refugees will make us public enemies of all ninjas and samurai in Nibi no Yutsu." "If that's the consequence you're talking about, then I know." Yahiko and Conan looked at Herooqi in surprise. "Why?" A trace of confusion also appeared on Nagato's face. The man's lips curved slightly, his eyes deep, staring at Herooqi. "It seems you know. Then aren't you afraid?" Herooqi sighed silently in his heart. Becoming a public enemy was only a matter of time, so there was no difference whether it was sooner or later. "No, I'm not afraid." Our purpose in coming to Nibi no Yutsu is to change the chaotic order here. If we were afraid, we wouldn't have come. Herooqi said. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's expression immediately became firm. That's right. They came here precisely because they wanted to drive out the ninjas and samurai who were causing trouble here. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-152. Bonus 3 New Akatsuki Member. Chapter 152. Bonus 3 New Akatsuki Member. That's impressive. Kojiro raised an eyebrow, leapt down from the high wall, and landed steadily in front of Herooqi and the others. What are your names? Kojiro observed the 4 children before him. Yahiko looked at Herooqi. Herooqi nodded to him. Only then did Yahiko speak. My name is Yahiko, and these are my younger siblings, Herooqi, Conan, and Nagato. Kojiro's gaze shifted back and forth between them. Although Yahiko, who spoke, claimed to be the older brother, the leadership of the group clearly belonged to the child named Herooqi. Herooqi. Why did that name sound so familiar? Herooqi. Kojiro's pupils constricted, and his gaze immediately fixed on Herooqi. He remembered where he had heard that name before. Not long ago, when the Land of Rain ceased hostilities, wasn't the person who turned the tide in the final battle named Herooqi? He heard he was also Hanzo's student. So Herooqi was this young. Kojiro stared at Herooqi in disbelief. The possibility of having the same name was very low. The young man before him was Herooqi. No wonder he dared to say what he just did. However, the young man before him was far from the Herooqi he had imagined. The young man had short black hair, eyes the color of peacock feathers, fair skin, and exuded a gentle and soft aura. He didn't look like the same person as the Herooqi described in the intelligence spread throughout the ninja world. You are Herooqi. You are Hanzo's student. Just in case, Kojiro still cautiously asked. Herooqi nodded honestly. The man before him was not a bad person. The man appeared when Herooqi and the others were being followed by samurai. His initial intention was to save them, but after seeing that they could protect themselves, he didn't show himself, waiting until Herooqi said those words before he couldn't stand it anymore and proactively spoke up to warn them. You are here to restore order, is that Hanzo's will? Kojiro asked. Herooqi said, you could say that. Kojiro looked at him in confusion. Then how else could you say it? My mission is to expel all ninjas and samurai who do not belong to the Land of Rain. But even without this mission, I would still come here. The order here is chaotic. People bleed every day, people die every day. I came here precisely to stop such things from happening. Herooqi said, looking at the man before him. Ads by PubFuture. Kojiro scrutinized Herooqi, his upturned eyes carrying a hint of mockery. From what you say, you seem to want to be a savior. No, you misunderstood. Herooqi said calmly. I have never thought of gaining the title of savior. That word carries too many gazes and expectations, which can make one forget what truly needs to be done. What I think is actually very simple. To let children no longer have to go to war, to let the pain of losing loved ones end in this generation. This is not some grand salvation, it is just the small effort of someone who no longer wants to see tragedy repeat itself. I am just an ordinary person who has seen too much suffering and cannot ignore it. If I must have a wish, it is to hope to become a bridge connecting understanding, rather than a high and mighty savior. Herooqi corrected him. His voice echoed in Kojiro's ears. Kojiro looked at Herooqi in shock, a storm raging in his heart. These words were spoken by a mere boy. Kojiro couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He was now living a life worse than these children. Aren't you afraid? Kojiro still couldn't help but ask. When he was Herooqi's age, he only knew how to be lazy and play. The great matter of ninja world peace never crossed his mind. The only education he received was his parents' advice. You must train well, lest you die on the battlefield one day in the future. As a child, no one ever told him to sacrifice for peace. Whether I am afraid or not is not important. Herooqi stared at Kojiro with firm eyes and said, what is important is that there are things that must be done before me, and people that must be protected behind me. When the meaning of a matter far surpasses personal safety, fear, this emotion, can only make way for determination. Kojiro was speechless. He didn't know what to say. No matter what he said, it couldn't hide the fact that he had become a selfish adult. Truly amazing. Kojiro looked at the 4 children before him. People with such firm beliefs would surely become famous in the ninja world. Perhaps they could truly bring peace. Kojiro introduced himself. My name is Kojiro Momochi, and I know a place where food is sold cheaply. I'll take you there. Yahiko's eyes lit up. Okay. Kojiro led the way, casually chatting with Herooqi and the others. What are you planning to do? You might be in big trouble tonight. Kojiro glanced at Herooqi and the others out of the corner of his eye. He was not too willing to see such excellent young people die on the path to realizing their ideals like this. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Herooqi was very confident in the strength of his cursed spirits. Kojiro smiled. He suddenly turned and stared at Herooqi and the others. Hey, if I can see you tomorrow, I'll join you. And together, we'll achieve that dream that sounds like a joke. Kojiro sighed deeply. Although I'm already old, losing ideals and beliefs will make one age even faster, won't it? You won't despise me for being too old, will you? Herooqi shook his head. No, because there are others even older than you who have joined us. Is that so? It seemed he wasn't the only one conquered by the ideals spoken by these young people. Someone joined you before me. Do you already have a mature organization? Not mature. We've just established our organization, and it's called Akatsuki. Akatsuki. What a great name. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-153. Full Moon Steamed Bun Shop. Chapter 153. Full Moon Steamed Bun Shop. Kojiro led Herooqi and the others through the winding, dim alleyways until they reached the street corner. A small house stood quietly there, with a wooden sign at its entrance that read, Full Moon Steamed Bun Shop. Kojiro crossed his arms, hummed softly, and said proudly, This is the steamed bun shop I've been frequenting for 5 years while living in Nibi no Yutsu. Their steamed buns are incredibly delicious and the prices are quite affordable. If you hadn't met me, you definitely wouldn't have found such a good steamed bun shop. Those black-hearted merchants would trick you out of every last penny. Kojiro stared at the full moon steamed bun shop in front of him, a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. He gulped and said, I've put in a lot of effort guiding you here, so I'll take 2 steamed buns as payment later. After he finished speaking, he looked at Herooqi and the others with a suspicious expression. You wouldn't be so stingy as to not even give me 2 steamed buns, would you? Yahiko immediately shook his head and said, Of course not. You can eat 5 steamed buns, it's fine. Good. Then 5 steamed buns it is. Kojiro immediately changed his mind. Yahiko. He stared resentfully at Kojiro. Conan chuckled. Herooqi walked towards the steamed bun shop. The shop was not large, a gigantic steamer occupied 2/3 of its area. A young woman was busy working with her back to Herooqi. Ding dong. Pub Future ads. Kojiro mimicked a doorbell sound next to Herooqi and said to the busy woman, Madam Suzuki, you have customers. Suzuki, wearing an apron, turned around, hands on her hips, about to scold Kojiro, when she saw Herooqi and the others. What would you like to buy? Suzuki asked softly. Herooqi handed the bulging money bag to Suzuki and said, I want to buy steamed buns. Suzuki's eyes widened, holding the heavy money bag in her hand. Buying steamed buns doesn't cost this much. Exchange all this money for your steamed buns. Herooqi pointed to the steamer behind Suzuki. Suzuki was startled and asked curiously, with this much money, you can buy all the steamed buns I have here. Why do you want to buy so many steamed buns? Oh, these children want to give these steamed buns to the refugees on the road. Kojiro stood beside Herooqi and explained for him. What? Suzuki looked sternly at Herooqi and the others. No. Do you know how dangerous such an act is in Nibi no Yutsu? And you, how could you let these children be so reckless? Such a dangerous thing, Suzuki complained, staring at Kojiro. Kojiro shrugged. His eyes, however, were exceptionally serious. Trust them. They are not ordinary children. Herooqi nodded and said to Suzuki, Please trust us. We are not ignorant of Nibi no Yutsu. We have made all preparations to come here. Suzuki pursed her lips. She was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the refugees suffer, but she couldn't afford to offend the bosses of Nibi no Yutsu. She clenched the money bag in her hand, a flicker of determination in her eyes. All right. She placed the money bag on the table. She turned and picked out the steamed buns from the steamer one by one, placing them into the wicker baskets on a pushcart for transporting goods. The steamed buns were white and tender, like the full moon in the night sky. Yahiko poked one and exclaimed, "So soft." Suzuki smiled at him. "If you want to eat, you can take as many as you like. I've made a profit by taking so much of your money." Herooqi looked at Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, nodded to them, and proactively took steamed buns, placing them in their hands. Soon, Suzuki's steamed bun shop had no steamed buns left. The pushcart for transporting goods was filled with wicker baskets containing steamed buns. Suzuki looked at Herooqi and the others, her eyes complex. "I can only help you this much. You must be careful." She dared not expose herself to the merchants' eyes, fearing they would target her. She just wanted to live a stable life. Herooqi nodded in understanding. "Let's go." He and Yahiko easily pushed the cart and walked towards the street with the largest number of refugees in Nibi no Yutsu. Kojiro stood beside Suzuki, calmly watching their retreating figures. Herooqi and the others once again attracted countless gazes. Passers-by frowned, staring at them. Herooqi stopped and said to Yahiko beside him, "Let's begin." Yahiko nodded heavily. He glanced at the thinly clothed refugees squatting in the corner and shouted loudly, "Free steamed buns. Just line up." Herooqi rubbed his ears, his eardrums were almost shattered. 15 breakfast foods you should stop eating. The 15 world's scariest bridges. Yahiko's voice echoed throughout the entire street. Footsteps came from the shops on their right. The shop owners curiously poked their heads out and looked at them. Herooqi's gaze swept towards these owners. Upon seeing Herooqi, the others, and the steamed buns on the cart, the owners' expressions quickly turned grim. Their gazes at Herooqi and the others were cold, as if they were looking at dead people. The refugees stared eagerly at the large white steamed buns on the cart. Their emaciated bodies rose from the ground, and dirty hands reached towards the cart. "Conan," Herooqi called out, having anticipated this. "Yes." Conan nodded seriously. Countless pure white shikigami separated the refugees from the cart. The shikigami were as sharp as blades, easily leaving deep scratches on the wood. The refugees immediately recoiled their hands in terror, their bulging eyes staring helplessly at Herooqi and the others. "Line up. Everyone gets one." Herooqi's gaze swept around, repeating once more. The refugees quickly dispersed from around the cart, scrambling to form a long line in front of it. Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief. He stood at the front of the cart, handing a steamed bun to the first refugee. The long line moved quickly. The refugees who received the steamed buns didn't even have time to say a word, desperately stuffing the buns into their mouths. Seeing them, Yahiko seemed to see his past self. "It seems they don't quite understand the rules of Nibi no Yutsu." In a restaurant, the boss sat on a chair, holding a cigarette, and said slowly. Behind him stood 2 tall, strong men. "Since they don't understand the rules, you two go teach them the rules tonight." The boss tapped his cigarette, sighing helplessly. "When I was their age, I already knew many rules. People nowadays are really out of line." Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C 154,154, holding Conan hostage. Phew. Yahiko let out a breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His face was etched with exhaustion, but his eyes shone brightly. Conan and Nagato were the same. Despite their weariness, faint smiles graced their faces. Herooqi leaned against the cart, which was now empty of all steamed buns, having distributed them all to the refugees. Even though it's tiring, the feeling of helping them is just too good. Yahiko's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light as he looked at Herooqi and said. Conan nodded in agreement. Whenever she saw the gratitude in the refugees' eyes, a warm feeling would surge through her heart. Giving steamed buns to teenagers among the refugees who were the same age as them, felt like helping her past self. "We're covered in sweat. Let's go back and take a bath." Herooqi looked at Yahiko and the other two, suggesting. What Yahiko and his friends needed most right now was rest. Once they were rested, there would be another fierce battle tonight. Yahiko nodded. They walked together towards the inn where they were staying. Along the way, Herooqi ignored the gazes from the shadows. As they entered the inn, the owner's gaze fell upon them, his eyes full of blatant schadenfreude. Yahiko frowned. The owner let out an ambiguous scoff. "Let's go, Yahiko." Herooqi's gaze swept over Yahiko's face, which showed a hint of anger. When Yahiko heard Herooqi's voice, He looked at Herooqi, only to find Haruki's pupils like calm lake water, unruffled. Yahiko's agitated heart mysteriously calmed down. The four of them went upstairs and entered their room. Conan went into shower first. Herooqi glanced at Nagato and Yahiko, who were sitting beside him, and asked, "Are you ready?" Yahiko was stunned. He hadn't yet recovered from the happiness of helping others. Ready for what? Nagato also looked at Herooqi. Herooqi explained, "Tonight, someone will come to kill us." Yahiko's pupils constricted. He gradually clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. His voice was laced with anger. "Is it because we gave food to the refugees? Just for that, they want to kill us? It was just a few steamed buns." Yahiko couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Nagato stared intently at Herooqi. Herooqi explained to them, "It's not that simple." Yahiko looked at Herooqi, puzzled. Herooqi sighed. Yahiko was actually very smart, but due to the limitations of his age and experience, he didn't look at problems too deeply. Our actions today are equivalent to damaging the interests of those merchants. As soon as Herooqi finished speaking, Yahiko said, "But even without us, those refugees wouldn't go to their stores to buy things. They sell things so expensively, how could the refugees afford them?" Herooqi pointed to Yahiko's chest and said, "The refugees don't have money, but they have their bodies." Yahiko's lips parted slightly, his eyes revealing confusion. Herooqi continued to explain, "When they are starving to death, they will try every means to get food. Those with children and wives will choose to sell their children and wives as property. Those without will sell their own bodies, letting their bodies belong to others in exchange for food. Is there anything more valuable than a human body?" Yahiko's pupils widened slightly. He stiffly looked at Herooqi, his mind blank. Originally, these refugees were on the verge of collapse, but then we brought steamed buns, which saved them in their immediate crisis. The merchants' goal was not achieved, so of course they would send the ninja and samurai they worship to eliminate us. Ads by PubFuture. Herooqi looked outside the door, and a notification sound came to his mind. Ding. System detected Ronin A killing intent value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Ronin B killing intent value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Ronin C killing intent value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Samurai A killing intent value plus 2000. Currently collected killing intent value totals 28,000. Your slaughter curse growth value has increased to 5.1%. Quite a few people have come. How can these merchants be so cruel? Do they have no conscience at all? Yahiko's angry questioning echoed in the room. What Herooqi didn't tell him was that being too conscientious wouldn't earn much money. Those who profited from war were everywhere. Conan, who had already changed her clothes, walked out of the bathroom. She stretched and smiled at Herooqi and the others. "I'm done bathing. It's your turn now." Herooqi and the other two looked at Conan. "Conan." Yahiko's pupils constricted, and he rushed towards Conan. Nagato suddenly stood up from his spot, staring fixedly in Conan's direction. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. Herooqi's pupils reflected the scene before him. A blade was held against Conan's delicate neck. With just a slight movement, it could cut open Conan's throat. A figure almost merged with the shadows appeared behind Conan. He held the blade in one hand and gripped Conan's nape with the other. A mask covered the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of gloomy eyes. "Come any closer and I'll kill her." The blade pressed closer to Conan's neck. A very thin line of blood appeared on Conan's skin. Conan cried out in pain, her lips pale, her orange-yellow pupils now filled with terror. Yahiko stopped dead in his tracks. "Don't touch her. HMPH. The ninja let out a cold snort. "Then let's see if your feelings for each other are deep enough." The ninja stared at Yahiko. "Don't mind me," Conan suddenly shouted at Herooqi and the others, trembling. Tears overflowed from her eyes. She didn't want to be a burden to everyone. "Don't mind me," the ninja sneered, letting Conan speak her mind. He knew that the more this little girl said that, the more these three teenagers would be reluctant to let her die. "If one of you three commits suicide, I'll let her go." The ninja grabbed Conan's hair, forcing her head up. "No, don't listen to him." Quote. Herooqi looked at the furious Yahiko and the struggling Nagato, falling silent. This scene before him felt familiar. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C 155155, Mahito's Little Fun. Pub Future adds. Herooqi pondered for a moment. What was this supposed to be? Preemptive practice, so that Yahiko and Nagato would have some experience dealing with this matter in the future. Looking at it this way, this assassination wasn't entirely bad. Herooqi looked at Yahiko and Nagato beside him, curiosity hidden in his eyes. How would Yahiko and Nagato handle it? Don't hurt her, Yahiko shouted nervously at the ninja. The blood flowing down Conan's fair neck was like a sharp blade, splitting Yahiko's body in two. Herooqi, Nagato, Conan. Yahiko couldn't accept the death of any one of them. The one who lived would be the most pained. The only thing he could accept was his own death. At this moment, Yahiko seemed to have come to terms with many things. It didn't matter if he died. Herooqi would carry on their dreams. In that way, he would still be alive. A smile appeared on Yahiko's face, but it was incredibly stiff, like a mask on his face, and his eyes were instantly covered with a film of tears. He wasn't afraid to die. He couldn't bear to leave everyone. He really couldn't bear it. You let her go. I'll die. Yahiko trembled as he pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. At this moment, his soul seemed to have detached from his body, standing calmly from an outsider's perspective, watching his body begin to move. He didn't know why he could be so calm. Yahiko. No. Conan's tears gushed out, a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. If it came to this, she would rather die now. She would never let Yahiko and the others be threatened because of her. Pub Future adds. Nagato's pupils dilated, staring blankly at Yahiko. Seeing this, Herooqi knew that Nagato was once again immersed in his own world. Nagato at this time was extremely unreliable. A hint of determination flashed in Conan's eyes. She glared hatefully at the ninja holding her, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and, in the ninja's shocked gaze, lunged towards the kunai. Conan was too fast, so fast that even the ninja didn't react. Conan. Yahiko rushed towards Conan like lightning, tears overflowing from his eyes. Bang! Conan's neck suddenly hit something cold. It wasn't the feel of a blade, at least she didn't feel any sharp pain. Conan's eyes snapped open. What appeared before her was a gentle smiling face. Stitches covered his cheeks, but it didn't affect the smile on his face at all. Oh dear, how can you be so harsh on such a cute little girl? Mahito held the kunai in the ninja's hand with one hand and grabbed the ninja's head with the other. Run away, little sister. Mahito smiled at Conan. Otherwise, you'll be scared. Goosebumps instantly rose on Conan's arms, and she involuntarily retreated until her back hit Herooqi. Herooqi grabbed Conan's wrist and pulled Conan behind him. Ding! System detected Conan's affection value plus 5000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 51.3%. Herooqi looked at Mahito and said, he's yours. Mahito showed a sweet smile. Okay. He was very willing. Mahito cupped the ninja's head in his hands. He seemed not to see the deep fear on the ninja's face. The ninja's body stiffened, unable to move. He wanted to move, he wanted to escape, but he couldn't. His brain was being squeezed. No, more precisely, his soul was being manipulated. If he moved even slightly, his head would explode. The ninja's pupils twitched in his eye sockets as if electrocuted. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Only fear, only regret. Why did he come here? Why did he take this mission? You're really disobedient. Why would you threaten a cute little girl? Mahito asked in confusion. Hearing Mahito's perverse question, Herooqi's expression was complex. A cursed spirit lecturing a human. It was completely upside down. Don't you know that if you do this, my master will be sad? Mahito turned back and smiled sweetly at Herooqi. Now Herooqi also got goosebumps. What do you think I should do to punish you? Mahito asked as if troubled. The ninja opened his mouth, fragmented gasps squeezed from his throat. He couldn't even form a complete sentence but his eyes were filled with a plea for help. Don't kill me, I know I was wrong. Bang! The ninja's head exploded like a ripe watermelon smashed on the ground, blood and brain matter splattering the wall. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. no diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. Mahito stood still, reached out to touch the blood on his face, and kicked the headless corpse lying on the ground. Ding. System detected Ronan A's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Ronan B's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Ronan C's fear value plus 3000. Currently, 12,000 fear points have been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has risen to 92.37%. Yahiko and Conan stood behind Herooqi, their pupils dilated, staring unblinkingly at the scene before them. So much blood. Yahiko and Conan's trembling pupils gradually focused on Herooqi in front of them. It was all because of them. Herooqi did all this to protect them. Herooqi always protected them. If it weren't for Herooqi, they would be the ones lying in a pool of blood right now. A chill rose from their feet, spreading throughout Yahiko and Conan's bodies. Stitches, heterochromia, instant death upon touch. He is Herooqi. The name simultaneously appeared in the minds of the ninja and samurai hiding in the shadows. Sunagakur had spread Herooqi's intel throughout the entire ninja world. Most of the ninja and samurai located at the border had heard this name, and it had even become the main topic of their after-dinner conversations. And now, the owner of that name stood before them. If it weren't for the first ninja's assassination, they wouldn't have recognized the person in front of them as Herooqi. Herooqi was not like ordinary genius ninja. He was a genius who had truly been on the battlefield, returned unscathed, and left a formidable reputation in enemy territory. How could these Ronin, who had drifted to the border, be a match for such a ninja? All right, you can go back now, Herooqi said to Mahito. Mahito. Going back so soon? He hadn't had enough fun yet. A purple vortex swallowed Mahito's figure. The ninjas in the shadows collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Herooqi stroked the ring on his finger and called softly. Come out, Rika. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-156,156, Lecturing the Sons and Daughter. A thick black fog seeped out from the ring on Herooqi's finger. The ninjas' relaxed mood didn't even last a second. An icy aura instantly enveloped everything. The ninjas in the shadows simultaneously felt a cold, invisible gaze lock onto them. They were frozen in place, their bodies stiff and unable to move. Yuta. Don't bully Yuta. A piercing shriek instantly exploded from the depths of everyone's soul. The roar shook the entire Nibi no Yutsu as if it were trembling. A colossal figure materialized within the black fog. The house was instantly torn open by Rika's gigantic form. Wood splinters flew everywhere, and in the twilight, screams rose and fell. Rika's colossal form was fully exposed under the moonlight. Everyone in the inn frantically fled from their rooms, running in the opposite direction of the inn. Many even fainted on the way. The inn was reduced to a pile of rubble beneath Rika. The ninjas in the shadows were completely exposed to Rika's gaze. Rika let out a deafening shriek, and from her gaping maw, sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the night, like countless long blades inverted in her mouth. I advise you not to act rashly. Herooqi's gaze swept over the ninjas who were attempting to sneak away. Rika stood beside Herooqi, looking down at the group of ninjas before her. A soul-freezing chill emanated from her body. The ninjas and samurai were stiff and unable to move. They all knew that whoever moved would provoke the giant monster before them. Soon, apart from these ninjas and samurai who launched the night raid, everyone else in the vicinity had fled, leaving no one behind. In the darkness of the night, there was a deathly silence. Conan stared at Rika, who was taller than a building, her mouth agape in surprise. Rika had grown so tall. So amazing. In just a short year, Rika had already grown this tall. Yahiko stared dumbfounded at the colossal Rika before him. Rika, who was already enormous, had grown even larger. They could now only reach her small tail tip. With Rika watching these uninvited guests, Herooqi was at ease. He believed that if anyone dared to make a move, Rika would swiftly act, flattening them into a Rika brand meat patty. Herooqi looked at Conan and said, Conan, you shouldn't have actively sought death just now. In battle, you must never give up as long as there's a glimmer of hope. Even biting a ninja's wrist would be better than actively running into a kunai. Even if it didn't succeed, at least she would have tried to live. Conan lowered her head in shame. I understand. I will definitely train hard from now on. I won't be a burden to everyone. Tears welled up in Conan's eyes. After a scolding, a sweet treat, Herooqi said earnestly, I don't want to lose any of you. I hope each of you cherishes your life. Conan nodded, her voice already tinged with a sob. Only now did she feel a sense of relief at having escaped death. She wasn't crying because of Herooqi's lecture. She was moved by the chance to live again. And you, Yahiko. Herooqi shifted his target, his gaze falling on Yahiko. Although Yahiko was actually the oldest among the four, standing before Herooqi at this moment, he looked like Herooqi's son. That wasn't wrong. Herooqi had always treated Yahiko and Nagato as his sons, and Conan as his daughter. Yahiko lowered his head, embarrassed. Ads by PubFuture. How can you be swayed by a single word from the enemy? I know Conan is very important to us, but precisely because Conan is so important to us, our first reaction should be to figure out how to save her, not to trade your own life for hers. Did you ever think? Herooqi paused, speaking too quickly and with too much emotion, getting choked by his own saliva. Did you ever think of me, Nagato, and Conan? If you die, the three of us will live in eternal pain. Herooqi stared intently at Yahiko, speaking each word distinctly. Yahiko's eyes reddened, and he sniffled. Yes, Herooqi was right. After his emotions calmed down, he realized what a foolish mistake he had made. Herooqi, don't cry. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Yahiko rushed forward and hugged Herooqi tightly. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 3000. Your love curse growth value has risen to 51.6%. Herooqi blinked. When did he cry? He had just been choked by his saliva. Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Herooqi patted Yahiko's back, signaling him to let go. There was still one most serious problem to address. Don't get close to Yuta. Rika shrieked at Yahiko. Herooqi, can you please not add to the chaos right now? Rika. Yahiko's lips turned down, but he still released Herooqi. Rika was too jealous. Nagato. As soon as Herooqi called Nagato's name, Nagato trembled. He raised his head blankly, as if finally awakening from his own world. Seeing Nagato's confused look, as if he didn't even know what day it was, a surge of irritation flared in Herooqi's heart. What on earth was Nagato always daydreaming about? Was it a lingering effect from his parents' death when he was young, making him fall into a state of blocking everything whenever a tragedy occurred, only to awaken after the tragedy was over? Why were you stunned just now? Herooqi's tone softened considerably. Nagato's heart was quite fragile, and he was afraid of accidentally making him withdraw again. Shouldn't you have taken advantage of Yahiko distracting the ninjas to stealthily circle around them and attack, saving Conan? Herooqi asked. Nagato opened his mouth, his mind a blank. Yes, he should have done that. But what was he doing at the time? He had been consumed by the fear that Conan and Yahiko might die, unable to even move his body. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-157157, Yahiko's Defective Talk no Jutsu. PubFuture ads. Nagato stared at his hands. What had he done? What exactly had he just done? Why was he frozen in place? What was he afraid of? Herooqi observed Nagato, who seemed to be in an unusual state. Nagato's pupils twitched nervously, and his hands trembled incessantly. Nagato's face at this moment was a mix of tears and laughter. His face seemed to be pulled into two halves. It looked exceptionally grotesque. Nagato. Looking at it this way, Nagato's psychological problems were quite severe. Herooqi decided not to push him over the edge. Nagato. Herooqi's hands landed on Nagato's shoulders. He looked at Nagato firmly and said, word by word, Nagato, calm down. I am not blaming you. Nagato's trembling pupils moved. He looked at Herooqi in front of him and helplessly raised his hands. I know, He was blaming himself. Nagato, there's still a long time. We'll have a chance to overcome this slowly. Drowning in self-blame is useless. Herooqi said, staring earnestly at Nagato. Conan and Yahiko looked at Nagato with concern. The night was silent, with only the sound of the night wind and Herooqi and Nagato's voices echoing in the night sky. Under Rika's watchful eye, the ninjas remained motionless. Their gazes darted between Rika and Herooqi, searching for an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Whenever their fingers moved slightly, that chilling gaze would fall upon them. Nagato, trust us, we will all help you. Herooqi patted Nagato's shoulder. He turned around, his gaze falling upon the ninjas. Pub Future ads. Yahiko stood beside him, glaring at these ninjas with burning rage. Do you guys have any conscience left? Yahiko took a step forward, unable to restrain himself from shouting at the ninjas. Conscience. The ninjas exchanged glances. A hint of sarcasm flashed in their eyes simultaneously. How could one survive in this era with a conscience? If they had a conscience, they would have died long ago. How could they have lived until now? What right did a brat who hadn't experienced the horrors of war have to stand on a moral high ground and condemn them? Hatred and anger intertwined in the hearts of the ninjas. You stand with those black-hearted merchants, helping them kill innocent people. Do you deserve to be ninja? Did you learn ninjutsu just to be running dogs for those black-hearted merchants? A hint of disappointment appeared in Yahiko's eyes. Ninjas with great power should use their power to do something meaningful. Not stay in the chaotic border, waiting to die. Hearing Yahiko's words, the sarcasm on the ninjas' faces became even more apparent. A ninja scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Herooqi and the others, then landing on Yahiko. We can't even save our own lives, so what time do we have to worry about others? Have you ever been to a battlefield? Do you know what a battlefield is like? We just want to live. What did we do wrong? Aren't we just taking money and doing things for others? The ninja retorted. He stared intently at Yahiko, his pupils faintly red. Were they willing to be driven by those vulgar fat pigs? Did they have any other choice? I haven't been to a battlefield, but Herooqi has. After he left the battlefield, he didn't fall into depravity like you. Yahiko spoke with conviction. Herooqi beside him was the best proof. Heh. Hearing Yahiko's words, the ninja couldn't help but sneer. The ninja's brows darkened. Is Herooqi an ordinary ninja? No, he is Hanzo's student. He is a famous genius, the hero of the Land of Rain. But how many geniuses can be born in the entire ninja world? Most of them are ordinary ninja. Do you know the consequences of ordinary ninja going to the battlefield? Only death. No ordinary ninja who miraculously survived the battlefield dares to return to their village or rejoin the battlefield. They all hide in unknown small countries, allowing their former names to enter the casualty list. We can't go back to our country, we can't go back to our village, and we don't want to go back to the battlefield, so we can only stay in countries where there's war, so we won't be driven away. The victory of the Land of Rain once again compressed our living space. We can only hide in Nibi no Yutsu like rats, and to eat and sleep, we can only work for those money-grubbing merchants. The ninja chuckled. Falling into depravity. No, we are just looking for a chance to live. Great ideals only belong to those ninjas who are well-fed and have no worries about survival. We certainly didn't learn ninjutsu to remove the thorns in the eyes of those merchants, but all of this must give way to survival. You are very lucky, but not everyone can be as lucky as you. Yahiko stared at the ninjas in front of him, his expression complex. Ding. System detected Ronin A's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Samurai A's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Samurai B's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding. Currently collected killing intent value totals 12,000. Your slaughter curse growth value has increased to 6.3%. Go to hell. Stop putting on airs in front of us. You brats can't understand our pain at all. Quote. Blades intertwined into a single mass. 4 figures leapt up, appearing above Herooqi's head. 4 pairs of scarlet eyes stared intently at Herooqi. Bang! The ninjas and samurai's eyes widened simultaneously. Their weapons struck a pale giant hand. It was as if they had struck steel and bone. Not a single trace was left. Roar! Rika let out an angry shriek. Her other hand slammed down towards the ninjas and samurai. Boom! The ground beneath Herooqi and the others was smashed into a deep crater. Dark red blood flowed in the deep pit. Ding! System detected Ronin A's fear value plus 3000. Ding! System detected Ronin B's fear value plus 3000. Ding! Currently collected fear value totals 9,000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 92.46%. The scent of blood permeated the air, seeping into the bodies of the remaining ninjas and samurai. They stared in shock at the colossal creature before them, gaining an even deeper understanding of its power once again. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-158158, Akatsuki's Expansion. Pub Future adds. The moonlight poured coldly over the ruins of the inn. The smell of blood that permeated the air was scattered by the wind. Only tense panting remained. The faces of more than a dozen ninjas and samurai were filled with fear and a deep sense of powerlessness. Their gaze was fixed on Rika, who stood like a small mountain beside Herooqi. Looking at the fresh blood in the deep pit, their will to resist gradually vanished. The ninja's words just now deeply touched Yahiko. He looked at these ninjas with no longer just simple anger in his eyes. In war, everyone lives a difficult life. It's just that they were luckier, they met Jeriah. If they hadn't met Jeriah, perhaps they would have died long ago. But you shouldn't be fighting for those merchants. They don't care about your lives. Is the commission they offer you really enough to buy your lives? Yahiko was still angry, but the object of this anger was not the ninjas and samurai in front of him. Instead, it was those merchants, those who profited from the bloodshed of war. The ninjas lowered their gaze. Yahiko's words were like a thorn piercing their hearts. Of course not enough. We will not kill you. Yahiko took another step forward, his voice was loud, open and honest. Herooqi. Was the decision-making power for this matter in Yahiko's hands? If we kill people like you, then our ideal of replacing violence with peace and confronting war with dialogue will be meaningless. Pub Future adds. Yahiko turned slightly to look at Herooqi, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Seeing Herooqi, a surge of power seemed to well up in Yahiko's heart. No matter how difficult it was, he would not give up on spreading their ideals throughout the ninja world. We are war orphans, we grew up in the war-torn land of Rain. We know better than anyone the consequences of war and slaughter. Mutual slaughter brings endless sorrow, displaced people, deep suffering, and ninjas and samurai like you, who are forced to struggle in mud and darkness, and even have to sell their souls and principles. Yahiko's words were like heavy hammers, striking the hearts of every ninja and samurai. They clenched their fists, their eyes flickering. How could they not understand? It's just that for a long time, the pressure of survival and despair with reality made them choose numbness. Herooqi appropriately interjected, his gaze turning to the samurai clutching their sword hilts. The swords in your hands carry the legacy of loyalty and righteousness belonging to a samurai, protecting benevolence and courage. Your path is an upright path. But please ask yourselves, do your current actions still conform to the path of a samurai? In terms of talk no jutsu, Herooqi was not weaker than Yahiko at all. Yahiko's talk no jutsu emphasized sincerity, using earnest and genuine emotions to move people. Herooqi's talk no jutsu was about seeing through the other person's heart, striking precisely, and hitting their vital points. Acting as an accomplice to evil, bullying the weak, is this what your swords are for? Shouldn't your swords be wielded to protect the weak, to cut down true evil? The deepest resentment and shame in the samurai's hearts instantly surfaced. From the moment they first held a sword as children, they were filled with pride in their samurai identity. But now, Yahiko took a deep breath, his eyes shining with the light of an ideal. The light in his eyes was so fervent that it illuminated the pupils of the ninjas and samurai. For peace, to save all suffering people, we established the Akatsuki. Pure violence cannot bring true peace, it only breeds deeper hatred. We will use our power to eliminate war, to protect those ordinary people who cannot protect themselves. Yahiko's voice grew louder and louder, filled with infectious power. Whenever he thought of his ideal, tears welled up in his eyes. We want to create a brand new world. A world where great nations no longer arbitrarily toy with smaller nations, where children are no longer forced onto the battlefield, where there are no longer homeless people like you. Herooqi's gaze slowly swept over everyone, his voice was gentle yet firm. I once had a dream of expelling the invaders from the land of Rain. Now that dream has come true, not by my strength, but by the combined strength of everyone in Omegakure. The ideals of all people, when brought together, will form a terrifyingly powerful force. The existence of Akatsuki is also like this. Only with more and more like-minded companions who detest war and cherish peace joining will Akatsuki possess the true power to change the world. This power is to make those who try to rule everything with violence hear our voice, and be forced to sit down and listen to our ideals. Herooqi looked at each person in front of him, his gaze burning, and he extended his hand towards them. We need like-minded companions, not subordinates, not tools, but companions who truly understand this ideal and are willing to fight for it together. We need your strength, and of course, your strength is not for meaningless slaughter. The power of Akatsuki is to break the chains of war, to open the path to peace. Yahiko wiped away the tears of excitement from the corners of his eyes. He stood beside Herooqi, also extending his hand to the people in front of him. Join us. Let us together break this world full of hatred and create a new world where no more tears flow. A deathly silence enveloped the ruins. The wind still blew. The ninjas and samurai were stunned, the fear on their faces gradually receded. Why were they no longer afraid? Because people who could speak such words would not be cruel, bloodthirsty killers. The fear in their hearts had long been replaced by deep shock. A group of brats could actually say such things. Their hearts pounded. Hearts that had been silent for too long were eager to speak. The ninjas and samurai stared blankly at Herooqi and Yahiko, then looked at their companions who were also lost in thought. They remembered their childhood. At that time, they were also naive children with fanciful dreams about the world. It was just that with the outbreak of war, they deeply buried the grand dream of changing the world in their hearts. They thought of the battlefields strewn with corpses, thought of the merchants, disdain. They clenched their fists, their fingernails digging into their palms. After a long while, they unclenched their fists, and exhaled a long, stuffy breath that had been held for too long. They raised their heads, their gazes no longer flickering, but filled with an unprecedented determination. I'll join you too, and me, ... At this moment, countless souls drifting in the wilderness found their home. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C. 159159, Jonan Attackers. If we get 350 Power Stones by the end of the week, I will upload 2 chains per day for the next week. That's great. Yahiko laughed excitedly. The Akatsuki was growing, and more people shared their ideals. Though everything was just beginning, Yahiko felt as if he could already see the light of victory. The ninja and samurai stood solemnly before Herooqi and his companions. Herooqi reached out his hand. Rika, shrinking her massive body, bowed slightly before Herooqi, allowing Herooqi's hand to touch her forehead. Herooqi wasn't even sure if that counted as Rika's forehead. It was just the part above her eyes and mouth. Yuta. Rika let out a lingering, childlike voice. Herooqi smiled and encouraged her. You've worked hard, Rika, go back and rest. It's not hard. Not hard at all. Rika's voice grew sharp. Herooqi nodded. Rika truly was a good cursed spirit. Rika's body gradually transformed into a dense black mist, slowly flowing like a small stream into Herooqi's ring. After Rika's body disappeared, Herooqi clearly noticed the ninja and samurai sighing in relief. The oppressive feeling Rika brought was suffocatingly powerful. If we want to change the current situation in Nibi no Yutsu, we must start with the merchants. From the crowd in front of Herooqi, a steady middle-aged ninja stepped out. In the ninja world, it was a rare thing for an ordinary ninja to live to middle age. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jizo Muramasa. Muramasa looked at Herooqi and continued. Those merchants don't care whether the world is at war or at peace, all they care about is money. Sometimes, they even become instigators of war, all for the sake of accumulating more wealth. If we want to save Nibi no Yutsu, we must kill these people or drive them out. But that's very difficult, Muramasa said, word by word. I know you are Hanzo's student, and your strength is great. But most of these merchants are powerful and influential. They spend large sums of money to bribe the daimyo, privately supporting powerful samurai and ninja to serve as tools for their enrichment. Besides us, these merchants often support ninjas who don't easily make a move. These ninjas are all Jonan level, not easy to deal with. Muramasa shook his head at Herooqi, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Traitors like them would be eliminated by the Jonan supported by those merchants. Then let's wait for them to come to us. Herooqi glanced at Muramasa, his gaze searching for the innkeeper. Muramasa frowned slightly. They are Jonan. I know. Herooqi pulled the innkeeper out from behind a wooden board. He stood beside the innkeeper, staring at the innkeeper who was squatting behind the board. What a coincidence. The innkeeper forced a stiff smile onto his face. Herooqi had no time for pleasantries with him. Find a place to stay. If not, I'll kill you. A trace of terror flashed in the innkeeper's eyes. Ads by PubFuture. He immediately nodded. Okay, I'll go find one now. The innkeeper scrambled, stumbling, towards the unaffected inn not far away. Herooqi looked at the people behind him and said, get a good night's rest. Tomorrow, the merchants of Nibi no Yutsu would surely be anxious. Muramasa exchanged glances with the people beside him and followed behind Herooqi and his group. Nagato quickened his pace and came to Haruki's side. Tomorrow, I will stand by your side and fight alongside you. Nagato's voice was soft but exceptionally firm. His Rinnegan gazed earnestly at Herooqi. Good. Herooqi nodded. He didn't want to deal with anything right now, he just wanted to sleep. Following the innkeeper, they arrived at an empty inn. There was no one inside the inn. A single wooden clog lay scattered in the lobby. It seemed everyone had been frightened away by the previous commotion. This suited Herooqi perfectly. His gaze swept lightly over the innkeeper and he turned to go upstairs. Muramasa and his companions also followed upstairs, choosing their rooms at random on the second floor. As soon as he entered his room, Herooqi collapsed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. As for the others, they didn't have such strong hearts as him. Muramasa and his group entered their rooms, but they had no desire to sleep. Just thinking about the Jonan who usually didn't even show their faces made their hearts uneasy. They dared not close their eyes, fearing that if they closed their eyes, they would never see the sun of tomorrow again. Herooqi didn't have this worry because of Rika's presence. As soon as someone attacked him, Rika would be unable to restrain herself and appear immediately. When Rika unleashed her power, Herooqi would instantly wake up. Before long, Herooqi and Yahiko's snores echoed through the room. Conan's breathing also gradually became steady. Nagato closed his eyes but did not fall asleep as quickly as the other three. Herooqi's words repeated over and over in his mind, lashing at him like a whip. Tonight in Nibi no Yutsu was destined to be a sleepless night. The merchants, who were peacefully sleeping on their soft, large beds, were jolted awake by loud noise. They opened their eyes immediately, sat up in bed, and looked around warily. The room was empty. The moonlight crept in through the window. A familiar black shadow flashed and sat on the windowsill, casting a dark shadow on the room's floor. The merchant's wildly beating heart instantly calmed down. What happened so late? The merchant's voice echoed in the silent room. A young brat of no small status has come to Nibi no Yutsu. The ninja's voice was icy, raising goosebumps on the merchant's skin. Who? The merchant thought of the four little brats who had caused such a stir in Nibi no Yutsu during the day. Herooqi, Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world student. He is a genius renowned throughout the ninja world. The ninja's tone was completely flat, like a speaking corpse. The merchant felt a chill run down his spine, but he still controlled himself. Very strong. Then you go personally. You are a Jonan, you wouldn't be unable to kill even 4 children, would you? The merchant narrowed his eyes, his tone filled with deep sarcasm. If he couldn't even do such a small thing, perhaps he should consider finding someone else. HMPH. Genius. This sky has never lacked geniuses. The black shadow vanished, leaving no trace, as if it had never been there. The merchant exhaled and lay back down on the bed. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C 160,160. Bonus 1, a Jonan. Week. Dawn was approaching. The world was steeped in a heavy, inky blue. The distant horizon had just begun to show a faint, ethereal sliver of dawn. A faint light fell upon Nibi no Yutsu. All was silent. A pitch-black shadow landed on the roof of the inn. His steps were soundless, his breathing was long and almost imperceptible. Herooqi. The name passed through his mind without a ripple. A murderous intent flashed in his pupils. Ding. System detected Ninja A's murderous intent value plus 3000. Your slaughter curse growth value has increased to 6.6%. The ninja slowly crouched down. His fingertips reached out. A tile was lifted from the rafters, not a single sound was made. The room below was dim. The air was mixed with the smell of old wood. The ninja's gaze was as sharp as a nocturnal animal's. His sight accurately locked onto the slightly rising quilt on the tatami mat. Dark short hair was spread on the pillow, outlining the soft contours of a sleeping face. Herooqi. The ninja narrowed his eyes. Herooqi was sleeping soundly and defenselessly. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the ninja's eyes. So what if he was a genius? A genius wasn't necessarily a qualified ninja. The ninja slowly drew the long blade from his back. His muscles tensed, gripping the long blade tightly. In the dead silence, there were only the steady breaths of the few people in the room. The sharp blade cut through the air. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The ninja's pupils contracted to pinpricks. An indescribable, chilling malice, like a tsunami, erupted without warning, instantly filling the entire small room. Nagato's eyes snapped open. He met a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. There was someone on the roof. Before Nagato could get up, black mist had already filled his vision. It was Rika. A short, horrified grunt was uncontrollably squeezed from the ninja's throat. He saw it. Despite being prepared, his breath was still caught when he saw the monster. A twisted silhouette emerged from the black mist. It seemed to be a condensation of murderous intent and malice. Its aura was so cold it felt like falling into an ice cellar. Its face had no clear features, only a huge, maw-like mouth filled with sharp teeth. Although it had no eyes, the ninja could still feel that it was staring straight at him. Don't harm Yuta. Fear, an unprecedented fear, like countless cold centipedes, instantly crawled up the ninja's spine, frantically gnawing at his will. He wanted to scream, but his vocal cords were crushed by that heavy malice. He watched helplessly as the monster reached out its hand. Perhaps it couldn't even be called a hand, it was like a beast's claw. Ads by PubFuture. Rolling with deep murderous intent, that claw was raised, meeting the ninja's long blade frozen in the air. Crack. The killing weapon, forged from fine steel, cracked. The ninja finally burst out with his survival instinct, desperately trying to let go and retreat. He finally realized how terrifying the monster was. No matter how much preparation was made, at the moment of seeing the monster, that malice, which permeated the soul, still made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. This was human instinct. Whatever he did was futile. No, no. The ninja squeezed out a broken plea for mercy from his throat. That claw, which had crushed the long blade, opened again, reaching for him. He felt the omnipresent oppressive force around him instantly gain direction, pressing in on him frantically from all sides. When that cold claw touched his body, he could even clearly hear his bones groaning under the unbearable pressure, followed by a sickening sound of dense shattering. Before the intense pain could fully reach his brain, his consciousness broke off. Organs, muscles, and blood were all clenched in the monster's hand. Rika squeezed hard without mercy. Splat. Blood flowed on the roof. Rika blocked the tiles. Can't let the blood flow down. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. Can't disturb Yuta's rest. Rika gently looked at the sleeping Herooqi for a moment, confirming that his peaceful sleep had not been disturbed. Having done all this, she silently returned to the ring. The terrifying malice that permeated the room receded like a tide, quickly retracting back into Herooqi's ring. The room returned to dead silence. Only a faint trace of blood remained in the air. Nagato stared at the ceiling. He closed his eyes, as if he knew nothing. Herooqi turned over and fell back into a deep, dreamless sleep. Outside the window, the sliver of dawn in the sky gradually expanded, tinged with a faint golden edge. Day was about to break. The room was in a stable tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Do you smell it? It's obvious, isn't it? That person is dead. Through a wall, Muramasa, sitting on the tatami, conversed with the ninja beside him. How terrifying. Even a Jonan died so silently. After all, it was such a monster. Just facing the monster requires courage. Indeed, maybe we can really get rid of our current life. I can't live here anymore, I've had enough of these numb days. Who hasn't? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C 161161. Bonus 2 Plans for Nibi no Yutsu. PubFuture adds. The weather is really nice today. Kojiro opened the window and sighed. He turned and went downstairs, leaving the inn where he had long resided. He had clearly noticed the changes in the streets today. The refugees' eyes were filled with curiosity and terror. They gazed in the same direction, muttering to themselves. The shop owners nearby all had grim expressions, as if someone owed them a fortune. Seeing their faces, as black as the bottom of a pot, Kojiro couldn't help but chuckle to himself. These owners had probably never expected last night's assassination attempt to fail, did they? The figures of those 4 young people appeared in Kojiro's mind. His lips curved as he quickened his pace, heading in a certain direction. By the time Kojiro arrived, he only saw a pile of rubble. The inn had collapsed as if made of paper, with no one around. Kojiro looked around. Just then, a commotion sounded from an inn located northeast of the ruins. Kojiro's gaze fixed on that inn, and right at that moment, a familiar figure walked out. Yahiko waved at Kojiro. "We're here." Kojiro smiled and walked towards the inn. The inn owner sat on a chair with a bitter expression, looked up at Kojiro, then quickly lowered his head again. Kojiro went upstairs, where he saw Yahiko waiting for him at the top of the stairs. As he reached the top of the stairs, a faint smell of blood permeated the air. Kojiro quickly fixed his gaze on the roof. The smell of blood seemed to be coming from there. "Where's Herooqi?" Kojiro asked, ruffling Yahiko's hair. Yahiko tidied his hair with an annoyed hand. He had just finished styling it. Seeing his expression, Kojiro burst into laughter. "Herooqi is sleeping. He was very tired yesterday. Let him rest well," Yahiko said in a mature tone. Kojiro glanced at him, and at that moment, the sliding wooden door was pulled open from within. Herooqi stood at the door, yawning. He had slept well last night and felt refreshed after waking up. Yahiko and Kojiro's conversation had already reached his ears. "Come in," Herooqi said to Yahiko and Kojiro. They took their seats in the living room. Kojiro got straight to the point. "I'm here to fulfill my promise." Yahiko's eyes immediately lit up. Of course, he hadn't forgotten what Kojiro had said. Herooqi extended his hand to Kojiro. "Welcome to our ranks." Kojiro grasped Herooqi's hand, a smile on his face. After releasing his hand, Herooqi said to Kojiro, "You're not the only one joining us." Kojiro raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Yahiko proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Most of the ninjas and samurai who attacked us last night have also joined our team." Ads by PubFuture. Kojiro smiled with satisfaction. To be able to turn enemies into like-minded friends, it seems my choice was not wrong. Yahiko also smiled. "What are your plans next?" Kojiro's gaze primarily rested on Herooqi. Herooqi was different from Yahiko. He gave Kojiro the impression of a steady adult. Kojiro knew that asking Yahiko about these matters would likely yield no results. To change the current situation of Nibi no Yutsu, Herooqi said, "How will you change it? This isn't an easy task. Do you have any ideas?" Kojiro asked. Yahiko looked at Herooqi blankly. He shared the same confusion as Kojiro. Although they had already recruited many companions, Yahiko had no idea what to do next. Confiscate the ill-gotten gains of the rich and provide relief to the starving refugees. Recruit like-minded ninjas and eliminate those who stand in our way, Herooqi stated simply. Kojiro chuckled. Although the remaining ninjas in Nibi no Yutsu are few, their strength is definitely considerable. Can you defeat them? I can, Herooqi said to Kojiro. No matter when, one should never boost others' morale and diminish one's own, right? Nibi no Yutsu was, after all, just a border region of a small country. Overly powerful ninjas would not appear here. Herooqi's crows had already spread throughout Nibi no Yutsu. If there were powerful and irresistible enemies, he would definitely run away. Ideals are precious, but life is even more so. Kojiro deeply agreed with Herooqi's words. For a ninja, even if they are outmatched in strength, they must not lose the will to fight. Such a person is a true coward. Yahiko, go call Muramasa and the others over. Herooqi looked at Yahiko and said, Okay. Yahiko immediately jumped up and rushed out the door. Soon, the sound of dense footsteps approached. Yahiko and a large group of ninjas and samurai appeared at the door. Everyone, please come in, Herooqi said to them with a smile. Once everyone entered the room, it immediately became cramped, with the ninjas and samurai pressed tightly together. Muramasa and Kojiro exchanged glances, then smiled. Muramasa, Kojiro. The two shook hands, then both looked at Herooqi. Although the blonde-haired boy always became excited and fervent when speaking of ideals, Muramasa and Kojiro both knew that Herooqi was the one truly making decisions. We're going to act soon. Are you ready? Herooqi looked at them and said. Muramasa's face was blank, and the expressions of the ninjas and samurai behind him were identical. Act on what? What were they going to do? Not only them, but even Yahiko didn't know what Herooqi's first step would be. First, we will publicize our ideals in the most populous areas of Nibi no Yutsu, to see how many people in Nibi no Yutsu are willing to support us and join us. These people who support and join us will be the first wave of strength we mobilize. Second, we need to distinguish between our own people, the neutral faction, and the hostile faction. For our own people, we must protect them, provide them with food and work. They will be an important force in upholding our ideals in the future. For the neutral faction, we will not act against them for now, allowing them to remain neutral. For the hostile faction, we must crack down severely. Distribute their ill-gotten gains to our own people, imprison them, and educate them. The experiences of predecessors were laid out before Herooqi, and he spoke fluently, without the slightest hesitation. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-162,162, First Taste of Democracy. And what if they are incorrigible? Muramasa, the oldest person there, asked. Herooqi looked at Muramasa and smiled slightly. If they are incorrigible, we will give them labor education. Labor education. Confusion appeared on Muramasa's face. Not only Muramasa, but all the ninjas in the room looked at Herooqi in confusion. What is labor education? Yahiko scratched the back of his head. Seeing this, Herooqi explained, labor education means assigning all the hardest and most difficult tasks in Nibi no Yutsu to these incorrigible people. Ninjas will supervise them to complete these arduous tasks from morning till night every day. If they refuse to do it, we will use weapons to threaten them. Under such high intensity, hard work, they will gradually lose the energy to oppose us. In the long run, it can also correct their bad habits and help them develop a good habit of enduring hardship. After Herooqi finished speaking, he saw the ninjas and samurai present staring at him in shock and astonishment. What's wrong? Herooqi asked knowingly. Yahiko blinked, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. He actually didn't like killing people. However, the ninjas' solution to problems seemed to be only killing. Although he was uncomfortable with it, he couldn't think of a better solution. Now, hadn't Herooqi presented him with a perfect solution? Herooqi, you are truly a genius. Yahiko excitedly put his arm around Herooqi's neck, a big smile on his face. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 3000. Your love curse growth value has increased to 51.9%. The eyes of both Muramasa and Kojiro also lit up brightly. They looked at Herooqi excitedly. Muramasa nodded repeatedly. This is indeed a good method. It can not only punish incorrigible people but also provide missions for ninjas and samurai. Kojiro also nodded. Most importantly, this method is consistent with our ideals. Resolving conflicts and hatred through peaceful means. Herooqi continued, after all the ill-gotten gains obtained by the merchants are confiscated, we will distribute the property in Nibi no Yutsu according to the principle of more work, more gain. This is also to prevent some people from being lazy and gradually becoming like those merchants. Muramasa and Kojiro nodded in agreement. Herooqi stood up and said to everyone, before the official action, we need to compile a list of personnel and assign them. He glanced at Conan, who smiled and nodded, taking out a pen and paper. Now, everyone, please line up and come forward for identity registration. Herooqi stood beside Conan, who held the pen and looked expectantly at the ninjas and samurai in front of her. Half an hour later, the information registration was complete. Ads by PubFuture. Herooqi picked up the registration form and showed it to everyone. There are a total of 30 people, including 9 samurai and 21 ninjas. Now, we are going to hold a democratic election. From these 30 people, we will elect a captain. It will be decided by everyone's vote. Herooqi's voice echoed in the room. The ninjas and samurai were all flustered, seeming a bit at a loss. Voting. Shouldn't Herooqi and the others choose themselves? Why did they have to participate? They had never done such a thing before. Before they were rogue ninjas and wandering samurai, they obeyed the orders of the cage, elder, minister, captain, and others. They had never encountered something like choosing their own captain. Although the cage of each village were people with popular support, in reality, they had no right to participate or decide. I know what everyone is thinking. Herooqi smiled. His eyes were full of sincerity as he said, from the very beginning, we said, the Akatsuki is different from other organizations. Everyone in the Akatsuki are comrades fighting side by side. Since they are comrades, then the captain should naturally be chosen by you. If you are ready to take on the responsibility of a captain, then everyone can also nominate themselves. Herooqi's gaze swept around. Conan handed out a stack of identically sized slips of paper, which she had already organized, to these ninjas and samurai. The ninjas and samurai held the slips of paper in their hands with curiosity, looking at each other. Write the name of the captain you want on it, fold it, and place it on the table. No one will know who you wrote, so please follow your own heart. Herooqi told them. The ninjas and samurai held the slips of paper in their hands, all a little excited. They looked at the people around them and finally had a sense of reality. The people around them were their future comrades. Everyone would move towards a better life together. At this moment, the distance between countless hearts was closing. Another hour passed. Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko had already tallied the final results. Herooqi said, after the completely open and transparent tallying just now, the final results are Muramasa with 21 votes, Genra with 19 votes, and Kojiro with 18 votes. As the three people with the most votes, they will become captains. Applause erupted in the room. The ninjas and samurai didn't know why they were applauding, but they did so instinctively. The names they left on the slips of paper were finally adopted. These were the captains they had chosen. This was an election in which they participated. Every ninja and samurai felt an indescribable excitement and joy in their hearts. Next is the team division. Herooqi continued. Another hour passed. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-163,163, Okura Hotel. Pub Future adds. The teams were formed. Muramasa, Kojiro, and Genra each stood in a line with their 10 team members. What are we doing next? Genra, with his baby face, asked. We're going to buy steamed buns. Herooqi looked at them and said. Buy steamed buns. The ninja and samurai looked at Herooqi in confusion. Herooqi nodded affirmatively. That's right, we need to gather the refugees using steamed buns. Herooqi's tone shifted. First, we need to choose the largest hotel in Nibi no Yutsu. The largest hotel in Nibi no Yutsu. That must be the Okura Hotel to the east. An answer immediately came from the crowd. Muramasa frowned slightly, his eyes filled with deep worry. Okura Hotel is indeed the largest hotel in Nibi no Yutsu. To save on labor costs, the owner forces refugees to sell themselves into labor for him. Their daily wage is only 1 or 2 steamed buns. To survive, the refugees have no choice but to depend on him. Even for such work, many refugees are scrambling for it, at least it's better than dying. To oversee these refugees and prevent them from slacking off or rioting, the owner employs 2 ninjas of decent strength. Genra nodded in agreement. He said to Herooqi, ninjas like us are used by merchants to eliminate their enemies. Only powerful ninjas will stay close to merchants, performing only protection duties. Herooqi nodded. He could roughly guess the situation Muramasa and Genra described. He had, after all, studied history. He knew what kind of lives refugees lived during wartime. Precisely because Okura Hotel has considerable influence, I chose to get steamed buns from Okura Hotel. Pub Future adds. A hint of a smile appeared on Herooqi's face. Genra's eyes darted around, and he tilted his head. But the steamed buns at Okura Hotel are very expensive. Even a cup of water at Okura Hotel is very expensive. We can't afford the steamed buns from Okura Hotel, that would cost a lot of money. Herooqi's gaze fixed on Genra, and he asked in confusion, who said we were going to buy them? Genra. He strangely understood the deeper meaning in Herooqi's words. All the food at Okura Hotel is made by refugees. This is inherently the fruit of the refugees' labor. How could their hard work be replaced by a mere handout of a steamed bun? We will return all the steamed buns, pastries, all the food from Okura Hotel to the refugees. Herooqi looked at everyone, speaking each word distinctly. His voice clearly resonated on the ground. A smile flashed in Kojira's eyes, and he nodded. This is a good method. Firstly, it can demonstrate our strength and give a warning to those who are secretly stirring. Secondly, it can make more oppressed people in Nibi no Yutsu believe that we have the power to change Nibi no Yutsu, and more people will be willing to join us. Herooqi glanced at Kojira. The captains chosen by the ninja and samurai each had their own strengths. Muramasa was steady and thoughtful in his actions. Kojira was quick-witted and intelligent. Although Genra was not as good as Muramasa in terms of thinking, he had a strong ability to mobilize the team, and his amiability and leadership were good. It could be said that the captains chosen by the ninja and samurai themselves were much more suitable than the captains chosen by Herooqi, who didn't understand them. All of this is just the beginning. Please rest assured, we are companions fighting side by side, and I will protect everyone with my life. Herooqi looked sincerely at the ninja and samurai before him. Ding. System detected Yahiko's faith value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Nagato's faith value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Conan's faith value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Kojira's faith value plus 1000. Currently, a total of 16,000 faith value has been collected. Your cursed spirit Suguru Geto's rank has risen to 39%. Alright, let's go. Herooqi waved his hand. They filed out of the room and walked downstairs. Hearing footsteps, the inn owner hunched himself in the corner, desperately trying to reduce his presence. Fortunately, Herooqi's gaze merely swept over him indifferently, with no extra actions. Watching their retreating figures, the inn owner breathed a sigh of relief. He gradually realized that Nibi no Yutsu might be on the cusp of a great change. Okura Hotel. Sato was sitting on a wooden rocking chair, holding a long pipe. He squinted his eyes in the white smoke, and his already small eyes instantly disappeared into the folds of his fleshy face. If it weren't for the two sharp glints in his eyes, there would be no trace of his eyes ever existing on his plump face. Get up. No slacking off. Sato frowned. The ninja standing at the kitchen entrance whipped his long whip. Crack. A fresh red whip mark crawled up the refugee's back like a centipede. The already dizzy refugee immediately fell to the ground. The other refugee's hands trembled, but no one dared to step forward to help. What's wrong? Is he dying? Sato waved his hand dismissively at the ninja and said, throw him onto the street and go recruit a new one. The ninja nodded and turned to leave. Sato took another puff of smoke. He looked at the refugees bustling in the kitchen, and spoke earnestly, you should learn to be grateful. If it weren't for me, where would you get such a good job opportunity? If I didn't provide you with work so you could fill your stomachs, you would have starved to death long ago. In all of Nibi no Yutsu, who is as benevolent as I am? Countless people outside are scrambling for this job. All of you, work hard, or I can replace you at any time. Sato couldn't help but chuckle, revealing two gold teeth. The refugees in the kitchen were like numb machines. Footsteps sounded from behind him. Sato didn't turn around, exhaling a puff of white smoke. You're back so soon. Before the ninja behind him could answer, he looked at the refugees in front of him and said, see. I told you, I can find people like you in Nibi no Yutsu by the handful. Sato turned around, wanting to see what kind of refugee the ninja had brought back this time. Thump. A dark figure was hurled towards Sato. Before Sato could see clearly, he and his chair were knocked over. The remaining ninjas in the back kitchen glanced in Sato's direction, as if they hadn't noticed anything, and continued to stand calmly in place. Woo 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 woo. Sato, as fat as a pig, was dizzy from the fall. When he struggled to sit up, he finally saw who had hit him. Wasn't it the ninja he had sent out? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C-164,164, Recruiting Refugees. Pub Future ads. The moment Sato saw the ninja, his pupils dilated sharply. Woo 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 woo. The ninja was beaten black and blue. If Sato hadn't lived with him for so long, he probably wouldn't have recognized that pig-like face immediately. Sato's trembling pupils slowly moved upwards, looking towards the doorway. His pupils reflected a dense mass of ninjas. Standing at the very front were two young boys. One had short black hair and eyes as blue as peacock feathers. The other had orange-yellow hair, with obvious anger on his face. Sato knew both of these boys. Every proprietor in Nibi no Yutsu should know them. They were outsiders in Nibi no Yutsu, the ones who broke Nibi no Yutsu's unwritten rules. Because of this, many ninjas were dispatched in Nibi no Yutsu last night, but they were still alive. And the ninjas who were sent out were standing behind them. What do you want to do? Sato was both surprised and angry, and a hint of fear he was unwilling to admit surfaced in his heart. He got up from the ground, his body trembling, and he pointed his short, white radish-like fingers angrily at Herooqi and the others. His gaze fixed on Muramasa. He clearly recognized Muramasa. Muramasa, how dare you betray Tomita? Have you forgotten who provides for you? Pub Future adds. Tomita was Muramasa's boss, and acquainted with Sato. It could be said that they were in cahoots. All the unscrupulous merchants in Nibi no Yutsu were in league with each other. Muramasa looked at Sato calmly and said, Boss Sato, of course I know who provides for me, it's these refugees. Your wealth is created by them, it's just been monopolized by you. Muramasa's gaze unconsciously fell on Herooqi. If it weren't for Herooqi, he might never have realized this. Herooqi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Seeing everyone become more and more intelligent, he felt relieved. You're spouting nonsense. Sato turned from a white pig into a red pig. He was so angry he stamped his feet. Do these refugees have a knack for business? Even if you give them wealth, they won't be able to keep it. It's our existence that gives them opportunities to work. This wealth rightfully belongs to us. Sato questioned Muramasa, raising his chin arrogantly. You tell me, can they create wealth? They can't even get enough to eat, what wealth can they create? Muramasa frowned, staring at Sato. These merchants looked down on the poor and ninjas from the bottom of their hearts. Herooqi was not pleased to hear Sato's words. As a successor to socialism, he had to correct Sato's erroneous views. People's abilities and potential for development are born equal. Herooqi shouted loudly at Sato. Refugees become refugees because war, persecution, and disaster have deprived them of the opportunity to live and develop normally in their homeland. Their wisdom or abilities have not been deprived. Working people possess infinite creativity and wisdom. Herooqi seemed to see a red glow emanating from himself. Before these refugees became refugees, they were laborers in various industries. Some of them could cook, some could build walls, some could farm, some could paint, some could build houses. It's just that disaster has temporarily put them in a difficult situation. It doesn't mean they've lost these abilities. The refugees in the kitchen stopped. They stood still, their pupils trembling. The strength of a person's ability is reflected in their capacity to protect the weak. People like you are parasites of society. Herooqi looked at the corpulent Sato in front of him, and then at the emaciated refugees. Sato's finger trembled as he pointed at Herooqi. Herooqi gave Kojiro and Muramasa a knowing look. The two nodded and walked towards Sato. Kurumi, what are you standing there for? Are you blind? Sato retreated step by step, glaring at Kojiro and Muramasa who were approaching him. Muramasa stopped, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Kurumi, a woman with a Kekkei Genkai and Jonan level strength. Kurumi looked at Sato impatiently and said, Hey, I say you dog bastard, that's enough. If you're a miser, then don't hire ninja for protection. Do you really expect me to risk my life to protect you for that little commission every month? What a joke. Has the lard in your skin already seeped into your brain? Sato stared dumbfounded at the usually silent woman. Herooqi, she's so good at cursing. Kurumi looked at Herooqi and said, Hey, are your benefits good? You won't be like this pig, deducting commissions, right? Herooqi shook his head and said, Of course not, but our rule here is more work, more gain, distribution according to work, whether it's ninja, samurai, or common people, it's all the same. Kurumi raised an eyebrow. Okay, sounds fair. Kurumi, you stinking woman, how dare you betray me? You will definitely be killed. Sato glared at Kurumi, his eyes bloodshot. In fact, I will live very well, and you might be going to hell. Kurumi shrugged, looking indifferent. Sato yelled, Ah, bastards. You bunch of bastards. Muramasa and Kojiro reached out to Sato. 1 minute later, Sato and the beaten-up ninja were tied together. Herooqi looked at the refugees and said, We are the reformers of Nibi no Yutsu. Our goal is to restore a just order to Nibi no Yutsu, confiscate the wealth of unscrupulous merchants, assist refugees, and allow everyone to obtain the right to an equal life. We came here to distribute the food from Okura Hotel to the refugees who need help. Do you want to join us? Herooqi asked. The refugees looked at each other. Those ninjas are very strong. A hoarse voice sounded from among them. Herooqi smiled. We are stronger. The refugees were silent for a long time. Herooqi waited patiently for them. The refugees couldn't find a reason not to join them. They wanted to resist, but they had no strength. Now that strength had appeared, should they continue to tolerate it? I'll join you. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C 165165. Has everyone eaten their fill? Pub Future adds. Boxes upon boxes of food were moved from the back kitchen onto trolleys until Okura Hotel's back kitchen was emptied. All right, it's all loaded. The lead refugee said, wiping sweat from his forehead. His name was Masato Miyamoto. Before the war broke out in the Land of Grass, he was a chef. After the war, he fled with his family to the closest Land of Rain. However, at that time, there was also war within the Land of Rain, so they could only stay in the relatively peaceful Nibi no Yutsu. It was precisely because of his talent as a chef that he was chosen by Sato to work as a chef in Okura Hotel's back kitchen. But Masato never expected that Sato wouldn't pay him. Instead, Sato exchanged his labor for 3 steamed buns a day. Sato would beat and scold these refugees, even having his ninja monitor their daily labor, fearing they would be lazy. Masato had long found life unbearable here, but he lacked the ability to resist, let alone contend with Sato. Now, the appearance of Herooqi and his group gave him new hope. Herooqi looked at the 3 fully loaded large trolleys and nodded in satisfaction. Masato sighed. There was actually more left yesterday, but Sato threw it all away. He would rather waste it than help the refugees. Hearing Masato's words, Yahiko clenched his fists in anger. Herooqi, however, was not surprised by such things. Herooqi said to Masato, let's go. Let's push this food onto the streets. Let more refugees join our resistance. Masato looked at the righteous eyes of the young man before him, and his eyes suddenly stung. He quickly lowered his head and said, okay. The system's notification sounded in Herooqi's mind. Gratitude value had increased again. Pub Future adds. Just like that, their large group headed towards the busiest street in Nibi no Yutsu. Along the way, they encountered many refugees. The refugees all remembered Herooqi, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Yesterday, these young people had distributed food to them. The refugees had lived in Nibi no Yutsu for almost a year, and no one had ever shown them kindness. When they were extremely hungry, they could only search through trash cans for food. They couldn't even manage to leave Nibi no Yutsu. Firstly, there was war within the Land of Rain previously, and secondly, the merchants of Nibi no Yutsu did not allow them to leave. The refugees looked at the ninja and samurai following Herooqi and his group, fearfully shrinking their emaciated bodies back, as if trying to merge into the walls. But very quickly, the refugees noticed something unusual. Because behind these ninja and samurai, there was another group of people following. These people had smiles on their faces. Their cheeks were sunken like the refugees, and although their clothes were clean, they were tattered, having been washed countless times. Someone among the refugees recognized Masato. Masato, how are you here? Someone quietly asked. Their gaze fell on the food in the trolley, and they swallowed, their protruding eyes gleaming with hunger. Masato smiled at them, his voice loud and clear, instantly spreading throughout the entire street. Later, we will be giving out food for free in the central plaza. If you want to eat, follow us. The refugees might have strong reservations about the ninja and samurai following Herooqi, but with Masato saying these words, it was different. Masato, like the refugees, came from the Land of Grass, and he was also a refugee. He would not harm anyone. The refugees looked at each other, and driven by hunger, they involuntarily followed behind Masato and his group. More and more refugees followed behind them. By the time Herooqi and his group arrived at the central plaza, almost all the refugees in Nibi no Yutsu had received news that someone was giving out free food. They dragged their weak bodies and gathered towards the plaza. Soon, The plaza in front of Herooqi and his group was packed with refugees. Pairs of protruding eyes looked at Herooqi and his group with anticipation, filled with the light of hope. The longing on their faces made it impossible to disappoint them. The teams led by Kojiro, Genra, and Muramasa stood in various directions, guarding the central plaza to prevent riots, chaos, or enemy surprise attacks. Herooqi stood in the center of the raised platform in the plaza. Yahiko and Nagato stood by his side, while Conan was distributing food with Masato and his group. Conan really liked this work. She hoped to help those who were suffering. She patiently said to the refugees, "Everyone, don't rush. Everyone will get some. Everyone will be full. From now on, everyone will have food every day. Don't snatch." With ninja and samurai guarding, the refugees did not dare to disobey the order. The food brought by Masato and his group was quickly depleted. Every refugee held food more precious than gold in their hands, including Masato and others who hadn't eaten their fill in the back kitchen. The food was distributed fairly. Herooqi naturally would not forget Masato and his group. Herooqi stood on the platform, patiently waiting for the refugees to finish eating. The refugees hadn't eaten so much food in a very long time, their minds were empty of everything but food. No matter what Herooqi said, they wouldn't listen. The refugees touched their bulging bellies. So full, it had been very long since they had a full meal. Tears dripped onto the steamed buns and dumplings in their hands. Even though they were already very full, the food given to them had not yet been finished. The refugees looked up at Herooqi and his group, tears gradually washing away the dirt on their faces. In the midst of the silence, Herooqi's voice rang out. "Has everyone eaten their fill?" The refugees nodded, and someone shouted in a hoarse voice, "We're full." Herooqi nodded and continued to ask, "Then does everyone want to be full from now on?" The refugees froze. What did he mean? Could it be? The refugees' breathing quickened. Who wouldn't want to eat their fill and dress warmly? Yes. Hearing the shouts, Herooqi nodded. This meal you just ate might temporarily drive away the hunger in your stomachs, but what about tomorrow? Where will our next meal be? Where will we shelter from the wind and rain tonight and for the tens of thousands of nights to come? The refugees looked at Herooqi blankly. What could they do? They could only pray for the war in the land of grass to end, so they could return home. But could they even last until then?